On the vast and boundless Lingwu continent, various cultivation systems, such as martial arts, spiritual cultivation, demon cultivation, formations, alchemy, and weaponry intertwine to form a brilliant world. Jiang Feng has crossed over and been reborn, witnessing how he wields the blade of Shura and steps onto the path to the heavens, looking down upon all beings. Chapter 1. Fireworks in the eastern region of Lingwu continent. A dazzling star river hangs in the sky, intoxicating the soul, while the cold wind howls on the ground below, causing the leaves to rustle. Brother, I'm cold and so hungry. In a dilapidated temple outside the city. Jiang Feng huddles in a corner with a little girl, both wearing thin clothing with some ragged holes, desperately enduring the sudden, fierce wind. The little girl's faint voice trembles slightly. If not for his keen hearing, he wouldn't have caught his sister's murmurs. Wait until the wind stops, and I'll start a fire. Just hold on a little longer. Jiang Feng gently said to his sister in his arms that he had tried to start a fire several times last night, but the wind was too strong, making it impossible, so they could only curl up in the corner and endure the biting cold. After speaking, Jiang Feng loosened his grip on his sister slightly, took out a small piece of hard bread from his pocket, and stuffed it into Jiang Ro's hands. His cultivation was too weak to channel spiritual energy to keep her warm, so he could only hold her tightly in his arms. Having wandered for 2 years, Jiang Feng was well aware of the dangers of this world. Their beggar-like disguise was the best cover for the two siblings. Jiang Ro carefully unwrapped the oiled paper, took a small bite, then wrapped it back up and placed it in her chest. Chapter 2. Yinshan's city. As the sky gradually brightened, the fire in the temple had long been extinguished, and Jiang Feng opened his eyes. They were draped in several tattered clothes, which they had scavenged from 3 corpses the previous night. Xiao Ro, wake up, it's morning. Jiang Feng shook Jiang Ro in his arms. Jiang Ro opened her eyes and rubbed her eyes with her hands. Let's go wash up outside. Brother will take you into the city to get something to eat. Jiang Feng looked at Jiang Ro's delicate face, a wave of pity washing over him. Okay. Hearing about food, a glimmer of joy appeared in Jiang Ro's eyes as she wriggled out of Jiang Feng's embrace. Since their parents vanished without a trace, Jiang Feng had taken her away from that small mountain village. The village was close to deep mountains and forests, often plagued by demonic beasts, and with no relatives to care for them. They would have no opportunities if they stayed there. For life. Therefore, he decided to take his sister away from that small place. Jiang Feng led his sister towards a nearby small river. And as for the 3 frozen corpses with bluish skin not far from the temple entrance, the siblings didn't glance at them. Jiang Ro was smart enough to consciously avoid looking, fearing nightmares at night, while Jiang Feng simply couldn't be bothered to look. Chapter 3. The bun shop and the layman eat up. This is for you. The owner of the bun shop placed a bowl with several large meat buns on the table. Jiang Feng looked up at the man, realizing that since coming out of the small mountain village, it was the first time someone had offered food to him and his sister for free. Thank you, uncle. Jiang Ro's eyes curved into a happy smile. Thank you. Jiang Feng also smiled and thanked the owner. I could tell you are different from them. They are purely wandering and begging, but you two are not. The owner casually sat down, picked up a meat bun, and stuffed it into his mouth, pointing with his finger at the group of beggars that had just dispersed. Oh, how are we different? Jiang Feng asked, not being pretentious, as he picked up a meat bun and started to eat. Although you are young and dressed like little beggars, I can see no signs of evasion or weakness in your eyes. Your gaze is very steady, and I sense a subtle wave of spiritual energy from you. The owner's eyes showed a hint of appreciation, occasionally glancing at Jiang Ro, who was focused on eating her meat bun with a trace of unusual interest. Jiang Feng looked at him but did not respond. He had thought the man was just an ordinary person, but this remark made him realize that the owner was also a cultivator, and probably of a considerable level, as he sensed no fluctuations or dangerous aura from him. Chapter 4. Earning silver. Passing through the main hall ahead, they entered a small courtyard. Jiang Feng held Jiang Ro's hand and followed the lame man towards the back of the courtyard, crossing into a row of low stone houses. This was the back kitchen of the Yulai building, where 2 young cooks were organizing various dishes. Hey, over there are a few wild beasts. Can you skin them, debone them, and remove the tendons? The lame man asked with a playful smile on his handsome face. Hearing his words, the 2 young cooks looked over curiously. Sure, but what's the pay? Jiang Feng raised his head, his youthful face full of confidence. If you can handle all those wild beasts by this morning, I'll give you 3 taels of silver. The lame man said with a grin. Deal. There were 3 wild beasts, a gray wolf, a moose, and a forest hyena. Jiang Feng released Jiang Ro's small hand, bent down, and picked up the gray wolf, heading toward the water basin outside. The layman followed behind, watching Jiang Feng with great interest. Bang! Jiang Feng dropped the gray wolf's corpse onto the stone slab, and the small dagger in his hand fell. Do you want the complete fur? Jiang Feng turned to ask the layman. No need. This inferior fur won't sell for much. I want to give it to you. The layman leaned against the doorframe with a smile. Chapter 5. Battle in the Sky back at the Yu building. Jiang Feng spent half a tael of silver to rent a room. The room was small, with only a bed, a small table, and a bathroom equipped with basic shower facilities. Although there were some differences from Earth, this world had its own unique features. During the 2 years of wandering, Jiang Feng and Jiang Ro had stayed in many inns, both good and bad. Some places were as impoverished and backward as ancient Earth, while some cities were more prosperous, with some convenient living facilities. Xiao Ro, go take a shower. Jiang Feng looked at the bathroom, where a bamboo-like pipe connected from below, and there was a small switch on top. Okay, brother. Jiang Ro, now in new clothes, opened her short legs and ran into the shower room. Before long, the sound of running water came out. Jiang Feng tidied up his clothes on the bed, waiting for Jiang Ro to come out. I don't know when I can find a place to settle down. Jiang Feng stood by the window, watching the bustling street below, murmuring to himself. He felt a sense of urgency. Jiang Ro was already 5 years old, and he needed to open her meridians and lay the foundation for her cultivation. He had learned from his parents that his sister had an astonishing talent for cultivation, seemingly possessing some rare physique. Chapter 6. Spirit Emperor Body. After the ancient jade pendant was stained with blood, it underwent some strange changes, emitting specks of fluorescence that vanished into Jiang Feng's chest. Eldest brother, let's go. At that moment, a loud shout came from the sky. The layman's spiritual energy surged, and a hint of abnormal redness appeared on his face. Immediately, a massive axe shadow appeared in the night sky, striking down with terrifying force. The expressions of the people opposite changed slightly. They did not dare to underestimate the full power attack of a martial king. Punch shadows and knife lights surged towards the axe shadow. Clang! With a loud noise. The layman was sent flying, and the violent collision caused countless people in the small town below to faint. Jiang Feng was also dizzy from the shock but gritted his teeth, holding on to Jiang Ro, who had already been knocked unconscious. Go! The layman's ultimate burst of power pushed back the few opponents, and Baozi Lu seized the chance to break free from the middle-aged man and other opponents, grabbing the layman and flying into the sky. Where do you think you're going? Chase! The enraged group immediately pursued. Chapter 7. Martial Sutra. In the beginning of chaos, heaven and earth were indistinguishable. The Tao encompassed myriad laws, and within the 9 heavens, the Tao was revered, with all methods intertwining and martial arts beginning. Majestic and profound voices echoed continuously in Jiang Feng's mind as he dragged his injured and exhausted body towards the outskirts of the city. In the numerous ruins within the city, cries for help and wails resounded. This was not a safe place. He needed to find a quiet spot to receive the information in his mind and adjust his injured internal organs. Moving through the rain, Jiang Feng made his way outside the city, heading towards a dilapidated temple under the moonlight. He struggled along the narrow path until he arrived at the deserted temple. Hiss! Jiang Feng leaned against the wall, his whole body drenched by the rain. The voices in his mind repeatedly assaulted his consciousness. He closed his eyes and focused, and images of human cultivation appeared before him, accompanied by diagrams of spiritual energy circulation. Body refining stage. Expand all 12 meridians. Open the extraordinary 8 vessels, and construct gas vortices at 8 acupuncture points throughout the body. A vivid image was etched into Jiang Feng's memory, showing light illuminating the meridians of a figure, forming a closed loop with 8 light points above it. Chapter 8. Purchasing the light rain from last night washed away the dust in the air, and the air rich in spiritual energy felt incredibly refreshing. However, Jiang Feng's youthful face was filled with coldness. Walking along the path towards the dilapidated small town, there were no guards at the city gate today. Peering through the gate, he could see that a third of the buildings in the small town had turned into ruins. A large number of soldiers and some residents were still clearing the corpses from the rubble, with hundreds of bodies piled up on the north gate side, forming a small hill. Walking down the street, the entire small town had lost its former vitality, with many shops closed. Jiang Feng frowned slightly. The Yulai building he had just passed had completely collapsed, and after turning 2 corners, the bun shop nearby had also turned into ruins. Jiang Feng stood in place, looking at the shop in the distance with a complex expression. Just yesterday, he had brought the lively Jiang Ro to buy meat buns, but today he felt like a solitary person. In this moment, he seemed to have returned to his past life, alone in that nightmarish training camp. Xiao Ro, wait for me. I will come to rescue you. Jiang Feng rubbed a dull jade pendant with his fingers. Without Baozi Lu, he couldn't obtain the martial arts scriptures. But without that last blow from Baozi Lu, Jiang Ro wouldn't have been forcibly taken away. Jiang Feng didn't know whether to hate Baozi Lu or to be grateful to him. Chapter 9. The cave surrounded by mountains, with towering peaks and lush trees. By a stream in the mountains, a small figure holding a short knife stood facing off against a gray wolf. Jiang Feng was about 4 meters tall, with a 1-meter-long knife. His body slightly bent, holding the short knife with both hands angled towards the ground. A woo, a howl, sounded as the gray wolf lunged at him. Jiang Feng did not retreat, but advanced, meeting the wolf head-on, his arms wielding the short knife in a diagonal slash towards the wolf's neck. The gray wolf's gaze was fierce, its claws striking at the knife. Its large mouth full of fangs open, ready to bite Jiang Feng's neck. Oomph! Jiang Feng snorted coldly, his figure shrinking to dodge the wolf's bite, releasing the short knife, and flipping his right hand to reveal a dagger, swiftly slashing at the wolf's hind leg. Awoo! The wolf's miserable howl echoed through the woods. Bang! The wolf fell to the ground, limping, with a deep wound visible to the bone on its hind leg. After rolling twice on the ground, it stood up and fled into the forest. Whoosh! The dagger flew through the air, piercing the wolf's neck, causing it to roll several times on the ground, its body convulsing. Jiang Feng walked to the side, picked up the short knife, and slowly approached the wolf's corpse. It was an ordinary beast, and he felt no pressure. Chapter 10. Qingling Flower Spirit Medicine. The deeper Jiang Feng went into the cave, the narrower it became, with a greater downward slope. After walking about 30 meters, he estimated he had reached below ground level. The concentration of spiritual energy here seems to be higher than outside. Jiang Feng stood in place, looking inside, but it was still pitch black deep within. Continuing downward, the ceiling became much lower than before, and the passage gradually shrank and became narrow. The concentration of spiritual energy increased further, and Jiang Feng gritted his teeth and pressed on, cautiously continuing down for 5 minutes, his height of only 4 meters required him to bend over to move further inside. An adult would need to crouch or crawl to proceed. Drip, drip. Here. Jiang Feng heard faint dripping sounds coming from inside. An underground river? He squatted down and listened for a while. The dripping was rhythmic. After thinking for a moment, he continued deeper, noting that the concentration of spiritual energy was more than double that outside. He bent over and turned a corner, and the space ahead suddenly widened. The makeshift torch in his hand, having burned for a while, was gradually dimming. Chapter 11. Cultivating in the mountains. One back in the cave, Jiang Feng set down the firewood and started a fire about 10 meters from the cave entrance. After skinning and gutting the rabbit, which weighed about 7 or 8 jin, he cut it in half and skewered it on a stick to roast over the fire. Once done, he continued out of the cave, as he planned to stay here for a long time to cultivate, and he needed to stock up on firewood. If it rained and the wood got wet, it would be a hassle to start a fire in the cave. Moreover, it was pitch black inside the cave, and if a snake or insect bit him, it wouldn't be a joke. Many toxins in this world were extremely potent. There were dead branches everywhere in the forest, and Jiang Feng gathered a large amount of firewood, enough to burn for a long time. He wondered if there was any pine resin nearby. He would look for it after eating, as that stuff was great for making torches. Jiang Feng clapped his hands and turned the roasting meat on the fire. The pine tree was a common tree in this world, and its branches could burn for a long time. If combined with the resin secreted from its roots, it could burn even longer. A fist-sized lump of resin wrapped around dry wood could burn for days and nights. The aroma wafted through the air as the meat on the fire turned golden brown. Chapter 12. Cultivating in the mountains. Food was easy to prepare, but Jiang Feng faced some difficulties in storing water. Although he could rely on absorbing spiritual energy to minimize his body's need for water while cultivating, it couldn't last long. Ordinary people, including those of the true martial realm, had not reached the state of fasting, so Jiang Feng didn't want to crawl out of the cave to drink water. He needed to solve the water source problem, The water bottle he carried would only last him 2 days, which was clearly insufficient. Unfortunately, there was no underground water in the cave. Otherwise, it would have been perfect. Sighing by the stream, Jiang Feng bent down and hoisted the skinned wild boar he had found, heading back to the cave. Upon returning deep into the cave, he set up a fire and roasted the entire wild boar over the flames, using the high temperature to remove moisture. Hanging it in a ventilated area would help preserve it longer. After a busy afternoon, Jiang Feng finished preparing the food and got up to head outside. He still needed to address the water source issue. Drip. Jiang Feng looked up at the cave ceiling, noticing that the light from the torch was not as bright as outside. Drip. He chuckled. Just as I was feeling sleepy, the pillow has arrived. Jiang Feng carefully examined the 2 gaps in the cave ceiling, thought for a moment, and a smile appeared on his face as he guessed the situation. Quickly heading outside the cave. Chapter 13. Tiger Roar Roar. A roar of a tiger echoed through the mountains, and Jiang Feng's running figure immediately halted as he turned to look at the hillside, not far away. A tiger with fur of yellow and white jumped out from the woods, staring at him intently. The yellow tiger was over 2 meters long and more than a meter tall at the shoulder, its body devoid of excess fat, bursting with explosiveness. Jiang Feng squinted his eyes. Instead of retreating, he charged forward towards the hillside. A year ago, seeing this tiger would have made Jiang Feng turn and run. But times had changed. After over a year of closed-door cultivation, the quality and quantity of his internal spiritual power had significantly increased. He needed a threatening opponent to test his progress over the past year. Roar! A fierce light flashed in the tiger's eyes as it exerted its limbs and lunged at Jiang Feng on the hillside. With a short knife in his right hand and a dagger in his left, Jiang Feng raced toward the oncoming tiger. The short distance of just a few dozen meters was covered in an instant. Roar! The tiger's massive mouth, with blood on its fangs, lunged at Jiang Feng's neck. Jiang Feng crouched down and rolled on the ground, dodging the tiger's attack, while slashing at its abdomen with the short knife. Chapter 14. 8 extraordinary meridians. More than half a month had passed since the last battle with the tiger, and the wound on his shoulder had scabbed over. He opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air, a hint of joy appearing on his face. Finally saturated. The spiritual power in the Dantian has reached the peak of the 9th grade, compressed to the point where it cannot be compressed any further. If the strength of the spiritual power cultivated from the Lingwu Ju were to be described as a thin rope, then the strength of the spiritual power cultivated from the Wujing would be comparable to fine steel wire, with a quality and strength that are not on the same level. It is time to attempt to break through the 8 meridians. Jiang Feng murmured to himself, closed his eyes again, and the spiritual power in his body began to circulate rapidly through the meridians. According to the introduction of the Wujing, before reaching the true martial realm, one must break through the 8 extraordinary meridians and build 16 vortices within the body in order to attempt to reach the true martial realm. This is the biggest difference between the Wujing and other cultivation methods before the true martial realm. When a person is born, most of the meridians are unobstructed, but to cultivate requires nurturing and widening. Otherwise, it would take a long time to gradually cultivate the meridians on their own. When he was 5 years old, Jiang Feng's parents opened his meridians for him, with his father using spiritual power to break through the 12 primary meridians. Then, they used spiritual herbs for nurturing, establishing a foundation for cultivation. Chapter 15. Possession. Upon returning to her cultivation place, Qing Xian's expression was somewhat unsightly. After hesitating for a long time, her face turned cold as if she had made a decision. Days passed, and Qing Xian entered seclusion during this time. Ding Yin visited Jiang Rou's small courtyard every day, taking Jiang Rou down the mountain to play. The 7 or 8-year-old girl, with her memories sealed, was filled with curiosity about the world. One day, Ding Yin received a message from Qing Xian. Junior sister, the master has come out of seclusion and wants us to go over for guidance on our cultivation. Oh, Jiang Rou replied nonchalantly, as she always felt a slight distance from Qing Xian and could not get close to her. She didn't understand why this was the case. When Jiang Rou was captured by Qing Xian, she originally wanted to forcibly erase Jiang Rou's memories and take over her body. However, Bao Zilu struck her hard with a stick, severely injuring her. Out of desperation, she could only seal Jiang Rou's memories and bring her back to the sect. After returning to the Ziyun sect, Jiang Rou's physique was discovered by the sect master. The Spirit Emperor body is a rare and excellent cultivation physique that is hard to find in 1,000 years. This physique has an unparalleled affinity for spiritual energy, allowing it to absorb spiritual energy at a speed more than 10 times that of an ordinary person. The treasure vault opened, and various high-grade spiritual herbs were bestowed upon her. Several elders simultaneously took action to clear her meridians and nurture her dantian, allowing Jiang Ro to quickly establish her foundation for cultivation. Chapter 16. Vortex Deep in the Mountains. Awu. The pitch-black night enveloped the land, and the howls of wolves echoed through the woods. A pack of forest wolves with glowing green eyes surrounded a young man in the center. However, they were only baring their teeth at the periphery, not daring to pounce. The weak moonlight shone down, revealing a face full of killing intent. An icy coldness in the young man's eyes as he scanned the wolf pack before him. The knife in his hand had long lost its sharp edge, with some places showing obvious chips. The ground was littered with the corpses of forest wolves, and Jiang Feng had at least 10 wounds on his body, with 2 deep blood holes on his shoulders that exposed bone and were continuously bleeding, filling the air with a strong smell of blood. A wolf on the periphery, measuring 2 meters in length, opened its mouth and howled, and the surrounding wolves instantly lunged at Jiang Feng. His voice was exceptionally cold, filled with killing intent. He swung his short knife at the attacking wolves, and his left-hand dagger also struck out at an odd angle. The spiritual power in Jiang Feng's dantian surged, bursting forth along the meridians, and his figure flickered, evading several lunging wolves. Oh! The pitiful whimpering continued as one wolf after another fell to the ground, twitching. The battle continued, and occasionally Jiang Feng was scratched by wolf claws. Chapter 17. Breakthrough to the true martial realm. After tasting success, Jiang Feng entered seclusion for cultivation again. Apart from occasionally waking up to train his body and rarely going out to fight, he devoted himself entirely to the construction of the vortex. The Huin Acupoint, Shinkei Acupoint, Dantian, Tanzhong Acupoint, Zijing Acupoint, and Tianda Acupoint, among others, all successfully constructed vortices, arranged in an alternating clockwise and counterclockwise manner. Once the entire meridian was cleared and the vortices were constructed, the quality of the spiritual power entering from the rim meridian doubled by the time it exited. Next, the Du Meridian. Jiang Feng noticed that after the quality of his spiritual power improved, the speed at which he broke through the 8 extraordinary meridians also quickened, as high-quality spiritual power nurtured the meridians and acupoints with greater resilience. Following the illustrations in the Wujing, Jiang Feng began to clear the Du Meridian, eagerly anticipating how much the quality of the spiritual power in his body would increase after it was cleared. Moreover, the illustrations indicated that the Yintang and Baihui acupoints in the head must also construct vortices. Days passed, and after an unknown amount of time, Jiang Feng realized that the spiritual energy in the cave was no longer sufficient for him to absorb. It's time to use you. Jiang Feng opened his eyes and looked at the blood-leaf green spirit flower beside him, murmuring to himself. Originally, he wanted to consume it when he broke through to the true martial realm, but it seemed he could not wait that long. Chapter 18. Leaving the mountain in the Daqin Dynasty, Lanfeng Kingdom. In a valley on the outskirts of the Yunwu mountain range, a group of young men and women were attacking a true martial realm gray bear. Senior brother, hurry, it can't hold on much longer. A young man in his 20s shouted, "Up, kill." The group flew around, unleashing various martial arts and spiritual techniques towards the gray bear. The bear had 7 or 8 deep wounds, and its fur was stained red with blood. Roar! Just as the gray bear looked like it was about to fall, it suddenly let out a furious roar and lunged at the nearest girl, its massive paws swinging towards her slender body. "Ah!" the girl exclaimed in surprise, not expecting the cornered bear to explode with such force. "Dodge!" A young man rushed over to push the girl out of the way, and the bear's paw struck him squarely on the back. Thoof! The man who was knocked away spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing on the ground, his life uncertain. Junior brother. Dead. The group continued to slash at the gray bear with their swords and knives, expending their spiritual power as if it were free. While they were engaged in a life-or-death struggle, they did not notice that from the deepest part of the valley, a young man was quickly descending from the mountainside towards the valley below. Chapter 19. Pickpocket. The flow of people at the city gate was very large, and the crowds made the 20-meter-wide gate somewhat congested. From the city walls, one could hear the noisy clamor from within the city. Hundreds of armored soldiers stood at the city gate maintaining order, and Jiang Feng followed the crowd through the gate. The noisy clamor surged into Jiang Feng's ears. And on a wide, straight street, a large number of people were walking, with various vendors lining both sides, behind which were numerous shops. Who? Feeling the hustle and bustle of human life, Jiang Feng's stern face relaxed a bit as he gently exhaled and walked slowly along the street. Come take a look. High-quality fabric, smooth and skin-friendly, warm in winter and cool in summer. Dear customer, come in and take a look. Our clothes are guaranteed to be more comfortable than the beast skin clothes you're wearing. A young woman stood at the entrance of a shop calling out to customers. Her eyes lit up as she spotted Jiang Feng's figure, and she ran over, tried to pull him into the shop. I won't buy anything. I have no money. A smile appeared on Jiang Feng's face, having not communicated with anyone for a long time. He was enduring endless loneliness and desperately needed this human connection to alleviate his feelings. Sir, our clothes are cheap, not expensive. Come in and take a look. You will definitely like them. Chapter 20. Selling medicinal herbs, passing through a passage. What came into view were small rooms one after another. Following the woman to a room's door, she knocked, and a voice from inside said, "Come in." "My lord, please." The woman pushed the door open and made an inviting gesture to Jiang Feng. He stepped inside, where an elderly man in his 60s or 70s sat behind a table, lifting his eyelids to look at Jiang Feng. "Sit." The old man gestured, and Jiang Feng sat down across from him at the table, while the woman closed the door and left. "What do we call this young man?" The elderly man's skin was loose, but he smiled slightly, looking quite amiable. "Jiang Feng. Does young Master Jiang wish to sell some medicinal herbs?" The old man was an appraiser of medicinal herbs at the auction house, and those brought here were mostly clients selling herbs. "Yes." Jiang Feng took out a beast skin bundle, unwrapping it to reveal 2 plants, a spirit ginseng, and 5 blood spirit fruits. Originally, there were 8, but Jiang Feng had eaten 3 on the way. 3-leaf Qing spirit flower, sulfur fire spirit grass, century-old spirit ginseng, blood spirit fruit. Not bad, all commonly used elixirs, but the preservation is a bit crude, losing some medicinal properties. Chapter 21. Being followed after leaving the auction house, Jiang Feng walked towards the free stalls in the square. "Young man, come take a look. Our elixirs are all top-notch. From recovery elixirs to healing elixirs and explosive spirit elixirs, we have it all." As soon as Jiang Feng entered the square, a middle-aged man waved and shouted at him. Jiang Feng ignored him and wandered around the market with the crowd. This was his first leisurely stroll through the market of the cultivator's world since arriving in this world, with each stall displaying various strange items: medicinal herbs, elixirs, weapons, cultivation techniques, martial arts, and spiritual skills, dazzling his eyes. "Come and take a look. True martial realm martial arts, Gale Palm, only 300 low-grade spirit stones. Young man, what do you want? I have plenty of good things. Come take a look." Jiang Feng felt as if he had walked into a vegetable market on Earth, with all sorts of noisy calls filling his ears. "How much is this?" Jiang Feng stood in front of a stall, pointing at a storage bag. "A 5-cubic storage bag, 550 spirit stones. Do you need it, my lord?" A woman around 30 smiled as she spoke. "Forget it." Jiang Feng shook his head and turned to leave. Chapter 22. Jiang Ro returns to Yinshan City, ignoring the 2 small thugs following him. Jiang Feng walked toward a restaurant at the end of the street. After eating roasted meat in the mountains for so many years, even the best roasted meat made him want to vomit. He urgently needed other delicacies to improve his life. While Jiang Feng enjoyed the human warmth in Yunwu City, a few mountain ranges away in Yinshan City, a streak of light flew across the sky and stopped above Yinshan City. As the light dissipated, 2 figures, one large and one small, appeared within the light shield. "Master, this is the place." A 13 or 14-year-old girl, dressed in a fiery red dress, looked down at the small city with anticipation in her expressive eyes. "Xiaodou, it's been so many years. Your brother may not still be here. You need to be mentally prepared." The old man, wearing a green long robe and with a full head of white hair, looked ethereal. He was the elder who saved Jiang Ro from Qing Xian years ago, the supreme elder of Ziyun's sect, named Song Yun, a powerful figure who had 1 foot in the realm of respect. I know, brother may have left long ago, but I just want to come and look." Jiang Ro's eyes dimmed. It had been 8 years since the siblings parted ways, enough time to change many things. She did not want to come and search for Jiang Feng earlier. Chapter 23. Leaving Yunwu City in the inn of Yunwu City, Jiang Feng opened his eyes and frowned. The noise from the streets outside interrupted his cultivation. This was already the third day since he arrived in Yunwu City. This kind of noisy human city is really not suitable for cultivation, he muttered helplessly. He got up from a bed, having grown accustomed to the quietness of the mountains. He indeed found the city's noise somewhat unmanageable. Dressed in gray and white cultivation robes, he looked very appropriate, accentuating his tall figure. Standing at 1 meter 80, his long black hair was casually tied back. His youthful and resolute face was striking, especially his deep, dark eyes. Hee, these thugs too scared to act in the city. Just keep watching. Looks like they're waiting for me to leave the city. After washing up, Jiang Feng stood by the window, glancing at a corner of the street below where a lewd figure was hiding and peeking towards the inn. I'll give you a chance to see if you're capable. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Feng's mouth, and then he turned and walked towards the door. He planned to leave Yunwu City. He had stayed for 3 days, eaten and drunk enough. It was time to continue his journey. Chapter 24. Crushing Whirlwind Slash. The little knife shouted angrily, and the blade light appeared, slashing towards Jiang Feng. A hint of disdain appeared on Jiang Feng's lips. He dared to clash with a late true martial realm gray bear, let alone a mid-true martial realm human. The flawed martial arts posed no threat in his eyes. Jiang Feng sidestepped to avoid the strike. The blade swung behind him. Clang! The thin monkey's long stick was blocked by Jiang Feng, and his internal spiritual power suddenly erupted, sending a whip kick towards the thin monkey behind him. Bang! The thin monkey, who was about to retreat, had his pupils constrict. It was too fast. He raised his long stick to block, but it was too late. Jiang Feng's whip kick struck his chest, producing a dull sound as the thin monkey's figure flew backward. Puff! The thin monkey, flying backward, spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his aura weakening. Dead. In a flash, the little knife's weapon swung horizontally, and Jiang Feng raised the black blade in his hand to block. Clang! The collision of spiritual power on the blade caused the little knife's figure to be shaken backward, the spiritual power covering the blade dissipating. He did not expect Jiang Feng's strength to be so great, momentarily caught off guard. Jiang Feng would not give him time to react. He swung his blade back at the opponent. Chapter 25. Harvest. A figure swiftly moved through the woods, sometimes kicking off a tree trunk to leap into the air, sometimes racing along the ground. The internal spiritual power flowed endlessly, with the spirals and the acupuncture points on his legs rotating rapidly. Jiang Feng enjoyed this state. It was much easier than relying on physical strength in his previous life. With the support of spiritual power, his endurance was also very lasting. Refreshing. Haha! Jiang Feng ran up a hillside, gazing at the layers of mountains in the distance. Shrouded in mist, below the mountains, a sea of bamboo swayed in the wind, and many places in this world looked like a painting. Looking at his harvest, Jiang Feng walked to the side and sat on a large rock, pulling out 3 storage bags from his bosom. Not every true martial realm warrior possessed a storage bag. Those with weaker mental strength could not communicate with the internal space of the bag. However, among the 5, obtaining 3 storage bags was not bad. His spiritual sense probed into the storage bag, but a layer of restriction blocked his perception. How to break it? Frowning, he thought for a moment, then increased the intensity of his spiritual sense and pressed against the restriction. Bang! He seemed to hear a faint sound, and then he saw the items inside the storage bag. In one corner, there were about 100 low-grade spirit stones, along with some jars and daily necessities. Chapter 26. Lightness Skill Yongquan Point, Shankyu Point, Ingu Point. Jiang Feng sat cross-legged by a small stream, the surroundings in disarray. The true martial realm Qing Meng that had occupied the valley was effortlessly cut down by him, and he had set his sights on the spiritual energy of this valley. Holding the manual for riding the wind, he sat down and examined it carefully. His main meridians had been opened during his body refinement stage, so now only some minor acupoints on small meridians needed to be nourished. It seemed he still needed to continue nourishing the acupoints and build more cyclones. Jiang Feng put away the manual, closed his eyes, and circulated the spiritual power within him. 36 cyclones spun rapidly, drawing the spiritual energy from the valley towards him. The spiritual energy here was much denser than outside, so Jiang Feng planned to cultivate this lightness skill and build cyclones in the acupoints required for riding the wind. After breaking through to the true martial realm, Jiang Feng had gained spiritual sense, allowing him to introspect and control the spiritual power within him more depthly. As time passed, the spiritual power in his dantian gradually increased. He controlled the spiritual power to nourish those small meridians and acupoints, then constructed cyclones at the acupoints. The newly birthed spiritual power returned to the dantian, enhancing Jiang Feng's spiritual power quality, then dispersed into his flesh, nourishing his body. Chapter 27. Being old 6 after restoring the spiritual power within him, Jiang Feng stood up. Such a spectacular waterfall. I wonder if there are any heavenly materials and treasures. I should go take a look, Jiang Feng murmured, then flew towards that direction. The distance of over 10 miles was not far. The waterfall gradually enlarged in his view, and the surrounding air carried a humid scent. Occasionally, birds circled in the sky, and Jiang Feng flew close to the treetops, soon arriving in the valley beneath the waterfall. Roar! An angry roar caught Jiang Feng's attention. He crossed over the trees and looked down. 2 figures were soaring in the valley, attacking a lion-tiger beast with their swords, while a gray bear, 3 to 4 meters long, lay motionless in the open area nearby. Junior sister, put in more effort, it's almost done for. Tai Shin sword, the man shouted, his spiritual power surging wildly as his sword waved, creating streaks of sword light that enveloped the lion-tiger beast. Jiang Feng sword, the woman followed suit, her soft sword glinting coldly. Oh, a Xuanwu realm warrior. Their martial skills seem to be quite high, Jiang Feng exclaimed in surprise, carefully observing the battle below. Chapter 28. Abundant income with anger in her peach blossom eyes, she watched the tall figure leave, her mouth opening slightly, her expression dimming. A loud rumbling sound echoed in her ears as Jiang Feng stood by the pool, looking at the 100-meter-high waterfall. He bypassed the pool and walked towards the direction indicated by the woman. Turning a corner, his eyes brightened. Behind was a small valley, only about an acre in size. Due to its proximity to the waterfall, the valley was very humid, with water stains on the leaves of the plants. Looking around, Jiang Feng examined carefully, but found no so-called demon fruit. He entered the valley and searched thoroughly, frowning. The spiritual energy in the valley was abundant, but he found nothing. He looked up at the surrounding cliffs. Oh! The cliff behind him was covered with various vines, and some miscellaneous trees grew above, about 10 meters off the ground, with a hint of red catching his eye. Jiang Feng's body soared into the air, flying towards a cliff. Well hidden, a small red demon tree grew stubbornly among the vines, a small fruit hanging from its branches, smaller than a fist. This is indeed the blood essence demon fruit. I didn't expect to find such a good thing on the outskirts of these mountains. Chapter 29. Demon fruit maturity. The disappearance of Shun Qi and Li Waner caused some commotion in the Qianshan sect. Although both were only early Xuanwu realm warriors, they were elite disciples within the sect, due to Li Waner. A large group of outer disciples from Qianshan's sect set out from the sect, searching westward. But the western mountains were continuous and unending. Hundreds of outer disciples entered the mountains, like drops of water falling into the sea, hardly making any waves. After tidying up the storage bags, Jiang Feng found a place to sit down and cultivate. This area belonged to the lion-tiger beast territory, and other wild beasts dared not enter this forest before they discovered the lion-tiger beast had died. Rumble! The waterfall crashed into the pool from above, creating a tremendous sound. Jiang Feng frowned, finding it hard to calm his mind. How to block out this sound? He muttered to himself, pondering for a long time before a thought struck him. The martial arts scripture imprinted deep in his mind surfaced, and Jiang Feng observed it. He then circulated the spiritual power within him, following the 12 meridians to the acupoint in his ears. The spiritual energy began to rotate at the acupoints in both ears, and after such a long time of practice, Jiang Feng became very proficient at constructing cyclones, able to multitask and construct cyclones in both acupoints simultaneously. Chapter 30. News of the Secret Realm. 5 days later, Jiang Feng emerged from the mountains, flying along the official road towards the border of the Blue Maple Kingdom. According to the map, after leaving the Blue Maple Kingdom, he would enter the territory of the Xuanxue sect. The Xuanxue sect was a sect with a power range even broader than that of a small nation, with many experts within, dominating a considerable amount of cultivation resources, and it also fell under the jurisdiction of the Great Qin dynasty. At the border between the Blue Maple Kingdom and the Xuanxue sect, there was a cultivation city called Feiyun City. This city neither belonged to the Blue Maple Kingdom nor to the Xuanxue sect, but was directly governed by the Great Qin dynasty because there was a secret realm hidden in the mountains behind this city. This secret realm had existed for over 10,000 years since its discovery and had always been controlled by the Great Qin dynasty due to its location within its territory. The official road was filled with numerous figures, almost all cultivators. To avoid drawing attention, Jiang Feng emerged from a concealed corner and blended into the crowd, following the flow of people towards the distant towering city. A 50-meter-high city wall, over 5 kilometers long, looms before me, casting shadows that make people below appear like ants. Built of blue stone, the wall exudes a heavy atmosphere, with 4 city gates at its base. The main gate is 50 meters wide and 30 meters high, bustling with countless figures entering and exiting, the loud clamor audible from afar. Chapter 31. Combining work and rest after a refreshing hot bath and a delicious meal. Jiang Feng stepped out of the inn as night fell. On the bustling street, people came and went, and lanterns illuminated the buildings, creating a picturesque scene. Jiang Feng blended into the crowd, wandering down the street toward a grocery shop, planning to sell off the many unnecessary items he had acquired from 2 battles. In the spirit martial continent, almost every city has such shops. With numerous cultivators and frequent conflicts, this has become a thriving trade. "Dear guest, what do you need?" Jiang Feng entered a shop with a sign saying buying groceries. The middle-aged shopkeeper greeted him warmly. "I want to sell some groceries. Xiao Qi, take care of the shop. Please, let's talk inside." The man shouted upstairs and then led Jiang Feng to a small room. "Please have a seat." Jiang Feng sat down and took out his storage bag. Along with the one he had purchased earlier, he had 4 smaller storage bags and planned to sell them, keeping 2 purple storage bags with 20 cubic meters of space, which would be sufficient. Chapter 32. Brief conflict. Morning sunlight poured onto the earth. Jiang Feng opened his eyes while lying in bed, removing 2 slender arms that were draped across his chest and sitting up. "Young master, you're awake so early." "Yes, it's still early. I was too tired last night. Let me sleep a bit more." 2 soft voices came from the bed, languid and charming. Jiang Feng glanced at the delicate skin exposed outside the quilt, feeling a wave of emotions rise within. "No, I need to exercise restraint. The pendulum is still developing. I must hold back." He resisted the urge to lift the quilt. His tall, muscular body was perfectly toned, each muscle more explosive and flexible than in his previous life. He picked up his clothes from the floor and headed to the washroom. After dressing neatly, Jiang Feng opened the door and walked downstairs. "Oh, young man, you're up so early. Why not sleep a bit more?" He encountered the Madam of Chunhua Tower on the stairs, who appeared to be around 50 but looked well-preserved due to her cultivation. Jiang Feng nodded, uninterested in her, and didn't engage further. "You know, Xianger told me to prepare a grand welcome for you. A grand welcome can create quite a stir. Young man, you truly are exceptional." Chapter 33. Auction 1. As night fell, Jiang Feng exited the inn. This time he wasn't heading to Paradise Street, but instead made his way to the square to attend the auction. Although he didn't have many spirit stones, it would be good to broaden his horizons. Upon arriving at the square, it was already packed with thousands of cultivators lining up to enter the auction venue. Can this venue hold so many people? Jiang Feng wondered, following the line. According to his map, there were dozens of auctions in Feiyun City, large and small, and tonight's was the official auction. After nearly half an hour of waiting in line, he entered the venue. It was enormous, brightly lit, with lights illuminating the walls and ceiling. In the center was a large stage surrounded by densely packed seats. The first level could accommodate 5,000 people. The second 3,000, the third 2,000, and the fourth and fifth levels had small private rooms. The tickets for the lowest level cost 10 spirit stones, 30 for the second level, and 50 for the third. As for the higher levels, Jiang Feng didn't inquire, as he wouldn't be able to enter without the requisite cultivation and status. Chapter 34. Auction 2. To Jiang Feng's surprise, the final Unity pill went to a man on the third level, but it sold for 30% above the market price. The quality of the subsequent auction items was not as high as the first 2, and the prices dropped, making them accessible to the warriors on the lower 3 levels, who began to bid. After an hour of the auction, Jiang Feng lounged in his chair, thoroughly enjoying the event, having polished off all the snacks on the table, with the service staff refilling his plate several times. The veiled woman next to him glanced over a few times. Just as Jiang Feng was about to call for more tea, The old man on the central stage waved his hand, and a book appeared in the air. Concealment technique. Starting price, 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. The old man said casually, waiting for bids. 3,005, 3,007, 4,000. When the bidding reached 4,000, the venue fell mostly silent. The old man was not surprised. Unsold items frequently occur at auctions. 4,001. Jiang Feng suddenly pressed a button on the side of his chair, and, after calling out, he let out a burp. Chapter 35. Leaving the city to cultivate. Ugh. I can't stay any longer. I need to find a place to cultivate. Outside, the street was filled with noise, and Jiang Feng crawled out of his fragrant bed. Young Master Jiang, sleep a bit more. Sleep my foot. I'm leaving today and won't look back until the secret realm opens. Jiang Feng quickly dressed, tidied up, opened the door and stepped outside. Young Master Jiang, wait for you to come back tonight. A lazy voice came from the room, prompting Jiang Feng to quicken his pace down the stairs. On the street, Jiang Feng bought some meat buns from a vendor, eating as he walked. He was resolute this time. He was going to leave the city to cultivate. Since arriving in Feiyun City half a month ago, he had frequently visited Paradise Street. And in recent days he had even checked out of the inn, staying in Paradise Street for 3 or 4 days. The city was becoming increasingly crowded, with the streets bustling early in the morning, all thanks to the imminent opening of the Feiyun Secret Realm. Jiang Feng had learned from a girl on Paradise Street that there was still a month and a half until the realm opened. Determined to escape, he feared staying would drain him dry. Jiang Feng bought some necessities and food, joining the flow of people as he exited the towering city walls. Where to now? Chapter 36. The chubby boy true martial refines flesh, Xuanwu refines bones, spirit martial refines the spirit. This is the direction of cultivation laid out in the martial scriptures, establishing an incredibly solid foundation. Jiang Feng had experienced the power and benefits of the martial scriptures and naturally followed its cultivation path, even striving to reach its extremes. A few days later, Jiang Feng opened his eyes, catching a whiff of an unpleasant odor. He got up and examined himself. His skin had dark spots, impurities being expelled from his body. Jiang Feng was accustomed to this situation. Such occurrences often happen during the warming of the acupoints when opening the 8 extraordinary meridians. Emerging from the cave, he flew toward a distant lake. From high above, the waterfall in the distance cascades like a stampede of horses, majestic and imposing. Jiang Feng flies through the air while contemplating, a look of determination appearing on his face. With a splash, Jiang Feng sheds his clothes by the lake and plunges into the water. Shadows of people occasionally appear around the lake. Some are fishing, while others are hunting or casting nets. Jiang Feng pays them no mind and swims towards the base of the waterfall after washing off the impurities from his body. The massive flow of water crashes down, growing more turbulent as he approaches the waterfall, yet Jiang Feng does not channel his internal spiritual energy, relying solely on his own strength and endurance to swim in the lake. Chapter 37. The opening of the secret realm. Brother, you look like a person of character. I, your younger brother, love making friends. The chubby boy squints his eyes as he senses a hint of danger from Jiang Feng when he approaches. He stands up, raises his wine glass, and says to Jiang Feng, "It's a good deal, since you are willing to give Xiao Yun to me. Let me cover the cost of this meal." A faint spiritual sense sweeps over Jiang Feng, who notices it but keeps quiet. Having practiced the concealment technique, the chubby boy surely didn't detect anything, and he continues to smile and say, "Let us drink. I, your younger brother, don't have much, but I have plenty of beauties." The chubby boy invites Jiang Feng to sit down, and the two clink their glasses together. Even in the mundane world, there are true immortals. In the worry-free cave, one sharpens oneself. Puff, Jiang Feng sprays his drink out. "Wow, what great talent. You're impressive. Hey, little brother, come drink. My surname is Xia, full name Xia Yuan. May I ask how to address you, brother?" The chubby boy, Xia, hails from another dynasty and came here after hearing about the opening of the secret realm, wanting to join in the excitement. "Jiang, brother Jiang, are you also here to enter the secret realm for opportunities?" Xia Yuan leans closer, his round face nearly hiding his small eyes. Chapter 38. Entering the secret realm. Groups of martial artists surge into the cliff face like moths drawn to a flame. After waiting for over an hour, it's finally Jiang Feng and Xia Yuan's turn. "Big brother, I've inquired. Once we enter, we will be randomly teleported. But those in the same batch won't be too far apart. We'll regroup and act together. If we really can't find each other, we'll meet at the Forbidden Spirit Land. A few days ago, when Xia Yuan first encountered Jiang Feng, he had this idea in mind, to find an ally, as there were too many people entering the secret realm. All right, Jiang Feng, seeing so many martial artists entering the secret realm, does not dare to be careless. The secret realm is very dangerous, with threats from the beasts, humans, and various predicaments. Before long, it's their batch's turn. Jiang Feng and Xia Yuan nod at each other and leap into the cliff face. As they are spun around in a dizzying motion, Jiang Feng feels an intense wave of nausea, followed by a rush of wind. He quickly opens his eyes and spreads his spiritual sense around. In midair, Jiang Feng finds himself rapidly descending. He channels his spiritual energy, causing his body to float in the air. Entering the secret realm for the first time, Jiang Feng curiously surveys his surroundings. The spiritual energy in the air is very thin. Chapter 39. Brother Jiang, a bird's cry pierces the sky as a creature with a wingspan over 10 meters swoops down. Wow! A Xian eagle at the spirit martial realm. The chubby boy, controlling a plank, shudders and rapidly descends. They have been traveling through the desolate plain for an hour, encountering many figures along the way. At this moment, the Xian eagle dives down at high speed, targeting a four-person team to the left of Jiang Feng and Xia Yuan. Spirit Shield. The four-person team quickly forms a combat formation, with the spiritual cultivator in the back unleashing his energy to condense a spirit shield in front. The martial cultivators in the front draw their weapons to attack the Xian eagle. Bang! The spirit shield shatters, and the eagle's sharp claws reach for the martial artist in front. The sword clashes against the claws, creating a metallic sound. The claws pierce through the chest of the martial artist in front. Run! Jiang Feng urges the chubby boy to flee, in front of the Xian eagle. Martial artists of the Xian martial realm are as fragile as paper. No matter how confident Jiang Feng is, he does not dare to claim he can escape from the eagle's claws. Damn, this secret realm is toxic. We just entered and already encountered a spirit martial realm beast. The chubby boy has been repeating the phrases he learned from Jiang Feng over the past few days, and he speaks them fluently. Chapter 40. The desired place. The chubby boy and the other two stare at Jiang Feng in wide-eyed disbelief, momentarily taken aback. Jiang Feng steps forward towards the blood spirit ginseng. Stop! A man and a woman finally regain their senses, and the man shouts at Jiang Feng. What's wrong? Jiang Feng pauses and glances at the two. The chubby boy quickly descends, jumping off the plank and stowing it away, standing beside Jiang Feng. Faced with the fire lion, the chubby boy feels somewhat challenged, but he is not intimidated by a human at the peak of the Xian martial realm, as there is only a small difference in their realms. The blood spirit ginseng was discovered by us. What you're doing is unreasonable. The woman, who is quite attractive, with a score of 7 out of 10 in looks and a tall figure, frowns and says, the fire lion was driven away by my younger brother, so belongs to us. The chubby boy boasts, but immediately feels a chill. Jiang Feng gives him a half-smile, and the chubby boy blinks rapidly. If you don't come, we can still drive it away ourselves. The woman interrupts her companion who is about to speak, taking the lead. The blood spirit ginseng belongs to me. If you want to steal it, come and try. Jiang Feng glances at the two and continues walking towards the blood spirit ginseng. Chapter 41. Climbing the mountain. The wasteland is bustling, with people continuously entering the forbidden spirit zone from all directions. Jiang Feng and the chubby boy step into the wasteland from the edge and keep walking inward. After 100 meters, hiss, huff. Huff. The chubby boy is drenched in sweat, gasping heavily. His legs feel as if they are filled with lead, making it difficult to walk. Damn, it feels like I'm carrying a mountain. The chubby boy's eyes widen in disbelief. Jiang Feng stands still, chuckling lightly, his breathing steady, showing no signs of struggle, just a slight sheen of sweat on his forehead. Walk slowly behind. I'll go ahead and check things out. If anything happens, send me a message. Jiang Feng says, continuing to step forward. Damn it. The chubby boy struggles to lift his feet and follow Jiang Feng. However, Jiang Feng's speed quickly leaves him far behind, surpassing one figure after another ahead. In the wasteland, amidst the overgrown grass, most people are trudging along with difficulty. Some figures are sitting on the ground resting, and occasionally fresh dirt can be seen, with some bloodstains and signs of a struggle nearby. He and the chubby boy arrived late. They hadn't seen any fights along the way, and the blood spirit ginseng in the entire wasteland had already been dug up. To find blood spirit ginseng, they would have to climb the mountain, and the ginseng there would be of even higher age. Chapter 42, Third Stage, Brother Chu. Do you think you will make it to the platform of the second stage? Mu Qingqing wiped the sweat from her face and asked Chu Xing, who was nearby. He should. He was walking very steadily just now, not a hint of trembling his legs. Chu Xing said, a hint of admiration flashing his eyes. This place relies entirely on hard strength, with no room for tricks. Indeed impressive. I hope he can collect more spirit ginseng and sell us some. Mu Qingqing calculated. The blood spirit ginseng in the wasteland had low years. After climbing, they only managed to collect a 50-year-old blood spirit ginseng. Let's hope so. Chu Xing also showed a glimmer of hope in his eyes. The two then fell silent, sitting cross-legged to adjust their breathing. This place was constantly under 10 times the pressure, which was excellent for tempering the body and willpower. Hiss, breathe, hiss, breathe. Jiang Feng's breathing was somewhat hurried, sweat continuously pouring out of him, with droplets falling from the edges of his clothes. 100 meters, 100 steps. Jiang Feng raised his head to wipe the sweat from the corners of his eyes and took a sip from his water bottle. He had already climbed over 30 steps. Below the steps, there was a patch of fresh soil, and some branches and leaves of blood spirit ginseng were discarded nearby. Jiang Feng arrived too late. Chapter 43, The Bully at the Foot of the Mountain. Xia Yuan slowly moved with his plump body. Hoo-hoo. His breathing was heavier than an ox, and his eyes were somewhat blurred. Xia Yuan struggled to lift his arm to wipe away the sweat. Almost there, just a bit more. His large body swayed, looking like it could topple over at any moment. Figures passed by Xia Yuan, some casting disdainful glances back, while others looked at him with admiration. Xia Yuan had no energy to care about anything else. His only goal was the platform at the foot of the mountain. Bang! He didn't know how long it had been, but he made it. The moment he stepped onto the platform, Xia Yuan collapsed, making a dull sound. I made it. Although the pressure at the foot of the mountain and on the path were two different levels, Xia Yuan was a spirit cultivator, and with his plump body, it was quite difficult to reach this point. Among the 100,000 martial artists who entered the secret realm, even though it was quite large and dispersed, there were still quite a few people in this area, with at least 20 figures on the platform. Haha, such a fat guy, really rare. A harsh voice rang out. Boss, should we rob him? He has no resistance now. Chapter 44, A bountiful harvest of blood spirit ginseng, my storage bag is with you. I'm afraid next time you won't be able to save me in time. And someone else will benefit, Xia Yuan said, his small eyes flashing as he took out a red storage bag and handed it to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng was taken aback and momentarily stunned. Aren't you afraid I'll run off with it? Jiang Feng smiled, his impression of the fat guy raised significantly. Then I'll just accept it, Xia Yuan said seriously, his chubby face earnest. All right, I'll take care of it for you. Jiang Feng thought for a moment, reached out, and took it, placing it in his arms. Water and food? I have some. The fat guy took out a small storage bag specifically for living supplies. Okay, then I'll continue up. Jiang Feng stood up. Good, you go ahead. If something happens, I'll call you. The fat guy waved his hand. Jiang brother, don't worry about charging up. We'll keep an eye on this brother for you, since we're on the platform. Just shout if something happens. And we can come down right away. Chu Xing interjected. Right, it's only 100 meters away. You'll be there in no time. Mu Qingqing nodded. Having benefited, the two naturally would help out, hoping Jiang Feng would continue to sell blood spirit ginseng to them next time he came down. Chapter 45, A surge in wealth. Walking down the stone steps, the pressure on his body lessened the further he went, making him feel lighter. He took out a communication talisman and sent a message to the fat guy, finding out that he was currently in a small town outside. Upon reaching the platform of the second stage, Jiang Feng glanced around. There were 5 people here, but he didn't recognize any of them. The few people adjusting their breathing looked at Jiang Feng with envy as he walked down from above, then disappeared on the stone steps. Hey, the pressure here is already negligible for me. Jiang Feng stood at the foot of the mountain, feeling it out, then raised his foot to walk outside, picking up speed and even breaking into a light jog. Everyone on the plane looked at Jiang Feng with astonishment. Boss, over here. The fat guy, having learned that Jiang Feng was coming down, waited at the edge. Wow, boss, you're too amazing. You can actually run in there? The fat guy shouted as Jiang Feng approached. The surrounding crowd turned to look, watching as the tall figure ran out from the wilderness. Everyone gaped at him. Impressive. The fat guy sincerely gave Jiang Feng a thumbs up, genuinely admiring him. Not bad. The moment Jiang Feng stepped out, the surrounding spiritual energy surged toward his body. The spiritual power within him had been completely consumed by his physical body on the mountain, leaving only a small amount in his dantian. Chapter 46 Feast, Jiang Brother. No need to say anything else, thank you. If there's anything in the future, just call, and I will definitely help, Chu Xing said with a serious expression. Yes, me too. Mu Qingqing was immersed in joy. Over 100 years of blood spirit ginseng was very rare and not something ordinary people could obtain, and it was almost impossible to find outside the forbidden spirit area. There is only a chance at the peaks of the forbidden spirit area. Without strength, one can't get it all. Well, enough talking, let's get some food. I haven't had a proper meal in so long. I'm a bit hungry. Jiang Feng had only eaten some simple food on the mountain and was surely going to treat himself well now that he was down. Leave it to me. We went out and killed some demon beasts and got a lot of meat. Chu Xing waved his hand, and a flower deer of the mysterious turtle realm appeared in front of them. Okay, haha. Chu Xing ran out with the flower deer to handle it, and the fat guy and Mu Qingqing followed. Only Jiang Feng and the meditating Tang Hao were left. Jiang Feng then sat down, holding 2 superior spirit stones, closed his eyes, and the suppressed spiritual power within him began to surge wildly, with a large amount of spiritual energy pouring into his body. Feeling completely at ease, Jiang Feng unknowingly fell into a state of cultivation. Chapter 47 The palace people kept leaving and arriving in the wild plains, waves upon waves, bustling with activity. But this didn't affect Jiang Feng at all. He changed to another climbing path, climbing from the other side, mainly because he wanted to collect more blood spirit ginseng. It seemed that Jiang Feng's luck wasn't very good this time. He climbed to the platform of the 3rd stage, but couldn't find any blood spirit ginseng. Unwilling to give up, he went down the mountain and changed paths 2 or 3 times, but still saw no blood spirit ginseng. It seemed there were still geniuses around. Jiang Feng looked at the stone tablet inscribed with the words genius on the platform. Feeling somewhat helpless, he knew someone had gotten there first. Forget it. There are still 6 more. Let us focus on tempering the body first. Then he began a grueling training on the 3rd stage platform, doing push-ups and squats under 20 times the gravity. Although these were simple exercises, every movement forced Jiang Feng to grit his teeth and exert all his strength to complete. His huff. His heavy breathing seemed never to stop, and sweat continuously dripped from his face onto the stone slab. Days passed, and after more than half a month, Jiang Feng took out a blood spirit ginseng and stuffed it into his mouth. A massive surge of blood spirit energy erupted. His bones rejoiced, and his flesh trembled. Chapter 48 1 year in the secret realm, the sky had no night or day, always shrouded in gray, as if time had frozen at that moment. On the steps of the mountain, Jiang Feng's figure was somewhat hunched. Looking at the platform just within reach, he panted like a bull, his whole body trembling. Sweat mixed with some blood oozing from his pores. It was too heavy. Jiang Feng had climbed here a month ago, but countless attempts had failed to take that final step. He seemed to hear the wails of his bones, his eyes bloodshot, with a trickle of blood sliding from the corner of his mouth. His huff. Not knowing how long had passed, he clenched his teeth and straightened his back. The price he paid was a continuous flow of blood from his pores, every muscle and piece of flesh in his body pushed to the limit. He lifted his heels, and Jiang Feng's figure swayed slightly, almost collapsing under the pressure. He couldn't fall. This phrase echoed repeatedly in his mind as he stepped onto the platform. His back foot immediately followed, and he fully crossed onto the 4th platform. A scream escaped, his bones cracking loudly. A torrent of blood sprayed from his pores, and his vision immediately turned crimson, with blood flowing from all 7 orifices. Chapter 49 Xuanwu Realm Boss. I'm on the platform. I'm coming down. Before long, the 2 met on the 2nd platform, and the others on the platform nodded at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng responded to them. Having been here for so long, although they hadn't communicated much, they were all familiar faces now. Boss, did you succeed? The fat guy asked softly. Let's go first. Jiang Feng was unwilling to say more and lifted his feet to continue down the mountain. Watching the 2 leave, the others looked on with admiration. Training here relied entirely on willpower, with no shortcuts, and they quietly discussed among themselves. Boss, did you reach the 4th platform? At this moment, the 2 arrived on the wasteland, where there were few people around, and the fat guy was still not giving up, his face full of curiosity. I did. Jiang Feng smiled slightly. Wow, boss, you're amazing. 30 times the gravity. That's fierce. The fat guy exclaimed, his small eyes wide open. Don't shout randomly. Okay, I'm not afraid of anyone, just you. The two crossed the wasteland and stepped out of the forbidden spirit area. Who? The surrounding spiritual energy was faint, but at that moment, it surged madly into Jiang Feng's body, forming a gentle breeze. Chapter 50. Wind Valley in a deserted forest. Jiang Feng floated atop the treetops, with the fat guy about 10 meters away from him. Come on, you go first. Jiang Feng waved his hand. All right, then I'll see just how abnormal you are. The fat guy squinted his small eyes. I have to live up to you calling me boss. Jiang Feng showed a sly smile. Wind palm. The fat guy struck out towards Jiang Feng with a palm, a faintly visible hand appearing in the air. Jiang Feng met it head-on with a punch. Bang! The palm print disappeared, and Jiang Feng's figure flashed, charging towards the fat guy. Damn, that's fierce. The fat guy cursed and turned to run. But his speed was far inferior to Jiang Feng's, and in no time, he was caught up. A sweeping kick aimed at the fat guy. Spirit shield. Devil fist. The fat guy's battle awareness was not bad. Seeing he couldn't dodge, he unleashed all his spirit power, forming a spirit shield in front of him, then covered his entire arm with spirit power and struck towards Jiang Feng's leg. Bang! Hiss! Ouch! The fat guy let out a strange cry and slapped down towards Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng dodged, but a whistling sound came from behind. Chapter 51. Lifespan on the grassland. Many people gathered in groups, with some items laid out in front of them. This place had clearly turned into a free trade market, and one could hear various shouts upon entering. Spirit milk, 1 drop for 50 high-grade spirit stones. Blood spirit ginseng for spirit milk. Spirit milk exchange for spiritual defense spirit weapons. Come quickly. Various voices intertwined, and Jiang Feng slowed his pace, looking at the stalls. Passing by a stall selling spirit milk, Jiang Feng crouched down. The stall was set up by 3 peak Xuanwu realm warriors, as killing and looting was common here. How much for the spirit milk? Jiang Feng pointed at a small bottle on the stall. 1 drop for 50. If you want more, I can give you a discount, said the young stall owner. 50? You might as well go rob someone. The fat guy cursed from behind. It's the same price for everyone. The stall owner waved his hand, looking indifferent. Give me 1 drop. Jiang Feng waved his hand and took out 50 high-grade spirit stones. Boss, what are you doing? The fat guy was dumbfounded. This wasn't how money should be spent. I'm going to see what effect it has. If it works, I'll go in. If not, I'll change places. Jiang Feng didn't even look up. Chapter 52. Snatching the cave dwelling, you little girl. I've been unhappy with you for a long time. Die for me. The arrogant laughter was filled with killing intent. Get lost, the woman shouted, slicing out with her sword. Clang. Mayor, go. Want to leave? It's too late. Surround them and kill them. 5 against 3. The battle erupted suddenly, but ended even faster. In less than a minute, 3 fleeing figures were slaughtered. This cave now belongs to us brothers. Anyone who disagrees can come and try. A young man in a green long robe stood arrogantly at the entrance of the cave, warning everyone around. The battle ended too quickly. These people were very strong, and the crowd, which had been somewhat restless, suppressed their thoughts. Let's go down and take a look. This place is interesting. Jiang Feng wore a slight smile, though his eyes were somewhat indifferent. The two flew into the canyon. Heading downward, shadows of people sitting at the cave entrances on both sides of the cliffs occasionally glanced at them. The canyon was large, about 200 to 300 meters wide and several kilometers long, with an unknown depth. Strong winds constantly blew up from below, accompanied by strange sounds. The further down they flew, the sharper the sounds became, placing an increasing burden on their internal organs and spiritual awareness. Chapter 53. Occupying the cave from the beginning of his cultivation until now, Jiang Feng had never practiced any martial arts or spiritual techniques. He looked down on those flawed, low-level martial arts and had great confidence in his personal combat abilities. Fiery palm, there was a hint of heat in the air as a palm print swiftly struck from behind. Jiang Feng disregarded it and launched a frenzied attack on the man in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. The shockwave of spiritual energy scattered the light shield and spiritual power surrounding the man. Bang! Jiang Feng was hit by the palm print, and his blood surged. He heard a whoosh behind him and quickly retaliated with a black flash. Clang! Jiang Feng used the rebound force to chase after the man who had created some distance. Get lost. The man roared, but Jiang Feng's knife slashed down again and again, precise and deadly. Clang, clang, clang. Hiss! A long gash was opened in the man's chest, exposing bone, and a large amount of blood sprayed out. "Junior brother, die for me." Heavenly Reversal Seal, a massive seal, appeared out of nowhere and smashed down towards Jiang Feng from above at incredible speed, leaving him no time to dodge. Jiang Feng gritted his teeth, tensed his body, clenched his fists, and let his spiritual power surge, covering his arms, and he punched upward. Chapter 54. Meddling. Just as the battle here ended, another one began above. "Let's run down." A loud shout came, and the fat man stuck his head out to take a look. Above, spiritual energy surged as 7 or 8 people fought chaotically. Jiang Feng glanced up, saw 2 people desperately flying down, and ignored them, continuing to close his eyes to refine the bracelet in his hand. The battle above continued for a few minutes before returning to calm. After half a day, Jiang Feng opened his eyes. The bracelet in his hand had been refined. It was a bracelet specially customized for Wind Valley, purchased at great cost by the 2 senior brothers of the Pan Mountain sect in Flying Cloud City, specifically to occupy a good cave in Wind Valley, but it had ended up in Jiang Feng's hands. The bracelet effectively weakened the sound waves of Wind Valley, and as spiritual energy flowed into it, a light shield appeared, significantly reducing the sound of the wind around him. Jiang Feng let out a long breath. With the light shield from the bracelet, combined with the spiritual sense and energy covering his body, the vibrations in his organs gradually ceased. "Here, I'll give you 3 drops. Absorb them now." Learning that the fat man had an ancestor, Jiang Feng had a sly thought and generously tossed out 3 jade bottles. "Haha, thanks, boss." Chapter 55. Qing Wan Get Lost. Another man in white, upon realizing his companion was dead, had a very ugly expression as he tried to shake off the woman. But the woman said nothing and continued to strike at his vital points with her sword. Cling, cling, cling. The crisp sounds echoed around as the 2 sides fought together. Jiang Feng watched for a while, feeling bored, and jumped into the fray. Clang! Jiang Feng's presence put more pressure on the white-clad man, forcing him to defend with all his might. "You're seeking death. Our young master won't let you go," the white-clad man shouted at Jiang Feng. "Huh!" He always believed in striking to kill. He wouldn't let the man escape. Seizing a flaw, he slashed at the man's back. "Ah!" A scream followed as the man was pierced through the heart. "Trash!" Jiang Feng curled his lip, quickly collecting the storage bag in midair. He would take some benefits first, then turn to the woman. "Thank you." The woman appraised Jiang Feng with a cold gaze and spoke softly. She recognized Jiang Feng. He had sat next to her at the auction, munching on sunflower seeds and eating fruit, while the server stood by to assist, drawing curious glances from those around. Chapter 56. Interest Alliance. "You 2 guard here. I'm going down to take a look." Jiang Feng suddenly opened his eyes and spoke to the 2. "Going down again? Boss, are you so abnormal? What if someone comes to steal the cave while you're gone?" The fat man was a bit worried. He and Qing Wan had no combat power at the moment. "If someone tries to steal from you, just send me a message and I'll come up. I can get there in no time." Jiang Feng leaned out to look down. The light below was dim, and he could vaguely see some light shields. "Then you should hurry." The fat man's little eyes turned, immediately urging Jiang Feng to go quickly. Jiang Feng shot him a sidelong glance and instantly understood what the fat man was thinking, but he said nothing and flew out of the cave. "Qing Wan, how's your injury? I have a drop of spiritual milk to help you heal." As soon as Jiang Feng exited the cave, the fat man immediately turned to Qing Wan, not hiding his intentions. "Okay." Qing Wan thought for a moment and then smiled slightly. "Here, don't worry. There's plenty of spiritual milk if it's not enough. I'll have my boss go and rob some more." The fat man generously offered the spiritual milk Jiang Feng had given him. Cough, cough, cough. Chapter 57. Immortal. For 10,000 years, the soft light of the night pearl illuminated the cave, and Jiang Feng almost finished drinking a small pool of spiritual milk. He lay on the ground motionless, enduring the onslaught of sound waves. He had no other way. He could only hold on. If he could withstand it, he could live. If he couldn't, he would undoubtedly die. The light shield of the bracelet had shattered, and only the light of the chainmail covering his skin still flickered weakly. The residual spiritual energy in his body surged wildly, transforming the spiritual energy released by the spiritual milk into spiritual power. Hiss, huff, huff. Blood flowed continuously from the corners of his mouth, and Jiang Feng's face had twisted completely. He could no longer move, and under the assault of the sound waves, cracks appeared in his organs, and his spiritual sense in his mind was being depleted continuously, leaving him dizzy. Waves of sound waves continued to attack, and the light shield of the chainmail shattered completely. Boom! Hood, 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 hood. His heart felt like it was about to explode, and the spiritual power surged in, all being devoured. Cough, 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 spit. He coughed up mouthfuls of blood as his lungs ruptured. On the brink of life and death, the martial scripture operated wildly. All the chi rotations in his body spun rapidly, and the pure spiritual energy in his body was transformed into spiritual power, rushing towards his organs. Chapter 58. Income delivered to your door, dead fat man. Hand over the spiritual milk, and perhaps we can leave you with a whole corpse. A handsome young man floated in midair, teasing the fat man at the cave entrance. No way, my life is worth one. If you dare, come at me. Once my boss returns, you'll all die. The fat man stood at the cave entrance, looking very ugly, as he and Qing Wan were blocked inside the cave. Haha, your boss hasn't come back in over 10 days. He must be dead down there. Be sensible and hand over the spiritual milk, or I'll skin you alive. The subordinates of Dong Feng wore arrogant expressions. Jiang Feng hadn't come up in over 10 days. So Dong Feng finally decided to rob the fat man in Qing Wan's cave. Bullshit. The fat man felt a bit uneasy. Jiang Feng had been gone for over 10 days, and despite multiple messages sent, there was no news. Even he couldn't help but suspect that something had happened to Jiang Feng. Enough talk. Let's go and kill him first. And that woman, her figure is top-notch. So take it easy when you act. Haha. Someone revealed a knowing smile that men understand. They charged towards the cave. The fat man's expression tightened, and a wolf-tooth club appeared in his hand. The barrier around him flickered, and in this position, the sound of the wind affected him greatly, making it hard for him to exert much combat power. Chapter 59. Focus on luxury. The strong smell of blood lingered in the cave. Jiang Feng grabbed 5 storage bags, one in each hand, and kicked the corpses out of the cave, sending them plummeting into the gorge below. Boss, why have you been gone for so long? I sent messages, but got no reply. I thought something happened to you. The fat man followed Jiang Feng, chattering incessantly, turning into a little nag. Almost died down there. Jiang Feng found a clean spot to sit and began breaking the seals on the storage bags one by one. Damn, so poor? Jiang Feng was taken aback. The bags contained only a bit more than 100 high-grade spirit stones, along with some pills and daily necessities. Not a single drop of spirit milk. If it weren't for the 5 protective spirit treasures, Jiang Feng would have wanted to confront their young master on the spot. The fat man peeked into the storage bags with his spiritual sense. TCH, a bunch of poor ghosts. The good stuff is probably with their young master. The fat man's little eyes blinked, and his meaning was obvious. I'll collect protection fees once my internal injuries heal. Jiang Feng shot a sideways glance at the fat man, but he didn't want to miss such an easy opportunity to earn spirit stones. Boss, are you injured? Is it serious? Upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, Qing Wan also turned her gaze over. During this time, she had initially wanted to leave, but thinking about how Jiang Feng saved her, it felt a bit rude to leave without waiting for him, and since she still had injuries, she stayed. Chapter 60. Spiritual fire. Time flew by, and several days passed. During these days, the 3 of them were refining the spirit milk that Jiang Feng brought back, while Jiang Feng simultaneously practiced the divine refining technique in his mind. The divine refining technique didn't have a detailed background introduction like martial classics, but it was a complete method. The scriptures that flooded into his mind were divided into 3 parts. One part introduced how to condense and strengthen one's spiritual sense in order to transform into divine sense as soon as possible. However, Jiang Feng had no idea what divine sense was, as there was no explanation included. Another part was about the techniques for using spiritual sense, called manipulating objects, which claimed to have remarkable effects in combat. Manipulating objects was not a rare technique in the spirit martial continent. Martial artists above the spirit martial realm could release their spiritual power externally to achieve it. However, Jiang Feng was learning about manipulating objects with spiritual sense for the first time. After all, spiritual sense was much thinner and less refined than spiritual power, making it very difficult to control objects, perhaps due to his limited experience. The final part was about spiritual sense attacks, the breaking divine cone. After condensing spirit stones to a certain degree, one could use the methods of the divine refining technique to form a powerful spiritual sense cone to attack enemies. With these 3 parts, it was a complete skill. Although Jiang Feng did not know where it came from, he practiced it without hesitation. Chapter 61. Drinking 7 days later. Jiang Feng opened his eyes. His pale face regained its rosy color, at the cost of consuming an entire bottle of high-grade spirit milk. However, the results of refining his spiritual sense were indeed remarkable. Jiang Feng felt the strength of his spiritual sense and smiled. Although the range of his spiritual sense had not increased much, it had become much more condensed. It was like before, when his spiritual sense felt light and insubstantial. But now it seemed to have some weight and solidity. Manipulating objects probably required the spiritual sense to be refined to a certain level. Jiang Feng reached out his spiritual sense toward the small stone nearby, but found it still insufficient to move it. He stood up, not far away. The fat man and Qing Wan heard the movement and opened their eyes. "Boss, what happened to you these days? One moment you were howling, the next you were groaning. What were you practicing? Could it be you have that kind of hobby?" The fat man leaned over and whispered, looking puzzled. "TCH cough cough." Although the fat man spoke softly, the cave was small, and with Qing Wan at the peak of the Xuanwu realm, how could she not hear? She couldn't help but laugh, glancing outside the cave. Chapter 62. Causing trouble in a cave 300 meters away. Dongfang tilted his head and poured a drop of spirit milk into his mouth. The spiritual energy erupted in his abdomen and spread throughout his limbs, giving his face a flush. After a long while, Dongfang opened his eyes. "Ah, that feels great. Too bad I have to take the remaining spirit milk back to the family. Otherwise, if I consumed it all, I would definitely break through to the spirit martial realm on the day I go out." Dongfang's spiritual sense swept through the storage bag, and looking at the pile of jade bottles, he resisted the impulse in his heart. "Young master, there's a situation." A subordinate's voice came from the cave entrance. "What is it?" Jiang Feng and his group have come out of the cave and seem to be coming up. Are they coming for us?" Dongfang was startled and immediately stood up, walking towards the cave entrance. He had lost 5 subordinates and 5 spirit treasures a few days ago, which made Dongfang feel extremely pained. However, he didn't dare to seek revenge because they didn't have that many protective spirit treasures left, and the number of subordinates was also a bit insufficient. 7 had died at Jiang Feng's hands, and now he only had 8 martial artists in the Xuanwu realm. The 8 Xuanwu realm martial artists were divided among 3 caves to collect spirit milk. If a few more died, Dongfang would have to return home early and would not be able to complete the tasks assigned by his family. Chapter 63. One-time attack spirit tool. Dongfang hurriedly fled, with Jiang Feng closely pursuing him, and the distance between them was closing. Countless people were watching the excitement in the area of 300 meters. "Jiang Feng, you really want to go all out?" Dongfang cursed angrily. The initial conflict between them stemmed from Jiang Feng meddling and saving Qing Wan. After enduring for more than 10 days without Jiang Feng returning, Dongfang had sent people to target the 4th level cave, but he ran into Jiang Feng head-on. After 7 or 8 days, he thought Jiang Feng wouldn't come to trouble him. "You bunch of small fish think you can break through my steel net? Dream on. If you kill me, the day you leave the secret realm will be your death day." Seeing that Jiang Feng was getting closer, Dongfang felt a sense of panic. After briefly clashing with Jiang Feng, he knew he was not a match for him, unless he used the trump card given by his family. Thinking of the trump card calmed him slightly, but it pained him to use such a precious weapon. You'll die for sure." At this moment, the brutal Jiang Feng didn't care about anything else. As the distance closed, he lifted his weapon and slashed down at Dongfang. Clang! "Ah, you bastard! You're seeking death." Chapter 64. Healing in 2 lifetimes combined, apart from the time he jumped off a building in Thailand in his last life. This time was probably the most severely injured he had ever been. The flesh on his back and chest was cracked, with veins and bones suffering from multiple fractures. This time, Jiang Feng indeed did not anticipate that the opponent would have such means, which caused him to suffer a significant loss. If it weren't for the fact that he had been honing his physical body in the Forbidden Spirit Land over the past year, making it incredibly strong, that strike just now could have taken the life of any peak Xuanwu realm warrior. Even so, Jiang Feng was still seriously injured. Fortunately, he had a large supply of spirit milk, collected from 700 meters deep, which contained immense spiritual energy beneficial for repairing the body. The spirals of energy in his body spun rapidly, and at this moment, the advantages of the spirals were fully manifested. The spiritual energy didn't even need to circulate through the meridians to compress and convert into spiritual power in the Dantian. Under the high-speed rotation of the spirals, A large amount of spiritual energy was rapidly transformed into pure spiritual power, then surged towards the damaged areas. Outside, the fat man had been adjusting his breath for a while, and his face gradually regained its color. He was only weak because his spiritual power had been drained, and he wasn't injured. Qing Wan, the boss's injury seems a bit serious. Chapter 65. Sweep Dongfang Xinghe had entered the secret realm 10 days ago and then brought his subordinates to the Wind Valley. After some inquiries, he was fully aware of Jiang Feng's previous actions, considering the lessons learned from Dongfang Wen's experience. Dongfang Xinghe did not send anyone down to their deaths, but instead took people to occupy several caves at a depth of 300 meters, lying in wait while collecting spirit milk and quietly waiting for the right moment. You guys continue to cultivate here. I'll go down and look for some spirit milk. The three of them had completely exhausted their spirit milk, and even the 2 rounds of spirit milk harvested from the cave they were in were used up. Go ahead, boss, I'll guard the home well. The fat man nodded eagerly, his face full of anticipation. Although Qing Wan did not speak, there was a hint of joy in her eyes. Having tasted the benefits of cultivating with high-quality spirit milk, she also hoped Jiang Feng would find some more. Jiang Feng glanced at the 2 of them, stood up, and walked out of the cave. Not far away, someone was fighting in midair, but he paid no attention and flew out. Initially, he had planned to deal with the 4 people who were chasing and blocking him below, but after this crisis, Jiang Feng became much more cautious and abandoned that plan. Since Dongfang, one could bring out a precious treasure of the Martial King realm. The 4 people below surely had something as well, and Jiang Feng couldn't withstand another encounter. Chapter 66. The true use of spirit milk. Take this at this stage. Spirit milk is very beneficial for me. Qing Wan was somewhat surprised when Jiang Feng refused, as this was a talisman crafted by a powerful figure of the spirit sect level. Such items were completely lethal artifacts for low-level warriors, and they could also be lifesavers in critical moments. Jiang Feng hesitated, although he wanted to play the long game to catch big fish. This thing was indeed tempting. Don't worry, I have more. Qing Wan's eyes narrowed, and suddenly another talisman appeared in her left hand. The fat man beside her widened his eyes again, his mouth opening slightly as he looked at Jiang Feng. Thank you. Without further hesitation, Jiang Feng took it directly. Boss, I have no more. I only have 1 last life-saving talisman and 1 for escape. The fat man said weakly after much fidgeting. It's fine. Keep it for yourself. We have plenty of time ahead. Jiang Feng smiled and patted the fat man's shoulder. Boss, don't worry. Once we get out of the secret realm, come back with me, and I'll ask my grandpa to give you some good stuff. He has plenty of good things. The fat man promised seriously. All right, let's not talk about this between brothers. Let's go drink and eat meat. Chapter 67. Spirit milk, pace, pain, and pleasure perfectly described Jiang Feng's current state. The frequency of the sound waves at 700 meters constantly induced vibrations in his organs, causing cracks to continuously emerge, which were then repaired and healed by the pure spirit milk. 20 bottles of spirit milk were being consumed at a rate of 1 bottle every 5 days. If the people in the upper regions knew about this level of extravagance, it would definitely provoke public outrage. Time passed, and a month went by. That day, the spiritual power within Jiang Feng began to operate uncontrollably and frantically. Jiang Feng simply released the suppression. All 98 spirals of energy began to spin wildly, and the spiritual energy in the entire cave surged towards Jiang Feng, being quickly absorbed and transformed into spiritual power. Bang! With a light sound, the barrier of the Michuanwu realm was instantly broken. Although it was a small realm breakthrough, his body felt incredibly light, and a sense of joy spread through every corner of his being. After the breakthrough, he did not stop. The spiritual power in his dantian continued to compress, and its quality rose again. It climbed all the way to the peak of the Mid-Xuanwu realm, just before entering the Late Xuanwu realm, when Jiang Feng finally managed to suppress the trend. Phew, I almost couldn't suppress it, damn it. Jiang Feng opened his eyes, clenched his fists, and felt the rising strength and spiritual power. Chapter 68. Late Xuanwu realm. Bang, bang, bang. An unusual frequency vibrated in all directions, causing Jiang Feng's spiritual sense, organs, physical body, and even bones to tremble. Blood continuously oozed from his body, yet a strange smile appeared on his face. In the 400-meter area, the fat man sighed. Why hasn't he the boss come back yet? We've run out of spirit milk. He looked dejected. having gotten used to feasting and now having to munch on dry bread, holding the spirit milk they had collected above with a look of disdain. Qing Wan, should we take a look in the 500-meter area below? The fat man suggested, his eyes rolling. All right, we can give it a try. Qing Wan thought for a moment and nodded. After such a long period of cultivation, both of them could now endure the sound waves of the 400-meter area with their physical bodies, so with protective spirit treasures. There wouldn't be much pressure going into the 500-meter area. After making up their minds, the two gathered their things and flew away from this area. Not far away, there were still people fighting, but they paid no attention, having grown accustomed to it. Upon entering the 500-meter area, the fat man's expression turned pale, and Xingwan also felt a bit uncomfortable. Though she fared better than the fat man since her cultivation was at the peak of the Xuanwu realm, and her foundation was dual cultivation of spirit and martial arts, allowing her to still exert some fighting power. Chapter 69. Surrounded young master, Jiang Feng has appeared, just returned to the cave across. Young master, the person you are concerned about has returned to the upper area. Young master, he is back. The moment Jiang Feng appeared, the entire Wind Valley suddenly stirred, and a large number of people secretly watching Jiang Feng received the information immediately. Let us go. Let us watch the fun. This Jiang Feng has been missing for so long. Some people probably can't hold back anymore. Don't move recklessly, just observe for now. In an instant, in the 500-meter and 600-meter areas below the Wind Valley, those who couldn't hold back rose and flew out of their caves, heading towards the 400-meter area. The fat man and Qing Wan were still immersed in the joy of obtaining spirit milk paste, and outside the cave, many figures had already appeared without them noticing. A cold smile appeared on Jiang Feng's face. Fat man, you two should leave first. Jiang Feng turned and walked towards the cave entrance. Leave? Where to? The fat man put away the jade bottle, a look of confusion on his face. Qing Wan and the fat man followed, and their expressions turned cold as they looked at the large circle of martial artists outside the cave. Hee, come on, let's go together. Jiang Feng, dressed in a gray and white training outfit, flew out of the cave, standing in midair. There were at least over 50 peak Xuanwu realm martial artists outside, but he showed no signs of fear. Chapter 70. Invincible in the same realm, screams of agony echoed continuously. The commotion immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the surrounding area. Jiang Feng's expression was icy, and the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. His thick spiritual power circulating wildly throughout his body. His speed was too fast. Often, before the enemy's attack arrived, Jiang Feng had already dodged, weaving through the crowd, striking one after another, blood raining down. Run. This person's strength exceeds the Xuanwu realm by too much. Someone shouted in panic as they realized something was wrong. While cultivation and training resources were important, enjoying everything without a life was meaningless. With a shout, the crowd scattered in all directions. Die for me. The man in black, who was pushed back by Jiang Feng again and spat out a mouthful of blood, was filled with rage as he crushed a pearl. A massive shadow of a fist descended toward Jiang Feng's area. He could no longer hold back and used the only precious treasure he had on him. Boss, be careful. The fat man, single-handedly challenging 4 Xuanwu realm opponents, sensed the powerful aura and shouted at Jiang Feng. Qingwan's expression changed as she swiftly dodged a beam of light that shot toward her from a distance. A silver arrow appeared in her hand as she bent down to quickly draw her bow, channeling all her spiritual power into the silver arrow. Chapter 71. Leaving Wind Valley after hearing Jiang Feng's words, many people hiding in the shadows frowned. Wu Hong, can you tolerate this? Ling Fan began to stir trouble again, provocatively smiling at Wu Hong not far away. If you have the guts, come up. Wu Hong didn't even look at him and replied indifferently. Ling Fan kept a smile on his face and stopped speaking. He just wanted to provoke Wu Hong. Everyone knew that Jiang Feng's strength had increased significantly in just 1 year, and he must have used up most of the spiritual milk he had obtained. Even if they killed Jiang Feng, they wouldn't gain much benefit. Yet, some people were still dazed by the promised rewards. As soon as Jiang Feng's voice fell, a voice rang out from the outside. His treasure has already been used up. If we all go together, we can definitely kill him. As the voice spread, the people around began to stir. Jiang Feng's cold gaze swept over, locking onto a lewd-looking man hiding at the back of the crowd. It was one of Dongfang Wen's subordinates. Shut up. Dongfang Wen was not far from the lewd man, and after hearing his subordinate's words, His expression darkened as he shouted angrily at him. After scolding his subordinate, when Dongfeng turned his gaze toward the center of the arena, his pupils immediately constricted. Jiang Feng's figure was rapidly flying toward this side, targeting his subordinate. Chapter 72. Flame Heart Essence and Flame Spirit Essence. Not long after the three left, fierce battles erupted again in Wind Valley. Jiang Feng had killed quite a few people earlier, leaving behind some caves, which were the production sites for spiritual milk. Although the yield was low, it was stable, with a drop available every few days. The chaotic battle continued for half a day, and more people died. The number of vacant caves increased, and it wasn't until 2 days later that the caves were redistributed, and the war came to a halt. After leaving Wind Valley, Jiang Feng and the others flew eastward. After a day, they stopped at a large mountain. Roar! A beastly roar echoed from deep within the mountain, as Jiang Feng and the others landed by a small stream. "Boss, your smell is too awful. Go wash it off." The fat man pinched his nose, looking disgusted. And Xingwan also kept her distance from Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng's hair, skin, and clothes were covered with a layer of dark red blood scabs, making him look alarming and exuding a strong smell of blood. He jumped down from the plank and walked toward the stream. Splash! After washing for almost half an hour in the stream, he finally cleaned off all the blood. The fat man and Xingwan set up a fire not far away and were barbecuing in the wild. Chapter 73. Magma Lake. After a short while, a dozen beams of light flew from the sky and landed in front of the palace in the blink of an eye. Qin Xian returned with a group of princes and princesses, followed by a large group of guards. "Well done, you opened it in 2 years." Qin Xian looked at the palace that had lost its protective barrier, a smile flashing across his face as he praised the armored general who flew over. Serving the prince, "I would die 1,000 deaths without hesitation." A flush appeared on the armored general's face. He was originally just a captain of 1,000 men, chosen by Qin Xian 5 years ago. He suppressed his realm and even wasted a few years just to enter the secret realm to serve Qin Xian. Reward some spirit stones to those loose cultivators. Let's go in first and see if we can pass the inheritance trial. Yes. The armored general cupped his fists and left. Qin Xian led his younger brothers and sisters, along with a group of guards, toward the palace. "Boss, ahead is the Magma Lake." After leaving Wind Valley, Jiang Feng and the others flew for 3 days and arrived at the largest cultivation area in the Feiyun secret realm, the Magma Lake. "There's a forbidden air formation ahead. We can't fly. We have to climb up from the foot of the mountain." Xingwan's clear voice rang out, while the fat man raised his gaze from a few kilometers away. Chapter 74. Chaotic Magma Lake. Although Jiang Feng quickly retracted his spiritual sense, some people felt offended. "Hey, stop, kid. Just because you were born with spiritual sense in the Xuanwu realm, you think you can act recklessly?" One person guarding the mountain gap shouted at Jiang Feng and the others. "What do you want?" Jiang Feng stopped and turned to look at them. "Little brother, you should go first." Another person stopped the man who wanted to speak further and waved his hand to Jiang Feng and the others, signaling them to leave. Jiang Feng nodded, smiled at the other party, and continued to climb up the slope. Just because you were born with spiritual sense, what is so great about it?" The young man who had challenged Jiang Feng muttered unhappily. "Shut up, keep an eye on things, and do your job." The man who let Jiang Feng leave shot him a glare, then turned to glance at Jiang Feng and the others' backs, his eyes filled with suspicion. He had received a message from a friend yesterday. The events in Wind Valley had spread throughout the entire secret realm. Although many people didn't know what Jiang Feng looked like, the trio was a distinctive and recognizable combination. 2 men and 1 woman, with a woman wearing a veil, and one of the men being a fat man. Chapter 75. The bullied fat man Qin Shui's sect. What is that? The fat man looked disdainful. Since 2 of the 3 were peak Xuanwu realm, and 1 was in the late stage, he sensed no danger from them. You don't even know about my Qin Shui sect. Where did you bumpkin come from?" A man in a green shirt furiously pointed at the fatty and cursed after hearing what the fatty said. "What? Is your Qin Shui sect very famous? Have you produced a martial emperor or a martial saint? I bet it's just some insignificant sect." "That makes sense. This Feiyun secret realm can't let in anyone above the Xuanwu realm. All these lowly characters are mixed in. Your so-called Qin Shui sect is probably the same." The fatty crossed his arms and squinted at the opponent, looking for death. The furious man in green drew a long sword and slashed at the fatty. Seeing this, the fatty revealed a smug smile, pulled out a wolf-toothed club, and swung it. Ding! A tremendous force hit the green-shirt man's arm, causing him to stagger back a few steps. The fatty charged forward and kicked him. Bang! The man was sent flying by the fatty's kick, almost falling into the lava, but was quickly caught by two fellow disciples. Chapter 76. The Archer Qingwan. Before Jiang Feng could reach the innermost part, a loud shout came from behind, looking for death. The fatty swung his wolf-toothed club as two men and a woman surrounded him at the entrance. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of intense clashes echoed as the fatty felt a bit flustered from their continuous attacks. Qingwan turned around, bending down, and instantly pulled her bow taut. Whoosh! Releasing the string, the arrow whistled as it flew towards them. With a swift grip, she knocked another arrow, drew the bow, and released it in one fluid motion. Ding! Watch out! The first arrow was blocked by the man in front with his sword, and the second arrow pierced through his neck. Jiang Feng, who originally wanted to support the fatty, stopped in his tracks and crossed his arms, watching Qingwan's back with interest. On this small stone platform, the fatty was under pressure fighting three, but after Qingwan's long-range support took out one. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he swung the wolf-toothed club and began to counterattack. Qingwan shot arrow after arrow towards them, while the fatty engaged the two opponents. Junior sister, let's go. The long-haired woman turned to run, and the man desperately tried to block the fatty. Without the woman's help, he was under immense pressure. Chapter 77. Capturing Flame Heart Essence. Before long, the fatty brought over 3 pairs of gloves. Boss, should I try to catch them here too? Since people are coming, we can just fight them off. The fatty also wanted to try capturing the Flame Heart Essence. Jiang Feng looked toward the entrance and saw that the fatty had unknowingly piled up a few corpses there to intimidate those who might try to snatch the stone platform. The nearby onlookers had seen the 3 battles, and the 2 waves of people wanting to seize the stone platform retreated. Even the 4 men in black who had just collected protection money ignored them and went straight to the next stone platform. I also think it's better for the fatty to catch them here. If we attract the Flame Heart Essence and don't have enough people, it could easily escape. Qingwan finally spoke up for the fatty. Yes, Qingwan is right. The fatty's little eyes sparkled with excitement, and he puffed out his chest, feeling that his impressive performance in the earlier battle had caught Qingwan's attention. Indeed, showing off is necessary to attract women's attention, the fatty secretly thought to himself, looking very pleased. All right, then let's take turns using our spiritual senses. Be careful of ambushes from behind. Jiang Feng thought about it and agreed. Chapter 78. Flame Spirit Essence. After a long time, Qin Xian's complexion returned to a healthy red, and he stood up. 18 years of hard training, suppressing my realm for 5 years. And I can't even pass a minor hall's inheritance? Qin Xian's expression darkened. He had painfully suppressed his realm for 5 years to enter the Feiyun's secret realm to obtain an inheritance. Without an inheritance, he might not even make it into the top 100 in the Eastern region's competition 5 years later. Thinking of this, Qin Xian gripped the sword hilt again and strode toward the hall's entrance. Although he was a prince of the Great Qin dynasty and lacked advanced techniques and spirit weapons, the inheritance in the Feiyun's secret realm had immense benefits, a secret known only to the Great Qin dynasty. Therefore, every time the secret realm opened, a large number of Xuanwu soldiers were sent in to control the palace. Upon entering the main door, 3 figures reappeared in the hall. Spiritual energy surged wildly, and battle erupted again. In just a few breaths, he cut down the figure holding the axe, but Qin Xian was injured again. Poof! Qin Xian was sent flying and landed at the entrance of the hall. A blade light came at him, and he rose to flee outside, the blade light vanishing at the entrance. Standing at the entrance of the hall, feeling drained, Qin Xian sat cross-legged and continued to recover from his injuries. Chapter 79. Toll Fee. Boss, how many have we caught? The fatty's eyes sparkled as he looked at Jiang Feng. 5. Jiang Feng couldn't hide a smile. He had lured them 9 times, with 3 instances not yielding any flame spirit essence, and 1 ran away, ending up with 5. Let us catch 1 more and then withdraw to find a place to cultivate and increase our strength. Qingwan's eyes were also excited, and all 3 were looking forward to the effects of the flame spirit essence. Okay, Jiang Feng did not object. They did not plan to stay here for long, as the lava lake was too chaotic, with battles happening almost all the time, making it unsuitable for cultivation, let alone using the flame spirit essence. Once again, he tossed a small piece of spirit milk paste, having used almost half of the bottle. The lava boiled again, and the fatty in Qingwan had caught over 20 in that time, but the flame-hard essence in this area was increasing, all drawn in by the spiritual energy of the spirit milk paste. A fast-moving dark shadow darted over, and Jiang Feng's eyes brightened. He locked onto the target. Whoosh! Jiang Feng became increasingly skilled, quickly reaching into the lava with one hand and pulling out. Between his fingers was a piece of flame spirit essence. Meanwhile, the fatty and Qingwan each caught another 2 or 3, and once the spiritual energy was consumed, all the flame heart essence dashed into the depths of the lava and disappeared. Chapter 80. Selling Spiritual Treasures. Boss, where are we going to cultivate? The fatty struggled as he jumped down the steep slope from the mountain peak. Let's go down first. Jiang Feng glanced around, noticing many people still climbing up and down. This side of the lava lake was the busiest place in the entire secret realm besides the palace. Should we look for spiritual herbs? Besides these 3 places in this secret realm, there are also some mountains abundant in spiritual herbs. The fatty flipped through the map as he descended the mountain. There are many spiritual herbs in the spirit martial continent, but suitable places for our cultivation are scarce. After considering for a moment, Jiang Feng slowly said. The fatty blinked his little eyes and asked curiously, should we go back to Feng Valley? No, we're going to the Forbidden Spirit Land. After speaking, Jiang Feng fell silent and quickly started running up the hillside. In such a treacherous place, there was no telling what dangers might arise, and in the Forbidden Spirit area, he could only rely on his physical strength, which he was completely confident in. Forbidden Spirit area, Qingwan whispered, her eyes lighting up, and then she quickly ran to catch up with Jiang Feng. The 3 of them took half an hour to run from the top of the mountain to the foot. Once they stepped out of the forbidden space, they felt the pressure on their bodies disappear. Chapter 81. The 9 great sacred lands. If I had known I could sell so many spirit stones, I should have snatched those people's storage bags. The fat man had a sneaky smile on his face. Over 20,000 high-grade spirit stones were undoubtedly a huge fortune for a Xuanwu realm warrior. And even though the fat man came from a prominent family, he couldn't overlook it. You each get 6,000, and I get 10,000. Any objections? Jiang Feng said with a smile, having just counted the spirit stones, which combined with what he had saved before, had already exceeded 20,000 in his storage bag. Okay, sure. The 2 nodded. Qingwan had already had very few spirit stones left after giving Jiang Feng some last time, so she naturally wouldn't refuse. And the fat man was even less likely to object. The 3 found an abandoned building to divide the loot. Qingwan, logically speaking, your background should be extraordinary, right? How come you lack spirit stones? The fat man remembered Qingwan saying last time that she had no spirit stones, and he was a bit curious, while Jiang Feng also looked over. The first time they met Qingwan was at the auction, where she bought those ordinary spirit treasures and spirit swords. With her master-level talismans, it was puzzling that she would lack such things. I sneaked out, and my mother took my storage spirit tool. I only managed to steal a few life-saving talismans when I came out. A hint of redness flashed across Qingwan's face, but it was hidden by her veil, so the 2 clueless boys didn't see it. Chapter 82. The Array Path. They crossed the wasteland and returned to the steps where they had climbed the mountain a year ago. I had originally planned to stay in a magma lake for a year, but I didn't expect it to be so chaotic there that even basic cultivation was impossible. Jiang Feng looked at the stone steps, smiled, and lifted his foot to step up. Now, his physique was much stronger than a year ago. Although the spirit milk from Wind Valley wasn't specifically for enhancing physique, it contained a large amount of nourishing spiritual energy that filled every piece of flesh and every cell in his body, especially the spirit milk paste, which not only nourished his internal organs, but also benefited his flesh and bones, making the pressure of the first stage completely negligible for him. The fat man and Qingwan followed him up. A year ago, the fat man had already been able to climb to the second stage platform, and this time he planned to use the spirit milk paste and flame spirit marrow to break through to the 3rd stage platform. In ancient sects, they would usually invite array masters of array sect level to set up gravity arrays for low-level warriors to cultivate their bodies. Qingwan caught up with Jiang Feng, looking relaxed, which surprised both Jiang Feng and the fat man. However, considering her background in Zhongzhou and her dual cultivation of spirit and martial arts, they understood. Array sect? How are array masters and alchemists graded? Chapter 83. 2 dog men sitting cross-legged on the mountain path. Jiang Feng took out a jade bottle and poured out a piece of flame heart marrow. He pinched one end of the flame heart marrow with 2 fingers and twisted it hard, breaking the outer crystal core, releasing a scorching fragrance from the inside. He tilted his head and poured the flame marrow into his mouth, swallowing it all. A wave of heat traveled down his throat to his abdomen. Before long, the burning sensation spread from his abdomen to his limbs and bones, and soon his skin began to heat up, turning a bright red. Jiang Feng's spiritual sense inspected his body, and a crimson spiritual energy was weaving through his flesh, burning through his skin's pores into every cell, muscle, meridian, internal organ, and bone marrow. Time passed little by little, and black substances began to ooze from Jiang Feng's skin. These were impurities hidden in his flesh. A day later, Jiang Feng opened his eyes, feeling a sense of lightness all over his body. A faint fishy smell wafted over, and he took out a wooden bucket of water from his storage bag to wash away the impurities on his body. Then he continued to consume the flame heart marrow. Again and again, the fat man's figure had already disappeared from his sight, but he didn't pay it any mind and continued sitting cross-legged on the 3rd stage stone steps. Here, he was not afraid of anyone. At least so far, he hadn't encountered anyone with a stronger physical body than his. Chapter 84. I'm coming to peak combat power at 20 years old is indeed different. Brother, you've worked hard. Sitting cross-legged on the stone steps, Jiang Feng had a strange smile on his face, mumbling to himself while examining his body internally. After half a day, he took out the jade bottle containing the flame spirit marrow. After consuming 10 pieces of flame heart marrow in the previous month, he had completed a cleansing of his marrow, and he planned to start taking the flame spirit marrow. With a crack, he pinched the purple-red smoke spirit marrow and twisted it hard. The spirit marrow entering his mouth didn't have the burning sensation of the flame heart marrow. Instead, it was very gentle. He slowly closed his eyes as the gentle spirit marrow entered his abdomen, making him feel warm all over, from his abdomen to his limbs, from flesh to cells, then deeper into the bone marrow. He was enveloped by a wave of warmth, with every cell and pore in Jiang Feng's body relaxing. Time flowed slowly, and he didn't know how long had passed. A slight sting came from his bone marrow, causing Jiang Feng to frown. Hiss! He opened his eyes, revealing a pained expression. His bones and marrow felt a wave of numbness, accompanied by sharp pain. When he looked inside, he saw that the bones in his body were changing, with small fragments mysteriously shedding from the surface and entering the flesh, then being expelled through the pores. Chapter 85. The Heartbroken Fat Man, then I'll go take a look. Qing Wan thought for a moment and decided to go up and check. After washing up, Jiang Feng stood up and put on his pants, looking puzzled. The desire within him was growing stronger, along with a familiar feeling. Standing there holding his clothes, he recalled for a long time before a hint of clarity flashed in his eyes. Damn, no way is this a side effect? But the flame inside him was growing stronger. The more he suppressed it, the more it surged. Jiang Feng's face darkened as he never expected that taking the flame spirit marrow would have such side effects. What's wrong with you? A fragrant breeze wafted over, and Qing Wan, dressed in a white dress, walked up to the platform. Seeing Jiang Feng bare-chested, she felt a bit embarrassed. Not bad figure. She muttered to herself and shifted her gaze to the nearby forest. Hiss! Damn, you should go down quickly. Jiang Feng cursed inwardly, taking a deep breath to maintain his last shred of rationality. Huh? Qing Wan looked over in confusion, only to see a pair of eyes filled with primal desire. The woman before him radiated a pure and noble aura, her stunningly beautiful face flashing through Jiang Feng's mind. Chapter 86. Opportunities given to you. A screen blocked the stone steps, and beyond it, the entire stone platform was in disarray, with drops of crimson blood splattered on the ground. Little girl, are you a dog or a cat? Jiang Feng shook his grayish-white robe, covering his body marked with scratches and bite marks. As soon as he finished speaking, a killing intent surged towards him, and Jiang Feng turned his head to look. Qing Wan, who had just put on her clothes, said nothing, her delicate face full of cold frost, wielding a sword as she slashed at Jiang Feng. Damn! Jiang Feng, close to the lower steps, turned and ran down the mountain. Aren't you quite bold? Why are you running? A chilling voice came from behind, but Jiang Feng didn't look back and took large strides down the stone steps. At the lower steps, a chubby man sat cross-legged with a face full of despair. Although there was no commotion above, he didn't want to go up and see that pair of dog men and women. Hey, fat guy, if you keep blocking here, do you believe we'll beat you up? Several young men shouted from the first platform, as they had wanted to go up to cultivate, but were blocked by the chubby man. Get lost. I'm in a bad mood these days, don't bother me. The spiked club slammed onto the stone steps, and the chubby man shot a sideways glance at the few of them, looking very impatient. Chapter 87, Self-Salvation Boom. A figure flew out, spitting a mouthful of fresh blood midair. Jiang Feng plunged into the battlefield like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, with his greatly enhanced strength. He faced no pressure, knocking one down with a punch and another with a kick. No one could withstand even one of his moves. In the blink of an eye, all 6 figures were sent flying, their faces ashen, with traces of blood at the corners of their mouths. Jiang Feng had held back, otherwise several of them might have died. Kid, you're looking for death. A burly man with a face full of flesh was furious, pointing his big knife at Jiang Feng. Don't come over looking for death. The opportunity has been given to you. Don't take it for granted. Jiang Feng glanced at them, and then turned to look at Qing Wan behind him. Whoosh! The sound of air being sliced through rang out as a sword slashed towards Jiang Feng. Damn! Jiang Feng leaped away. This time, instead of running outside, he turned and ran into the wilderness. Under the restriction of the forbidden space, Qing Wan could not catch up to him. Her iron sword posed no threat to him. The two ran into the wilderness, one after the other. Cough, cough. Big brother, are you still chasing? Puffed. Chase my ass if you want to die. Go ahead. The burly man wasn't stupid, with Jiang Feng knocking out one kid after another. Only a fool would continue chasing and hand over his storage bag. Chapter 88. The dog boss, why did you come down? The chubby man, chewing on a beast leg, looked up at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng walked over, snatched the beast leg from the chubby man, tore off a piece of fragrant meat, and stuffed it into his mouth. The little girl has a bit of a temper. I came down to hide, hee, stealing my goddess and then stealing my food. Are you even human? The chubby man muttered under his breath, glancing sideways at Jiang Feng with his small eyes. What, not convinced? Jiang Feng glared at the chubby man, ready to fight at any disagreement. Ah, no boss. You eat. Want some wine? TCH, coward. Bring a jar. Cheers. The two sat on the second platform, drinking and eating heartily, while Qing Wan sat cross-legged on the stone platform, her body slightly trembling, beads of sweat continuously sliding down her immaculate white face. Oh, why does it hurt so much? Qing Wan was about to cry. Waves of sharp pain radiated from her bones, making it hard for her to endure. The flame spirit essence was an extremely domineering body-refining spirit object, and since the opening of the Feiyun secret realm, very few had gotten it. As it was hidden deep in the magma lake, only lured out with spirit milk cream. The spirit milk cream only existed at the deepest part of the Wind Valley. And to catch the flame spirit essence, one had to delve deep into the Wind Valley to gather the spirit milk cream. Then go to the magma lake to lure out the flame spirit essence for capture. Chapter 89. Training to touch limits. 3 days later, a man and a woman walked down the stone steps hand in hand, seemingly unaffected by the tenfold pressure. The man wore a white long robe, and the woman wore a light yellow dress, her long hair neatly tied up, with a white veil over her face, exuding an air of nobility. The two perfectly illustrated the saying familiarity breeds fondness, chatting and laughing as they walked towards the despairing chubby man. Fatty, I won't hold it against you for poking me with your finger. Jiang Feng glanced at the chubby man, unable to hide his smugness. Get lost. I don't want to talk to you. The chubby man turned away, looking at the distant wilderness, his youthful face filled with melancholy and weariness. Don't get too arrogant. Jiang Feng rolled his eyes. Back at you. Hiss, you bastard, I'm going to fight you. The chubby man lunged at Jiang Feng, who was sitting on the stone slab. Qing Wan's eyes curved with interest as she took 2 steps back to watch the two play fight. 10 seconds later, the chubby man was pinned down by Jiang Feng on the stone slab. Do you give up? Jiang Feng sat on the chubby man's back, one hand gripping the back of his neck. Chapter 90. Helping Qing Wan build a cyclone, as the saying goes, once you embark on the path of cultivation, you realize the enormous gap between people. A great sage once said that the differences in talent between people are like the difference between heaven and earth, and the differences in comprehension are like the difference between humans and beasts. The actions of Jiang Feng and the others sparked a huge storm in the Forbidden Spirit area, and their deeds quickly spread throughout the Feiyun secret realm. Some cultivators even rushed over from other cultivation areas, eager to witness the trio. Some self-proclaimed talented cultivators began to imitate their actions. However, they struggled to even step onto the second platform. So how could they compare to the three? Time flew by, and 3 months passed. Jiang Feng and the others descended the mountain, heading towards the small town outside the Forbidden Spirit area. Along the way, all the cultivators regarded the trio with awe, and no one dared to provoke them anymore. Boss, I feel like I'm much stronger than I was 3 months ago. The chubby man had shed a significant amount of fat again, appearing sturdy and strong, with the fat on his arms almost turned into muscle. You think you're capable? Jiang Feng held Qing Wan's hand, glancing at him. Ha! Qing Wan laughed without holding back. Chapter 91. Reconsuming the Flame's Spirit Essence after teaching Qing Wan how to build a cyclone. Jiang Feng proved his idea that cyclones could be separated from the cultivation techniques of martial scriptures. In the following days, he handheld taught the chubby man, spending a week to help him successfully build a cyclone. Brother, don't say that the big brother doesn't take care of you. This is my unique secret method. Jiang Feng patted the chubby man's shoulder. Boss, once a boss, always a boss. In this life, you are my boss. The fat man has a grateful expression on his face. Being able to share this unique cultivation secret method makes him feel that all the dog food he ate and the grievances he suffered before were worth it. Not bad. Also, let me remind you again. Build a cyclone at the perineum area early. You know what I mean, huh? Jiang Feng raised his eyebrows and showed a knowing smile to the fat man. There's such an effect. The fat man's eyes sparkled, even more excited than when he learned how to build a cyclone. Of course, it's my unique secret method. Boss, don't worry for you. I would go through fire and water, facing any danger without hesitation. Sure. I'll go cultivate and build one first. Chapter 92. Snatchback 1. Due to the imminent closing of the secret realm, the small town is more bustling than ever, with people coming and going and shouts ringing out. Jiang Feng, are we going to the mountaintop this time? Qing Wan held onto Jiang Feng's arm, walking down the streets of the town, where many martial artists were setting up stalls and trading goods. Let us see when we get up there. If we can find a gap halfway up the mountain, we'll stay there. If not, we'll go to the top. Okay. The three of them walked through the town towards the foot of the mountain, where the items for sale were mostly ordinary goods that couldn't catch their interest. Their target was the Flame's Spirit Essence. Climbing up from the foot of the mountain was much easier this time, and the fat man and Jiang Feng didn't deliberately avoid using spiritual power to hone themselves. There were several times more people on the slope than before, with dozens of people gathered at almost every gap. Seeing this scene made Jiang Feng frown. His plan to pick up bargains was dashed. It seems they could only go up to rob. Jiang Feng helplessly looked towards the top of the mountain, where he could faintly see a lot of combat fluctuations. Battles were happening continuously at the summit. Let us just rob. What is there to be afraid of? Chapter 93. Snatchback 2 in the crowd. A man in black quickly fled towards the depths of the magma lake. Let us go. The three of them collected their storage bags, not planning to lure the Flame Spirit Essence here, but to find Yuan Gang. Since they challenged him, they would see it through to the end. The three continued along the edge, searching for Yuan Gang's figure, and the martial artists along the way made way for them, as the fierce battles earlier showed that the three were not to be trifled with. At a stone platform deep in a magma lake, Yuan Gang was sitting cross-legged. Several battles were happening around the stone platform, but no one dared to approach it. The black-clad men guarding the entrance all exuded a powerful aura. One of the black-clad men ran over. I have information to report. The black-clad man shouted from a distance, and the few guarding the entrance stepped aside. Young Master Yuan, Jiang Feng has come for revenge. He just killed 4 of our brothers outside, and is now looking for us. The black-clad man stood a few meters away from Yuan Gang, bowing his head to speak. Jiang Feng, isn't he the one who paid me for safe passage? Yuan Gang thought for a moment before recalling how long ago he had personally extorted 10 flame heart essences from Jiang Feng. If it weren't for some occasional news from the forbidden spiritual area lately, he might have forgotten about it. Chapter 94. Full Force Explosion Bang. A fist slammed into a black-clad man's dantian, causing his eyes to bulge out of their sockets as his body trembled violently. Who? A blade swung from behind, and Jiang Feng ducked down, simultaneously elbowing upward to strike the jaw of the man charging at him. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed, and before the man could scream, Jiang Feng pulled him into his embrace, shifting his body to the side. Hiss! The man who was pulled over blocked a long spear from the side, and a dagger in his left hand slashed sideways, causing a fountain of blood to spray from the black-clad man's throat. In the crowd, 3 or 4 figures continuously launched attacks towards Jiang Feng. A roar. Jiang Feng, with one arm holding the man in his embrace, swung him towards the crowd behind. The battle, a frenzy of slaughter. Jiang Feng's eyes reddened, but his face was filled with excitement, a cold smile never leaving his lips as the enemy's blood splattered onto him, dyeing his hair and clothes red. No matter the type of battle, whether it's a one-on-one duel or a group fight or a large-scale battle with many participants for both sides, it's all about momentum. One surge after another, again and again. Chapter 95. Yuan Gang's death. Come on. Let us go together. I'll take them on. The fat man pointed at the remaining 6 people with a proud expression, the bloody spike club in his hand. Kill him. Get rid of him. 2 of them shouted and charged over. The fat man gripped the spiked club tightly, swinging it down fiercely at the 2. After such a long time, he had successfully built 8 cyclones within himself. With the exception of the perineum, all 7 cyclones were constructed along the path of his techniques, resulting in a significant increase in the quality of his spiritual power. Bang! With a loud crash, the first man was sent flying by the fat man's full-force blow. The fat man retaliated with a punch against another attacker coming from side. A long knife slashed from the side, and the fat man raised his spike club to block it. 1 against 3, he handled it with ease. Just as he was about to be replaced, a stream of light flew in from a distance. Qing Wan's support had arrived. On the other side, due to the restrictions in the magma lake, Jiang Feng's speed, as he sprinted with all his might, left the surrounding martial artists in shock. He was quickly approaching Yuan Gang ahead. Wow, that speed. I'm afraid even a spiritual warrior's ground speed can't match his. His physical strength is terrifying. Chapter 96. Fist imprint. Jiang Feng walked back with his knife. The fat man and Qing Wan had teamed up to kill 2 black-clad men, leaving 4 remaining. Just as they were still fighting, in the deepest part of the magma lake, a huge figure lay in the magma. Upon closer inspection, the figure's limbs were chained, and its body was wrapped in chains inscribed with various runes. The recent intense spiritual fluctuations seemed to have awakened it, and 2 eyes the size of lanterns opened. Roar! A roar echoed out, and a light shield suddenly lit up in the magma, blocking all fluctuations. After 10,000 years, a full 10,000 years, Feiyun sect. Old man Feiyun, a deep roar resonated in the sealed space. Clang! A metallic crash sounded as the figure's right hand moved, clenching its fist hard and waving lightly upwards. The ceiling light shield shimmered, suppressing those fluctuations. It's not as strong as it used to be. Then, with a fierce swing of its right fist, the chains tightened, and a terrifying wave of energy radiated out, causing violent ripples on the ceiling light shield. An energy pulse pierced through the shield, and the entire magma lake began to boil. Chapter 97. Yang Xiong. After leaving the center of the magma lake's whirlpool, Jiang Feng and his 2 companions, the culprits, plunged into an uninhabited mountain gorge. Jiang Feng and the fatty casually cleaned the bloodstains on their bodies and changed into a new set of clothes. They then found a place to sit cross-legged and consumed the last of the spirit milk ointment to recover from their injuries. Qing Wan took action to deal with the Xuanwu-level monsters near the gorge. The spirit milk ointment itself had a powerful restorative effect on the physical body, and the fatty's minor injuries healed within 3 days, leaving him in good shape. Jiang Feng had a deeper wound on his chest, but fortunately, it did not hit the bone. After spending 7 days, Jiang Feng finally opened his eyes and let out a long breath. How long has it been? He asked the fatty, who was roasting meat nearby. 7 days. How's your injury? The fatty turned the meat on the fire and looked over at him. No problem now. Jiang Feng stood up. The wound had already scabbed over. His physical body was inherently strong, coupled with an outstanding recovery ability. And with the nourishment from the spirit milk ointment, he was fine. Time is almost up. Qing Wan approached and said softly. Chapter 98. Pressure. 2 days passed in a flash. The 3 who were sitting in meditation simultaneously felt a wave of energy. Jiang Feng opened his eyes, and a ripple appeared in the void around him. The next moment, Jiang Feng felt a strong dizziness, and when he regained his senses, a huge uproar sounded from all directions. His figure appeared on a hillside, surrounded by numerous people, some of whom cast unfriendly glances at him. These individuals included those who had just exited the secret realm and others stationed outside to welcome their family sections. After coming out, without the restrictions of the secret realm's rules, he immediately felt a wave of energy rising within him, growing increasingly intense. Jiang Feng forcefully suppressed it. Breaking through in this environment would be tantamount to seeking death. Fatty, Qingwan, where are you? The three had agreed to meet as soon as they exited. Someone recognized Jiang Feng, the killing god, as his actions in the secret realm had caused quite a stir, leading to whispers around him. Soon, he received responses from the two through the communication token, and they confirmed a rendezvous point. Jiang Feng took off into the sky. Qingwan quickly arrived at the edge of a lake. She was the closest. Jiang Feng and the fatty were still on their way, and some areas had seen battles, which made Qingwan a bit anxious. Chapter 99. Qingwan's past Yang Qiong's pressure grew increasingly overwhelming. Jiang Feng's eyes turned redder, filled with ferocity, cruelty, and a fierce determination. The fatty and Qingwan stared at Jiang Feng with their mouths agape, shocked. This was a martial sovereign-level powerhouse, without considering combat strength. If nothing unexpected happened, such a being could live for 2,000 years. Yet, a Xuanwu-level martial artist like Jiang Feng was actually able to withstand the pressure of a martial sovereign. Yang Qiong looked at Jiang Feng's aggressive gaze, feeling somewhat displeased, and the coldness in her eyes intensified. Just as she was about to continue applying pressure to Jiang Feng, a loud rumble echoed from within him. His entire aura, under Yang Qiong's pressure, resembled a sapling in a storm, swaying wildly but still clinging fiercely to the ground, growing tenaciously. Spiritual energy from the surroundings surged toward Jiang Feng. A faint sound resonated in his mind, and a large amount of spiritual energy flooded into his consciousness, putting his consciousness into a wondrous state, causing his mental power to rise rapidly. The spiritual power within his body began to circulate rapidly along the martial scriptures pathways, generating a powerful suction that drew the external spiritual energy into his body, converting it into spiritual power. Chapter 100. Breaking through the spirit martial realm. Yang Qiong let out a long breath and took out a delicate multicolor bracelet. A hint of surprise flashed in Qingwan's eyes as she turned her back to Yang Qiong and began to fiddle with the bracelet. Before long, Qingwan turned around and handed Fatty 2 crimson talismans and a jade vial. Once we leave, he will still be breaking through. If someone disturbs him, use this. The Fatty carefully accepted it. These were talismans of the martial sect level. Okay, with me around, I guarantee the boss will be fine. This contains 3 drops of concentration dew, enough for your breakthrough. Take good care of him. Qingwan pointed to the jade vial in Fatty's hand. Ah, thank you. Don't worry, sis. With me here, it'll be no problem. Fatty patted his chest vigorously. Qingwan's eyes curved into a smile. Having spent 2 years together in the secret realm, she understood Fatty's character well and was generous with him. She turned and approached Jiang Feng, fastening the bracelet around his wrist. Jiang Feng, I have to go. I can't stay away, or my mother will kill you, Qingwan whispered in Jiang Feng's ear. Chapter 101. Qingwan's gift. You seek death. Yuan Liwu's figure stood in midair, directly slapping down with a palm, and the pressure of the martial king realm caused the surrounding trees to collapse instantly. Fatty, Xiaozhou, run. Jiang Feng's voice echoed in Fatty's mind. Fatty froze for a moment. He almost poured his internal spiritual power into the talisman, but quickly reacted to Jiang Feng's words, flipping over to take out the small boat, pouring all his spiritual power into it. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng took out a white talisman, pouring his internal spiritual power into it and throwing it into the sky. The talisman erupted with a blinding white light, instantly enveloping Yuan Liwu's figure, followed by a massive explosion, and then a figure was sent flying backward into the air. Go! The small boat activated, and both Fatty and Jiang Feng jumped on, transforming into a streak of light as they flew toward the horizon. Damn, boss. From your tone, just now, I thought you were going to fight him head-on. Fatty held 2 high-grade spirit stones in his hands, quickly absorbing spiritual energy to recover the spiritual power that had been drained from his body. Jiang Feng had also just lost 90% of his spiritual power to the talisman. I'm not an idiot. How could I fight a martial king? Jiang Feng rolled his eyes and shot a glance at Fatty. Chapter 102. Anomaly. 2 streaks of light flew rapidly across the mountain range, with the latter streak slowly drawing closer to the former boat. Roar. Occasionally, The roar of beasts could be heard, indicating that Jiang Feng and the others had already left the vicinity of the Feiyun secret realm by 100 miles. Boss, my spiritual power is about to run out. Fatty's face turned pale. They'd been flying for more than half an hour, and fully powering the small boat consumed an enormous amount of spiritual energy. This was still due to his high-quality, internal spiritual power from specializing in it before. For other peak Xuanwu-level martial artists, being able to operate the flying boat was already impressive, as it was a martial king-level escape tool. Let me handle it. You recover. After Jiang Feng broke through to the spirit martial realm, the spiritual force within him transformed from a misty state to a liquid state. Although he had only recovered about half of it now, both the quality and quantity were much higher than that of the fatty. He tossed a bottle of recovery elixir to the fatty and took over the control of the flying boat. The fatty stuffed 2 elixirs into his mouth as soon as he received them, holding a spirit stone to begin his recovery. Jiang Feng had checked the elixirs left to him by Qing Wan. Their surfaces bore fine patterns. These were top-grade elixirs, with impurities so minimal they could be ignored. And Jiang Feng had also taken one himself. Chapter 103. Good to look at, but useless ding. The crisp sound of impact was particularly jarring, causing Jiang Feng to shake his head and clear his mind. Not far away, Yuan Liwu's figure was flying up and down in the air. The sword in his hand seemed to come alive, striking, stabbing, flicking, and slicing with one move after another, the sword energy crisscrossing. Around him, a small figure moved with incredible speed. From Jiang Feng's perspective, the gray marten left behind afterimages, its claws continuously attacking Yuan Liwu. The sharp claws clashed with the silver sword blade, producing a clear sound that resonated throughout the area. Both the person and the beast were at the late stage of the martial king realm, engaging in a life-and-death struggle, fully unleashing their combat power. A wave of powerful fluctuations surged, and Jiang Feng took a deep breath, retracting the token in his hand into the bracelet, not pausing for a moment, decisively urging the flying boat to fly away. Sensing Jiang Feng's departure, Yuan Liwu was filled with rage, the spiritual force within him surging wildly. Beast die, 1,000 swords. Attack! At that moment, countless sword lights appeared, flashing with a cold gleam, enveloping the gray marten. Squeak, squeak. The gray marten's small eyes stared fiercely at Yuan Liwu. Its figure suddenly flashed and charged towards Yuan Liwu with extreme speed. Chapter 104. Planning Boss. Earlier, Qing Wan's mother asked me to tell you to participate in the Central Continent Grand Competition in 10 years. If you can achieve a ranking in the top 100, the Qing family will give you a chance. On the flying boat, the fatty recalled Yang Qiong's instructions and turned to Jiang Feng. They had already flown 10,000 miles away from the mountain where Yuan Liwu had fallen, having narrowly escaped the pursuit of various monsters in the treacherous depths of the mountain range. After flying out of that mountain range, the fatty immediately stowed the flying boat, as the runes and patterns on it had dimmed, indicating great consumption. This flying spiritual device could not be used continuously, but had a limited number of uses, requiring occasional repairs by experts skilled in runes or formations. The Central Continent Grand Competition? What kind of competition is that? Jiang Feng was looking down at a scroll given to him by Qing Wan. All the talented individuals from across the continent will participate. It's a grand event. The fatty's face showed a hint of longing, but he sighed in the end, knowing his limitations. With his strength, he probably wouldn't even qualify for the main selection. It was a grand event for the entire spirit martial continent. A competition for the entire continent? The top 100? Jiang Feng was also surprised. Chapter 105. Inquiring about news in the Daqin dynasty in Fengyan City. A streak of light flew out from several mist-shrouded peaks, heading towards the vast city ahead. Damn it, this is suffering. The fatty looked at the distant city with a face full of lamentation. After leaving the Feiyun mountain range, they had flown for a full 3 months, covering a distance of 100,000 miles, passing through countless mountains and being pursued by various monsters over 100 times. The Yuan family is really a bunch of dogs. They have people searching every city. The fatty resented, as their original plan was to find a large city and take the teleportation array to leave the Daqin dynasty. However, they discovered that every city with a teleportation array had Yuan family members blocking them. Although the Yuan family was not royal in the Daqin dynasty, their family influence was immense. After some inquiries, they learned that Yuan Liwu, who had pursued them that day, had fallen deep within the Feiyun mountain range. The Yuan family was furious and determined to find them. Although Jiang Feng, having reached the spirit martial realm, could control his appearance, his original aura could not be altered. There was a type of spiritual device in the spirit martial continent specifically designed to detect original auras, capable of identifying individuals below the martial king realm. After years of development, such devices had become quite common in the spirit martial continent, forcing the two to wander and traverse through the mountains. Chapter 106. Teleportation Array. Just as the two stepped into the building, in the Lord's mansion of Fengyan City. My lord, the two people the Yuan family is looking for have arrived in our city and are preparing to teleport away from our Daqin territory. A man in black knelt on one knee, reporting to a middle-aged man in the courtyard. Hee. The middle-aged man paused while holding a teacup, then chuckled lightly. How's the investigation going? Did Yuan Liwu die at their hands or at the hands of the monsters? The middle-aged man asked his subordinate with a smile. News from the imperial city indicates that Yuan Liwu died deep within the Feiyun mountain range. The Yuan family's ancestor went there and fought fiercely with a monster lord, even returning with some injuries. So, the Yuan family can't take revenge on a monster lord and now wants to vent their anger by targeting two spirit martial realm warriors? Ha. The middle-aged man laughed heartily while holding the teacup. The subordinate knelt on the ground, not responding. He could say that, but he couldn't. All right, you can go. Let them leave for now. After they're gone, send word back to inform the Yuan family of their whereabouts. That will surely make them even more furious. Hee. The angrier they are, the happier I am. Haha. Chapter 107. Technological Cultivation System, Shanyue City. This was a city built halfway up a mountain, surrounded by clouds and mist, with countless peaks reaching heights of over 1,000 or even several thousand meters. The trees in the mountains were lush and vibrant, and streams cascaded down from the high mountains, with waterfalls resembling scenes from a painting. So beautiful. The fatty and Jiang Feng stood at the entrance of a large building, gazing at the distant scenery, and the fatty couldn't help but exclaim. Jiang Feng was still immersed in the teleportation experience he just had. He was indeed shocked. Closing his eyes and opening them again, he had already arrived tens of thousands of miles away, and apart from a brief moment of dizziness, he felt no discomfort at all. Technology can't compare to such methods, I suppose, unless there's a wormhole traversal like in sci-fi movies. Jiang Feng compared the Earth of his past life with the spirit martial continent in his heart. Thinking of technology, Jiang Feng suddenly recalled that his parents had mentioned before that there was also technological cultivation in the spirit martial continent, but he didn't know what it was like. Glancing at the distant scenery, Jiang Feng gently exhaled. The landscapes and natural environment of the spirit martial continent existed only in the fantasies of earthlings, looking incredibly beautiful. However, beneath this beauty lay deadly threats. Chapter 108. The fatty's dream. As for the resentment of those two siblings, Jiang Feng and the fatty didn't care at all. Even without the numerous talismans of the martial zone level within the bracelet, with Jiang Feng's own strength, he was not afraid of them. After fleeing for several months, his cultivation had stabilized in the mid-stage and was approaching the late stage of the spirit martial realm. The crowd around, disappointed that the two sides did not fight, turned and left. The pair of siblings just now, were disciples of the Liu family from Xinfeng City downstream of Jiaolong Lake. You two should be careful. The shopkeeper kindly reminded Jiang Feng and the Pongzu from behind the counter. It's nothing, thanks, Jiang Feng replied with a nonchalant smile. By the way, shopkeeper, is there really some kind of nest in Jiaolong Lake? Although the woman had looked down on Jiang Feng and the Pongzu earlier, her expression was very certain when talking about the nest in Jiaolong Lake. Jiang Feng curiously asked the local. There must be a nest. Before Mountain City was built, there were already demon beasts in the big lake. Later, after the Jiaolong failed its tribulation and fell, many cultivators went to the lake to search for treasures left by the Jiaolong. When there were many people, a town formed here, which eventually developed into a city. Chapter 109. The wealthy child. 3 days later, at the entrance of Chunhua Street, Jiang Feng and the Pongzu walked out with their arms around each other's shoulders. Boss, the new way you taught me is really different, super exciting, and the cyclone of the Huin Point is truly amazing, the Pongzu said with a mischievous smile, with several red marks on the skin of his neck. That's nothing. I have even more novel ways to play. I'll teach you next time, Jiang Feng said disdainfully. Why don't you teach me all at once? The Pongzu leaned over, looking puzzled. The information is too much. You're still too young, and I'm afraid you can't handle it. Damn, boss, you're really shameless. By the way, does Qingwan know how shameless you are? Be careful, or I'll tell her later. If you dare to say it, I'll dare to cut you down, little brother. You're ruthless. Get lost. Hee hee, you must be itching for it. The friendship boat capsized just like that. The Pongzit shook off Jiang Feng's arm and moved away from this shameless person. Jiang Feng chased after him and slapped the Pongzit on the back. Ouch, damn, that hurts. Is it pleasant? I'll teach you another way to play. Slap. Damn, get lost. The two were playfully fighting while running towards the inn where they had reserved their meal, while two figures hiding in the shadows exchanged speechless glances and quickly pursued them. Chapter 110. Invincible in the same realm, a group of people surrounded them, including the two siblings and a total of 8 people, 4 at the spirit martial realm and 4 at the mysterious martial realm. The highest cultivation was Lu Wei, who was at the peak of the spirit martial realm, while the other 3 included 1 in the middle stage and 2 in the early stage. The mysterious martial realm was automatically ignored by the 2. Capture them, cripple them, but don't kill them. I want to slap these 2 bastards to death. Lu Yin flew over, looking at the 2 with a face full of resentment. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and kill them. Lu Wei interrupted his sister, waving his hand to the crowd, and then headed towards Lu Yin, where the 2 siblings joined forces. In their eyes, Jiang Feng and the Pongzhi were just 2 pieces of trash at the peak of the mysterious martial realm. And with their 2 spirit martial realm subordinates and 4 mysterious martial realm members, it was an easy task. 6 men surrounded them, and Jiang Feng and the Pongzhi showed strange expressions. Why are there such stupid people? The Pongzhi couldn't hide his smile, putting away the wooden board and flipping his hand to reveal a wolf fawn club. Hee hee, Jiang Feng also smiled, producing a black blade and charging towards the encroaching people. The others were slightly taken aback. They had not reacted to why this weakling dared to charge forward when a flash of black light passed by. Chapter 111. The nest of demon beasts in Jiaolong Lake. Jiang Feng swiftly appeared on the ground, quickly scanning with his spiritual sense, then crouched down to start searching the corpses. He was an expert at searching, taking a bracelet off Lu Wei's arm. Meanwhile, the Bonju was still in midair chasing after Lu Yin, having put away his wolf fawn club and pummeling Lu Yin with punches and kicks, causing her to scream in agony. After taking a glance, Jiang Feng walked over to the other corpses, where 6 more bodies lay not far away. Once Jiang Feng returned after searching 6 storage bags, the Hongzhi had also knocked Lu Yin down. Haha, little girl, keep cursing, the Hongzhi said with one foot on Lu Yan's face, looking smug. If you dare to kill me, my Lu family will never let you go. Lu Yan's mouth and nose were covered in blood, her face swollen like a pig's head, and she had several broken bones from the Pongju's beating, with her dantian heavily injured, leaving her with no ability to resist. Haha, are you joking? Boss, is this the little fairy you talked about? The Pongzhi winked at Jiang Feng as he approached. She's at least 80 years old. I guess she's an old fairy. Jiang Feng glanced at Lu Yin. Though he was unsure of her exact age, she was definitely not a young person in her 20s or 30s. Chapter 112. The fishermen, after working hard for a while, Jiang Feng and the Pongzhi piled the corpses into a big pit and buried them. Kid, let me see the map. Just as they finished, an old man's voice came from nearby. Jiang Feng took out the map, glanced at it, and memorized the patterns on it, fearing that the old man would not return it. They walked to the lakeside, where the old man had just caught a fish. Haha, thought you could run away. A palm-sized golden fish was pulled up by the old man. Golden spirit fish, a great tonic, the Hongzhi muttered. You have good taste, can you cook? The old man asked with a smile, while the Pongzhi shook his head, indicating he couldn't do that. You really don't know how to enjoy life. The old man rolled his eyes, threw the fish into a nearby fishing net, and continued to bait his line. Where's the map? Jiang Feng handed over the animal skin map, and throughout the process, the old man's aura showed no change, just like an ordinary old man. The old man took the map and glanced at it. Someone has indeed been in there. I wonder if that Jiaolong knows that its old nest has been stolen before, the old man said with a smile while looking at the map. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up. The old man's words undoubtedly confirmed that this map was real. Chapter 113. The old man, he had never considered realms above the martial king. But now, after what the old man said, Jiang Feng frowned. Since he first entered the mountains for closed-door cultivation, his direction had never changed, to lay down the strongest foundation and step-by-step climb upwards. From the beginning until now, he had always done this, spending 8 years honing himself before breaking through to the true martial realm. pushing himself to the limit until he could no longer suppress his physical body and his internal cyclone could no longer increase. The true martial realm and mysterious martial realm had always been about steadily pushing his limits, and each breakthrough came from an uncontrollable state, rather than the way ordinary cultivators constantly try to break through their boundaries. Senior, I want to ask, when you say the road is difficult, which aspect do you mean? Jiang Feng thought for a long time, and when it came to his cultivation path, he couldn't help but ask the old man who was cooking fish. All things have spirits. An excessive killing intent will make the tribulations you encounter in the future even more intense, and it will be harder to break through your realm. The old man pondered for a moment while cooking fish and slowly spoke. Tribulation? This was the first time Jiang Feng had heard that humans would encounter tribulations when breaking through. No one had ever mentioned such distant matters to him before. Chapter 114. The identities of the two. Once the middle-aged man made it clear, the old man stopped pretending. Kid, are you interested in formations? The old man looked at Jiang Feng with a smile. I am. If Jiang Feng were to say he wasn't interested or showed any hesitation at this moment, he would be a fool. He nodded decisively, his face full of sincerity. All right, you kid is decisive and full of killing intent. Stop acting like a good little boy. Song Xian felt a bit speechless and waved his hand. Song Senior, what do you think of me? Before Jiang Feng could respond, the fat man cautiously leaned over and asked. He also wanted to be a disciple. He had just heard that the middle-aged man was from the Starfall Sacred Land. That was a sacred land, one of the 9 major sacred lands in the entire continent. The old man waved his hand to silence the middle-aged man, and the envy in the fat man's small eyes as he looked at Jiang Feng was evident. Your spiritual awareness is not strong enough. It's far from suitable. Although the fat man had guessed the answer, a hint of disappointment still flashed in his eyes. Kid, if you want to be my disciple, you're not enough right now. Before reaching the Martial King realm, if you can unlock 7 shackles, then I can accept you as a disciple. At least 2 shackles must be unlocked in your brain. Song Xian originally had only a bit of interest in Jiang Feng, but now that it was pointed out, he seriously considered it and looked at Jiang Feng earnestly. Chapter 115. The Dragon's Nest. Song Xian landed on a flat area halfway up the mountain. Several attacks from martial venerates and martial zones had flattened the area, leaving only a giant rock. Song Xian looked around. Hee, this illusion array is quite good. Song Xian chuckled, his figure flashing back into the air. Then his expression turned solemn. He began to move his hands, and streams of light shot down towards the flat area below. Jiang Feng watched as these streams of light flew to the ground without any ripple, instantly disappearing as if they had no power. As time passed, the people around began to feel a subtle fluctuation. The environment below was changing. Oh! Song Xian paused, a hint of surprise on his face. Then his hands moved quickly again, sending more concentrated streams of light towards the flat area below. With a soft hum, the void twisted, and the terrain halfway up the mountain underwent a massive change. The originally chaotic ground was now covered with lush green grass, and a piece of emerald green flat land appeared in everyone's sight. Open! Song Xian shouted softly, and his aura became terrifyingly powerful. The crowd around was almost crushed down, their faces turning red as they quickly retreated. Chapter 116. The goodwill of the crowd, the two flew out of the valley and onto the plains. With a loud explosion, Jiang Feng and the fat man turned to look in that direction, where Song Xian and the gun demon had disappeared. Immediately, a massive shadow of a spear appeared in the air. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed through the heavens, and the earth as a white phantom tail swung towards the spear shadow. Boom! The entire space shook, and a powerful pressure swept over. Jiang Feng and the fat man quickly descended, their eyes fixed on that mountain peak. Roar! Break! The gun demon's shout resounded, and the space shook violently, enveloped in terrifying fluctuations. So strong. Jiang Feng swallowed hard. This was a true powerhouse, capable of destroying the heavens and the earth with a wave of the hand. When Emperor Realm experts fight, damn it, they won't shatter this space, right? If that happens, we won't have anywhere to run. The fat man nervously watched that direction. If the space collapsed, they would undoubtedly die. The battle continued, but they could only see the gun demon and the phantom engage in combat, while Song Xian's figure was nowhere to be seen. If you die, you dissipate. What obsession is there to keep? Annihilation. The gun demon roared, and a terrifying spear shadow condensed into a blinding light. Chapter 117. The Blood Demon Clan okay. Jiang Feng didn't say anything else and directly agreed. There's a saying about brothers. Together we shared the same window. Together we bore arms. Together we did that thing. Jiang Feng still recognized the fat man. After the old man Fan left, the two continued to explore deeper into the mountain. After searching for nearly half an hour, they gathered several spiritual herbs. Just as they were about to continue their search deep within the nest, Song Xian and the gun demon hovered in midair with serious expressions. It seems this spiritual vein has no chance of being mine, Sai. The gun demon shook his head regretfully. Below, in a small mountain range, there was a large lake, and the two discovered that there was a high-grade spiritual vein at the bottom of the lake. This large lake was the lair of the old dragon, which had now been infiltrated by demonic energy. The lake's water was pitch black, and strands of murderous aura emerged from the lake, then were blocked by an array that sealed the murderous aura within the lake. I didn't expect that the demon clan's hands would reach so far. They've already come to the eastern region. Song Xian's expression was grim. The old dragon's lair space must have been found by the demon clan's weak point, forcibly breaking in. The cause of its death must be related to the demon clan. Just now, I sensed the demonic force within its obsession. Chapter 118. The Nine-Turn Celestial Array. Everyone, leave here. The gun demon's roar echoed throughout the space. He transformed into a stream of light and flew towards the previous valley at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the valley, his figure flashing and disappearing from this space. Jiang Feng and the fat man were trembling at the foot of the mountain. The pressure from that side was simply too terrifying, and they felt as if the sky was about to collapse. Boss, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. I can't circulate my spiritual power. The fat man said with a mournful face. Since the battle began over there, the fat man and Jiang Feng had been pinned in place, unable to move. If it weren't for the marks of Song Xian protecting them, they would have likely been crushed into a pile of meat paste. Just then, a stream of light swept past from above. As it passed, its speed slightly decreased, and Jiang Feng and the fat man's bodies were uncontrollably lifted into the sky. Two little friends, quickly follow us to leave. A serious voice came, as Lin Ru took the two of them and flew towards the valley. The full-speed flight of a martial venerate was incredibly fast. Previously, when Song Xian moved them, it was instant teleportation. But now Jiang Feng and the fat man experienced what it felt like to have the body flying ahead while the soul chased behind. Chapter 119. Timely discovery boom. With a loud noise, Song Xian's figure was sent flying. The nine-turns celestial array in the void was instantly torn apart, and all the spirit stones were shattered into dust, the void breaking apart inch by inch. A node has exchanged for a semi-saint level formation master, which is considered a gain. The figure made of blood-red lake water towers over 1,000 meters, with the avatar of the withered demon embedded in its forehead. The middle-aged man, Lin Tian, did not utter a word of nonsense. He gathered the power of the laws and swung the axe in his hand, causing the entire nest space to tremble, and the distant peaks began to collapse. Song Xian's face turned pale. He had forcefully enhanced the power of the Nine Turns Heavenly Gang formation just now, which had taken a huge toll on him. The shadow of the axe, carrying a terrifying momentum, chopped towards him. 5 elements, suppress. Countless streams of light flew out, and formation patterns appeared around him, instantly forming the Great Formation. Clang. The 5 elements defense formation dimmed significantly after being struck, and then a fist smashed down on the formation. Boom. The spirit stones that composed the formation I shattered instantly, breaking the formation. However, Song Xian's gaze hardened, and a massive mental force swept out from his sea of consciousness, distorting the void. What could divine sense do? The illusory figure of the withered demon solidified a bit more. Chapter 120. Prezo, those 2 kids are still here. Please wait a moment. Song Xian paused and appeared beside Jiang Feng and the fatty by the boulder. You 2 haven't left? Song Xian glanced at the 2 who were dividing the loot. Senior, you came out. We were waiting for you. The fatty spoke first, quickly putting away the items and wearing a flattering expression. Senior, are you injured? Jiang Feng looked at him with a hint of surprise. Although he didn't know Song Xian's specific cultivation level, it was definitely not low. At this moment, although Song Xian had simply treated the injury on his chest and changed into a new set of clothes, Jiang Feng could sense the fluctuations coming from him. Earlier, when he met Song Xian, he appeared just like an ordinary old man, and he couldn't sense any fluctuations from him at all. and that pale complexion showed that he was injured. Just some minor injuries. Song Xian nodded and was about to continue speaking. This kid is not bad. His mental power is strong, his physique is formidable, and the quality of his spiritual power is not low. Good seed. An old man with white hair suddenly appeared in front of the group, his figure somewhat hunched, but his eyes seemed to see through people's hearts. Senior. Chapter 121. Starfall Sacred Land on the surface. The Lingwu continent has 9 major sacred lands. To be recognized as a sacred land, there must be a martial saint-level expert stationed there. The eastern region has 2 major sacred lands. One is the Starfall Sacred Land, and the other is the Yin-Yang Sacred Land. These 2 sacred lands occupy the eastern region, managing dozens of dynasties, families, and sects of all sizes beneath them. At this moment, on the outskirts of the eastern region's Starfall Mountains, there is a huge city named Starfall City. In the center of the city, a quaint building, Dongyu and Gongchen emerged. It's still your big city that's bustling, haha. The sound of excitement came from the crowd, and Dongyu laughed. Senior, you're joking, please. Gongchen smiled and waved, and a luxurious warship about 30 meters long appeared in the air ahead. The 3 of them, along with Jiang Feng and the fatty, flashed and entered the warship. Immediately, the patterns on the warship's surface lit up, and it vanished into the air. Jiang Feng looked outside through the light shield, and countless mountains and peaks quickly passed by behind them. Song Xian, how's your injury? If you need any spiritual pills or herbs, just say so, and I'll have someone fetch them from the storeroom. Gongchen quietly asked Song Xian, who was meditating nearby. Chapter 122. Luxurious cultivation environment. How big is the Starfall Sacred Land? Jiang Feng and the fatty were not sure. The gray-clothed old man led them from the main hall for nearly half an hour before landing on the mountainside of a peak, not far from which were 2 small courtyards. You 2 little friends will stay here. This is an identity token. Holding this token allows you to access most areas within the sacred land. The gray-clothed old man smiled kindly and handed 2 white tokens to Jiang Feng. Thank you, Senior. My name is Hui Hong. I am a deacon of the sacred land. If you 2 need anything, you can contact me. Hui Hong did not know Jiang Feng and the fatty's specific identities, but since they came with Dong Yu and the sacred master, they must be special. So even though Hui Hong was a martial venerable expert, he did not dare to be presumptuous. My name is Jiang Feng. I'm Xia Yuan. The 2 exchanged contact tokens. I will take my leave now. I will arrange for a few outer disciples to come over later. If you have anything, you can contact me. Thank you, Senior. Hui Hong left, and Jiang Feng and the fatty turned to walk towards the courtyard ahead. Boss, the sacred land. This is the eastern region sacred land. The fatty was still in excitement, feeling as if he were in a dream. After all, this was the eastern region sacred land, not some first-class or second-class sect. Chapter 123. 2 gifts after more than 10 years of cultivation. Jiang Feng had gradually gotten used to the monotony of closed-door training. Previously, he had been exploring on his own, without guidance or a good cultivation environment. He was a pure loose cultivator, suddenly arriving in such a luxurious cultivation environment. With rich spiritual energy and a quiet environment, he no longer had to guard against wild beasts suddenly attacking him. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had gone by. On this day, Song Xian and Dong Yu came to the courtyard where Jiang Feng and the fatty were staying. Wake up! A gentle voice echoed in Jiang Feng and the fatty's sea of consciousness. Jiang Feng opened his eyes, paused for a moment, then got up and walked outside. Dong Yu was not tall, around 1.70 meters, with a somewhat hunched figure, wearing a white long shirt, complemented by his white hair and beard, looking like an old man covered in white. Song Xian's injuries had stabilized, and his complexion was not as pale as before. Senior Dong Yu, Senior Song Xian. Jiang Feng and the fatty bowed to the 2. Setting aside their identities, the fact that they could enter the Starfall Sacred Land was also thanks to them. Otherwise, how could Gongchen have paid them any attention? You 2 stay here for now. I will go back to handle some matters, and will come back in about a year to take you to the realm battlefield. Dong Yu glanced at the 2, nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 124. Identity Boss. Why isn't he out yet? The fatty sat at the stone table in the courtyard, which was filled with a variety of dishes that he had asked an outer disciple named Xin Ting'er from the Starfall Sacred Land to help him buy. It had been nearly a month since Jiang Feng entered the room, and the fatty was eating and drinking while mumbling. This chicken leg is delicious. Not bad. I'll ask Xiantinger later where she bought it and get some more. The fatty now also had a storage ring, so he could buy more food to keep inside. Buzz. A light sound rang out, although it was not loud. The fatty still heard it and looked towards Jiang Feng's room next door. However, the door did not open, and he could not see anything. The houses in the Starfall Sacred Land had a formation that shielded spiritual senses, so cultivators below the Martial Venerable Realm could not detect the situation inside the room. Soon, Jiang Feng's door opened. Boss, you finally came out. It's been a month. The chubby guy took a bite of the chicken leg, looking somewhat dissatisfied, saying they had agreed to go to the Scripture Pavilion to choose martial skills, but it took so long to come out. There's still time, no rush. Jiang Feng was dressed in a white long shirt, and his short black hair made him look very energetic. He wasn't used to having long hair and would occasionally trim it, maintaining the crew cut he had from his previous life. Chapter 125. The Scripture Pavilion. The attic seemed small, but inside it held a different world. At the entrance of the Scripture Pavilion, there was a long desk, where an old man with a wrinkled face sat reading a book. He had no fluctuations of spiritual energy around him, and his hands and face were covered with loose skin, clearly indicating he had lived for a long time. Old Pavilion Master. The Holy Lord ordered me to bring these two young friends in to select martial skills, Gui Hong said respectfully to the old man. Greetings, senior. The chubby guy blinked at Jiang Feng, who, realizing what was happening, also bowed to the old man. Go ahead. The old man didn't even lift his eyelids, staring straight at the paper book in his hands, waving his aged arm. Jiang Feng straightened up. Just as the old man turned the page, he caught a glimpse of the content on the page, and he froze for a moment, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The chubby guy noticed Jiang Feng's unusual reaction and followed his gaze, instantly widening his mouth in surprise. Little kid, don't look around. It affects your development. The old man raised his eyelids and glanced sideways at the two, turning to block the book. Guillaume is mutwixt, pretending not to see this scene. Go on in. You can check the first to third floors, but you can't go to the fourth and fifth floors. Each of you can select 3 items, and after making your selections, come back here to register. You must return within 6 months. Gui Hong waved his hand to urge them to leave quickly. Chapter 126. The old man helps with selection. The two spent a full 3 days in the Scripture Pavilion. Jiang Feng carefully selected 3 martial skills that were currently the most suitable for him. During this time, the chubby guy approached Jiang Feng, asking him to help select 3 techniques. He was dazzled by the multitude of martial skills and really didn't know how to choose. Fortunately, Jiang Feng gave him some advice. In the end, the two returned to the first floor hall with their selected martial skill jade slips. Gui Hong was nowhere to be seen, but the old man at the entrance was still engrossed in that book. Senior, we've made our selections. Jiang Feng and the chubby guy placed their chosen martial skill jade slips on a desk. The old man only lifted his eyelids after finishing the content of the book. Glancing over at the two, you two were brought here by that old guy from Danya? The old man closed the book and set it aside. Yes, we were brought to the sacred land by Senior Dongyu, the chubby guy replied with a grin, pulling his gaze away from the book. At such a young age, not learning well. The old man shot a sidelong glance at the chubby guy, picking up the jade slips from the desk. Jean Tian, 7 steps to heaven. Secret technique of the swimming dragon. You picked these? The old man looked at Jiang Feng. Yes, senior. Chapter 127. Place of cultivation, fellow Taoists. What is your surname? I apologize for what happened earlier. Lu Bai approached, smiling apologetically at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng, thank you. Jiang Feng glanced at him without showing much closeness. He wasn't a disciple of the sacred land and was about to head to the battlefield, so he only wanted to improve his strength. Lu Bai was somewhat surprised by Jiang Feng's indifference. He was originally curious about Jiang Feng and the chubby guy, but unlike Qianin, he wanted to befriend them to learn more about their background. However, Jiang Feng's demeanor showed no intention of being friendly. Farewell. Jiang Feng pulled the chubby guy, who was about to speak, and walked toward the edge of the platform. Lu Bai watched their backs, pondering, before turning to head back to the Scripture Pavilion. The Starfall Sacred Land was vast, but Jiang Feng and the chubby guy remembered their way back. The two soared into the air, heading toward their mountain peak. Boss, that Lu Bai seemed pretty good just now, and the Sacred Land even gave us martial skills. Why be so cold? The chubby guy was puzzled. Disciples of the Starfall Sacred Land usually wanted to curry favor with others when outside, so why was Jiang Feng acting differently? Chapter 128. Cultivating in the Starfall sacred land, time passed unknowingly. Day by day, year by year, Jiang Ro had completely grown into a young woman. She had been at Ziyun's sect for 12 years, and the timid little girl from back then had disappeared, transforming into a direct disciple of the supreme elder of Ziyun's sect, gaining considerable fame in the sect and surrounding areas. The only unchanging thing was her preference for wearing that long red dress and her longing for Jiang Feng, that bond of blood thicker than water. "Brother, where are you?" Standing at the edge of a cliff, Jiang Ro gazed at the rolling sea of clouds ahead, murmuring to herself. Over the years, she had never given up searching for Jiang Feng, almost every year pestering her master to take her out. She had searched the divine martial kingdom and the surrounding areas, but she had never spotted Jiang Feng. The eastern domain was too vast, with dozens of large and small empires and sections. Even a martial sovereign would find it difficult to fly out of the eastern domain without using a teleportation array. "Girl, it's time to cultivate." An old voice echoed in the air as Jiang Ro's master, Song Yun, appeared beside her, reaching out to pat her head. "Master, do you think my brother is still in this world?" Chapter 129. Provocation, just as he stood up and walked out of the courtyard. 35 times the gravity swept over him. Jiang Feng's shoulders sank slightly as he took a deep breath and stepped forward onto the flat ground, where some stones for body cultivation and several tree trunks were placed. A tree trunk weighing 100 pounds was lifted up, and under the influence of gravity, it felt like 3,500 pounds. Jiang Feng had brought all of these himself. He bent down to grab a tree trunk, his muscles tensing as he threw it upward. However, this place did not contain spiritual energy. The spiritual energy within him was running wildly, each cyclone spinning rapidly as Jiang Feng unleashed an incredible burst of power. Up, the tree trunk was raised above his head, and Jiang Feng's arms trembled slightly. Huff, hiss, huff. Adjusting his breathing, he slowly squatted down, the tree trunk resting on his shoulder. Then he carried it on his back and lay down, propping himself up with his hands on the ground, assuming a strange posture, like a leopard preparing to hunt. This was a posture from the Beast Emperor technique for body refinement, and the spiritual energy within Jiang Feng flowed wildly according to the operation route of the Beast Emperor technique. He froze in place, as if time had stopped, maintaining this position without moving, even his breathing becoming faint, though his arms and legs trembled occasionally. Chapter 130. Starfall City. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Feng and the chubby guy descended the mountain, where Xiantinger and Lin Qingxue were waiting for them at the foot of the mountain. "We thought you had lost track of time." Xiantinger smiled and said, "That won't do. Are there any good items at the auction?" The chubby man approached with a grin. "Naturally, there are plenty of good items. It just depends on whether you can afford them." Xiantinger chuckled. The city outside the mountains was the main city connecting the Starfall sacred land and the outside world, known as Starfall City, the top super city in the eastern region. "Let's go. Time is running out." The sun had begun to set. The chubby man took out a doorboard, and Xiantinger also waved her hand to take out a flying spiritual tool, which was a white satin that was inscribed with dense runic formations. "Let's go." The chubby man and Jiang Feng stepped onto the doorboard, while the satin wrapped around Xiantinger and Lin Qingxue, lifting them off the ground. This kind of flying spiritual tool was quite eye-opening. Jiang Feng smiled. He didn't expect there were such flying spiritual tools. There are plenty of them. The forms of spiritual artifacts and treasures vary greatly. There are all kinds. The two followed along. The four of them flew outside, weaving around mountain peaks. Chapter 131. Flat Island. The island was large, resembling a small town, with all sorts of cultivators scattered across every corner, bustling with activity. How many cultivators are there in Starfall City? It seemed almost impossible to see ordinary mortals here. The chubby man mumbled as the four walked along. They rarely saw any ordinary mortals without cultivation. Even small vendors on the street had some level of cultivation. This was one of the largest cultivation cities in the entire eastern region, with no fewer than 10 million cultivators, and even Martial Emperor level experts occasionally appeared here. Xiantinger wore a proud expression. She indeed had reasons to be proud. Although she was an outer disciple of the Starfall sacred land, she was still a disciple of the Starfall sacred land, and this city belonged to it. The four walked deeper into the island along the streets, where there was a building covering more than 100 acres, and the surrounding crowd was almost all flowing toward it, clearly heading to tonight's auction. This auction was organized by one of the four major merchant associations in Starfall City, the Tianluo Merchant Association. Even Jiang Feng, who was a bit of a bumpkin, couldn't help but take notice of the name Tianluo Merchant Association. Its reputation in the eastern region was immense, led by the Starfall Sacred Land, and comprised of no less than 20 dynasties and sections. Chapter 132, 4. 1 million spiritual stones for the pill Ning Shenlu. 5,000 high-grade spiritual stones per drop. Ning Shendan. 10,000 high-grade spiritual stones per pill. Ling Sui. 30,000 spiritual stones per bottle. Hissing. The chubby man and Jiang Feng looked at those good items with shining eyes, but the prices that followed made their mouths twitch. They were too expensive. I say, can you two lower your sights a little? You're looking at the highest tier items. Zuentinger and Lin Qing also couldn't help but urge the two to stop looking, otherwise they would want to buy something too. But these items were simply too expensive. Although the effects were top-notch, if they spent all their spiritual stones, they wouldn't be able to cultivate afterward. Boss, I don't have many spiritual stones left. The chubby man pouted, looking aggrieved. If he were at home, he could ask the old man for some spiritual stones, but now that he was out, he had to rely on himself. And if he couldn't rely on himself, he had to rely on the boss. Jiang Feng glanced at him, considering whether to continue investing in the chubby man. He probably still had about 120,000 high-grade spiritual stones and 500 top-grade spiritual stones left, mostly left by Qingwan. If it weren't for this amount of spiritual stones left by Qingwan, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. Chapter 133. Buying Ling Sui, the second auction item. Zunling. It can not only resist spiritual power attacks, but also block the spiritual sense attacks of martial venerable experts, with a base price of 500,000 high-grade spiritual stones. But someone has already bid 2 million in advance. Please bid, with each increment of at least 100,000. Hui had a slight smile on his face as he casually waved his hand. A white long robe with flowing light appeared in the center of the stage. The base color of the robe was white, but the fabric had 5-colored brilliance flowing faintly, with some mysterious lines on the shoulders and chest, adding a certain mysterious aura. A defensive spiritual artifact for the venerable realm. And it could also block spiritual sense attacks, truly worthy of the Tianluo Merchant Association to auction off such a spiritual artifact. Today was indeed an eye-opener. Countless people in the venue were discussing it, and Jiang Feng and the chubby man also found out the information about this spiritual artifact, which came from the renowned artifact Master Fu Yi in the eastern region. The Tianluo Merchant Association spent considerable resources to acquire it from him. On the Lingwu continent, apart from artifacts with Dao rhythms, defensive spiritual artifacts are known to be worth more than offensive ones. Everyone knows that saving one's life comes first. Chapter 134. Guide. The Tianluo Merchant Association was very efficient. Jiang Feng and the others didn't wait long before a staff member came to knock on the door of their private room. The chubby man got up to open the door, and 2 peak spiritual martial cultivators walked in. Everyone, the items you bid for have been delivered. Please inspect them. A middle-aged man walked in, followed by several guards, smiling as he addressed Jiang Feng and the others. He slightly raised his arm, and 4 jade bottles appeared on the table. Jiang Feng walked over to check each jade bottle, although he hadn't used the Yun Sui pill and Ling Sui. With the Tianluo Merchant Association's great reputation, he felt at ease. After sensing the fluctuations in the jade bottles, he put them away. Then, he continuously took out spiritual stones from his storage bracelet. He spent a total of 106,000 high-grade spiritual stones, which made Jiang Feng feel a great pain. The spiritual stones left by Qingwan were all spent. After the handover, Jiang Feng checked his remaining spiritual stones, combined with the ones the chubby man had given him. He had less than 30,000 left, just a little over 27,000. I'm broke. Jiang Feng felt a bit helpless. His cultivation level was still too low, making it impossible to acquire spiritual stones in large amounts. Boss, let's go. We can't afford to look any further. Chapter 135. Gold selling den. Okay, my lords, please follow me, and I will definitely make you satisfied. Wang Hu's face showed an excited smile as he led Jiang Feng and the chubby man through the bustling streets and alleys. He was indeed a local of Starfall City, familiar with all the shortcuts. Half an hour later, the 3 arrived at a bustling street, which was lined entirely with flower houses. It was the busiest time of the night, and outside every restaurant stood charming young women. The enticing fragrance made the chubby man and Jiang Feng stir with desire. My lords, this place can meet all your requirements. Wang Hu brought the two to a large wooden building, pointing to the brightly lit hall. Before they could speak, two young women walked over and linked arms with them. Young masters, we can satisfy all your requests. Hee, wait a moment, let me settle the bill first. Jiang Feng tossed a high-grade spiritual stone to Wang Hu. Thank you, my lord. Wang Hu smiled. He was very happy, not only because of the spirit stone, but also because the manager of this restaurant would give him a commission. 5 high-quality spirit stones for each guest. Leave a message. I'll look for you if there's something. Chapter 136. Sense of crisis just as the two were leaving. In a nearby inn, young Master Qian, they came out. It seems they're preparing to go back. Qian Sun, holding the communication token, had a gloomy expression. To track Jiang Feng and the fat man, he had stayed outside the flower street for a whole 7 days. Although he occasionally went to have some fun, he had spent almost all the spirit stones on finding someone to teach Jiang Feng and the fat man a lesson. As a result, Jiang Feng and the fat man had stayed inside for a full 7 days. The 10th-ranked Qian Sun of the outer sect of the Starfall Sacred Land had watched from outside for 7 days. This filled Qian Sun with rage. These two outsiders, bumpkins, originally intended to just teach them a lesson, but now he wanted to kill them. He ordered them to guard a necessary path outside the city. Qian Sun sent a message to his subordinates, his face dark as he opened the door and walked out. Received. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng and the fat man were still unaware that Qian Sun was gathering his underlings to stalk them. After buying some daily necessities and food in the city, they headed outside the city. Boss, I have to say, cultivators are different. These days of dual cultivation have refined my spiritual power quite a bit. The fat man was still recounting the joys of the past few days to Jiang Feng. Chapter 137. Gift Hui Hong left the sacred land with a gloomy face. Quickly flying forward, the numerous factions and complicated relationships within the sacred land gave even a powerful martial venerable like him a headache. Sometimes he felt powerless. In recent days, someone had been probing into Jiang Feng and the fat man's identities on his behalf. Others might not know, but he understood very well why the sacred lord treated Jiang Feng and the fat man politely. It was due to an old monster's instructions. Someone of the same generation as the old man from the scripture pavilion. But recently, people have been constantly bothering him. He thought that, after warning them, there would be no more problems, but the message he received earlier made him underestimate the boldness of certain individuals. He sped along. The full-powered flight speed of a martial venerable was as fast as lightning. Before long, with his spiritual sense fully extended, he was the first to discover a battle ahead. You're seeking death. Before he arrived, his overwhelming presence already enveloped the mountainous area. A group of black-clad individuals had their pupils constrict and immediately turned to flee without hesitation. However, with Hui Hong, a late-stage martial venerable, they had no chance to escape. Get down! With a loud shout, a streak of light was still in the sky, and the energy shield of the small flying boat in the air shattered. The 10 black-clad individuals on the small boat fell like dead men towards the ground. In the blink of an eye, Hui Hong's figure appeared in midair. Chapter 138. 100 Battles, Old Man. After returning from the scripture pavilion to their residence, the two began another round of closed-door cultivation. For cultivators, closed-door cultivation was as common as everyday life in the secular world. The higher the realm, the longer the closed-door cultivation lasted. Although Jiang Feng and the fat man were still only at the spiritual martial realm, they were at the lowest level in the sacred land. In other smaller cities outside, those at the spiritual martial realm could already serve as the lord of the city. The lifespan of cultivators at this realm is nearly 500 years. Fat man, I'm going to the gravity peak. Are you going? Jiang Feng shouted to the next courtyard. Going. The fat man pushed open the door and walked out. The two set off together towards Gravity Peak. Ever since that day when the old man from the scripture pavilion spoke about protecting them, the two had completely settled down. Whether cultivating at their residence or at Gravity Peak, no one dared to provoke them anymore. The two brothers from the Qian family had also disappeared, from Xian Tinger and the other girls. They learned that those two brothers seemed to have been sent out to enter some secret realm to carry out tasks for their sect. Days passed by, and Jiang Feng truly enjoyed an excellent cultivation environment. No matter which corner of the sacred land, the spiritual energy was several times denser than the outside world, and in some places, it was even more than 10 times denser. Chapter 139. Guidance. Jiang Feng lay in the pit for half a day before he tremblingly got up. You dog, I don't believe you won't come looking for me after you finish watching. He sat cross-legged in the courtyard to adjust his breath. The spiritual power in his dantian flowed along the meridians and the whirlpool throughout his body spun rapidly, while the surrounding spiritual energy surged in quickly. Jiang Feng gradually immersed himself in cultivation. Life returned to calm again, running back and forth between the small courtyard and Gravity Peak. The daily cultivation time was ample, with martial techniques, movement techniques, formations, as well as the god-forging technique and divine refinement complementing each other, making Jiang Feng and the fat man's spiritual sense become more solid day by day, just as Jiang Feng and the fat man were desperately cultivating. Far away on a mountain peak in the western region, the figure of the old man from Danyu emerged from a cave. 9 Xian spirit iron. I remember it seems to be somewhere. The old face of Danyu wrinkled as he mumbled. There's some in the depths of the abyss in the western region. Old Dong, hurry up and get it, I'm in a hurry. A voice came from the cave behind. You're in a hurry? I'm even more in a hurry. I have to go to the boundary battlefield for duty soon. The old man from Danyu cursed in annoyance. Then his figure disappeared from the mountain peak. If it weren't for seeing you are about to go for duty, I wouldn't bother to help you repair this sacred artifact, you old man. Chapter 140. Body formation. The whirlpool and the acupuncture points is the most obvious benefit of the martial canon technique so far. The whirlpool not only refines the spiritual power within Jiang Feng, but also nourishes the surrounding body, meridians, acupuncture points, and so on. When the whirlpool is fully operational, he is in a kind of plundering state regarding the surrounding spiritual energy, which rushes in wildly. Therefore, although Jiang Feng's physique may not compare to those prodigies, his cultivation speed is not slow. Is the formation arranged to use the body as a formation? Jiang Feng stood in the small courtyard, pondering the words of the 100 battles old man from that day. Because he had always suppressed his realm, Jiang Feng's foundation and physique were not inferior to those prodigies. The old man's words unlocked the shackles in his mind, prompting him to rethink the martial canon technique. The martial canon is a fragmentary cultivation technique, and until now, he had neither heard of nor seen anyone practice it, nor had he seen the second half. Using the body as a formation, arranging the whirlpools, how to do it. He decided to look at the notes of the old man from Song Xian. Jiang Feng took out the notes from Song Xian and began searching for clues about this aspect. Time quietly passed. The safe cultivation environment within the sacred land, free from disturbances, allowed him to immerse himself completely. Chapter 141. Body formation taking shape. Since he could introspect his own body, Jiang Feng had never observed his physical form so meticulously. Every meridian, every acupuncture point, every bone, flesh, cell, and skin. The heart, liver, spleen, stomach, lungs, and brain area all play an irreplaceable role in the human body. It was as if it were a precise instrument or a vast world. The 12 meridians began to be nurtured in the Zhenwu realm, and the Ren and Du meridians had long been opened. As for those fine meridians and acupoints, one could say that his preparatory work had already been completed in the Zhenwu realm. The Qi whirlpool, meridians, and acupoints were now only lacking in arrangement. Jiang Feng quietly muttered to himself. Previously, the construction of the Qi whirlpool was entirely at his whim, with no orderly arrangement whatsoever. For this reason, he spent several days screening the Qi whirlpools in his body, dispersing all those that were not needed as a foundation for formations. Then, starting from the hand Shao and foot Yin meridians, he began to reconstruct the Qi whirlpools according to the descriptions in the book by the old man of 100 battles, one acupoint at a time. He started to handle the construction of the Qi whirlpool with ease. The abundant spiritual energy in the sacred land, combined with the high-quality spiritual stones in his possession, allowed him to progress very quickly, reconstructing about 10 Qi whirlpools a day. Chapter 142. The Black Shadow of Tianyuan in the Western region, Tianyuan. The environment here is very complex, with an enormous crack on the ground, as if it had been cleaved by a sword. According to some strong practitioners, this crack stretches over 10,000 kilometers in length and exceeds 3,000 kilometers in width. Beneath the entire crack, there are countless spatial rifts and spatial storms. And the chaotic field sometimes causes even martial sovereign experts to lose their way. This is a forbidden zone. Not only humans, but even the demon race cannot be seen here. At this moment, a white stream of light flew up from the crack below. Get lost! A loud shout echoed all around, causing the surrounding spatial rifts to expand continuously. The dark crack resembled a large mouth, exuding a breath of death. Seeking death. A large hand, surrounded by black mist, reached up from the depths of the abyss. The white stream of light turned around and struck out with the palm. Boom! The explosive sound caused the entire surrounding space to tremble and shatter. Just a bit of iron clanging. Is this never-ending? Dong Yu impatiently shouted back, then pointed downward. Junior, are you seeking death? A sinister voice emerged. A fist was struck out from below, colliding with the finger, warping the space, and causing the surrounding laws to collapse. Chapter 143. 1.5 years in the Eastern region. The Starfall Sacred Land, Gravity Peak. It has been 1.5 years since Jiang Feng and the Fatty arrived at the Sacred Land. During this time, the Fatty put in 200% effort, taking Jiang Feng as his target and spending all day at Gravity Peak. From the initial 400 meters, he climbed to 700 meters in 1.5 years, achieving a gravity of 40 times, which has already surpassed Jiang Feng's limit in the Feiyun Secret Realm. At this point, the Fatty had a tall and robust figure, standing at 1.90 meters, completely shedding his excess fat, with muscles that were visually impressive. His cultivation had jumped from the early stage to the late stage of the spirit martial realm, and superficially, his progress seemed even greater than Jiang Feng's. This was thanks to the 2 cultivation methods chosen specifically for him by the Old Man of 100 Battles, the Beast Emperor technique and divine refinement, which significantly enhanced both his physique and spiritual awareness, laying a solid foundation. Boss, you're too abnormal. I've worked hard for a whole year, yet I still can't last 10 moves against you. The Fatty pouted, looking dissatisfied at Jiang Feng, who was not far away, while holding a large Wolfang club. Hee. Being able to let me use 10 moves in the spirit martial realm is something to be proud of. Jiang Feng smiled slightly. This wasn't bragging, but a fact. Ever since he constructed the 12 heavenly array in his body, his cultivation had skyrocketed. Chapter 144. News of Jiang Ro with only 7 days left. Jiang Feng returned to his small courtyard and contemplated for a long time before flying to the scripture pavilion. Jiang Ro, that small figure, always lingered in his heart. He didn't know what the battlefield of realms was really like, but just hearing the name implied it wasn't a peaceful place. Upon arriving at the scripture pavilion, the Old Man of 100 Battles glanced at Jiang Feng. Over the past year, they had become quite familiar with each other. Old Man, help me with something. Jiang Feng felt his cultivation was still insufficient, so he wanted to ask the Old Man for help. Not helping. The Old Man didn't even lift his eyelids, speaking Dandanda. Spirit Emperor Body. Jiang Feng looked around to ensure no one was nearby and spoke softly. The Old Man raised his eyelids, looking directly at Jiang Feng. The Spirit Emperor Body has countless legends on the spirit martial continent, and this physique ranks among the top in various extraordinary bodies, which is very remarkable. I have a younger sister named Jiang Ro, who went missing over 10 years ago. She is a Spirit Emperor Body. Among those who took her away, there was a martial king realm practitioner from the Yanwu dynasty's Qishao sect. Jiang Feng put away his previous casual demeanor and looked seriously at the Old Man. If it weren't for the fact that he was about to go to the battlefield of realms, he wouldn't have come to ask the Old Man for help. However, his current cultivation was indeed insufficient, and he originally wanted to ask Dong Yu for help, but now that Dong Yu was not coming to the Starfall Sacred Land, he could only seek the Old Man's assistance. Chapter 145. Threatening the Old Man of 100 Battles. 7 days passed quickly. During these 7 days, Jiang Feng and the Fatty did not idle away, practicing diligently. Although they were cultivating with female practitioners from Starfall City, they also put in considerable effort, especially the Fatty, who had a sense of urgency, as if it were his last meal. After enjoying 4 relaxed days in Starfall City, they bought a large amount of living supplies and clothes, completely exhausting their spiritual stones. Together, they had only 1,100 spiritual stones left, with Jiang Feng having 1,000 and the Fatty 100, which Jiang Feng had given him for cultivation. Upon returning to the Sacred Land, the two walked swaggeringly towards the scripture pavilion, still feeling unsatisfied. Old Man, when are we leaving? After entering the scripture pavilion, Jiang Feng sat down at the table and, before the Old Man could get angry, handed him a roast chicken wrapped in lotus leaves. Hey, Baishan Pavilion's roast chicken. I suppose you have a bit of conscience. The Old Man's eyes lit up as he took it. Did you go dual cultivating? The Old Man raised his eyelids and glanced at Jiang Feng and the Fatty. Yeah, we called you, but you didn't go. Don't blame us. The Fatty leaned on the table, spreading his hands. You think I'm like you guys, totally shameless? What a disgraceful influence. Luckily, you aren't disciples of the Sacred Land, The old man of 100 battles looked disdainfully at the two. Chapter 146. Cross-domain transmission. The morning sunlight bathed the entire Starfall mountain range in a golden glow. As a bell rang out, the entire Starfall sacred land seemed to come alive, waking even those disciples in closed-door cultivation, and a commotion ensued. Today was the annual internal competition of the Starfall sacred land, and countless disciples flew towards a massive mountain where the competition was held. At this moment, Jiang Feng and the fatty, who lived in a small courtyard, walked out with worried expressions. "Boss, that old man is too ruthless. He actually made us lie on the ground for 10 hours. The fatty twisted his sore body, and not far away was a large human-shaped pit. "Damn it, that old man. Once I reach the Emperor realm, I'll make sure to cut off his little autumn leaf," Jiang Feng cursed under his breath. Bang! Ow! As soon as the words fell, Jiang Feng lay on the ground, unable to move. Not far away in midair, the figure of the old man from the 100 battles appeared, followed by a slap coming towards him. "You dog, I see you're itching for a beating." Ah! Jiang Feng's body was completely out of control, like a small toy in the hands of a saint-level powerhouse. The fat man shivered all over, staring ahead, resolutely refusing to speak, but the old man from the 100 battles seemed unwilling to let him go, glancing at him sideways, and the fat man was also sent flying. Chapter 147. Supreme Holy City of the Northern Region. Supreme Holy City. From a high vantage point, the city looked like an ancient giant beast lying on the ground, with the entire city covering over 300 kilometers in length and width. In the city, there was a large mountain range towering into the clouds. At the foot of the southern mountain, there was a huge square, heavily guarded with numerous armored warriors surrounding it. In the center of the square, 4 large teleportation arrays were distributed among the 4 areas of the square. The teleportation array on the east side lit up with dazzling light. The void distorted, and a rich spatial power radiated outwards. With a soft sound, a group of figures appeared at the center of the teleportation array. Ugh! Ugh! As soon as the group appeared, 2 young men immediately bent over and began to vomit wildly, filling the air with a pungent smell. The other people around, although a bit dizzy, were immediately awakened by the stench and looked at the two with disdain. Ugh! Boss, why are you swaying back and forth?" The fat man watched the figures in front of him sway, even overlapping at times, and he himself felt as if he were drunk, wobbling unsteadily. "Don't sway, I'm dizzy." Chapter 148. Battlefield of Realms. Such rich spiritual energy. Jiang Feng and the fat man, led by Wan He into the mountains within the city, felt an extremely dense spiritual energy, denser than that of the peaks they stayed at in the Starfall Holy Land. As they looked around, the spiritual energy in the entire mountain range had turned into a mist. There were 3 top-grade spiritual veins and 15 upper-grade spiritual veins in the Supreme Mountain Range. While flying, Shani explained, top-grade spiritual veins. 3. Jiang Feng and the fat man's eyes widened in disbelief. Upper-grade spiritual veins are common, but top-grade spiritual veins are extremely rare even across the entire spirit martial continent. Yet this mountain range has 3. Originally, there was only 1 top-grade spiritual vein in the Supreme Mountain Range. Later, in order to stabilize the passage to the realm, the Supreme Powerhouses moved 2 more spiritual veins here using great means. Awesome. The two exchanged glances, expressing their respect with crude language. "Senior, where is the Supreme Holy Land?" The fat man suddenly asked. "It's in this mountain range, but the Supreme Holy Land is different from other holy lands in the spirit martial continent. The Supreme Holy Land is not a single holy land, but a coalition of all other holy lands, meant to guard the Supreme City and the passage to the realm." Chapter 149. Place of rest. By the way, don't resist. I'll imprint the map of the battlefield of realms onto you. Wani suddenly remembered something. Forming a hand seal with both hands, and 2 golden lights entered Jiang Feng and the fat man's foreheads. Jiang Feng and the fat man instantly felt something new in their minds. A spiritual sense sweep revealed a large map. The clearly marked bright areas only occupied a small section, labeled as the territory of the Spirit Martial Continent. Surrounding the territory that bordered the Spirit Martial Continent were labels for the Demon Clan, the Underworld Clan, the Monster Clan, and other major races, while the vast majority of the other areas were black with no markings. "Senior, what do those unmarked areas mean?" Jiang Feng asked as he followed Wan He out of the inner city and into the outer city, immediately hit by a cacophony of sounds. Some are forbidden lands, and some have not been explored. In short, just stay within the bright areas. Don't venture into the territories of other races. Your strength is too low. When he explained briefly. Oh, the outer city was bustling, much like the cities of the spirit martial continent, with people coming and going in many shops. But everyone here radiated a fierce spiritual power, and all wore a murderous aura on their faces. Chapter 150. Task Hall. After wandering for half a day, the two had a general understanding of the layout and basic information of the city. The battlefield of realms centers around this spirit martial city, with two other cities surrounding it, the Eastern Domain City and the Southern Domain City. The human race of the spirit martial continent has 3 cities here. These 3 cities form a triangular shape, with the central area being the territory of the human race of the spirit martial continent, which is currently expanding to the north and west to reclaim the Northern Domain City and Western Domain City. It can't be said to be expanding, but rather reclaiming. 10,000 years ago, the spirit martial continent had about 10 cities in the realm. After a powerhouse of the imperial realm fell 10,000 years ago, they began to suffer losses, and now only 3 cities remain. No wonder it's called the battlefield of realms, so that's how it is. Jiang Feng understood the general context and muttered to himself. Boss, look over there. The fat man pointed at a stone building not far away. The building was not tall, only 3 stories, but many people were bustling in and out. Let's go take a look. The two followed the crowd over. The sign above the entrance read Spirit Martial Continent Task Association. Jiang Feng felt a surge of interest and walked in with the fat man. Inside the hall, many chairs were neatly arranged, and at that moment many people were quietly seated, all staring at the wall in front of them. Chapter 151. Blood-Red Shortblade Boss. Look at this, a flying spiritual device. The fat man crouched in front of a stall, looking at a palm-sized small boat covered in dense array patterns. Jiang Feng also fell to stir. The fat man had one like this before, but his was not as elaborately patterned, and he had used it to escape later. How much is this? The fat man asked the stall owner, a middle-aged woman. 100,000 upper-grade spirit stones. It can be used 10 times and at full speed. Even a martial zone can't catch up. If a formation master repairs and supplements the array patterns, it can be used long-term. The middle-aged woman's voice was gentle as she glanced at the two and slowly spoke. 100,000, so expensive. The fat man wanted to buy it, but hesitated as he only had 100,000 upper-grade spirit stones on him. Jiang Feng clicked his tongue. These things are great, but they're indeed very expensive. The two stood up and continued to stroll around the square, and as they walked, Jiang Feng's gaze landed on a certain stall, and he immediately stopped. How much is this? Jiang Feng walked over, crouched in front of the stall, and pointed at a short blade. The short blade was half the length of a knife, but longer than a dagger, its entire blade dark red, as if stained with blood, 3 fingers wide. 1 finger thick on the back, and felt heavier than an ordinary long knife in hand. Chapter 152. Hoisting a big flag to pretend a day passed in the blink of an eye. The next morning, Jiang Feng received a message from Wan He, instructing them to wait at the South City Gate. He called Fatty, and the two set off towards the South City Gate, facing the rising sun. Boss, are we going out of the city? Probably. Let's go take a look first. The two followed the street to the base of the city wall, where the guards were very strict. At the 20-meter-wide city gate, over 100 armored soldiers stood guard, each with a strong fluctuation of spiritual power, especially a man sitting in the corner, whose cultivation was no less than that of a martial king. The city gate was bustling with people, and since it was morning, many were leaving the city. Jiang Feng and Fatty stood quietly on one side, waiting, while some others were also waiting for their companions, all silent and sizing each other up. About half an hour later, Wan He's figure flashed and appeared on the street, then flew over to them. He was a powerful martial emperor, free to fly wherever he pleased, and no one could stop him. Lord Wan. The general guarding the city moved and stood to the side, bowing to Wan He. You carry on with your duties. I have some matters to arrange. Yes. Chapter 153. Monster Sovereign, let's go. We are heading out first. Wan Shan took the lead, and the group left the city gate, walking outside. Ahead, a wide road extended from the city gate with no end in sight. In the distance, waterfalls cascaded down the mountains, and the trees were lush, resembling an ink-wash painting of high mountains and flowing water. Senior Wan, where are we going? After stepping out from the majestic and desolate city walls, Fatty leaned over to ask Wan Shan. We received a task today to search for Tianxin grass and Leixian liquid in the northern part of the Luoxia mountain range. Wan Shan revealed the purpose of their trip outside the city. The boundary realm was a treasure land, and all races knew that it was rich in heavenly materials and earthly treasures, making it a battleground for major races. Thus, the areas where the human race of the spirit martial continent intersected were always fraught with conflict and chaos. Luoxia mountain range? Jiang Feng and Fatty found the name somewhat familiar. Hey, didn't we see a task yesterday about finding a cave paradise in the Luoxia mountain range? Jiang Feng recalled. Hee, that task has been posted in the task hall for 1,000 years, and no one has ever found it. Wan Shan chuckled, waving to summon a small boat. Chapter 154. Powerful martial saint hold on. If he dares to linger, he will die. Wan Shan shouted, continuously attacking with his long axe, while Han Yang beside him also attacked fiercely without saying a word. Damn, encountering a monster sovereign right after stepping out, the boundary realm is indeed dangerous. Fatty muttered as he watched the battle above. They had barely traveled 2,000 miles from the city gate and already encountered a monster sovereign. It also indicates that this bright area is our territory. Sai, Wan Shan had just said that it was a scout of the monster race, likely sent to probe the movements of the human race. Such situations were not uncommon. They just happened to run into it. Otherwise, if a sovereign-level monster appeared, no one would be able to leave the city. Jiang Feng thought about it and felt the situation wasn't that dire. Otherwise, if there were sovereign-level monsters everywhere, anyone else leaving the city would be seeking death. Hopefully that's the case. Fatty nodded. The two stood on a boulder, watching the fierce battle above. Although the four couldn't kill the blazing fire eagle, it wouldn't be easy for it to break through their combined efforts, and after a moment of fighting, it realized its problem. I spare you today. The middle-aged man shattered the axe shadow that was cleaving down with a claw and turned to flee. With a light sound, his hands suddenly transformed into wings, fanning them at the four, creating a violent wind that pushed them back a few steps. Seizing the opportunity, he flapped his wings and soared into the sky. Chapter 155. The Legend of Pangu the Luoxiao Mountain Range, a name that sounded very poetic and beautiful. Is this the Luoxiao Mountain Range? Fatty and Jiang Feng stared wide-eyed at the bare mountain in front of them. Got fooled by the name, huh? Han Yang chuckled. This is more like a bald mountain range. The entire mountain range stretched endlessly, and on those mountains, not a few blades of grass could be seen, only dark soil and rocks. As the group entered the mountain range, the sky suddenly darkened, with dark clouds gathering and an ominous aura rising. What's going on? Is it going to rain? Fatty shrank his neck. Boom! Just as he finished speaking, a loud rumble came from the clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning. Damn, don't make a vow, or we'll get struck by lightning. Jiang Feng and Fatty were startled. Our elders said that thousands of years ago, this mountain range was rich in spiritual energy, like a fairyland. Later, a great sage of the human race attempted to break into the Emperor realm here, but after failing his tribulation, this mountain range turned into what it is now, and the heavens were affected by the laws, forming a sea of thunder. Xia Shui explained to the two why the Luoxia mountain range looked this way. Chapter 156. Capturing Thunder Essence Liquid Boom. Jiang Feng and Fatty jumped up and down as a bolt of lightning struck, not far from them. This is too dangerous. If I get struck, Fatty will be dead in an instant. Fatty wished he could shorten his height to look less conspicuous to lightning. Everyone, stay alert. We're almost there. Wan Shan called out softly ahead as they were nearly climbing into the clouds, with lightning striking the ground around them, causing some explosions. Senior Wan, how much further? We're already inside the clouds. Jiang Feng felt a bit anxious. Almost there, right ahead. Their destination was a valley halfway up this mountain peak. The valley was densely packed with thunder and lightning all year round, combined with rich spiritual energy, forming a unique area where the thunder in the clouds occasionally dropped some thunder essence liquid due to the stimulation of the spiritual energy. Thunder essence liquid is a great medicine that nourishes the body, and it contains a trace of thunder attribute, which is extremely beneficial for body refinement, especially for cultivating certain special thunder attribute techniques that require thunder essence liquid as assistance. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck towards Wan Shan ahead. Get lost! Wan Shan shouted, and a long axe appeared in his hand, cleaving forward with the axe shadow colliding with the electric light. Chapter 157. struck by lightning Wan Shan. Since this kid said that, I think we should give it a try. Besides, they must have some protective spiritual artifacts if they are appreciated by powerful beings. Han Yang was somewhat tempted. The four had originally coordinated for maximum efficiency to capture the Thunder Essence liquid, but Jiang Feng and Fatty disrupted the plan. To be cautious, they let Xia Shui and Qin Xiao, both martial sovereigns, take the risk. One martial sovereign was insufficient to hold off the situation. If 2 or 3 bolts of lightning came down, they might not be able to block them. And what would happen if those 2 kids got electrocuted? Wan Shan's rugged face showed some hesitation. For people continuously communicated through sound transmission. Jiang Feng and the fat man, realizing they were slowing down the group, shrank to the side and stopped talking. The defensive shield had only been penetrated slightly. If the 2 of them had protective spirit artifacts, they should be fine and could give it a try. Xia Shui glanced at the 2 of them. Let me ask, after all, they have someone above them. Wan Shan hesitated for a moment, but still decided to ask for Jiang Feng and the fat man's opinions. Jiang kid, do you have protective spirit artifacts? No. Jiang Feng and the fat man decisively shook their heads in unison. They had protective spirit artifacts, but those were one-time use items capable of blocking super powerful beings. There was no way they would use it here. Chapter 158. Hesitation is disrespect. Boom. In a daze, Jiang Feng heard a thunderous sound from within his body, as countless tiny electric arcs spread out inside him, causing his body to shiver involuntarily. Immediately afterward, an immense amount of pure spiritual energy exploded from his abdomen, rushing straight to every corner of his body instead of entering his meridians. Electric arcs destroyed, spiritual energy repaired, again and again. Some pure spiritual energy also surged into his sea of consciousness, containing a mysterious charm, which Jiang Feng's spiritual entity ravenously devoured. Time slowly passed, and the valley was filled with the continuous sound of thunder, with lightning striking down incessantly. Since Wan Shan and the others had not made any more moves, the lightning striking this way was not as dense as before, allowing the 4 to relax significantly. Jiang Feng and the fat man lay on the ground for a day and a night. Suddenly, Jiang Feng opened his eyes. Damn, it hurts like hell. Even now, there was still a faint pain in his physical body. The fat man next to him had not yet woken up. As he got up, he saw 4 pairs of eyes looking at him, especially the slight resentment in their gazes, which made Jiang Feng feel a bit chilly. Oh, what's wrong? Jiang Feng brushed his singed hair. Most of his clothes had burned away, leaving his exposed skin with some cracks. Chapter 159. Cursing Dongyu in the Realm. Within the inner city of Lingwu City, in a certain secret cultivation place, the true body of Dongyu sat cross-legged in the center of a formation. This formation was the core of the entire Lingwu City, and he generally needed to guard it and could not leave unless there was something special, to prevent being ambushed by powerful beings from other races. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, clenched his palm, and a communication token appeared in his hand. Elder Dong, can I trouble you to ask if I could have a few spots for your preaching? I have a few friends who particularly admire you. They're your fans, and want to hear your lecture. No, I mean your preaching. Jiang Feng's voice came through the communication. Dongyu was taken aback. He had just given the other party a small lesson yesterday, yet they had sent a message again. Shaking his head and chuckling, he put away the communication token, not planning to respond. He, a mighty being of the martial saint realm, was being called Old Dong by 2 kids behind his back, which was somewhat prideful, although he indeed was an old man. As for Jiang Feng and the fat man, if it weren't for Tsang Xian, he definitely wouldn't pay attention to them. When he saw them, he only appreciated Jiang Feng's fierce aura and sharp momentum. Chapter 160. Lightning Body Refinement as night gradually fell. The battlefield in the realm also had distinctions between day and night. Kid, you both took the Thunder Essence liquid yesterday. If you take it again immediately, the effect will definitely be greatly reduced. So I suggest you refine your bodies first. Wan Shan had insights into body refinement. He himself was purely a martial cultivator, with an extremely strong physical body. How we refine our bodies here? Jiang Feng asked with a puzzled expression. He had always followed his training methods, combined with gravity to push himself, constantly breaking through his limits. This is a perfect place for body refinement. Wan Shan wore a mischievous smile and pointed to the clouds in the sky. No way. Jiang Feng reacted, his face filled with astonishment. You 2 kids have the fortune to use the Thunder Essence liquid to refine your bodies with lightning. Others would want this opportunity, but can't get it. You have to seize this excellent chance. Han Yang also nodded in agreement. Jiang Feng and the fat man exchanged glances. The fat man looked extremely reluctant. Although he had heard of body refinement with lightning, the experience was definitely not enjoyable after just trying it once. The 2 layers of defensive shields can significantly weaken the power of the lightning laws, which not only maximizes the effects of the thunder essence liquid, but also helps you adapt to the lightning laws in advance, which will be greatly beneficial for your future tribulations. Chapter 161. 3 martial saints guarding in a realm in an ancient hall. A figure surrounded by black mist sat cross-legged in the center. How did the reconnaissance go? The figure suddenly opened his eyes and asked the void ahead. Master Evil Soul, the human race on the Lingwu continent is currently changing defenses. According to intelligence, Dong Yu is now guarding Lingwu City. The void in front twisted, and a pitch-black figure knelt on one knee. The hall fell silent, and a cold smile appeared on Evil Soul's face. Where's our army? After a long while, Evil Soul raised his head and asked the figure below. Reporting, my lord, the army is gathering to the east of the underworld race. My lord, I have a question. Why do we need to go to the underworld race's territory? Even if we are teaming up with them, why not gather near Lingwu City? The figure raised his head, appearing to be in his 40s, his face filled with confusion, with black markings visible on the exposed skin of his neck. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Evil Soul glared coldly at this trusted subordinate. Yes. The figure's expression changed slightly, becoming somewhat stiff. Step back. Keep an eye on the movements of the demon race, and let the blood demon race continuously harass them. Chapter 162. Breaking through the martial general realm in the Luoxia mountain range, Jiang Feng and the fat man sat cross-legged on a rock. A bolt of lightning struck down, penetrating the 2 layers of defense and weakened significantly before landing on them. They let out a tragic scream. They had been here for 2 months. And Wan Shan and Han Yang's gazes were also filled with exhaustion. Over the past month, Wan Shan and the others had almost attacked once every day. And Jiang Feng and the fat man had gone from being struck once every 3 days at the beginning to being struck once a day now. Frequently being struck by lightning, their clothes burned one set after another, and in the end, the 2 simply wore only a pair of shorts. Boss, I'm about to break through. The fat man was emitting smoke, his face flushed, sporting a completely bald head, with the eyebrows above his small eyes gone. Hold it in. Getting struck a few more times will be beneficial for you. Wan Shan exhaled. Originally, they only planned to capture some thunder essence liquid to complete their mission and then return. However, Xia Shui and Qin Xiao also joined the ranks of being struck by lightning, and out of consideration for feelings, these 2 martial respect powerhouses became the protective tools for the 4. Jiang Feng's head was also bald, having been struck by lightning so many times that his hair and eyebrows had long been burned away. His skin was covered in dark cracks, making him look as if he was about to split apart. Chapter 163. Physical shackles according to the current cultivation system of the spirit martial continent. The spirit martial realm used to focus entirely on honing the physical body, while the spirit martial realm cultivators train their spiritual consciousness and mental bodies until reaching the martial general realm. This realm is a crucial explosive stage for building a foundation, where the essence, chi, and spirit within the body blend, nourish, and grow together, allowing the 3 types of energy to coexist within each other. The purpose of this is to enhance the cultivator's control over their internal energy and to elevate their own energy. For instance, Jiang Feng now had a hint of spirituality in his mental body, making it more solid than before. His blood was infused with spirit and spiritual power, inexplicably generating a trace of divinity, filled with surging vitality. Moreover, Jiang Feng had greater control over his newly awakened spiritual power. This breakthrough came naturally. 2 months of lightning tempering had allowed his physical body to break through another shackle, radiating an intense sense of pressure. This pressure did not come from his cultivation level, but was purely a physical oppression. I also want to break through. The fat man felt Jiang Feng's powerful aura and the pressure he exerted, gritting his teeth in preparation to make a breakthrough. Little fatty, I advise you to hold on a bit longer. You are not the same as him. Chapter 164. Demon Clan's spy stopped screaming. You startled me. Xia Shui was caught off guard by Jiang Feng's sudden scare and rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. Jiang Feng rubbed his bald head. Feeling overly excited, The surging power within him had him in an unprecedented state. The cyclone at the Dantian continuously rotated, merging and sublimating the three types of energy, gradually changing the quality of all the energy within him. All right, we need to head back. It will be hard to get Thunder Essence in the next few days. We might have to wait a while, Wan Shan said to everyone, a hint of fatigue visible in his eyes. 2 months of continuously releasing the latest domain, followed by being struck by lightning. Even an Iron Man couldn't hold up. They had nearly collected enough Thunder Essence, besides what was for Jiang Feng and the Fat Man. There was also some for task completion, with each of them receiving about 30 drops. Thank you, seniors, for your care. Jiang Feng put away his smile and bowed to the group along with the Fat Man. Wan Shan and the others graciously accepted the bow. After all, without their strong support, it would have been a pipe dream for the Fat Man and Jiang Feng to use lightning to temper their bodies, and they had given the 2 dozens of drops of Thunder Essence. Chapter 165. 100 Battles Methods from the start of his cultivation until now. Jiang Feng had never encountered such a terrifying attack. Comparing the last time he was chased by a martial king on the Spirit Martial continent to today's crisis was like comparing different realms entirely. The attacks coming from all directions filled him with an inner sense of powerlessness for the first time. Explode. Xia Shui, request for help. Wan Shan's face was filled with rage as he shouted, his spiritual power boiling and burning, erupting with overwhelming momentum. He swung his long axe forward with all his might, and a massive axe shadow appeared in the heavens and earth. Break! Han Yang's long hair flew as he pointed with one hand, unleashing his spiritual power. At that moment, time seemed to slow down. Jiang Feng and the Fat Man showed expressions of terror as their attacks collided, their pupils constricted. Before them, a giant hand fiercely squeezed, shattering both the axe shadow and Han Yang's finger attack into tiny pieces, silently and effortlessly. The gap between the Emperor realm and the Sovereign realm was simply too vast. Attacks came from above, below, and all around in the blink of an eye. This area was locked down, and they could not send messages out. Xia Shui screamed in terror, and despair washed over Wan Shan and Han Yang. They had given it their all, but their full-force attack felt as powerless as a baby swinging its fists in front of the opponent. Chapter 166. Brief peek. Jiang Feng did not try to stop Ku Xing and the others. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't. All of his power came from 100 battles, and his understanding of the laws was 0, so he couldn't stop them. He had delayed the Fat Man and the others for 10 breaths of time, mainly because Ku Xing had thoughts about the Asura Blade and had exchanged a few words. Slash! Jiang Feng shouted and swung his spear forward with all his strength. Clang! The sound of the collision echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The space between the spear and the short blade vibrated, and Jiang Feng's figure was uncontrollably sent flying backward. The elder of the demon clan thrust his spear through the heavens and earth. The power of the demon emperor was beyond Jiang Feng's imagination, appearing before him in the blink of an eye. Clang! Jiang Feng narrowly dodged the spear with a desperate slash. Following that, a punch shadow appeared, and Jiang Feng's face turned red as he countered with his left fist. Boom! Boom! Jiang Feng was sent flying again. He had a vast amount of energy within him, allowing him to unleash terrifying power and speed in a short time. But his understanding of the laws was 0. Each of the opponent's attacks contained powerful principles, putting Jiang Feng at a significant disadvantage. Damn it! Jiang Feng cursed loudly, dodging the opponent's spear and quickly spinning around to unleash a whip kick. Chapter 167. Breaking through the lockdown time returned to the moment when Ku Xing and the others passed Jiang Feng. Wan Shan and Han Yang both used sacrificial secret techniques, bursting forth with extreme speed as they flew into the distance. We're almost there. Once we fly out of this area, we can send a message. Although it's thousands of miles from Spirit Martial City, peak martial saints can travel very fast. It would only take 10 breaths to arrive. We just need to hold on for 10 breaths. Wan Shan's eyes were blood red, and the spiritual power and essence blood within him were burning. His state was at an unprecedented peak, but even so, he didn't dare to look back. He knew Jiang Feng couldn't hold off 6 demon emperors. At such a time, every moment was incredibly precious. Boom! Boom! Wan Shan gritted his teeth, internally roaring. They're catching up. Han Yang's face turned extremely pale as figures flashed behind them, getting closer and closer. You all go. The Fat Man suddenly broke free from Wan Shan's grasp and turned to rush back. Little fatty, Wan Shan was startled, and just as he turned back, a giant hand descended from the dark clouds above, aiming to crush them. Suppress. The fat man let out a low shout from within, his aura skyrocketing as the magical hand in the air froze, allowing Wan Shan and Han Yang to escape frantically. Chapter 168, A World Apart Bang. Jiang Feng's body crashed into the ground, causing the soil and rocks to crack and scatter in all directions. Poof! He spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling his energy about to be exhausted. You little brat, die. The elder of the demon clan had never been so enraged, holding the spear with both hands and thrusting it fiercely down at Jiang Feng on the ground, surrounded by laws. With an overwhelming aura that rendered Jiang Feng unable to move, Jiang Feng held a bead in his blood-stained palm. This was his last trump card. Ding! The spear embedded itself a meter above Jiang Feng's body. The shimmering light shield protected him from this deadly strike. Andi! The old man's eyes were blood red, and time after time, item after item, he was about to lose his sanity from anger. Boom! A punch struck the light shield, which was exceptionally tough. Jiang Feng flipped his hand and took out a large handful of talismans, pouring his pure energy into them frantically, causing the runes on each talisman to glow with blinding light. Boom! All the talismans flew towards the old man in the sky. A stack of scrap paper thinks it can hurt me. The old man waved his hand and magical power surged. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions rang out continuously. Although these talismans couldn't harm the old man, the violent explosions interrupted his suppression of Jiang Feng. Chapter 169, Trouble Ahead on the Lingwu continent, in the central state. Beneath the Qinglian mountain range, there were several high-grade spiritual veins, rich in spiritual energy, with green mountains and clear waters, making it a rare cultivation holy land. In a certain cultivation chamber, a middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes. How did the protective talisman of Qingwan get used? The man looked puzzled, and after releasing his spiritual sense, he soon detected Qingwan, who was in cultivation. Qingwan, isn't your protective talisman with you? The middle-aged man was Qingwan's father, Qinghong, a peak martial sovereign. Ah, father, I lost it. Qingwan opened her eyes, blinked, and said nonchalantly, Lost it? Qinghong was speechless, secretly muttering to himself that daughters grow up independent of their fathers. Father, how did you know the protective talisman wasn't with me? Qingwan asked curiously. After being brought back to the central state from the Feiyan secret realm by her mother, Qinghong naturally noticed that she had someone in her heart. And after several big fights, he let her stay in the Qinglian mountain range and not go out. Now, Qingwan hardly leaves home, a proper young lady. The protective talisman has already been used. After Qinghong finished speaking, he retracted his spiritual sense. Chapter 170, A Few More Strikes on the Lingwu continent. In the Supreme Holy Land, the old man Baijan flew into the mountain range, arriving at the large lake where Jiang Feng had entered the realm. He stopped in midair. The command of the Supreme Holy Land, all martial emperors and above on the Lingwu continent, rushed to the realm. The demon and nether tribes are attacking. Hurry. A dignified voice came from the golden token. Baijan's expression turned grim as he closed his eyes and waited quietly. After about half an hour, a streak of flowing light seemed to cross space and flew from afar. The flowing light crashed directly into the old man Baijan, with the main body merging. Baijan's hair slowly turned from white to black. His sunken face gradually filled out, and his figure grew taller. A blue long robe fluttered in the wind, and in an instant, a middle-aged man with a powerful aura appeared in the world. Lord Baijan. Streaks of flowing light flew in. The lowest cultivation level among them was Martial Emperor, and several were even Martial Saint level experts. Let us go. Baijan turned over a pitch-black long spear. The long spear, like a dragon, shattered the void ahead in an instant, revealing a deep spatial tunnel before everyone. Baijan stepped into it, and the others hurriedly followed. Chapter 171. No time left today, the Luoxia mountain range will become the focus of all races in the realm. At the center of the formation below, more and more figures gathered. Although strong experts from the Lingwu continent continued to arrive, Dongyu and Baijan's expressions grew increasingly solemn. It seemed that today, things would not end well. Baijan took a deep breath, swinging the long spear in his hand, the dark spear blade cutting through the air with a black glow. Then come, blood demon, you'll surely fall today. The light of the formation patterns below gradually dimmed, the energy nearly exhausted. and the void twisted as the last figure appeared. The peak of the 10 great saint realms, quite a big move. A middle-aged man surrounded by Taoist laws and with a refined appearance appeared beside Dongyu and the others, and then the surrounding void twisted, with voices of men and women emerging. Dao Yin, Saint Master. Have the masters of the 8 great sacred lands all arrived? The voice of the blood demon was dry, filled with a strange laughter. At this moment, 10 figures stood below. 6 were powerful demons shrouded in black gas, and 4 were the peak of the Nether Tribe's saint realm, exuding a heavy aura. Blood demon, if you retreat now, we will let you leave. Suddenly, an old man with white hair spoke from mid-air. His name was Nan Tian, a great saint of the Nan Tian, on the same level as Dongyu. Chapter 172. Songxian's benevolence. Not only was Lingwu City affected, but the eastern city and southern city in other directions were also under attack from the demon and Nether Tribe experts. Although the intensity of the siege was not as fierce as here, the battle of Saint Realm experts was extremely terrifying, with rules pervading the area, and overwhelming pressure dominating the battlefield, where over 20 Saint Realm experts divided the battlefield into several regions. In less than half an hour, centered around the 3 cities, the Lingwu City was surrounded by battles, and in a moment, the entire realm of Lingwu continent had turned into a battlefield. Hurry, someone is chasing us. Jiang Feng shouted anxiously. At this moment, he could only rely on the peak martial sovereign, Xia Shui. The fat man had fallen into a peculiar state, with multiple severe injuries on him. Although Baijian had urgently treated him, the time was too short, and his spiritual power was barely functioning. Xia Shui's long hair flew wildly, her entire spiritual power burning. A large number of spiritual pills and medicines were being stuffed into her mouth as if they were free, and the spiritual power was wrapping around the 2 of them as they quickly darted between the mountains. About 10 kilometers behind the 3, a peak demon sect expert led 9 demon kings closely pursuing them. Boom! Suddenly, a loud rumble came from ahead, and a wave of pressure enveloped the 3. Chapter 173. Cursing my lord, should we attack? A burly demon king quietly asked the demon sect leader in front. The leading demon sect expert was a descendant of the Tiamat tribe, named Emoluaka. Although his bloodline was no longer pure, he still held a higher status among other cultivators of the same realm in the demon tribe. Emoluaka looked down at the valley, and in the blink of an eye, a thin mist rose in the valley, making the figures of Xia Shui and the others somewhat blurry. After pondering for a moment, he released his spiritual sense. Once his spiritual sense entered the large array, a dangerous aura made him tense all over, and then a powerful pressure suddenly slashed toward his spiritual sense. Boom! Emoluaka's face turned ugly. That previous strike had slightly damaged his spiritual sense. My lord, what should we do? A subordinate asked cautiously. Shut up, let me think. Emoluaka's black hair fluttered in the wind, his gaze cold as he glared at his subordinate. The great war between the Demon Clan and the Underworld Clan has been planned for decades, waiting for the shift in defense on the Spirit Martial Continent. In the past, during the defense shifts every 100 years, both clans would launch attacks, but it has been over 1,000 years since such a grand-scale event occurred. A large number of powerful hidden experts from both clans have emerged from their seclusion, eager to deliver a heavy blow to the Spirit Martial Continent. Some top-tier experts from both clans wish to break into the realm of the Spirit Martial Continent to extend their lifespans by utilizing the numerous cultivators there. Chapter 174. Stalemate, my lord. He is deliberately provoking us. The Snow Demoness stepped forward, noticing the increasingly grim expression on Moroku's face, and explained. Of course I know. Moroku shot her a cold glance, his eyes chilling, causing the Snow Demoness to feel awkward, and she chose not to say anything further. This formation should be a grand formation of the Sovereign Realm. Let's try using the Demon Rune secret technique to see if we can break it and return to Spirit Martial City as soon as possible. Moroku, influenced either by Jiang Feng or eager to return and take credit, glanced at the 9 demon kings behind him with a tone full of indifference. Yes, the 9 did not dare to refute him. The gap between the demon kings and the demon sovereign was vast, and Moroku could easily crush them with a flick of his hand. Moroku floated above the valley, while the other 9 sat in various positions around him. Demon Rune, activate! Moroku formed hand seals and shouted. A powerful aura erupted, and the black demon runes on his body began to glow. Activate! The other 9 shouted in unison. Their demon runes activated, their auras intertwining with Moro coexist, forming transparent lines that connected the 10 of them. This was the Demon Clan's Demon Rune secret technique, a peculiar battle formation, where Moro co-led and the others assisted. Once the formation connected the 10 of them, the leader's cultivation and aura would temporarily increase significantly. Chapter 175. The Underworld Lord's Avatar. After being advised by his subordinates, Moro calmed down slightly, realizing that it wasn't worth it. Even if he killed Jiang Feng and the others, it wouldn't gain him any merit, and he would waste one of his trump cards. After a moment of consideration, Moroka sheathed the short sword he had drawn. "So what do you all suggest we do now?" Moroka asked the group in a deep voice. Just then, in the valley below, Xia Shui let out a breath of relief. The earlier scene had naturally caught the eyes of the two, and the fluctuations from the Imperial weapon had left them both shaken. If Moroku truly used it against them, this formation would definitely not hold. Stop with the sarcasm. If he really activates the short sword, we'll all die here. Xia Shui hurriedly said to Jiang Feng. Relax, I'm not stupid. Jiang Feng rolled his eyes. As soon as Moroku had taken out the short sword, he immediately fell silent. At that moment, a fluctuation came from the storage spirit tool, and Jiang Feng's spiritual sense glanced over. His eyes lit up as he took out the communication token. Where are you? I don't have time to rescue you. The voice of Baijan was serious, with a hint of urgency. Where are we now? Jiang Feng asked Xia Shui. I don't know, probably about 3,000 miles east of Spirit Martial City. Chapter 176. Aftermath of the battle. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng and Moroku had just been entangled again, with neither able to gain the upper hand. The pressure in the sky intensified, and Moroku dared not attack recklessly, as this was within the influence of the Spirit Martial continent. If a human clan expert appeared, it would be troublesome. With this thought, he began to waver, unsure of what to do. Give me a suggestion. Should we forcefully break the formation and kill them, or return to attack the city? Moroku asked the 9 demon kings with a gloomy expression. My lord, I think this situation isn't bad. Spirit Martial City is also in a stalemate, and our army hasn't broken through the enemy's defensive formation. Returning now would just make us work harder for nothing. The burly demon king said in a buzz. This sentiment echoed the thoughts of all the demon kings. In the demon realm, they might be powerful overlords, but in this brutal battlefield, their cultivation levels only made them cannon fodder. Thus, they wished to stay here and avoid the storm. Unlike them, Moroku had the protection of his ancestors and powerful trump cards in hand. Even if he encountered an Imperial realm expert, he still had a chance to escape. Returning to the army would give him security. Chapter 177. Half-step Emperor Ancestor. Where are we going? Jiang Feng shook his head. Xia Shui had already led them thousands of miles away from the previous mountain range, but his head still felt dizzy from the earlier shockwave that nearly knocked the 3 of them unconscious. We can only fly east, towards the territory of the demon clan. Xia Shui gritted her teeth, enduring the severe impact as she struggled to lead the chubby man and Jiang Feng to safety. In truth, at this time, if she had abandoned Jiang Feng and the chubby man to escape alone, neither of them could blame her. Yet Xia Shui did not abandon them, instead leading both of them away from the battlefield. The poor chubby man had just awakened after breaking through, only to be knocked unconscious again by the shock, worsening his previously recovering injuries. They flew eastward, crossing mountains and rivers. This time, their luck seemed to have improved. After flying for an entire day, they approached the eastern city area. Is that the Thunder Domain? Jiang Feng pointed towards the distant horizon, where the sky was ominously dark, the clouds low, and countless thunderclaps and lightning roared continuously. Yes, Xia Shui's face was extremely pale. Boom! A massive explosion sounded from the direction of the eastern city, and a wave of pressure spread outwards. Chapter 178. The 3 questions of the soul on the Spirit Martial continent in the central state. In a nondescript small city, an elderly man was leisurely drinking tea inside a wooden tea house. Meanwhile, a storyteller sat in the prominent seat of the tea house, fanning himself while speaking eloquently. Legend has it that our Spirit Martial continent was the ancestor of all realms before the era. At that time, the number of powerful experts was as numerous as the stars in the sky. Sacred Realm and Emperor Realm experts frequently appeared before the world. Later, a supreme treasure appeared in the Spirit Martial continent, leading to a great battle among the major clans. It is said that this battle lasted for over 10,000 years. with even those above the Emperor realm intervening to seize it, until the spirit martial continent was left in ruins. Above the Emperor realm, is there a realm beyond the Emperor realm? The crowd below gasped in surprise. It was well known that the highest realm in the spirit martial continent was the Emperor realm, with few mentioning that there was a realm beyond it. Of course there is, the storyteller teased, taking a sip of tea and looking at the crowd below. Old man, hurry up and say it. What is the realm above? Some people in the crowd were impatient, throwing down low-grade spirit stones onto the ground in front of them. Chapter 179. Half a year roar. A beastly roar echoed from deep within the mountains, and Jiang Feng, sitting at the cave entrance, opened his eyes and glanced in that direction. Big brother, Sister Xia, are you really planning to hide here until the battle over there is finished? The voice of the fat man came from inside the cave. During this time, the three of them had not left the cave. Now that Jiang Feng and Xia Shui's injuries had healed, he wanted to go out and take a look. After all, he hadn't felt that sense of impending doom before, and his sense of crisis wasn't as strong. If we could hide here until the fighting over there is done, I would be satisfied. Jiang Feng glanced at the distant horizon. It was too far away for them to sense anything, but from the messages he sent to Baijian and Dongyu, it was clear that the battle was still ongoing there. Otherwise, the two wouldn't be ignoring him. He also sent a message to Wan He, who was in Lingwu City. The demon and underworld clans had 5 saint-level powerhouses leading dozens of emperor-level warriors attacking Lingwu City. If it weren't for the continuous support from powerful warriors in the Lingwu continent, it might have already fallen. Moreover, Jiang Feng received information from Wan He that a half-step emperor-level powerhouse had made a move and the area between the 3 cities had been turned into ruins. Not to mention them, even emperor-level powerhouses didn't dare to venture into that area now. Chapter 180. The demon clan is dragged and boom. A violent explosion sound came from afar, before Jiang Feng and the other 2 inside the cave could react. The silver moon wolf on the mountain peak shouted gravely, "Our demon clan will not intervene. Our territory is off limits." Roar. The white tiger let out a roar that shook the entire sky. Haha, now is not the time for your demon clan to stay out of it. In the distant sky, 5 figures were wildly clashing, 2 from the demon clan, 1 from the underworld clan, and the 3 were pursuing 2 saint-level warriors from other races rapidly approaching this way. After more than half a year of battle, the power range of the Lingwu continent had been left in ruins, with mountains and rivers turned to nothing, and these 5 were fighting while fleeing. Stop! The silver moon wolf transformed into its true form, soaring into the sky, while the white tiger also flew up. They had a firm stance. They could not let them enter the demon clan's territory. Stop! Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. The white tiger roared. Ha ha! Then let's see. A strong man from the demon clan laughed and slapped his hand, sending a palm surrounded by black gas crashing down from the sky. Chapter 181. Entering the Thunder Domain. Go. Let's go in. Jiang Feng led the way without hesitation into the Thunder Domain, and the fat man hesitated for a moment before following. Xia Shui took out a round little shield inscribed with numerous array patterns, and as spiritual energy surged in, a protective light shield enveloped the 3 of them. Boom! After entering the Thunder Domain, all other sounds in this world seemed to vanish, leaving only the rumbling thunder. Xia Shui held up the light curtain as the 3 walked on the charred ground. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck not far from them, and a large amount of white smoke rose from the ground. Damn, if we get hit by that, can we take it? The fat man's body trembled, his eyes fixed on the dark clouds looming overhead. Boom, crack, destruction. Looking around, there was not a trace of life in the entire Thunder Domain. The scorched earth bore no grass, filled with a sense of destruction. They had walked about 3 or 4 miles in the Thunder Domain. Here, they could even clearly feel that the entire Thunder Domain was filled with the laws of thunder, and no other laws could be sensed, only the power of destruction. Crack! A bolt of lightning came straight for the 3 of them. A hiss! The lightning instantly broke the light shield, and the 3 collapsed to the ground, convulsing, a large amount of white smoke escaping from their mouths and noses. Chapter 182. The Mountain Peak ZZ. Strange sounds came from all directions in the clouds. Let's head east. Xia Shui's spiritual sense was much more sensitive than Jiang Feng's and the fat man's, and she detected the hiding place of the thunder beasts. There were fewer thunder beasts to the east compared to the other 3 directions. Okay, the clouds grew lower, and the thunder rumbled continuously. Charge! Xia Shui shouted, her sword slicing toward the eastern clouds, a beam of sword light cutting through, revealing the figures of the thunder beasts within the clouds. Boom! A large number of small thunder beasts, over a dozen of them, pounced toward the three. These were all above the Martial King realm, and the weaker ones had already been swept away by Xia Shui. Hunyuan technique, Hunyuan palm, Hunyuan slash. The fat man and Jiang Feng ran behind Xia Shui, daring not to fly and only able to run close to the ground. Boom, crack. A bolt of lightning struck not far from the three, causing a large amount of white smoke to rise from the ground. Sword domain. A sword splits the sky. Although the strength of the Thunder Beasts was only at the Martial King realm, their speed was extremely fast, and they surrounded them in the blink of an eye. Xia Shui had no choice but to expand her sword domain again. However, this time she was smarter, greatly reducing the coverage of the sword domain, protecting only a radius of a few hundred meters around the three, and a beam of sword light swept toward the east. Chapter 183. The way home, the deep pit flew down for dozens of meters, becoming narrower, and then it turned into a mountain crack. The fat man had clearly already entered, with the light of luminous stones shining from inside. Jiang Feng carried Xia Shui and followed in. The feel is really good. Jiang Feng muttered in the dark crack. Turning a corner, Jiang Feng saw the fat man standing on a stone platform. "Boss, over here." The fat man was tending to his injuries, which were merely superficial wounds, but he made them sound tragic. The one truly injured was the older sister, Xia Shui. Flying up to the platform, Jiang Feng set Xia Shui down. "Do you still have healing pills?" Jiang Feng asked the fat man, as he had consumed all of his healing pills before. "There's one left." The fat man changed out of his ragged clothes, putting on a flashy white long shirt, and handed over a jade bottle. "Damn, boss, you're really something." The fat man turned to look at the pale Xia Shui on the ground and exclaimed. Xia Shui's face was ashen. Her clothes smelled slightly burnt, but her long hair was not scorched. However, there were several black palm prints on the key areas of her yellow long skirt. Chapter 184. The statue having been in this world for 25 years. Jiang Feng never dreamed he would see a day when he could return to Earth. Jiang Feng sat cross-legged on the stone platform, the luminous stone emitting a soft glow as he tried his best to suppress his inner excitement. The array patterns and the array eye were well preserved, so there should be no problem. The main issue now was how to activate the teleportation array. High-grade spirit stones should be enough, but a powerful person was needed to assist with the teleportation. Jiang Feng carefully recalled the conditions for activating the teleportation array and compared them to the current situation. Xia Shui was still immersed in healing. Days passed, and Jiang Feng did not know how long had gone by. Seeing that Xia Shui showed no signs of waking up, he got up and walked down from the stone platform. "I'm going to take a look over there," he said to the fat man, who was cultivating. The road back to Earth was right in front of him, and he truly could not calm his mind. "Boss, I'll go with you." The Longzik opened his eyes, looked at Xia Shui, then got up and chased after him. The two returned to the front of the Pengu statue holding a glowing stone, and Jiang Feng carefully walked past the statue into the hall. There were footprints in the dust on the ground, which were the traces left by Jiang Feng during his last visit. "Wait for me here." Chapter 185. "Going home, what are you doing?" "Adam." Suddenly, a voice appeared from behind, startling Jiang Feng and the Pongzik. The Pongzik instinctively grabbed Jiang Feng, and as Jiang Feng turned his head, the two almost collided. "Ouch, sister, damn. You scare me to death. Why are you walking without making a sound?" The two turned to see Xia Shui behind them. The Longzhu wanted to curse but thought of her cultivation level, so he didn't dare, his tone carrying a hint of complaint. Xia Shui's complexion returned to normal, her injuries healed, and she changed into a light green dress. At this moment, she looked at the two of them hugging, a smile on her lips, her gaze teasing. "Get lost." Following her gaze, Jiang Feng reacted and pushed the Pongzhu away, shaking his arm in disgust. The Pongzhu looked a bit sad and didn't want to pay attention to him. "What is this?" Xia Shui looked at the statue with a puzzled expression. The aura emanating from it shocked her a bit. "Huh?" She slowly walked over, seemingly sensing an examination. She lifted her head to glance at the statue's eyes, then immediately turned away. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming pressure. Chapter 186. The first formation on Earth. The Himalayas are known as the backbone of the world, with the highest peak, Mount Everest, located within a range. At this moment, deep beneath the mountains close to China, a massive hall stood in an empty space. Was the space here twisted, and suddenly a blinding light illuminated the hall. The next moment, the light disappeared, and 3 soft glows appeared in the pitch-black environment. Ugh! Ugh! Jiang Feng and the Pongzu collapsed on the ground, vomiting violently. Damn! Ugh! How far do we teleport? I thought we wouldn't make it. Ugh! This time, the teleportation lasted several times longer than the cross-domain teleportation array Jiang Feng and the Pongzu had used. The 3 almost thought something went wrong, but fortunately landed safely, unable to stop themselves from throwing up. So dizzy, Jiang Feng and the Pongzu saw stars in front of their eyes, everything appearing upside down. Only this kind of cross-space long-distance teleportation could make 2 martial cultivators dizzy to such an extent. Xia Shui stood still, forcing herself to endure the dizziness in her mind. A pungent smell wafting in, and she quickly held her breath and walked to the side. Chapter 187. Complex Emotions. 3 figures flew out from the mountain crevice. The moment Jiang Feng emerged, he released his spiritual sense, and the scenery within a 5-kilometer radius was all reflected in his mind. The spiritual energy here is really thin. How desolate. The Pongzu looked around. They were in a desolate mountain area, surrounded by weeds and gray stones, lacking any vitality. Jiang Feng looked up at the distant blue sky. Even though it wasn't as clear as on the spirit martial continent, and the air wasn't as lively, it still gave him a sense of familiarity. Standing on this land, he felt grounded. It should be correct. It should be Earth. Jiang Feng silently murmured, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Let's go find someone to ask. He turned to Xia Shui and the Bonzik and said. Xia Shui frowned as she looked at the surrounding scenery. Her spiritual sense was much stronger than Jiang Feng's. But in her exploration, she saw no sign of people apart from some small animals. Let's go. Taking out the void shuttle, Xia Shui led the 2 onto it and flew towards the outside of the mountain. Fly lower. Jiang Feng had basically confirmed they had returned to Earth. In outer space, countless satellites continuously scanned every corner of Earth. Although he wasn't afraid of being discovered, it was better to avoid it if possible. Chapter 188. A 25-year wait, South China Sea, Shura Island. Chen Wan was dressed in a long black dress, carrying a basket as she climbed to the top of a small hill. Another year, 25 years have passed. Madman Xiaohua, are you doing well down there? Chen Wan squatted in front of the tombstones of Jiang Feng and Xiaohua, stroking their photos. The sea breeze howled, and Chen Wan's gaze was calm. She sighed silently, walked to the side, and picked up a small hoe to weed and mound the soil around the graves. 25 years have passed, and Chen Wan was already in her 60s. But she still looked like she was in her 40s. Her skin hadn't sagged, and her figure was well maintained. Walking down the street, no one would believe she was a 60-year-old woman. All this was, of course, thanks to the doctor's gene-locking serums and life potions. From the first level gene-locking serum to now, over 20 years later, the doctor had successfully developed a 3rd-level gene-locking serum, and all of them had injected the 3rd-level serum without exception. After opening 3 gene locks, their lifespan increased from just a few decades to over 100 years. According to the doctor's calculations, living to 150 years was not a problem, provided there were no accidental deaths. Chapter 189. Calling 3rd Master flying down the mountain, looking at the familiar grass and trees, everything from the past seemed like it was just yesterday. Is the base still the same as before? Jiang Feng looked down, with a gentle expression, at Chen Wan in his arms. Chen Wan stared at him blankly for a moment. Even the buried Jiang Feng had never shown her such tenderness. And she suddenly began to doubt if this was really Jiang Feng. Ah! Chen Wan exclaimed, her face turning red. Don't doubt it, it's me. Jiang Feng smiled and pulled his hand back. Chen Wan nodded, feeling reassured. The only one who could understand her like this was this dog thing. Everything is still the same, no changes. 10 years ago, the storm originally said it would be renovated, but I didn't agree. Chen Wan struggled out of Jiang Feng's embrace, jumped down, and naturally linked her arm with Jiang Feng's. Are they still here? Jiang Feng hesitated for a moment and asked at the entrance of the base. The god of killing hasn't returned for a few years. More than 10 years ago, they went on an outing, and the beast died, and then the baboon died too. The Wolf King is in China, and the Violent Bear also went to China to be with his family. They occasionally come back. Chapter 190. Everyone's shocked 3rd brother. 3rd brother, you're back. You're back. Clap, clap, clap. The 2 patted each other's backs vigorously, and shout. Joe's voice was a bit choked. A group of people quietly watched the two big men covered in dirt hugging each other. Tears welled up in the eyes of Chun Wan and the Ice Empress. Although this situation was simply unbelievable to them, they were still willing to believe, simply because the other was their companion, a partner they could trust unconditionally. Ice Empress, what's wrong with you? Why aren't you back for dinner? A voice filled with curiosity came from behind. Dinner. Xiao Jiao and Jiang Feng released each other, exchanging a tearful smile. Sister Wan, Sister Ice, who are they? The angel stepped forward, maintaining her devilish figure, looking at the three strangers with a puzzled expression. Before Chun Wan and the Ice Empress could speak, Jiang Feng walked over. Little angel, still so tempting, ha-hee-hee. As Jiang Feng approached, he took advantage of the angel's unpreparedness and pulled her into an embrace, feeling the waves of her chest, and gave her a playful slap on the back. Smack! Ha-ha-ha! Nice feel. The angel screamed, pushing Jiang Feng away with all her strength, her face filled with anger, only to have Jiang Feng grab her wrist. Chapter 191. The situation I really didn't expect to come back and see you all again. Jiang Feng slowly recounted, and everyone quietly watched him, listening to his bizarre experiences. It's good to be back. Chun Wan leaned on his shoulder, her face wearing a gentle smile. At this moment, she felt incredibly content, constantly thanking the heavens in her heart. Jiang Ro, she is your sister from that world. How is she now? Chun Wan looked at him, as from a bloodline perspective. She was Jiang Feng's closest person now. Well, that girl turned misfortune into fortune, found a good master, and with her exceptional constitution, she will definitely achieve something remarkable in the future. Jiang Feng was not overly worried about Jiang Ro now. After all, Song Yun was the younger brother of Song Xian. In the spirit martial continent, even powerful beings in the Holy Realm had to give Song Xian face. Otherwise, with just Song Yun, who only had the cultivation of a martial venerable, he could not protect Jiang Ro, who possessed the extraordinary talent of the Spirit Emperor body. The Spirit Emperor body is rare to see in 1,000 years. I've read about it in ancient texts. This constitution is very close to spiritual energy, and it has the potential to mutate into the nine heavens' profound spirit body. Although the chances are small, if her fortune is extraordinary, your sister's future achievements will be terrifying. Chapter 192. Beasts and Tenderness. What the hell is this? The fat man threw the cigarette in his hand into the sea, cursing. Get lost if you can't smoke. Don't waste a cigarette, damn. Jiang Feng kicked the fat man's thigh and snatched the cigarette box back, lighting another one. Hiss, huff. Feeling pleasant, Jiang Feng looked utterly intoxicated, which seemed insane in the fat man's eyes. Crazy, you said there are many cultivators in the spirit martial continent, and they're very powerful. Can you teach us to cultivate? Xiao Jiu sat up, looking serious. After hearing about the situation in the spirit martial continent from Jiang Feng, he yearned for that world of cultivators, and the excitement in his eyes was evident. He and the angel were loyal fans of fantasy novels, having read almost all the old ones from decades ago. Now that a fantasy world from a novel was right before them, Xiao Jun naturally wouldn't give it up. Yeah, I will. After we take our revenge, you all come with me. The earth is still too small compared to over there. Jiang Feng shook his head. Yes, your little corner is too small. If those stars were developed, that would be fine, but unfortunately your technology is too backward, and there is no spiritual energy. We will all go over there to cultivate together. Chapter 193. Pranks in the late night. The full moon hung high, and the stars shone brightly. To see such a splendid night sky on Earth, one would probably have to go to a sparsely populated mountain jungle. A middle-aged man in jungle combat gear sat under a large tree, sipping from a metal thermos. Drip, drip. A faint sound arose, and the god of death frowned, turning to look at the thatched hut built under the tree. He then stood up and walked inside, shortly coming out with a miniature earpiece. God of death, you might have to come back. Quan Chao's voice sounded somewhat low from the earpiece. What happened? The god of death's face darkened, his gaze coldly fixed on a poisonous snake not far away. Hiss, hiss. The snake met the god of death's eyes and turned to leave. There's a problem at the base. You need to come back and handle it. What problem? It's a problem with the doctor. We'll talk when you return. Okay. After that, the two ended the communication, and the god of death's killing intent radiated out, making the small animals around scurry away quickly from this terrifying bipedal creature. Meanwhile, on the other side, Quan Chao looked helplessly at the angel. Do you know what I'm about to face? Chapter 194. Everyone is back in the early morning. The Wolf King arrived at the base first. The J-20 as China's latest 7th-generation fighter jet had a very sci-fi appearance, with a streamlined body and black paint. Vertical takeoff and landing capabilities had already been realized in the 6th-generation jet. After parking the plane outside the base, the Wolf King jumped down from the cockpit. Fully clad in combat gear. "Scan complete, please enter." A mechanical voice sounded as the entrance gate of the base opened, and the Wolf King hurriedly walked inside. "Where is everyone?" The Wolf King tossed his helmet aside, looking around in confusion. It was eerily quiet, with not a single person in sight. He thought for a moment about what Kuang Chao said about a problem with the doctor, so he headed straight for the elevator. Reaching the 4th floor, although it was brightly lit, he still didn't see anyone. Upon reaching the innermost laboratory, he saw a figure busying themselves. It was the doctor. Just as he was about to enter, he felt puzzled. This didn't seem like a situation where something had gone wrong, so he stopped in his tracks. "Kuang Chao, where are you?" The Wolf King tapped his earpiece and asked. You came back so quickly?" "I'm sleeping. Go back to your room and sleep. We'll talk when everyone is here." Chapter 195. Reunion. When the morning sun cast its rays on the sea, as if the entire water was radiating a golden glow. Jiang Feng opened his eyes, looking at the white ceiling, momentarily feeling dazed. In his arms, Chunwan slept sweetly, with a trace of happy tears at the corners of her eyes. Jiang Feng smiled and gently withdrew his arm. Chunwan immediately woke up, opening her eyes to look at him. "How about one more time?" "No, you get lost." Chunwan slapped his arm away, recalling the madness of last night. Her body feeling weak, and even now she was still slightly sore all over. "Ha!" Jiang Feng rolled out of bed, went to the bathroom to wash up, and when he came out, Chunwan was also rustling as she got dressed and walked out of the bedroom. "Dong, dong, dong, crazy man, get up quickly. They're back. If you don't go to the restaurant, don't blame me when they come and kick the door." The sound of a wild tide echoed outside the door. "Got it coming, let me call Fatty and Xia Shui." If it weren't for the god of death coming back, Jiang Feng wouldn't let her off so easily. He didn't even exercise in the morning. The footsteps of the wild tide faded away. Jiang Feng changed into baggy shorts, a white t-shirt, and slid on a pair of flip-flops, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. He looked at his reflection in the mirror and nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to go out, he saw a pair of aviator sunglasses on the table next to him, reached out to grab them, and stylishly hung them on his nose. Chapter 196. Reunion 2. Crazy Man. The Wolf King stared in shock at Jiang Feng's youthful face. "Oh my god, you are the crazy man?" The bear's mouth dropped open wide, pushing the Wolf King aside, and leaned closer, his dark face wide-eyed. The entire restaurant fell silent for a few seconds. "Evidence." The god of death's voice trembled slightly, his expression very complex, excited, horrified, confused, incredulous. The cold face that had been emotionless for a lifetime finally showed a vibrant expression. "Evidence?" Jiang Feng smiled, his eyes turning a bit red as he looked at the three of them. He then detailed how he met the god of death, narrating from the establishment of the Asura team, how he got to know the Wolf King through the Wild Tide and Ice Emperor, and all their experiences after the Wolf King joined the team. No one interrupted him during the recounting. Chen Wan and the three girls set breakfast on the table while the group quietly sat around, listening to Jiang Feng's story. Many details they had almost forgotten were vividly recounted by Jiang Feng. After finishing the story of Earth, he began to talk about the Spirit Martial Continent, from his rebirth to the Spirit Martial Continent, to losing his parents in the mountains and wandering with his sister. Chapter 197. Reunion 3. Breakfast took several hours, and everyone had just come to accept the fact of Jiang Feng's reincarnation when he took them out of the base to the island outside. Let you witness the ultimate personal combat power. Jiang Feng kicked off his flip-flops, wearing the stylish sunglasses, and said with a grin, then flipped his hand to reveal a scarlet short blade. The internal spiritual power surged, gathering onto the short blade as he slashed towards the trees ahead. In an instant, a blade of light swept through a large area of trees. Whoosh! The blade light swept by, and within a 10-meter range, all the trees fell. The cut surface is smooth as can be. Hiss! Wow, that's insane. This is just a small show. Let Sister Xia demonstrate what it means to be a strong person. Jiang Feng put away the short blade and said to Xia Shui. Xia Shui nodded and, without warning, floated up. Everyone gasped, and then, sword domain. Xia Shui's hair danced, and the entire island was enveloped by the sword domain, countless sword lights appearing, and in an instant, Everyone felt a deadly danger. Attack towards the sea, don't collapse the base. Chapter 198. I appreciate you allies are fine, but conditions? Hee. Jiang Feng pondered for a long time, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. This is not something I could decide, but I believe they will know when to be sensible. The Wolf King shrugged, his expression relaxing. He was afraid Jiang Feng would go crazy, and then it would be uncontrollable. After all, how powerful a country can be, the Wolf King knew better than anyone present, especially after the Third World War. Countries that didn't suffer serious injuries during that war developed very rapidly after fully integrating resources. To this day, whether in technology, military strength, or people's livelihoods, there has been a significant increase across the board. All right then, Third Master, I'll give you this face. It's still like before, China and Russia, and nothing else is negotiable. Jiang Feng waved his hand. Jiang Feng was naturally aware of the Wolf King's concerns and worries. Having lived 2 lives, he wasn't foolish. It was impossible to confront any major power relying on their current strength. If they angered those major powers, the fighter jets and missiles would chase them down, and they wouldn't even know how they died unless he could step into the Martial Sovereign or Martial Emperor realm in the future. Then it would be another matter. And who would dare to provoke him then? Chapter 199. Visiting old friends. The former continent of Australia has completely fallen, and its name has been changed to Free Continent. Moreover, more importantly, it has gathered dozens of underground organizations, big and small. Among them, large organizations like Hell, Judgment, Hacker Alliance, Phoenix Tower, and Blood Rose lead the way, with dozens of smaller organizations, mercenary groups, etc., all existing on this continent. It's pretty chaotic over there now, right? Jiang Feng leaned in the driver's seat. The plane's autopilot had taken over the flight and turned to ask the bear, who was wearing sunglasses. Yes, it's now called the Paradise of the Free. I've been there a few times. There are a lot of beautiful women there. Hee hee. The bear's face showed a lewd smile. Aren't you afraid hell will kill you? Ha! Jiang Feng winked at the bear. Afraid of what? Although our team is being monitored and restricted, they can't just act freely against us. The bear was fearless, his face full of disdain. TCH, if it weren't for the Wolf King uniting with the Russians to put pressure on you, do you think you could have come back last time? Shout, Gio said from the back, annoyed. That bastard night demon, just because he got a little girl, he wanted to kill me. Damn it, if I catch him, I'll waste that dog. Chapter 200. Hell's Nightmare, One Brother Bear. You're back here again. Haven't you had enough of the last lesson? From a distance, Xiaoqi helplessly said to the bear. Although they weren't life-and-death brothers, they had dealt with each other for over 20 years, so they were trustworthy enough. Therefore, when the Wolf King learned they were coming, he directly sent Xiao Chun and Xiao Qi, who were lurking on this continent, to help arrange things for them. Now, Xiao Chun is the head of the Dragon Group's intelligence department, and Xiao Qi is his deputy. Sister Wan, Sister Bing, Brother Jiao. Xiao Chun and Xiao Qi greeted everyone one by one, looking curiously at Jiang Feng and the 3 new faces, but they didn't ask too much. Long time no see, Xiao Qi, you've improved. The bear shot a sideways glance at Xiao Qi, grabbed him, and hugged him, making Xiao Qi's small frame seem like a little chick in the bear's grasp. Oh, come on, let's get in the car. Xiao Qi struggled to break free and smiled awkwardly. I'll drive. Jiang Feng, seeing a good car, naturally felt itchy and pulled Chun Wan towards a nearly new George Patton. Xiao Jiao, let Third Master see if your driving skills have improved. Jiang Feng climbed into the driver's seat and shouted back to Xiao Jiao. Chapter 201. Nightmare of Hell, 2 more than 10 kilometers away from Jiang Feng and the others. There's a vast complex. Everyone in the city of Melbourne knows it as Hell, the headquarters of the Hell organization. The Night Demon successfully brought this organization from the shadows into the light, acting with extreme arrogance and showing no regard for the 5 major countries. His confidence stems from the 10 years of the Third World War, during which the Night Demon secretly acquired a considerable number of nuclear submarines from around the globe. Additionally, he obtained a batch of second-tier gene serum from various channels, and even a few third-tier gene serums, which further inflated his arrogance, earning him the title of Dark Emperor. The Hell organization has indeed undergone an unprecedented transformation, developing rapidly over the years, compressing the living space of Judgment and other organizations to the limit on the Australian continent. However, the 5 countries are clearly unwilling to allow him to grow unchecked, secretly supporting organizations like Judgment and Blood Rose to counter Hell, creating an extremely chaotic situation on the continent. The Night Demon doesn't care, ever since he unlocked the 3rd-tier gene lock. He has been intensely interested in the Doctor over the past few years. Chapter 202. Nightmare of Hell 3. The door opened. A bead of sweat glistened on the night demon's skin, and his cold eyes fixed on the man standing outside the door. Sir, this is the footage of the battle from earlier. The man lowered his head, looking at the night demon's feet, not daring to raise his eyes as he handed over a tablet. The night demon took it and opened the video. The screen showed 2 George Patton tanks rampaging, and the squad sent to intercept them was bizarrely cut apart or blown up. Seeing this, the night demon frowned. Evolved beings? Are these new evolved beings? Have you identified who they are? The night demon's eyes were fixed on the replaying footage as he asked blandly. We found out that there are members of the Shura squad in the vehicle, including Violent Bear, Ice Emperor, Little Nine, and 2 intelligence personnel from the Dragon team of Huagua. The man breathed a sigh of relief. The night demon clearly did not mind his intrusion. Shadow. The night demon called, turning his head to one side. Yes, came a response from the shadows in the corner. Go take a look. Understood. The night demon turned back into the room. Suddenly, 4 young men dressed in black training outfits emerged from the outer room, expressionless as they walked outside. The reporting man sighed in relief and quickly left the room. Chapter 203. Nightmare of Hell 4. Xia Shue's figure swayed slightly. The violent explosion nearly shattered her domain. Taking a deep breath, she extended her spirit sense outwards and saw missile launch ports appearing on the distant mountains. Wait for me. Xia Shui left a voice behind, her figure swiftly flying towards that direction. The short distance of 2 to 3 kilometers was covered in an instant. The next moment, with a sword in hand, she unleashed a strike. Holding a 3-foot-long silver sword, Xia Shui's spirit energy surged as she soared forward to cleave downward. Countless launch ports erupted in flames as missiles were ignited and launched. But a blinding sword light appeared in the heavens, swiftly slicing towards the mountain. Boom! The moment the sword light made contact with the mountain, it split apart, and the missiles that had just been ignited were detonated. Boom! As one side of the mountain cracked open, a massive fire burst forth, shaking the entire mountain. Xia Shui coldly watched the destroyed attack point, and 4 figures moving at high speed entered her spirit sense range below. Turning to look, she saw 4 expressionless figures rushing towards her. Sensing the faint energy within them, a hint of disdain flashed across her face. Chapter 204. The fusion of technology and fantasy. The headquarters of Hell is vast, with underground bases deep within. The mountain that Xia Shui split was merely 1 missile launch point, and there are no less than 3 such points in this complex. The Night Demon led an elite squad from Hell towards the rear flight base. This squad of 20 elite members had all injected second-tier gene serums, making them the ace squad besides the Shadow 4 guards in Hell. Sam, take your men and launch 10 F-55s for escort, the Night Demon said, turning to the captain of the elite squad beside him. Understood, sir. After saying this, the Night Demon quickly walked towards the already prepared F-55s for takeoff. The pitch-black fuselage exuded a sci-fi aura, entirely wrapped in metal, with no glass covers visible on the cockpit, and the engines hidden behind, not visible until they started. Taking the helmet from the ground crew member standing nearby, the Night Demon climbed into the open cockpit. Behind him, Sam and his team quickly rushed towards various aircraft on the side. Meanwhile, various models of armed helicopters outside were also preparing for takeoff rapidly. At this moment, Jiang Feng and his group were in the midst of a killing spree. Chapter 205. Fighter jets and flying spiritual tools veered. The roar of engines echoed. Xia Shui's expression suddenly became very serious, and the hairs on her body stood on end. Go! Without any hesitation, when 9 F-55 fighter jets appeared ahead, a massive amount of spirit energy surged from Xia Shui's body, sweeping towards the people below. Jiang Feng and his group felt a flash in their eyes. Their bodies lifted into the air, and then they found themselves on an enlarged void shuttle. Immediately, they sensed a tremendous threat looming over them. Sparks erupted from beneath the wings of the 9 F-55s as countless missiles flew towards them, coupled with short-range missiles attacking them from sides. They were suddenly surrounded by a massive number of missiles. In that moment, Xia Shui felt a life-threatening danger. Rich spirit energy poured into the void shuttle, carrying Jiang Feng and the others as they flew outward. Boom, boom. Jiang Feng and the others watched helplessly as missiles struck the buildings behind them. The Void shuttle skimmed over the ground, racing forward, while the fighter jets pursued, launching missiles. Bang, 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 bang. The deafening sound of machine gun fire roared continuously, creating numerous craters on the ground behind them. The missiles danced in the air, but Xia Shui's Void shuttle flew at incredible speed and agility, making it impossible for the pursuing jets to hit her, even with brief locks on target. Chapter 206. Jiang Feng's recklessness. As soon as he stepped out of the skyscraper, Quan Chao received a call from Wolf King, who directly handed the headset to Jiang Feng. Crazy, I reported your intentions. The footage of your earlier battle was recorded, and the 5 countries are holding an emergency meeting to discuss your sudden appearance. The Wolf King spoke quickly. As the leader of the Dragon Team, he had the authority to report directly to the highest level leaders. Wait a moment. Jiang Feng interrupted the Wolf King's words. Did you reveal my identity? The Wolf King was silent for a moment, then said, I had to. Otherwise, I couldn't explain your various actions after appearing. All right, what attitude do they have over there? Regarding your goodwill and friendliness, Huawei naturally accepts, but there's one condition. Say it. They want you to teach cultivation. Hee hee. Jiang Feng chuckled lightly and immediately agreed. No problem, but whether one can cultivate is not up to me. It depends on talent. Well, as for this issue, I said we can discuss it in detail later. Right now, the higher-ups are communicating and coordinating with other countries. All right, let's leave it at that. Tell them not to provoke me. Everything is negotiable, but if they come to trouble me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chapter 207. Meeting Ava. Jiang Feng's reappearance led to a huge upheaval among the ruling classes of the 5 major countries worldwide. They must be captured. They cannot be allowed to wreak havoc unchecked. The U.S. president has now been replaced by another old man, with gray hair but skin as glossy as a middle-aged man. He said seriously to the other 4 men standing at the top of the world, this situation may not be a bad thing for us. Why kill all chances for cooperation? Perhaps befriending them could bring great opportunities. A middle-aged man with a hint of gray in his hair smiled slightly, his face faintly resembling his younger self, speaking in Mandarin. Yes, I am indeed very shocked. And I also think this is not a bad thing. The door to the new world is opening for us. Won't the benefits be plentiful then? Another white man said on the screen. I think it's best to send someone to capture them and force out the whereabouts of the new world from their mouths. Then, the British man had a mysterious smile on his large-nosed face. I support befriending them. Let's send someone to communicate first. Puda spoke up, enjoying a cigar with a slight smile on his face, as he had received news from Huagua. Chapter 208. Treating illness after entering the castle. Ava was completely led by Chun Wan, feeling dazed. Jiang Feng observed as they followed Chun Wan into a small reception room, furnished with a sofa, fireplace, oil paintings, and warm lamps, making the space feel very cozy. Sit down. I've been here many times, Chun Wan said, pulling Ava to sit down, smiling at Jiang Feng. I can tell, Jiang Feng said, lighting a cigarette and sitting beside them. Ava, he's a madman. Chun Wan's words made Ava's eyes widen, staring intensely at Jiang Feng. Madman, Ava muttered, her eyes suddenly reddening. In this world, her love for Jiang Feng was hardly less than Chun Wan's. It was just that her beliefs and family circumstances led her to choose to start a new life. Jiang Feng felt very complicated inside, a surge of guilt rising towards Ava. He opened his mouth, but found he didn't know how to express all the words he wanted to say. How is he? Ava turned to look at Chun Wan, her face full of questions. He reincarnated with memories in another world. Yesterday, he found the way back and came back. Chapter 209. How about I call you little brother? Ava had a root cause of illness, and he was very clear about it. For decades, she had sought various famous doctors around the world, but none could do anything for her condition. Now, suddenly a person appeared claiming he could treat Ava, and it happened at such a critical moment. Habden felt an inexplicable anger rise. Which famous doctor? Suppressing his anger, Habden walked inwardly while turning to Robert and asking. I don't know. Robert felt a bit awkward, but couldn't help it. He was very clear about Chun Wan and Ava's relationship, having been best friends for decades. Over the years, he knew Chun Wan wasn't the reckless type, but the other party was adamant about not letting him into the reception room, so he could only rush back to report. Don't know? Habden suddenly stopped and turned, his eyes wide, almost knocking off his hat. Robert nodded. Fact. Habden quickly walked into the castle. Just then, 4 SUVs, flanking a black sedan, drove towards them on the road outside the castle. Boss, a distinguished guest has arrived. Chapter 210. 3 nuclear bombs, how is her condition? Can you cure her? Putin did not respond to her, but stood up and walked aside, looking thoughtfully at the still sleeping Ava. He had received detailed information about Ava's condition before arriving and knew that her body had an incurable root cause. If Jiang Feng could truly cure her, it would mean he had inhuman means. Pretty good. Living another 100 or 80 years isn't a problem. Jiang Feng leaned on the sofa, his eyes showing a hint of fatigue. The afternoon's treatment had indeed drained him, but the results were excellent. With a couple more sessions, he estimated Ava could be completely cured. That's amazing, Putin exclaimed. There's something even more amazing. After Jiang Feng finished speaking, he clenched his hand, and a blood-red short blade appeared out of thin air in his palm. Putin frowned. Jiang Feng was clearly sitting still on the sofa, yet he could produce a knife just by clenching his hand. This ability shocked him. Suddenly, the short blade disappeared. Jiang Feng pressed his palm on the table in front of him. Putin's eyes blurred, and the table vanished. Hee. Jiang Feng smiled, waving his hand, and the table returned to view as if it had merely been an illusion. Chapter 211. A sudden blow beep. The harsh alarm sounded throughout the entire base. Go! Xiao Jiu kicked open the door of the bottom-level doctor's laboratory and rushed towards the doctor. The doctor, who had just obtained a hair from Xia Shui, was fully immersed in his own world, ignoring the blaring alarm. Ah, what are you doing? Get lost, the doctor shouted, but Xiao Jiu directly threw him over his shoulder. Nuclear bomb is coming. If you don't want to die, come with me quickly. Nuclear bomb? The doctor was stunned for a moment. My data. Xiao Jiu, with the 3rd-level gene lock released, dashed towards the outside of the base. Every second was extremely precious at this moment. Everyone in the base was gathering outside. In outer space, 3 nuclear bombs entered their trajectories, the heavy boosters completing their mission, quickly detaching as their fuel ran out. Silent and swift, the shortened tails of the nuclear bombs emitted purple flames. The speed of the 3 missiles suddenly increased several times, racing towards the Earth. Bang! Jiang Feng smashed the entire table to pieces with a punch. Putin was startled by the killing intent radiating from him. Looking at him with a serious expression, I can guarantee that it absolutely wasn't us. During yesterday's meeting, the Americans were adamant about capturing you. Chapter 212. The true power of nuclear weapons is unknown to anyone. The Third World Order did not result in nuclear war. So since the Americans dropped the atomic bomb on Japan, until now, after hundreds of years, no one knows how powerful a nuclear bomb that has been developed and improved for 100 years can be. However, today the South China Sea, which has captured the world's attention, has shown humanity the power of nuclear weapons. In a vast ocean centered around Shura Island, a pit with a diameter of several dozen kilometers appeared in everyone's sight, and everything was evaporated. Within 100 kilometers, all islands were turned to dust, disappearing without a trace. On the surface of the sea, towering water walls hundreds of meters high rapidly spread in all directions. It is unclear how much time passed, but the seawater began to flow back, and the tsunami waves in the distance grew higher and higher. Watching the scene, everyone gasped. Such power on land would likely turn any city into nothingness in an instant. Boom! The shockwave caught up, and the protective shield of the Void shuttle shattered instantly, causing Xia Shui to spit out a mouthful of blood. Since receiving the news of the nuclear bomb, they had not wasted a single moment escaping, covering over 100 kilometers in just a few minutes. But the power of the shockwave still inflicted a great impact on Xia Shui. Chapter 213. A month later, a plane landed at a secret base in the capital of Huagua. Jiang Feng and the Wolf King stepped off the plane, greeted by 20 soldiers on the runway. Let's go. The Wolf King led the way to a nearby off-road vehicle, with Jiang Feng following behind. He had changed into sportswear, his expression stern, exuding a hint of pressure. The two left with the convoy. Before long, they entered a secret base located on the edge of the city, within a mountain. Although they had just experienced a nuclear attack, Jiang Feng was clear that it was definitely not done by Huagua or Putin, so he was not afraid of being detained or dealt with by Huagua. He had come here to make a deal between the two countries. After realizing that Earth's technological development had made a significant leap, Jiang Feng wanted to bring a batch of these weapons to the Lingwu continent. Nuclear bombs and fighter jets were his targets. Additionally, the latest improved Gatling guns were also on his list, although they couldn't harm high-level cultivators. As a Wu Ho realm cultivator, he could not withstand such dense bullets. He also wanted to collect some supplies to take over, such as cigarettes, which were non-existent in the Ling Wu continent. Chapter 214, Guiding Cultivation. The spiritual energy on Earth is very thin. So thin that it is difficult to find a place to cultivate without relying on spirit stones. Therefore, to cultivate, you need to possess strong talent to get started. Spirit stones are crystals that contain spiritual energy and are considered hard currency on the Ling Wu continent. Jiang Feng pointed to a pile of high-quality spirit stones on the table to explain to everyone. This was a large reception room, filled with people of various ages, both young and old, men and women, a total of 100 people. Behind these 100, there were a few figures. 50 were from Huagua and 50 from Russia, all fluent in Chinese. Among the figures behind them were the Wolf King's wife and children, as well as the Violent Bear's wife and children. These individuals were not part of the quota, but Jiang Feng would naturally not refuse their requests. The cultivation method I previously provided, Ling Wu Ju, is considered a good foundation-building technique on the Ling Wu continent. Cultivating according to this method can take you all the way to the Wu Wang realm, but for you, just reaching the true Wu realm with Earth's spiritual energy would already be extraordinary. Mr. Jiang, a young man in the audience, raised his hand to ask a question. Chapter 215, Witnessing Talent to silence those who had taken shortcuts to enter this cultivation group. The Wolf King directly removed his family and the Violent Bear's family the next day. In the entire large conference room, every one of the 100 personnel was an elite warrior selected through strict scrutiny. Even some older men who wanted to take advantage were forcefully expelled by the Wolf King, leaving only the younger individuals under 30. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Among this group, each had already injected the second stage gene lock serum, and they were all elite warriors, not just physically capable individuals without practical combat skills. Although 10 days is short, Jiang Feng witnessed what it meant to be a genius. Every day, Jiang Feng activated 100 high-quality spirit stones, equating to 1 spirit stone's worth of spiritual energy for each person. The spiritual energy in the entire room, thanks to the spirit lock array, barely reached the levels found in the barren areas of the Ling Wu continent. 100 people concentrated in a single room, their senses heightened. Even the slightest heavy breathing from others would disrupt their rhythm. Yet, despite this, some managed to sense the presence of spiritual energy by the 3rd day. Chapter 216, Ava and Tyler. Jiang Feng was somewhat surprised that the Wolf King's daughter had some talent for cultivation. By the end of 10 days, she had successfully sensed the existence of spiritual energy. However, the Violent Bear also had a son who successfully sensed the spiritual energy yesterday, which is quite good. Keep it up. For the next month, I will give you special training to ensure you can all cultivate. Jiang Feng smiled at them. Really, Uncle Jiang, you can't be lying to me. The Wolf King's son, Yi Qing, was full of excitement. He had not sensed spiritual energy in these past few days and had been under his sister's thumb, which embarrassed him. Hee, good luck. Jiang Feng smiled, planning to give them a meridian adjustment in the next 10 days, then guide them through the process. The purpose of this was also to alleviate the concerns of the Wolf King and the Violent Bear, allowing them to feel at ease accompanying him to the Ling Wu continent. Jiang Feng turned and exited the room, with muffled excitement following behind him. Youth is wonderful, Jiang Feng muttered. TCH, you're only 25 years old. How old can you be? The Wolf King's voice came from behind. You don't understand. My mentality is already old. Really? And yet you're still gallivanting around on the Ling Wu continent? Chapter 217, The Persistently Shameless Wolf King. Arriving at the dining hall, the 4 enjoyed a lively dinner. Crazy. Can we watch when you treat Ava? The Wolf King asked suddenly as he led the 3 towards the arranged room. Huh? Jiang Feng was somewhat confused. It's like this. We have 2 old Chinese medicine doctors here who want to see your miraculous techniques. The Wolf King looked a bit awkward. Only he could be thick-skinned enough to say such things. Fine. Jiang Feng chuckled lightly, knowing that the Wolf King was in a difficult position. So he simply agreed. After all, they wouldn't understand such matters. The efficacy was in the elixir itself, and spiritual power was merely a bit of guidance and assistance. Thank you. The Wolf King sighed in relief, and then said something through the earpiece. The 4 of them walked towards the room inside the base. By the time they arrived, several people were already waiting at the entrance. 2 elderly men with white beards and 2 middle-aged men. Mr. Jiang, thank you for your generosity. One of the middle-aged men said as he approached and extended his arm. You're welcome. Let's get started. Jiang Feng shook hands with him, pushed open the door. and walked in. Chapter 218. A demonstration. The capabilities of the dragon group of Huagua were beyond doubt. The next day, the Wolf King came with a pile of ancient books. Although they were printed, there wasn't a single mistake. Everything that could be found nationwide was here. The Wolf King pointed to a large box full of books, which included the most comprehensive collection of ancient martial arts and some esoteric texts in the country. Jiang Feng opened the box and casually flipped through it before putting it away. The people who came today were not all from the military. Some were practitioners of ancient martial arts chosen from the outside world, with ages ranging from over 40 to 12. Among them, 3 had cultivated internal strength and true energy. One was 95, another 86, and the last 74, respectively from the Taoist Wudong, Shaolin, and an ancient martial arts family. The Chen family, who practiced Xingyi Quan. The Wolf King handed a list to Jiang Feng. Let's go take a look. Jiang Feng walked while checking the list, mainly focusing on the first 3 elderly men, each with white hair and youthful faces, all hidden masters in the civilian world. His residence wasn't far from the conference room, and he could already hear the discussions inside. Chapter 219. Admitting defeat. The day after the second batch of people arrived, Taoist Li successfully sensed the presence of spiritual energy. Although Jiang Feng had anticipated that the 3 of them would succeed in their cultivation, the speed at which they did so surprised him greatly. Let me show you. Jiang Feng couldn't help but walk over to Taoist Li, resting an arm on his shoulder. Spiritual power entered Taoist Li's body, and after a careful examination, he sensed the nourishing true energy in his dantian. How is my true energy? Taoist Li asked eagerly as Jiang Feng opened his eyes. Very good. Although it's weaker than spiritual power, it has great benefits for the body. Extending life is no problem. The true energy in Taoist Li's body was indeed 1 level weaker than spiritual power, lacking that liveliness, but it was greatly beneficial for the body. Most importantly, having true energy as a foundation would make sensing spiritual energy and cultivating spiritual power much easier. If you can convert all the true energy in your body into spiritual power, you will leap over the ranks of martial artists and directly become a true martial artist. The true energy in his body wasn't much to Jiang Feng, but it was still quite rich. As long as the conversion was successful, he would definitely step into the realm of true martial artists. Chapter 220. The manipulator. I can't anymore. I can't drink anymore. The Wolf King's eyes were glazed over, his body swaying, and he was stuttering. If you admit defeat, call me daddy. Who? Although Jiang Feng's face was slightly flushed, there was no sign of drunkenness. His physique had already opened the 6 shackles, and even without using spiritual power to evaporate the alcohol, he was not something the Wolf King could compare to. Hearing Jiang Feng's words, the last trace of clarity in the Wolf King's eyes disappeared, and with a loud thud, he collapsed under the table. Who? He looked like a dead pig. TCH, what a little trash. Jiang Feng scoffed, glancing at the 10 empty bottles nearby, all of which were decades-old Maodai. The Wolf King's status in Huagua was undoubtedly high. These drinks could be summoned with a wave of the hand. Jiang Feng burped and stood up to walk outside the room. Opening the door, 2 young soldiers stood outside and immediately saluted upon seeing him. Your boss is about to drink himself to death. Go save him. Jiang Feng grinned and returned to his room to rest. The 2 young soldiers' faces twitched as they quickly rushed in to lift the Wolf King, who was now a pile of mud. Days passed, and among this batch of personnel, 35 successfully sensed the spiritual energy. Chapter 221. Warplanes and nuclear missiles. Crazy. The goods have arrived. The Wolf King rushed over excitedly one day. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up, and a smile appeared on his lips. He had been waiting for this shipment all along, and it had finally been delivered. Let us pause here for today. You all continue to comprehend and summarize. I'm going out for a bit. Jiang Feng stood up and said to everyone in the conference room, then walked towards the door. I must say, only with your extraordinary methods could this collaboration research improvement happen. Otherwise, such things would absolutely not occur. The Wolf King sighed, having just come over after checking the goods. He couldn't help but express that even he hadn't expected Earth's technology to have reached such an advanced level. How's the quality? Jiang Feng guessed from his expression and asked with a smile. From my perspective, it's flawless. It's already the pinnacle of Earth technology. I estimate that even the Americans can only achieve this level at most. The Wolf King led Jiang Feng towards the large warehouse in the base. Along the way, Almost every intersection had checkpoints, and from a distance, Jiang Feng could see the warehouse surrounded by a large number of soldiers, including some tall Russians. Chapter 222. Returning the favor. In addition to nuclear bombs, warplanes, and 5 8-barrel Gatling guns, there wasn't much to modify here. It was just optimizing the gun barrels and some other components, using the latest developed metal materials, the same as the aircraft's fuselage, allowing for continuous firing of 10,000 rounds. Thus, there were mountains of Gatling ammunition piled up. Jiang Feng opened one wooden box after another, finding them neatly arranged with palm-sized bullets, all of which were the most powerful armor-piercing rounds. How much ammunition is here? 500,000 rounds. Good. Jiang Feng nodded in satisfaction. If not for the insufficient space in the storage spiritual tools and bags, he would have definitely brought a few million rounds over. There are also extremely powerful grenades, directional bombs, etc. Jiang Feng planned to collect as many as he could, fitting everything he could. If it didn't fit, there was nothing he could do. All right, I'm quite satisfied with this batch of goods. As long as you're satisfied. Haha, thank you for your hard work. Jiang Feng expressed his gratitude to the several old academicians. It's our duty, no need to be polite. After a brief exchange, the old academicians left, and only the Wolf King and Jiang Feng remained in the entire warehouse. Chapter 223. Farewell. In the following 2 days, Jiang Feng didn't go to the large conference room much. I gave the 2 old men a thorough treatment of their meridians and detailed instructions on how to sense spiritual energy and embark on the path of cultivation. Such instruction is not something the people in the big conference room can enjoy. However, the entire teaching process was recorded, with not a single word missed. Not bad. Feeling refreshed. The elder from Huagua had a rosy complexion, feeling lighter in his body than before, as if he had returned to his youth. Kid, how about I find you a girlfriend? The Emperor of Pu was even more straightforward, walking over and patting Jiang Feng's shoulder with a sly grin. After 2 days, Jiang Feng had become familiar with the 2 of them. Your granddaughter? How did you know? The Emperor of Pu was somewhat surprised. I've seen pictures of your granddaughter a long time ago. Haha, but I don't have the time or energy right now. Wait until I come back next time. Jiang Feng had a mischievous smile on his face, which made the Emperor of Pu suddenly regret saying that. This kid was definitely not a good person, a complete scoundrel. Realizing this, the Emperor of Pu immediately shut his mouth. Haha. Chapter 224. 18 times the speed of sound in the morning, bright sunlight shone on the earth. On the airport runway outside the base, a super cool fighter jet was parked, and Jiang Feng stood beneath the aircraft smoking. Not far away, the Wolf King was bidding farewell to his family. You too. Make sure to come home more often and spend time with your mom. And don't give her any trouble. Got it. The Wolf King had changed out of his military uniform into a black combat suit, giving instructions to his son and daughter. MHM, got it, Dad, be safe. Dad, come back early. Yeah, I'll just go take a look and come back. The Wolf King turned to look at his wife, Li Xin. They didn't say anything. Everything that needed to be said had already been said, and they hugged each other. I'll wait for your return. Li Xin smiled. Okay. The Wolf King released her, took a deep breath, raised his arm to salute her, and then resolutely turned to walk towards Jiang Feng. Li Xin and their 3 children watched his back. That straight spine and broad shoulders gave them a sense of security. Dad, come back early. Be safe. The Wolf King turned around, suppressing his reluctance, and smiled at them. Jiang Feng, I'll trouble you. Chapter 225. Rearranging the formation in the valley. Chenwan, Ice Queen, Angel, and Xia Shui stood on one side, while on the other side, the God of Death, Xiao Jiu, Violent Bear, Fatty, Rampage, and the Doctor leaned against the cliff, 10 people looking up at the sky. The Black Dragon fighter, Jet, slowly descended, with 4 blue flames constantly spewing from the bottom. With a few soft sounds, the landing gear touched the ground, and the engine shut off. Then the cockpit at the bottom opened, and Jiang Feng and the Wolf King jumped out. Wow, boss, this plane is so cool. Fatty was the first to run over and reached out to touch the fuselage. It's so hot. Fatty kept shaking his hand after being burned by the hot fuselage. Haha. It was flying at supersonic speed just now. The fuselage was rubbing violently against the air, of course, it's hot. Xiaojiu leaned over, grinning. Stop talking nonsense. Let us go. Jiang Feng stored the fighter jet away. All the countries and forces around the world are looking for us over here in the Himalayas. Let us leave first. Xia Shui took out the Void Shuttle and infused it with spiritual energy. Everyone stepped on, and the Void Shuttle quickly took off a few meters above the ground. There are no outsiders here, so I'll speak frankly. I'll ask you one last time. Going over there will definitely be dangerous, but opportunities will also increase. So think carefully and decide for yourselves whether to go or not. Chapter 226. Returning to the realm, Xia Shui used her spiritual energy to wrap everyone up, flying down along the mountain crack. This journey allowed everyone to see the scenery deep within the earth, all narrow cracks, and they even heard the sound of flowing water from an underground river. If Xia Shui and Ti brought them down, they might have fallen to their deaths trying to get down. Emerging from the mountain crack, Jiang Feng flew towards the stone platform, holding Chunwan. Standing on the stone platform, Jiang Feng turned to Xia Shui behind him and said, "Sister Xia, can you block that crack?" Jiang Feng pointed to the mountain crack above where they had emerged. Sure. Xia Shui flew towards the crack. Then everyone heard a rumbling sound. This place is probably over 1,000 meters from the ground. The Wolf King examined the platform using the light from a fluorescent stone. Yeah, I estimate so. It's so deep. Without you guys, humans would probably never find this place. Even now, they probably can't find it. Even if they know where we disappeared from. It won't be easy to find this place, and there are formations set up on Madman above, plus the entrance has been blocked by Sister Xia. Everyone began to discuss in a flurry. Not long after, Xia Shui returned. Chapter 227. Escaping the Thunder Domain Boom. Jiang Feng walked out from the rock wall, waving his hand to bring out the Black Dragon fighter jet. "Quick, get in!" Jiang Feng shouted to everyone. Xia Shui stood to the side with a serious expression. Looking up at the overcast sky, thunder rumbled continuously. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck above the cliff, causing some debris to fall, and Xia Shui waved her hand to send the debris flying away. Seeing the scene of the sky collapsing and the earth cracking, the god of death and the others did not hesitate and quickly ran towards the fighter jet, diving into the open hatch below. And the few women from Shura team were also not the shy type, quickly following behind to get in. "Sister Xia, come on." Jiang Feng was the last to follow, calling out to Xia Shui. Rumble. The thunder in the dark clouds never stopped, and Xia Shui did not hesitate. Her figure flashed, and she appeared below the cockpit, diving in. "Let us go." This time, Jiang Feng did not sit in the co-pilot seat, still leaving the main pilot position to the Wolf King. They all knew how to fly the fighter jet, but the Wolf King had the best flying skills among them. Unmatched. Buzz. The tail of the Black Dragon fighter jet emitted a blue-white flame over a meter long, and the small engines at the bottom also started, quickly lifting the fighter jet off the ground. Before the landing gear could be retracted, the Wolf King slammed the throttle. Chapter 228. The Fall of Lingwu City Boss. "Sister Xia, why do I feel safer hiding in the Thunder Domain?" Fatty, sitting in the back, kept mumbling. "We can't go back to Earth. I don't have that many top-grade spirit stones. There are thunder beasts in the Thunder Domain unless we stay hidden in the mountain." Jiang Feng. "Contact Senior Zhang Xian and Senior Wan He. I suspect we were blocked from communicating by the territorial barrier in the Thunder Domain." Xia Shui sighed. She hadn't expected the situation in the realm to become so severe, running into the Martial Saint battle as soon as they came out. MHM. Now only the three of them can communicate. 20 Mach is already the maximum speed of this fighter jet. Continuing to accelerate could cause the aircraft to disintegrate at any moment. At this speed, everyone else's eyes are bloodshot, and the G-force they're experiencing is nearing its limit. "Sister Xia, is there any way to help them relieve some pressure?" Jiang Feng turned to look at Chun Wan behind him, who was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath and unable to speak a word. "Okay." Xia Shui glanced at the others, and pure spiritual power surged out, enveloping everyone. But in the next moment, her face turned pale as the force generated by the acceleration was borne solely by her. Chapter 229. Blamed by Zhang, the vast Lingwu city lay in ruins. Countless laws intertwined and descended upon the Black Dragon fighter jet. Suddenly, 2 martial saints appeared ahead, followed by 4 or 5 martial emperors. Damn it! The Wolf King, seeing no way to escape, suddenly pressed the nose of the aircraft down, diving towards the ruins of Lingwu city. "Predecessors, we are from the human race of Lingwu continent." Xia Shui's spiritual sense vibrated as she shouted ahead. "Huh." A man and a woman, both martial saints, paused for a moment and waved their hands, dispelling the overwhelming loss. The fighter jet spun in the air and gradually decreased in speed. Before long, after slowing down to the minimum, the Wolf King controlled the aircraft to land on the ruins. Xia Shui immediately jumped out of the cockpit and flew towards the 2 martial saints in the air. "You all stay here. Jiang Feng waved his hand to retract the fighter jet and flew into the air. Predecessors, please investigate further. I am a loose cultivator from the Xianfeng sect in the western region of Lingwu continent, named Xia Shui. I was previously under the command of Elder Wan He from the Xingyan sect. Xia Shui respectfully saluted the two martial saints and explained her background. And them? The middle-aged man in a blue robe glanced at Jiang Feng and the others below, just as Jiang Feng flew up. Chapter 230, being squinted at all right. You all hurry and leave. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and Jiang Feng, lying amidst the ruins, along with the others like the little nine, killing god, instantly took to the skies and flew rapidly towards the mountains in the distance. Xia Shui bowed to the two of them and quickly chased after them. Crazy. How are you? Chun Wan held the groaning Jiang Feng, whose clothes were torn into strips, revealing skin bruised all over, and his eyes were swollen like a panda's, making Chun Wan feel heartbroken. That old woman. One day I'm going to beat her to death. Damn it out. Jiang Feng couldn't help but mutter some harsh words. In the distance, Huo Wu furrowed her brows, preparing to strike, but was stopped by the middle-aged man. Are you really going to kill him? That kid should be the Jiang Feng they mentioned. Bai Zhan and Don Yu both think highly of him. I've heard people talk about him before. If I don't care. Let that dog come find me. Huo Wu's expression turned cold. Hee, even if you beat him to death. Bai Zhan probably won't come looking for you, huh? Cough cough, we should go. The middle-aged man, a bit too pleased with himself, felt Huo Wu's cold gaze on his back and stopped speaking. Chapter 231. Returning to Lingwu continent, it's no wonder Jiang Feng has such a big mouth. After he and the fat guy came out of the Feiyin secret realm, they kept encountering Martial Emperor and Martial Saint level beings. Even during the training period at the Xingyan Sacred Land, he dealt with Bai Zhan, so he didn't really see the other person as impressive, which is why he had this nonchalant demeanor. The crowd around them quieted down, but Jiang Feng could sense waves of spiritual senses sweeping over, secretly evaluating them. In this strange atmosphere, they waited for quite a while. During this time, people from all directions occasionally joined the crowd. Listen up. The spatial tunnel to Lingwu continent will open soon. Enter in order. A loud shout suddenly reverberated through the sky as a heavily armored general appeared in midair. After speaking, his figure vanished. Shortly after, dozens of figures flew up from all directions, floating in midair. Beneath the mountains, out of Jiang Feng's view, 4 or 5 elderly figures were seated in meditation, including Song Xian, whom Jiang Feng recognized. The 5 joined forces, and intricate formation patterns appeared around them, spreading towards the cliff ahead. Chapter 232. Country bumpkin or bandit crazy. Is this Lingwu continent? The spiritual energy is so rich. Everyone marveled, especially at the dense spiritual energy in the air, which made them involuntarily compare it to Earth. I had some doubts before, but now I agree with your statement. Compared to this place, the spiritual energy in the air on Earth is virtually non-existent. The Wolf King chuckled bitterly. You will come to know the benefits of this place later. As they chatted, Xia Shui walked over from the side. She had just inquired with the soldiers over there and learned that all other teleportation arrays in the Supreme Sacred City were temporarily closed. The teleportation arrays are closed and will gradually open next month. If you want to leave, there are 2 options. 1. Wait here for the teleportation array to open. 2. Leave first and find other cities' teleportation arrays. Xia Shui informed everyone. Jiang Feng was about to speak when he suddenly sensed a gaze sweeping towards them. He didn't turn to look, but caught a glimpse with his peripheral vision. It wasn't just him, but others, including the killing God Wolf King, also noticed it. Let's go. Jiang Feng wore a slight smile. Are you sure? The Supreme Sacred City doesn't allow fighting. It might not be the same outside. Chapter 233. Wealth and danger. The moment the missile rushed towards him, a strong sense of crisis made the old man's body hair stand on end. But the missile was so fast that he had no time to dodge and could only activate all defenses at the last moment, layering them over his body. As for the group of subordinates behind him, he couldn't care less. Boom! The nuclear explosion's flames instantly engulfed the 5 of them. This was a nuclear bomb modified by the top scientists of Russia and China. It was far more powerful than the few nuclear bombs that struck Shura Island back then. In an instant, the defenses of the 4 martial zones behind him were destroyed, and the temperature of tens of thousands of degrees Celsius vaporized their bodies instantly, leaving them no time to scream. The old man's internal spiritual power erupted, his essence blood-burning, the strands of laws contained in his flesh glowing, fully resisting the explosion's force. Puff! A large mouthful of blood was spat out, and the old man's aura weakened. He managed to block the first wave of the explosion's core and shockwave, but high temperatures and nuclear radiation still followed. The old man was originally wearing a spiritual artifact robe, but it was now filled with cracks, and the high temperature scorched his white beard and hair completely away. Chapter 234. A million miles away, not long after Jiang Feng and the others left this area, several streaks of light flashed across the distant horizon, rapidly flying toward them. With such a large movement, it was likely that a peak martial venerable was involved. What is that? It feels like some strange substance. Two figures explored the area below the center of the explosion, one of them looking somewhat skeptical. Not clear, let us go take a look. The two arrived at the collapsed mountain peak, where dense nuclear radiation permeated the air. This energy made the two martial venerables very uncomfortable, as they could sense the immense harm it posed to the human body. At this moment, inside the Black Dragon warplane, Jiang Feng was dividing the spoils with Xia Shui. All right, I just want this heavenly extreme sword technique and this flying feather flash. I'll take a Qinyan jade fruit for the spiritual medicine, and you can keep the rest. Xia Shui picked through the items for a while and only took 3. Just this little bit? Jiang Feng was surprised and looked at Xia Shui with a questioning expression. Well, as you said, there's so many of you, and your future cultivation will require a lot of resources, so you should keep it for yourself. Xia Shui smiled. There were many good items in the old man's ring, but many were not useful to her. Right now, she needed to break through to the martial sovereign realm. Ordinary heavenly materials and earthly treasures wouldn't help much unless they were extraordinary spiritual medicines like the 9 Xian Thunder Spirit Grass. Chapter 235. Right now the sky gradually darkened, and a bright moon hung in the sky, though no one knew exactly when it appeared. A gentle breeze blew, bringing a refreshing coolness that relaxed everyone's mood. A group of people sat around a campfire on the ground. Crazy, what is our next plan? Xiao Jiao asked while gnawing on a piece of roasted meat, which Xia Shui had obtained by hunting a low-level monster, the antelope, on the plains. Yeah, what is our next plan? Huang Chao also asked. Jiang Feng put down the roasted meat, wiped his mouth, and took a swig of beer. Sister Xia, give us a suggestion. What do you think is suitable for us to settle down now? Jiang Feng didn't answer Xiao Jiao and the others, instead looking at Xia Shui, who was sitting aside. After all, Xia Shui was a peak martial sovereign, and her insights after years of cultivation were much greater than those of Jiang Feng, who was only a half-baked practitioner. If you want to cultivate steadily and safely step by step, find a peaceful environment to hide in and cultivate to a certain level before making further plans. If you want to become stronger quickly, go to a rich and resourceful place. Of course, such places will have strong competition and high danger. At that time, Chapter 236, Xian Water Snake. The 5 of them stood in a semicircle, with a large number of ammunition boxes behind them. Huang Chao and Bing Huang quickly connected the belt of ammunition. In an instant, gunfire erupted across the plains as 5 chains of light engulfed 3 iron wire snakes rushing towards them. Each of the 5 was a skilled gunman, and with their enhanced strength, they were even more adept. Especially Bao Xiong, the ancestor of using Gatling guns. His arm muscles bulged, and the bullets spewing from his gun seemed to have eyes, raining down and enveloping an iron wire snake. The firing rate of these 5 Gatling guns had been powerfully modified to a terrifying 10,000 rounds per minute, exceeding 100 rounds per second. Each second, the 5 guns unleashed hundreds of high-speed, armor-piercing rounds. Ding, 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 even though the iron wire snakes had reached the realm of monster kings. Gatling guns were not to be trifled with. Such a dense metal storm could even penetrate steel plates. And the 3 monster king iron wire snakes were quickly forced to retreat. His poison domain, iron wire domain, the iron wire snake's domain, opened up, attempting to withstand the metal storm. Countless bullets rained down upon their scales, inflicting immense pain, causing the 3 monster kings' domains to shatter instantly. They were forced to defend with all their might, while simultaneously launching long-range attacks. Chapter 237, Xianbei Mountain Range Fatty, check on them. Jiang Feng shouted to the still-conscious Fatty behind him. Got it. The warplane performed a large loop in the high sky, pursuing the direction Xia Shui had left. The wings slightly retracted, increasing speed, and soon they spotted the fleeing Xian water snake and Xia Shui ahead. However, Xia Shui was faster than the Xian water snake, and the distance between them was gradually widening. Whoosh, streak of light passed by, and the warplane's radar displayed a lock on the Xian water snake. Target locked. At that moment, the flying Xian water snake suddenly had its scales explode, a strong sense of crisis enveloping it. Bang! Whoosh, a nuclear missile was ejected from the warplane's belly, quickly chasing after the Xian water snake. Jiang Feng yanked the control stick hard and turned to flee. The missile's speed exceeded 30 Mach, nearly dozens of times faster than the Xian water snake, and in an instant, it caught up. Before the snake could react, the warhead crashed into its body. Boom, a massive explosion sounded as a large fireball spread out in all directions. The heat and energy from the explosion distorting the surrounding void. Ahead, Xia Shui quickly dove downward to avoid the shockwave of the explosion. Luckily, she was far enough away to have time to evade. Chapter 238, Settling Down, of course. With so many of you going to the cultivation city, accommodation and expenses will be a concern. Moreover, you will definitely have conflicts with others. If they lack cultivation, they will be easy prey. What will you do then? Xia Shui expressed her opinion from an observer's perspective. Furthermore, although this place is remote, it has ample spiritual energy, tranquility, and a good environment, allowing them to hide here for foundational cultivation. Once they have achieved a certain level of cultivation, they can venture out. Most importantly, with so many of you, cultivation requires resources. Competing for resources in the city against those forces, do you think you can manage? Instead of that, it's better to be self-sufficient here, with the option to delve deeper into the surrounding mountains for resources or to steadily consolidate your position. As Xia Shui surveyed the mountains, she continued speaking. Boss, I also think Sister Xia is right. Competing for resources in the city for cultivation is very difficult due to the fierce competition. If it were just the two of us, it would be fine, but they would be easily captured. Then, Fatty and Xia Shui's words were already quite clear, and Jiang Feng naturally understood this logic. All right, then let us settle here for now. The entire valley spans about 2,000 square meters. It is neither too big nor too small. To the east, there's a small stream a few meters wide, which is a tributary of the river outside. Chapter 239, Building Houses. Since it was decided to settle down, Jiang Feng took Fatty to explore the surroundings. Viewing from the high sky could only give a general overview. Spreading out spiritual awareness only covered a few kilometers, which was not as effective as a detailed investigation. Boss, let us go check out that river first. I have some shadows regarding rivers. Fatty and Jiang Feng flew into the air. Xia Shui didn't come. She stayed in the valley to guard the warplane and the others who were unconscious. Two people flew out of the valley, heading towards the nearby river. They reached the riverbank after crossing two small hills. This river is so small, it shouldn't harbor any big monsters, right? Looking at the river that was only a dozen meters wide, the fat guy sighed in relief. In the spirit martial continent, whether it's lakes or large rivers, they belong to the territory of monster beasts. Although many years ago, those top-tier monsters migrated with their offspring to the monster realm and other domains. The spirit martial continent is vast and rich in resources, with abundant spiritual energy. So many monster clans are still lurking on the continent. However, there have been no sightings of divine beasts in recent years, and any occasional traces will be pursued by large numbers of humans, captured as guardian beasts. If there were big monsters, would the people of Spirit Martial Continent still want to live? Chapter 240, Teaching everyone to cultivate the morning sunlight spilled over the land, painting the forest in gold. Jiang Feng pushed open the door of the wooden house and stepped out, stretching lazily. Yow! The peaceful and serene valley was suddenly disrupted by his unexpected howl. Damn it! You didn't let me sleep at night, and now you're howling in the morning. Are you trying to die, madman? The Wolf King, not far away in a wooden house, cursed angrily. Ha! Today Master will teach you ancient martial arts. Jiang Feng laughed heartily, knowing very well what the Wolf King meant by not letting him sleep at night. What could he do? The wooden house wasn't soundproof. Bang, bang, bang. The doors of the wooden houses were pushed open one by one, and a group of people rushed out. Really? What martial arts? Go wash up and have breakfast first. I'll explain later. Jiang Feng quickly slipped away. Killer God, can you move those 3 pairs of dogmen and women-s wooden houses over there? You're driving me crazy at night. The Wolf King had a face full of grievance, and it wasn't just him. The violent bear nodded in agreement. Next time when he brings the wood, let them move. The killer god nodded blankly. He had suffered too, especially from that shameless madman. Chenler had already been too embarrassed to go out for 2 days. Chapter 241, The domain war continues. The sun rises and sets. Time flows like water, slipping away unnoticed. No one knows that the Shura Hall, which would eventually dominate the myriad realms, initially hid in an inconspicuous small valley to cultivate. While Jiang Feng and his group were busy practicing in the domain, since you want to fight, then let's fight. Baijan, clad in a green outfit, wielded a long spear, his black hair billowing without wind, exuding an overwhelming aura. Blood surging to the sky. Oof, do we fear you? The blood demon ancestor's demonic energy rolled continuously. Dong Yu, Dao Saint, Sword Saint, Yin Yang. Since they refuse to back down, then let us battle. What if we shatter this domain? Baijan roared, his voice echoing across thousands of miles, resonating throughout the battlefields. Fight! Kill! The strong practitioners of the spirit martial continent responded one after another to Baijan. Senior Heavenly Saint, please take action to protect the continental node. Baijan shouted towards the sky. Sigh. Although there were no figures in the high sky, an elderly sigh echoed, and the void twisted through the space. Several figures could be faintly seen confronting each other. Hee, Heavenly Saint, having lived for nearly 10,000 years, I didn't expect you to have less blood than your juniors. Chapter 242. 3 years bang. A figure flew backward. Ha ha ha, Wolf King, you're too weak. You still want to spar with me? You're looking for death. Xiao Jiu stood triumphantly in the open space of the valley, holding a long stick. Damn it, you're cheating. The Wolf King got up from the ground, looking dissatisfied. How am I cheating? You're just stupid. Blame me? Xiao Jiu shrugged, a teasing smile on his face. Brother Jiu, come practice with me. The violent bear, with his tall figure, stood up from the side, wielding a double-handed axe. Get lost, bear. Go find the killer god. Don't come looking for me. Xiao Jiu turned and ran away. They had been in the valley for 3 years. Although Jiang Feng would take them out for drinks once a month, most of the time they were immersed in cultivation, each filled with determination and eager to grow stronger. Over the 3 years, the valley had changed its appearance. A row of small wooden houses near the east had disappeared, and everyone had built 7 or 8 small courtyards during their cultivation breaks. At first glance, it looked like a rural life on Earth. In the middle of the valley, a large fish pond had been dug out, stocked with plenty of fish. Jiang Feng, smoking a cigarette, lay in a reclining chair under the sun, with a pot of tea beside him. Chapter 243. Be a person in the northern region. The Xianbei sect is a large sect governing the Xianbei mountain range. Qingshui City is a medium-sized cultivation city under the jurisdiction of the Xianbei sect, with only a small teleportation array, which exists because it's on the outskirts of the Xianbei mountain range, occasionally visited by passing cultivators. The city has a lord, sent by the Xianbei sect to govern, who is at the late stage of the Martial King realm. Besides the lord, there are also 2 Martial King realm cultivators in Qingshui City, the ancestors of the Wang and Lin families. These are the pieces of information that the fat guy often hears while running errands in Qingshui City. But I heard that the 4 great families in Qingshui City all have Martial King realm cultivators, and the Pan and Lu family's old Inbi are hiding very deeply. The fat guy chatted with everyone while sitting on the Void Shuttle. Martial King realm. Jiang Feng whispered, currently at the peak of the Martial Ho realm. He had no clue on how to break through to the Martial King realm. Sister Xia, what kind of understanding is needed to go from Martial Ho to Martial King realm? Jiang Feng asked Xia Shui again. Hearing his question, everyone stopped talking and perked up their ears, especially the fat guy, who was now at the late stage of the Martial Ho realm and not far from the Martial King realm. Chapter 244. Wang Longxia, the streets were bustling with people, and Jiang Feng's spiritual sense slightly spread out. The proportion of cultivators in the surrounding crowd was about 73, with 7 out of 10 being cultivators and 3 out of 10 being mortals. Among these cultivators, most were martial artists below the true martial realm, with only an occasional glimpse of 1 or 2 at the Xian martial realm. The vast majority of the human race on the spirit martial continent are still low-level martial artists. Jiang Feng sighed, as it seemed that their group had rushed to the Xian martial realm in just 3 years, with the violent bear even reaching the peak of the Xian martial realm. It wasn't because they were gifted, but because they had been fugitives on Earth for so many years. Having unlocked the 3rd-tier gene lock, their physical quality stood at the pinnacle of the entire Earth. Of course, such a small city had over 1 million inhabitants, and the total number of humans across the continent was so large that even Holy Realm experts could not keep track. The number of those who cultivated their way to the Holy Realm was only a few hundred. Therefore, on the path of cultivation, going against the heavens, without great willpower and opportunities, wanting to break through layers of obstacles is simply a delusion. Xia Shui's voice came, as she and Chunwan walked ahead, looking around. A small city has its own prosperity. There were many small stalls and vendors on both sides of the street, mostly selling trinkets for mortals. Chapter 245, No Castration. You count as handsome Wang Langya glanced at the crowd, and then subtly looked at Jiang Feng. It's fine, they're all my brothers and sisters, our own people. Jiang Feng instantly understood the other party's meaning and waved his hand. Sorry, here's the thing. You all know that Qingshui City is named after the nearby Qingshui River. About 3 months ago, someone discovered a peculiar place downstream of the Qingshui River. That peculiar place is rich in spiritual energy, and after careful investigation, a spiritual vein was found there. Wang Langya took a sip of tea and continued, although the grade of the spiritual vein is not high. It's just a medium-grade spiritual vein, but contains a large amount of spirit stones. My great-grandfather personally went to check it out and found that deep within the spiritual vein, there might even be a high-grade spiritual vein. Jiang Feng's gaze flickered. He was somewhat tempted, as they were not only lacking in heavenly materials and earthly treasures, but also spirit stones. But that's not the most important thing. The spiritual vein is hidden beneath the Qingshui River. My great-grandfather said there might even be water attribute spirit stones inside. Wang Langya said with a serious expression. Water attribute spirit stones? Even Xia Shui, who was behind, showed a hint of interest. Most spirit stones are attribute-less, but in some places in the world, there are rich attribute spiritual energies, which lead to special attribute spirit stones being found there. Chapter 246, Causing Trouble? Although Qingshui City is not large, it is a mixed bag due to its proximity to the Xianbei mountain range. The night was deep, and most areas of Qingshui City had fallen into darkness. But Chunhua Street was brightly lit, filled with alluring calls and triumphant laughter. Bao Xiong and the fatty walked out of a small building with their arms around each other's shoulders, both of their faces marked with several red lipstick prints. Boss, you were too fierce just now. Those 2 girls were knocked out by you in one go. Over the past 3 years, Fatty's idol had shifted from Jiang Feng to Bao Xiong, and his admiration for Bao Xiong was as endless as the Qingshui River. Damn, those 2 girls had too weak of a constitution, Bao Xiong said with dissatisfaction. He hadn't had enough fun yet. It's all this small town's fault. They're all ordinary women. If I get the chance, I'll take you to the big city where there are practitioners who can dual cultivate. I don't know when I'll be able to leave the mountains, Bao Xiong mumbled. Soon, the boss said to announce the establishment of the sect once you enter the spirit martial realm. All right, I'll focus on cultivating once I get back. The 2 chatted as they walked down the street, and women passing by kept waving at them. Chapter 247. Is this it? Not only was Bao Xiong sending messages, but the Pan family also received a distress signal immediately. The Pan family's residence, like the Wang family's, was located in the residential area of Qingshui City, covering dozens of acres. At this moment, a middle-aged man rushed to a certain door. Knock, knock, knock. Head of the family. The young master has been beaten on Chunhua Street, and now his life and death are unknown. The middle-aged man shouted anxiously without waiting for a response from inside. Huh? What did you say? A deep voice came from inside. The young master has been seriously injured on Chunhua Street. There was silence for a few seconds inside, followed by a loud bang as the door burst open, and a middle-aged man in a blue and white long robe rushed out. Who injured Pan Yuan? The middle-aged man glared at his subordinate and shouted. I don't know. I didn't have time to ask before I came to report to the head of the family. The subordinate said, trembling with fear, lowering his head. I'm useless. After saying that, a gust of wind blew, and Pan Yuan's figure disappeared. The subordinate wiped the sweat from his forehead, just about to leave when a ghostly voice came from behind. My son has been beaten, and you still stand there. What use do I have for you, you useless thing? Chapter 248. Sister Xia is mighty who dares to touch my Pan family's descendants. A roar echoed throughout the city, and the next moment, an old man in a black long robe appeared in front of everyone, his overwhelming aura pressing down on everyone on Chunhua Street, making it hard for them to breathe. Hey, isn't that Pan Run, Pan Yuan's grandfather? He's still alive. There have long been rumors that the Pan family is hiding a martial king-level expert. It turns out to be true. As everyone discussed, a large group of people flew towards this side from the air. These were all Pan family subordinates. Pan Yuan had shouted a simple command when he left, and these subordinates had arrived a step too late. Tonight, Qingshui City was destined to be a sleepless night, with shadows from the other three major families flying into the sky. Looking this way, there was also a figure standing on the roof of the city lord's mansion. But there was no sign of coming over. Even the city guard hadn't seen a single figure, clearly having received a notification. Grandfather, my son has been severely injured by these people. Just now my wife was also killed by that dog thing. Pan Yuan shouted as he pushed Fatty away. Good courage, daring to touch my Pan family's people. The old man was furious, his full aura sweeping towards Jiang Feng. Chapter 249. To annihilate everyone on Chunhua Street was stunned. A Martial King level expert was actually killed just like that. In the air, Pan family subordinates scattered in a panic, fleeing in all directions. Xiaoshui didn't make a move to stop them. The main combat power had already been wiped out, and these small fish and shrimp couldn't stir up any big waves. Second brother, what should we do? Pan Sheng, hiding in the crowd and fleeing, sent a message to Pan Xin. Third brother, from now on, we walk our own paths. I will go first, Pan Xin replied to Pan Sheng and then disappeared without a trace, quickly flying back to the Pan residence. Meanwhile, Xia Shui glanced towards the Pan residence, a hint of contemplation on her face. Sister Xia, should we take down the Pan residence? Jiang Feng flew over to Xia Shui, looking towards the Pan residence with a cold tone. The Pan residence has occupied Qingshui City for so many years. They must have plenty of spirit stones and herbs. Fatty understood Jiang Feng's thoughts. The two had looted so many corpses, and it made no sense to let the already battered Pan residents go. Really? Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Bao Xiong and Wolf King flew over. Upon hearing Fatty's words, the two didn't hesitate and headed towards the Pan residence, with Shashin and Xiao Jiu decisively following. Chapter 250. Xia Shui leaving as dawn approached. The Pan family residence was filled with a strong smell of blood. Clear the way. Everyone clear the way. A team of city guards rushed over, dispersing the large crowd of onlookers. So tragic, the entire residence must be dead. Of course, heads are rolling. I don't know what the Pan family did to offend someone, but they were wiped out overnight. The large crowd was discussing, but no one dared to step into the Pan residence. The city guards surrounded the entire residence and began to clean up the aftermath. Meanwhile, the masterminds behind this incident swaggered out of Qingshui City as dawn broke. While boss, I have to say, the Pan family is really wealthy. On the Void shuttle, the chubby man was examining various storage spirit tools, continuously exclaiming in surprise. Crazy guy, what is this? It seems to be a treasure. The Wolf King took out a palm-sized piece of metal from storage bag and asked Jiang Feng, meteoric iron gold, a material for crafting spirit tools. Jiang Feng glanced at it and continued to investigate the storage spirit tool in his hand, which belonged to Pan Yuan, the head of the Pan family. Xia Shui had given it to him, while the storage spirit tool of Pan Ren from the Martial King realm was with Xia Shui and had not been given to Jiang Feng. It took about half an hour to fly back from Qingshui City to the valley, during which Jiang Feng and the others took stock of their recent gains. Chapter 251. A visit. The morning sun poured down on the earth, and the valley on the outskirts of the Xianbei mountain range came to life. Jiang Feng opened the door and walked out, feeling refreshed. Yohu! A long howl suddenly echoed, spreading in all directions and causing some wild beasts in the forest to howl in response. Crazy guy, can you change this habit of yours? Howling out of nowhere. What's wrong with you? Xiao Jiu, whose room was next door to Jiang Feng, couldn't help but shout. Haha! The door on the opposite hillside was also pushed open, and the group of single men, including the god of death and the violent bear, could no longer stand the three pairs of lovebirds. When they were building their little courtyard, they insisted on moving to a slope hundreds of meters away. Those cooking breakfast were cooking, those washing up were washing, and the curling smoke added a touch of human warmth to the valley. Although they could go a day without food, they still maintained the habit of eating regularly. As long as the three women weren't in the midst of cultivation, they would prepare a meal and eat while boasting. 3 years passed in such a leisurely manner. However, today they had an unexpected visitor. In the distance, several figures flew toward them, searching for something as they flew. Jiang Feng was the first to spot the group. At first, he thought they were passing cultivators, but as they came within a 5-kilometer range, he used his spiritual sense to investigate and discovered that one of them was Wang Longxia. Chapter 252. Training the Xianbei mountain range is a mountain range that spans 2 domains, vast in area, filled with countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. This mountain range also has another name. It is referred to as a small demon world by human cultivators, with many demon beasts present. And the appearance of demon emperors is not uncommon. There are even rumors of more than one demon saint level being deep within the mountains. After Wang Longxie and the others left, Jiang Feng and his group departed from the valley and headed into the mountains to begin their cultivation and training. This time, Jiang Feng did not plan to use a combat aircraft for the journey, nor did he intend to easily pull out the Gatling gun to deal with the demon beasts. His purpose was to sharpen everyone's practical combat skills. Although each of them lacked experience in actual combat, they were somewhat deficient in using spiritual power. What a magnificent mountain range! Such mountains cannot be seen on Earth. The Wolf King looked at the endless mountains before him, clear waters and lush greenery, with clouds and mist swirling around, and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is a mountain range that spans 2 domains." What you see now is just a small corner of it. The chubby man was a bit smug, with sunglasses perched on his face, looking somewhat flashy, and the huge wolf fawn club on his shoulder seemed a bit out of place. Be careful as we enter the mountains. Some demon beasts can be quite nasty, especially the poisonous snakes hiding in the dark and those flat-haired creatures up in the sky. Jiang Feng turned to remind everyone. Chapter 253, Cloud Jujube Tree Boss. There's a cloud jujube tree over there. The chubby man and the Wolf King flew back excitedly. Jiang Feng and his group were currently roasting meat by a small creek. They had been in the mountains for nearly a month, having just reached the outskirts of the Xianbei mountain range. Here, they had not encountered any cultivators along the way. The Xianbei mountain range was too vast, and it felt as if they had dropped a drop of water into the ocean. The rhinoceros and python they encountered earlier seemed to have opened Pandora's box. Since that day, they had almost daily encounters with several waves of wild beasts. Are there demon beasts guarding it? Jiang Feng's eyes lit up upon hearing the chubby man's words. There's a spirit martial realm mountain beast. And I think I also discovered some traces of human activity. The chubby man was somewhat uncertain, while everyone was resting and preparing to eat. He had taken the Wolf King to explore the surroundings and found a cloud jujube tree at the bend of a small river. The cloud jujube fruit produced by this tree is a spirit medicine of the spirit martial realm that can solidify the spiritual sense of cultivators, offering strong assistance in cultivation for both humans and demon beasts. Womans, did you see their traces? Chapter 254. Do you want to take the postgraduate entrance exam? Not long after, the Wolf King and his group flew over. The chubby man shared the plan with the Wolf King and the others. Good job, chubby. You've grasped 3 points of my true teachings, but your plan only considers one aspect and hasn't thought of the second. What is the second? The chubby man asked curiously. Being weak in cultivation is one aspect of attracting them, but it's not enough. However, the Wolf King's eyes glanced over the several women, and his meaning was clear. Ha ha ha, got it, Wolf Lord, it's still you. Learn more from me. You're still too inexperienced, chubby. The Wolf King smiled and patted the chubby man's shoulder, causing the onlookers to twitch their lips. Once a righteous and heroic special forces member of the dragon team. How'd he become like this? Chubby, you're about to become a god. Learn 108 martial arts from the violent bear and learn to charm people from the Wolf King. Xiao Jiu came over and wrapped her arms around the chubby man's neck. Haha, studying. The boss said that learning is endless. Only by learning can one progress. The chubby man pulled out some cigarettes and distributed them to everyone. What is up? Are you planning to take the postgraduate entrance exam? The Wolf King said with a smile. Huh? Postgraduate entrance exam? What exam? Chapter 255. Making a move, gentlemen. Please leave a line for future encounters. I hope you can step aside. The Wolf King stepped forward. Although his words sounded nice, with a cigarette in his mouth, his face had a swagger that seemed to say, "Come on, hit me. Kid, if you want to live, leave the women and storage bag behind." The second-in-command's face darkened as he waved the Wolf Fawn Club at the Wolf King, creating a whistling sound. Chubby, he also plays with a Wolf Fawn Club. Go teach him a lesson. Jiang Feng was too lazy to beat around the bush. The opponent had 4 people, one in the mid-martial general realm, the second in the early martial general realm, and the third and fourth were both in the late spirit martial realm. Although their strength was not weak to Jiang Feng, these rogue cultivators were no different from stray cats and dogs. I wanted to hit him for a long time. His Wolf Fawn Club is even thicker than mine. The chubby man suddenly appeared in front, holding a Wolf Fawn Club, though it was slightly smaller than the opponent's. Looking for death. The second in command was furious and flew toward the chubby man, the wolf fawn club in his hand emitting a strange glow. The sharp-faced leader behind him sensed something was off, but realized it was too late to stop them. The two collided in the blink of an eye. Clang! A loud sound erupted, and the chubby man's small eyes narrowed as he stared at the wolf fawn club in the opponent's hand, his expression somewhat peculiar. Chapter 256. The mountain beast Jiang Feng furrowed his brows tightly, stowing away the small tower and focusing intently on the white tiger. Roar! The white tiger's eyes gleamed with ferocity as it growled lowly at Jiang Feng. Just then, a sharp, loud cry suddenly erupted, and a massive blue bird with a wingspan of over 5 meters appeared in the sky above the jungle, rapidly swooping down towards Jiang Feng. Damn it! Do they think I'm some kind of dish? Jiang Feng cursed loudly, as two peak martial general realm beasts, one tiger and one bird, seemed to have decided he was their meal. Tot. Countless shells ejected, and a light chain enveloped the blue bird. In an instant, a tragic cry rang out as the incoming blue bird had no time to dodge, and clouds of blood mist exploded in midair. The white tiger, which had just planned to charge forward, halted, its eyes fixed on the Gatling gun in Jiang Feng's hands, its body slightly hunched at the martial general realm. The beast's intelligence was not low, and although it was not as good as humans, it was exceptionally sensitive to danger. After dealing with the blue bird, Jiang Feng released the trigger and immediately aimed his gun at the white tiger not far away. The white tiger turned and leapt, immediately beginning to run. Tat. Chapter 257. Delicious Fat Master. Why did that mountain beast leave the ripe cloud dates on the tree? Why didn't it pick them all? Little Nine asked curiously, holding freshly picked cloud dates. The cloud dates were about half the size of an adult's fist, tea-colored, and some of the unripe ones were smaller and had a hint of green. Ordinary beasts do not have storage spirit devices, and they also lack good preservation methods. Once these spiritual fruits detach from the tree, they quickly lose their efficacy without proper storage methods. After the beasts took over this area, they could only swallow them one by one for refinement, which is why one often sees beasts fighting over spiritual herbs and territory in the mountains. The fat man took out several small jade boxes, placing the cloud dates inside before storing them in a storage device. Don't beasts have storage devices? Shenwan asked curiously. Higher-level beasts certainly do. They can obtain storage bags or storage devices by hunting some humans, while those with lower cultivation levels find it much harder to obtain them. The method of storage is secondary. The primary focus is on these jade boxes and bottles made from crystallized spirit stones, which are the remnants left after extracting spiritual energy from the commonly used spirit stones. Chapter 258. Unfriendly List. After a hearty meal, the group rested in the valley for a while before continuing their journey to search for the white tiger beast's lair. At this moment, in Clearwater City, Xia Shui's figure appeared above the city gate. In the city lord's mansion, an elderly woman with white hair sat in a pavilion, drinking tea with the city lord. Bai Lianqing. She's here. Bai Lianqing's gaze shifted towards the city gate, where Xia Shui, dressed in a long green dress with her hair casually tied back, was flying towards the city lord's mansion. A soldier in armor was about to stop Xia Shui, but then heard the city lord's voice transmission, suppressing his impulse and returning to his post. Phew! Xia Shui landed outside the pavilion, her gaze sweeping over the elderly woman inside. I've met you, senior. Xia Shui slightly bent her body and bowed. I heard you want to replace the Pan family and take their share from my Shinbei sect? The elderly woman's gaze was murky, her face deeply wrinkled, and her aura was calm without the slightest ripple, resembling a wooden statue of an old person. However, those who knew her did not dare to underestimate her. She was a genuine martial sovereign stronghold, albeit at the early stage, and Xia Shui was definitely not her match at the moment. Each realm was like a chasm. Chapter 259. Thunderous Armor in the Northern Region, the Supreme Holy City. After leaving Clearwater City, Xia Shui hurried on her way, spending more than half a month returning to this city filled with a chilling atmosphere. Fortunately, she made it back in time. Due to the closure of the teleportation array, Xia Shui entered the massive city along with the crowd at the city's entrance. She had previously learned that the Wiyuan Chamber of Commerce would hold an auction in the Supreme Holy City soon, where there was a spiritual device she had her eyes on, which was perfect for her. Thunderous Armor, a defensive spiritual device crafted by a master refiner. This defensive spiritual device, made from thunderous iron, was very effective against lightning attribute attacks. Upon learning this news, Xia Shui wasted no time returning to Clearwater City, extorting the Xianbei sect for a sum of spirit stones. If she could obtain this spiritual device, it would greatly enhance her chances of overcoming the martial sovereign tribulation. As the sky gradually darkened, the hustle and bustle of the supreme holy city felt different from usual. A spatial rift over 100 meters wide in the sky remained unhealed, continuously leaking a chilling aura, as if a massive stone weighed on the hearts of all cultivators in the supreme holy city. Due to the interdomain war, many chambers of commerce were holding auctions in the supreme holy city to sell spiritual devices transported from various regions of the spirit martial continent. Chapter 260, returning to the Valley Xianbei mountain range outskirts. Kill. The Wolf King charged forward with a spear towards a blazing tiger, while Little Nine continuously slashed with her long knife. Roar. The blazing tiger was a mutated tiger-type beast that would cultivate fire attribute demon essence upon reaching the Demon King realm, possessing formidable strength. However, the one they were facing now was at a relatively low level, at the peak of the Xuanwu realm. On the other side, Dai, the berserk bear shouted, its long axe cleaving through the waist of Forest Wolf, instantly bisecting the Wolf King at the peak of the Xuanwu realm. The Wind and Rain Sword. Chun Wan and the Ice Emperor both wielded long swords, while Tian used a knife. The three women, along with the Rampage, Killing God, and Doctor, held the front line against over a dozen forest wolves. The Fat Man and Jiang Feng did not join the battle, but hovered in the air, standing atop the treetops and watching their fight. It looks like they're doing fine. The Fat Man glanced at them and said with a smile, Jiang Feng nodded in agreement with the Fat Man. They are progressing so quickly. Each strike is fierce, and their combat experience is truly rich. They are worthy of being the top mercenary squad on Earth. The Fat Man sighed, observing that not just the men, but even the Ice Emperor and Shan Wan had rich close combat experience. If the Fat Man disregarded his cultivation, he wouldn't be confident in close combat against the Ice Emperor. Chapter 261. Xia Shui's Tribulation as the sun gradually descended. The valley was bathed in a layer of golden light. In the distance, a rumbling sound came from the sky as a warplane flew towards the valley at high speed. Although Jiang Feng and the others had ventured deep into the outskirts of the Xianbei mountain range, ordinary cultivators would take some time and effort to return, even with flying spiritual devices. However, with the Black Dragon warplane, as long as there were no Martial Sovereign or Martial Saint interceptions, the return would take just a few hours. Woo! The warplane's speed gradually decreased, circling above the valley before descending steadily once it was safe to land, flying down into the valley. Xia Shui stood at the entrance of the small courtyard, looking at the fighter jets with a hint of a smile on her face. The technology of Earth is quite practical, she thought to herself. Bang! The fighter jet landed steadily in the valley, and the cabin door opened, with figures emerging one after another. Ha, Sister Xia, congratulations. Sister Xia, you're about to undergo tribulation. That's impressive. Sister Xia, are you ready? They rushed over, asking Xia Shui a flurry of questions. I'm almost ready. I can strike at any time. Xia Shui's mindset had been adjusted over a long period, and she was very calm. After obtaining the thunder armor, she had been refining it day and night on her way back, and now she had perfectly mastered the newly acquired life-saving spiritual tools. Chapter 262. Xia Shui's Tribulation 2 in the desolate Xianbei Mountains. A graceful figure floated in the air. The dark clouds above grew lower and thicker, as if about to pour down a waterfall at any moment. Rumble. The thunder became more and more intense, and all the creatures in the forest hid shivering in their nests. Xia Shui's expression showed no fear. Her momentum had reached its peak, and her eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Crack! Boom! A bolt of lightning exploded from the dark clouds, striking towards Xia Shui in midair. Broken army sword. Ding! Xia Shui's arm shook, and the pitch-black long sword let out a long cry, slicing upwards. The electric light and sword light collided in the air, creating two bright flashes. Bang! Rumble! A group of people dozens of miles away, including Jiang Feng, watched this scene in shock as the sword light extinguished and electric light scattered, with countless tiny arcs of electricity wreaking havoc in the air. So powerful. The Wolf King swallowed hard and murmured, Sister Xia, go for it. The angel grasped the arm of the frenzy, her face full of tension, while Frenzy's mouth twitched in pain. Rumble. The dark clouds rolled, and the thunder continued. Crack. An even thicker bolt of lightning struck down rapidly. Chapter 263. Failure or Success Splash. In Jiang Feng and the other's line of sight, Xia Shui's figure was enveloped in electric light for a moment before rapidly falling towards the mountaintop. Boom! Xia Shui crashed into the pit on the platform, her body convulsing violently, with countless arcs of electricity spreading across her skin, the thunder elements covering her body quickly dissolving and merging into her body. Spurt. Thick blood sprayed out, and Xia Shui's eyes became somewhat dazed. She was seriously injured, and the blood she spewed contained her life essence. Rumble. The dark clouds did not disperse, and the sky grew darker, until the scene was barely visible a few meters away. Crack. Splash. A purple lightning bolt tinged with red struck down towards Xia Shui in the pit. A piercing scream echoed through the heavens and the earth. The long sword fell to one side, and the thunder elements covering her body dissolved quickly until they completely disappeared, with the thunder armor appearing with numerous cracks. Xia Shui lay on the ground motionless. The speed of the rolling dark clouds gradually decreased, the thunder ceased, the arcs of electricity disappeared, and the sky turned from pitch black to a hint of brightness. The fatty looked at this scene, his face not showing surprise, but rather terror. Chapter 264. Breakthrough Phenomenon. The martial sovereign realm has a saying in the spiritual martial continent. Once one steps into the martial sovereign, they become a celestial sovereign, overlooking countless creatures within their territory. Among all realms in the spiritual martial continent, only those who step into the martial sovereign are qualified to compete for the heavenly Tao and pursue the path of immortality. Xia Shui succeeded, having crossed this threshold after hundreds or thousands of years of cultivation. Jiang Feng had been sitting beside Xia Shui, constantly probing her with his spiritual sense, observing the changes from initial lifelessness to a faint heartbeat, the ebb and flow of vitality. Her skin cracked, regrowing, as the cracks and wounds on her body healed little by little. The entire process of her enlightenment lasted for over half a month, and an inexplicable aura emerged from Xia Shui. What is this? Jiang Feng's spiritual sense locked onto this aura, his eyes growing increasingly dazed. A sharp sword intent, yet not exactly that. Sometimes gentle as water, sometimes fierce as a spear, intertwining in a way that was hard for Jiang Feng to comprehend from his current perspective. The aura grew stronger, and an astonishing pull erupted from within Xia Shui, wildly stirring the spiritual energy in the surrounding space towards her body. Chapter 265. Martial Sovereign. Her eyes shone with a flowing light that could easily captivate anyone. As she rose, the clothes covering her body slipped off, revealing her fair shoulders. Towering peaks, an enchanting figure, but unfortunately, no one witnessed this scene. Even Jiang Feng, who was close by, was entranced, lost in his epiphany. Feeling the coolness on her body, Xia Shui caught a glimpse of a figure beside her and instinctively raised her hand to swat him. Xia Shui noticed something odd in Jiang Feng's gaze, her palm hovering in midair. This kid, has he reached enlightenment? How had I not noticed such talent before? Just at the martial general stage? Xia Shui quickly took out a white dress, put on swiftly, and walked over to examine Jiang Feng's current state closely. He really has reached enlightenment. I was right about him, not bad. Xia Shui, dressed in a white dress, squatted down beside Jiang Feng, gently tapping his cheek with her hand, smiling as she spoke. Ignoring Jiang Feng, Xia Shui flew out of the pit, closed her eyes, and felt the changes within her body. The previous spiritual energy had completely vanished, replaced by primordial energy. Primordial energy is a level higher than spiritual energy, or one could say is an upgraded version of spiritual energy. Chapter 266. Martial King Realm. What is intent? What is domain? What are the laws? Jiang Feng had previously been completely oblivious to this. Over the years, he had wielded the short blade no less than thousands of times, executing various basic slashes and thrusts as easily as moving his arm. Before this, Jiang Feng had relied on his solid foundation to break through without any resistance. But now he had been stuck at the peak of the martial general realm for a long time. His foundation was unquestionable, whether it was spiritual energy or spiritual sense. Over 3 years of mutual integration had been thoroughly completed, and it was even more profound and agile than that of an average martial general. However, The barrier of intent truly blocked his path forward. Over the years, he had communicated with Xia Xuan many times, and each time she had guided him. But Jiang Feng just couldn't grasp the subtleties. Until now, Jiang Feng was immersed in the mysterious aura produced by Xia Xue's recent breakthrough. In this aura, Jiang Feng felt his path. From his previous life, Jiang Feng had walked over countless corpses, surviving in the midst of war and slaughter, and in this life, his path of cultivation had also been filled with bloodshed, which had cultivated the heavy, killing intent that surrounded him. Heavy enough that even the Asura Blade of the demonic clan recognized him. Chapter 267 Next Steps. As Jiang Feng and Shen Wan flew out of the pit, everyone had already started a fire and was gathered around roasting meat. "Oh, you've turned into a pretty boy," the Wolf King teased as Jiang Feng approached. At this moment, Jiang Feng's figure had not changed much from before, standing about 1.8 meters tall with long legs, broad shoulders, and a slim waist, his body proportions very harmonious. However, his face and exposed skin were delicate and fair, resembling a newborn baby. "TCH, if I'm a pretty boy, what are you?" Jiang Feng scoffed, pushing the Wolf King aside and sitting down with Chen Wan. "I'm the Iron Man." The Wolf King pointed at his own nose. "Hiss, damn it, get lost." Jiang Feng quickly grabbed his finger and twisted it outward, causing the Wolf King to tremble in pain, crying out, "Aren't you the Iron Man? Is this all you've got?" Jiang Feng released him, looking utterly disdainful. "Get lost." The Wolf King shook his hand and climbed up, distancing himself from this annoying guy. Jiang Feng's speed, after breaking through to the Martial King realm, was too fast for him to react. "Haha, Wolf King, you're really weak." The Bear King, sitting nearby, seized the opportunity to mock him decisively. Chapter 268 Targeted by Beast. The river is so wide. There must be big fish in there. Do you think there are fish larger than whales in the spirit martial continent? In the mountains, a group of people sat on a void shuttle, gazing at the vast river below with awe. It had been half a month since Jiang Feng broke through to the Martial King realm, and they had returned to the valley where they had previously stayed to tidy up. They then set off along the outskirts of the Xianbei mountain range towards the central continent. The Xianbei mountain range spans the central continent and the northern domain. Theoretically, as long as they flew along its outskirts, they could enter the central continent. Jiang Feng and the others planned to train and move forward, as long as they arrived before the Central Continent Grand Competition. "I've seen pictures of your whales. How can such a small size be called big?" The fat man, wearing sunglasses, lounged at the rear of the boat with his legs crossed, speaking with disdain. "What? Tell me about it," Xiao Jiu asked, turning his head. "Black mountain fish, great Koan fish, and green dragon fish. All of these small fish are bigger than your whales. And then there are dragon fish, flood dragon fish, Kunping fish, and other top-tier divine beasts. Their sizes are as large as mountains, weighing tens of thousands of tons." The fat man counted on his fingers, providing knowledge to a group of little Karamis. Chapter 269 Unaware Creatures. The heavenly fire divine bull's eyes resembled a small mountain peak, with two curved horns pointing to the sky and limbs thicker than ancient trees. Roar. Its roar was different from ordinary bull-type beasts, resonating with a strong spiritual consciousness. After the roar, the divine bull took a deep breath of spiritual energy and sprayed it forward. Purple-red flames sweeping through the void shuttle and engulfing the area behind. The target was the approaching Xiankai bird. "Run! Its target is not us." Jiang Feng, like a newborn, shouted excitedly. Even though the heavenly fire divine bull wasn't targeting them, the flames that brushed past had directly burned through the void shuttle's protective shield, dimming many of the runes on the shuttle's body. Without needing his reminder, Xia Shui accelerated, flying ahead. If there was time, she would have loved to install 2 nuclear reactor engines on the void shuttle. Chirp! Boom! The Xiankai bird and the heavenly fire divine bull instantly clashed. And feeling the shock waves behind them, Jiang Feng and the others were terrified and dared not linger, quickly making their escape. After flying forward for nearly half an hour, Xia Shui decisively descended into a valley. Chapter 270 Half-Saint Beast's Lair. Walking on the streets of Shanghai City, they wandered for half an hour and chose an inn stay in. "Dear guests, are you here for a meal or accommodation?" Upon entering, a beautiful woman in a blue long dress quickly approached, smiling warmly at Jiang Feng and his companions. First, a meal. Jiang Feng glanced at the bustling dining hall, filled with people enjoying drinks and chatting, a favorite pastime for men in every world. "All right, this way, please." The second floor also has private rooms. Do you need one? Seeing so many of them, the woman smiled even more brightly and led them upstairs. Yes, we do. Following the woman upstairs, they entered a private room. All along the way, news of some treasure's secret realm had filled the streets, and the Wolf King looked out the window, glancing outside, and said to the god of death beside him, I really don't know if there's a real secret realm. If there is, I'm not clear on the specifics. The god of death replied, his gaze fixed on the street. Sister Xia, do you know what the secret realm is about? The Wolf King asked, turning to Xia Shui. Wu just sat down. Wait a moment. Since teaching that group of thugs a lesson, Xia Shui had been spreading her spiritual consciousness, nearly covering half of Shanga City, avoiding provoking some sensitive buildings. After all, they had just arrived. Chapter 271 Beast Lair. After finishing their meal, the group booked some rooms at the inn. Xia Shui sat cross-legged in her room, constantly spreading her spiritual consciousness to gather reliable information. This efficiency was much better than sending Jiang Feng and the others to inquire, as most cultivators had no effective means to block a martial sovereign's eavesdropping. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng and his group had left the inn to stroll in the streets, purchasing common clothing, shoes, and other daily necessities, which didn't cost much and were often bought in bulk. I still envy Sister Xia. She said that once you reach the martial sovereign realm, you can wear some clothing with spiritual artifacts, and the consumed essence can be negligible, providing protection while allowing you to change your outfit at will. Angel, holding her ordinary clothes, said with envy, then you should practice hard and strive to reach the martial sovereign realm as soon as possible. Then you can too. Huang Chao, gathering their things, said with a smile, yes, I will work hard. Hee. Their usual way of communication was in Mandarin, making it a secret language in the spirit martial continent. No one could understand them. So when Angel said this, the nearby unfamiliar cultivators only looked at her curiously, not mocking her for not knowing her limitations. Chapter 272 Void Rift. The Void Shuttle flew quickly, and soon Jiang Feng and the others saw a scene they would never forget. Under the illumination of the moonlight high above, large patches of mountain peaks had collapsed, and in the void above the original peaks, numerous intersecting spatial rifts filled their vision. My God, what is this? Why are there so many spatial rifts? Not only were Jiang Feng and his companions stunned, but countless powerful beings arriving from all directions floated in the air, staring at the distant scene in shock. A deafening rumble echoed from a crack in the ground. I could sense the aura of the demon realm. Not far from Jiang Feng and the others, an old man dressed in a long black robe stood alone in midair, his expression grave. Wasn't this supposed to be the lair of the sacred blood monkey? Someone muttered softly, look, the celestial herb. Someone shouted excitedly, pointing at a crack. A flicker of fervor flashed in Xia Shui's eyes. She had also seen that fleeting scene just now. A spirit herb radiating multicolored light rooted on a cliff above a spirit spring. No matter which world it is, people die for wealth and birds die for food. In this cruel cultivation world, this forest law is magnified infinitely. Chapter 273 Secret Realm. Because Xia Shui rushed here with Jiang Feng and the others first, they were among the first to arrive. Sister Xia, didn't the sword intent you used on them just now affect you? Jiang Feng turned to Xia Shui and asked as they got closer to the void crack, feeling the increasingly intense aura around them. It's nothing, just consumed a bit of my yuan force. Xia Shui shook her head, slowing down the speed of the void shuttle as they approached a crack several dozen meters long. What a terrifying aura. Jiang Feng swallowed hard. The streams of aura spewing out from the void crack made him feel a bit anxious. Be careful yourself. I can't guarantee your safety at all times. Xia Shui said seriously, glancing at him. I know, Jiang Feng nodded. At this moment, beams of light were rapidly flying towards them from a distance. Presumably strong individuals from afar were rushing this way. The 7 or 8 people who had come with Xia Shui had already disappeared, entering those cracks. Hiss! What is that? Jiang Feng looked at a crack stretching over 100 meters to the left, around which there were traces of blood. Chapter 274 Linglong Fruit. Sister Xia. Run. After Jiang Feng dealt with the giant bird, he looked up and saw a large number of demon beasts flying towards them from the depths of the mountains. Xia Shui slashed at a dragon, glancing back. With a rush of yuan force, Jiang Feng's body uncontrollably flew away, and the two of them joined forces on the void shuttle, revving it up to escape. Roar! A series of beast roars echoed behind them, among which were some extremely powerful demon beasts. Fortunately, with the help of the void shuttle, The two managed to break free and not get surrounded. If they had been surrounded, the consequences would have been unimaginable. It seems this secret realm is not simple. It can sustain so many demon beasts, and its master must be at least a saint-level powerhouse. While escaping, Xia Shui and Jiang Feng observed the secret realm. Saint level. So we didn't enter the lair of the sacred blood monkey, but rather the lair of another super demon beast? Jiang Feng was puzzled. The previous information indicated it was the lair of a half-saint sacred blood monkey, but now Xia Shui said this secret realm is at least saint level. There are two possibilities. 1. This lair is not that of the sacred blood monkey. 2. The sacred blood monkey had already broken through to demon saint before dying. But that possibility is slim. Demon saints don't fall so easily. Chapter 275. Sharing blessings and enduring hardships. Jiang Feng and Xia Shui were both stunned. After the white flood dragon left, the void returned to calm. Xia Shui flew over, and the two exchanged surprised glances at the small tower in Jiang Feng's hand. This small tower was something Jiang Feng had obtained while training with the god of killing in the Xianbei Mountains after encountering a group of unidentified individuals and killing them for their possessions. When he first got it, Jiang Feng studied it several times but couldn't figure it out, so it was tossed in the corner of his storage spirit tool. If it hadn't emitted fluctuations just now, he might have forgotten about this little thing. What is this? Xia Shui calmed her internal aura and curiously took the small tower in her palm. I don't know. It was obtained from killing people, and I have no idea what it is. I just noticed it was emitting fluctuations when I was looking for healing pills, so I took it out, and you saw it. Jiang Feng shrugged. He really didn't know. After pondering for a long time, he remembered that the man had shouted just before dying, Lingxiao Tower. This thing seems to be called Lingxiao Tower. Have you heard of this name? Jiang Feng tossed a healing pill into his mouth and asked Xia Shui. I haven't heard of it. Chapter 276. White Flood Dragon Cave. Meanwhile, in the water pool, after Jiang Feng and Xia Shui plunged in, they swam downwards. The water was dark, but both of them released their spiritual senses and could still clearly perceive the surrounding environment. This water is so cold. Even my spiritual sense can feel the bone-chilling coldness. It was inconvenient to speak underwater, so Jiang Feng could only communicate with Xia Shui through his spiritual sense. I suspect the white flood dragon's physical body is still nourishing itself down there. Xia Shui's gaze turned towards the depths of the dark water pool. And Jiang Feng's heart stirred. No wonder Xia Shui insisted on coming down. The water flowed, and the two quickly dove deeper. At this moment, in the deepest part of the water pool, a white phantom flashed by, crashing into a wall and disappearing. After diving down over 100 meters, the water became increasingly frigid, and their emitted spiritual sense felt a bit painful from the cold. We're there. The two landed at the bottom of the water pool, where two pits were continuously emitting pure spiritual energy, but Xia Shui's gaze was focused on a large hole beside them. Yuan force surged, pulling Jiang Feng to dive into the hole. After swimming through the water tunnel for several dozen meters, Xia Shui dove upwards. Splashing sounds echoed as Jiang Feng and Xia Shui emerged from the water. Chapter 277. Mining spirit stones in the spiritual vein in the cave. The two took turns chopping at the water bucket-sized head, striking it repeatedly. Collect these unbroken scales. They are good materials for refining weapons. As for the flesh, it has a foul smell and contains the power of thunder tribulation. There is no essence left. It took more than half a day to chop the entire head open. This is the demon core? So small. Jiang Feng pulled out a tiny object the size of a fingernail from the brain matter and held it up to Xia Shui. That's it. This is the demon core recondensed from the white flood dragon's soul using the soul infant flower. Not the original? Jiang Feng felt a bit disappointed. He had originally thought he could obtain a half-saint level demon core, but instead, it was just a small newly formed demon core. If it still had its original demon core, it wouldn't have let you and me chop its head. It would have swallowed us long ago for nourishment. Xia Shui rolled her eyes. All right then. Jiang Feng tossed the small demon core to Xia Shui. You keep it. After we go out, eating it will greatly benefit you. But Xia Shui threw it back, saying to Jiang Feng, you don't want it? This kind of newly condensed demon core isn't very useful to me. Chapter 278. Earth Spirit Milk. I am a diligent little miner, digging deep into the soil. Jiang Feng dug along the tunnel he had created, continuing for over 100 meters before turning to excavate sideways. His mining method was equivalent to unrestrained extraction everywhere he went. He collected all the spirit stones from the soil. This spiritual vein contained a rich amount of spirit stones, and in just one day, Jiang Feng harvested no less than 10,000 high-quality spirit stones. Among them, he also unearthed about 10 top-grade spirit stones, which fueled his motivation further. His spiritual energy surged continuously, and, as the surrounding soil and rocks collapsed, he scanned with his spiritual sense, collecting the spirit stones, and continued forward with remarkable efficiency. Originally, a dozen small caves were expanded tenfold due to his day and night efforts, and several tunnels were found deeper inside. Boom! A sound of collapsing soil and rocks echoed in the cave. Xia Shui, who was meditating to recover her spiritual energy, opened her eyes. After a day and night of cultivation, her spiritual energy had recovered by 30%. The quality of the spiritual energy was too high, requiring the refinement of massive amounts of spiritual qi to gradually recover. Typically, a high-quality spirit stone would be consumed quickly in her hands, and she would not be able to refine much spiritual energy from it. Chapter 279. 2 Spirit Artifacts Kill, Kill, Kill. The roar echoed in Jiang Feng's mind. The killing intent and murderous aura surrounding him grew denser, filling the entire cave. The Asura Blade in his storage spirit artifact seemed to sense Jiang Feng's state, emanating a faint red glow. At that moment, a small tower not far from the Asura Blade seemed to be stirred as well, emitting a wisp of white light. Buzz! The 2 spirit artifacts in his storage seemed to be disturbed by each other, releasing strange rhythms. Boom! A loud noise resonated in Jiang Feng's mind, causing his spiritual body to fall into a daze. Gradually, a trace of crimson blood-like substance emerged in his sea of consciousness, increasing as time passed. Kill! Jiang Feng's spiritual body suddenly opened its eyes, and the crimson pupils emitted a strong, killing intent. A fierce expression appeared on his illusory face, and the murderous energy in his sea of consciousness intensified, with his spiritual body being tainted by the blood-like substance. In the storage spirit artifact, the small tower seemed to sense something, and its white light grew stronger. The Asura Blade appeared to be angered as well, emitting a darker red light, with 2 strange forces clashing in the shadows. Chapter 280. Chaotic Battle Splash. 2 figures emerged from the water pool. What the hell happened here? The sky was bright, though the sun was not visible, but the light was ample. Jiang Feng and Xia Shui floated in midair, and the surrounding scene had changed dramatically compared to a few months ago. The entire plain was in ruins, with deep pits and ditches scattered all over. The once clear water pool had turned murky, and the misty spiritual qi had long since vanished. Several months ago, a great battle had taken place here, likely caused by at least a martial sovereign-level expert. Xia Shui gazed into the distance. Rumble. A series of booming sounds came from the distant horizon, and Jiang Feng also looked up. Should we go take a look? Jiang Feng turned to Xia Shui. Why not? If someone is fighting, it means there are good things to be found. We came here to seek opportunities. Xia Shui smiled and waved her hand to take out a void shuttle. The 2 transformed into streaks of light and flew towards the horizon. After flying for nearly an hour, a towering mountain that pierced the sky appeared in the distance. Xia Shui's spiritual sense enveloped that area and immediately detected the source of the commotion. Chapter 281. Prison Dragon Formation. Upon rushing into the cave, the light immediately dimmed. Jiang Feng released spirit stones, revealing a straight passageway with no stops. He activated the dragon swimming technique and quickly pursued forward along the tunnel. Why is it so long? After chasing for nearly 1,000 meters, he still did not see an end. Just then, a wave of fluctuations came from behind, and a blurry figure rushed towards him. Though he couldn't see clearly, with a sweep of his spiritual sense, Jiang Feng recognized it as the woman he had repelled outside the cave earlier. Without stopping, he unleashed his full speed and charged forward. Jiang Feng estimated he had been flying for 4 to 5 minutes when suddenly a light appeared ahead. What is this? He burst into a hall where a luminous stone was embedded in the ceiling, casting a soft glow down. Before him were 5 identical passageways. Standing in the hall, Jiang Feng frowned. Whoosh! A sound of breaking air came from behind, and Jiang Feng swiftly dodged to the side, avoiding the sword light that stabbed at him from behind. Bai Luo's face was cold, her speed unabated as she charged straight towards Jiang Feng. Layer upon layer of waves. The entire cave was filled with countless sword shadows, and the sharp sword light emitted a bone-chilling cold, enveloping Jiang Feng. Chapter 282. Refining Body Technique Rumble. The entire cave trembled violently, with a large amount of dust filling the air. However, this was of no concern to Jiang Feng and the others who had entered the prison dragon formation. The main thing was that the maze had been broken, just as Jiang Feng and the others rejoiced. The stone platform at the center of the formation suddenly collapsed with a loud bang, revealing a palm-sized jade slip. A hint of joy flashed across the face of the woman standing at the entrance. Collect. A ribbon wrapped around the jade slip and flew towards the woman outside. Jiang Feng and Xia Shui sensed a flash of light pass by, but at that moment, they had no time to pay attention to it and quickly rushed out of the collapsed maze. Is there anything else good? The woman examined the jade slip and revealed a satisfied smile. Then she slightly closed her eyes, her vast spiritual sense enveloping the entire underground palace. Oh, mature 9 nethergrass. The woman showed a hint of excitement, her figure flashing as she disappeared from sight. The next moment, she appeared by a cold pond deep within the underground palace, where a small grass exuding a faint glow was rooted in the soil. The woman bent down carefully to excavate the 9 nethergrass, roots and soil included, and placed it into a jade box inscribed with numerous runes. Chapter 283. No mercy in killing. Though Jiang Feng was sent flying in coughed-up blood, a faint smile remained on his face. That previous strike was equivalent to an attack from a martial sovereign-level expert, and Jiang Feng had withstood it with his own strength. Although he had sustained some shock injuries, it did not significantly affect his combat ability. How is this possible? Qi Bing looked at Jiang Feng in shock. The Heavenly Turn Seal was a one-time spirit artifact that he had acquired at a great cost. In the spirit martial continent, the gap between each realm was immense, and fighting across realms was nearly impossible. Yet, Jiang Feng had managed to block an attack from a martial sovereign-level expert just like that. Qi He, standing beside him, looked at Jiang Feng in astonishment, as if he were a monster. Do you have any more? Show them. Jiang Feng extended his palm and beckoned at the two. You seek death. Qi Bing was furious and immediately pulled out a small jade-colored sword about the length of his palm. Brother, this is for self-defense. Qi He rushed over, trying to stop Qi Bing's actions. I want him dead. Qi Bing poured the remaining spiritual energy in his body into the sword. Jiang Feng's gaze was fixed on the small sword in the opponent's hand, which gave him an extremely dangerous feeling, causing the hair on his body to stand on end. Chapter 284. Discontent of the Blade of Shura in the Underground Palace. The battle between the 3 martial masters became increasingly intense. Several martial masters far away from Jiang Feng quickly rushed over. They were not fools. Martial masters wouldn't act without benefits, and since a battle had erupted, it was clear that there was something valuable at stake. Jiang Feng stood at the entrance of the dilapidated building he had just discovered, gazing at the fierce battle between Xia Shui and the other two. This was the first time Jiang Feng had seen Xia Shui unleash her full power. Although her cultivation was only at the initial stage of martial master, the sharp sword intent made a mid-stage martial master on the opposite side wary. Clang! A sword strike forced back the opponent's spear, followed by a thrust. Boom! The 3 created some distance. Just as the 2 were about to press forward to surround Xia Shui, a streak of light flew from a distance, and a shadow of a staff came crashing down from afar. You Qi family are out. The middle-aged man who had previously fought with the 2 outside the underground palace arrived. He seemed to have a grudge against the Qi family and immediately attacked the 2 martial masters from the Qi family with deadly intent. On the other side, a long knife also swung down. The chaotic battle reignited. Get out of here, don't stay. Jiang Feng heard Xia Shui's voice in his mind. Okay. Jiang Feng glanced back at the building behind him. He knew he couldn't open it with his abilities, and staying here wouldn't yield any benefits. Xia Shui knew this too. If the several martial masters here targeted Jiang Feng, Xia Shui might not be able to save him in time. Therefore, leaving to find another place was the best option. Chapter 285. A seed after withdrawing from his inner vision, Jiang Feng sat on the bluestone slab, feeling a bit pleased with himself. 2 ancient sacred artifacts. 1 soul sacred artifact, and 1 ultimate killing sacred artifact. Even that old man Baijan, probably doesn't have this kind of equipment, haha. Unable to contain his pride, he laughed heartily. The martial scripture needs to be studied thoroughly. This technique doesn't feel that simple. Jiang Feng stood up and brushed off the dirt from his body. He knew in his heart that without the martial scripture and the 108 spirals of qi in his body, he wouldn't have been able to refine these two sacred artifacts. The blade of Shura had been in his hands for quite some time and had shown no signs of activity. Bang bang! Shaking off his messy thoughts, Jiang Feng stepped on the bluestone slab, producing a few hollow sounds. Metallo. Jiang Feng extended his spiritual sense, trying to see if he could check what was below. However, his spiritual sense was completely blocked outside. It seemed there were good things down there. Jiang Feng became excited and carefully examined the bluestone slab. Before long, he found a gap, but after fiddling with it for a long time, he couldn't open it. Chapter 286. The Great Hall. After leaving, Jiang Feng wandered around the underground palace, taking out a communication token to send a message to Xia Shui. However, there was no response from her. Jiang Feng couldn't help but mutter a few words before deciding to fly towards the direction of the battle with Xia Shui and the others. Soon, he arrived at the battleground, which was in disarray, with sword energy ravaging the ground and collapsed buildings in ruins. However, Jiang Feng noticed that the buildings showing signs of movement were intact. They must have gone inside, Jiang Feng thought as he stood at the entrance, looking at the already broken barrier, hesitating whether to enter. After a moment's thought, he finally took a step inside. Buzz! A wave of energy surged, and the scenery before Jiang Feng blurred. What the hell, where is this? Surrounded by a majestic hall, Jiang Feng was startled. He had only taken a step forward, yet he found himself directly in a grand hall. The ceiling of the hall was hundreds of meters high, with numerous stars flickering above, occasionally illuminated by flowing beams of light. Thick columns as wide as 2 people stood tall in the hall. Looking around, there were more than 10 of these columns. At the front of the hall, a cultivation mat was placed in front of a low tea table. Chapter 287. Domain Zoshing. The one who made the most progress was the god of killing. In the past 6 months, he had fought no less than 100 battles in the valley, from initially fighting every 3 days to later battling daily. His cultivation and combat experience skyrocketed. By the end, even beasts of the same realm couldn't withstand 10 moves against his ultimate killing techniques. In just 6 months, his cultivation had risen from the late stage of Xuanwu realm to the mid-stage of Lingwu realm. Now, even facing peak Lingwu realm beasts, he was not at a disadvantage, all thanks to decades of combat experience. Next was the Violent Bear, whose cultivation was originally the highest among them. After 6 months, he also reached the mid-stage of Lingwu realm. The Wolf King, Little Nine, and Ice Emperor caught up and reached the initial stage of Lingwu realm. Shenwan, Huang Chao, Angel, and Doctor remained at the late stage or peak of Xuanwu realm, but they were not far from a breakthrough. The main reason for such breakthroughs was the spiritual herbs in the valley. Each victory in battle granted them corresponding levels of spiritual herbs to enhance their strength. After consuming the spiritual herbs, they consolidated their cultivation through combat, creating a virtuous cycle that led to explosive growth in their team's power. Chapter 288. Long Outyin the Domain by Zhan Dongyu, the Holy Master of Dalian Sacred Land, the Holy Master of Yinyang Sacred Land, and another top-tier Sacred Realm expert hovered in the air. Opposite them were 5 top-tier Sacred Realm experts from the demon race, including the Blood Demon Ancestor, the Heavenly Demon Ancestor, and the Underworld Ancestor, facing off against Baijan and the others. Baijan, you can connect the Demon Realm with the Lingwu continent. But why can't you let our Demon Realm merge into your Lingwu continent? The Heavenly Demon Ancestor appeared as a refined young man, speaking in a way that felt like a spring breeze. Old man, rest assured, even if we all die in battle, you won't step into the Lingwu continent. Baijan carried his spear on his shoulder, his face filled with disdain. Heavenly Demon, personally, I don't have any aversion to your Heavenly Demon clan. After all, the ancient demon clan knows its limits. But since you got mixed up with that disgusting underworld clan, we certainly won't let you into the Lingwu continent. Dongyu said with a slight smile. Dongyu, you've lived for thousands of years. Are you embarrassed to bring out such low-level tricks? The underworld great sage, looking even younger, radiated more vitality than anyone else present. Chapter 289. Thrown out inside the hall. Jiang Feng sat cross-legged in the center, his aura gradually radiating outwards. He had lost track of time during his cultivation, day after day, year after year, as if several decades had passed. A faint killing intent floated in the entire great hall, spreading outwards in 12 glowing meridians centered around him. Each of the 12 meridians had glowing points, resembling array bases, and they intertwined and connected with each other, forming an invisible grand formation. Wake up! Wake up! A thunderous voice echoed in the hall. Jiang Feng opened his eyes, a hint of confusion flashing by as he looked up at the top of the hall in bewilderment. Don't resist. I will take you out. Immediately, a large hand from the starry sky reached down towards Jiang Feng. It was not just him. Another great hall where Xia Shui was, as well as another martial master, were also grasped by the same large hand. In the next moment, Jiang Feng's vision blurred, and he found himself in a subterranean palace. What's going on? Jiang Feng looked blankly at the unfamiliar man beside him. Greetings, senior. Xia Shui and the man bowed hurriedly upon seeing each other. Chapter 290, the ancestral land of the dragon clan. Damn it. I'm about to kill that beast. Shut up, Baxiong. The world quieted down, and all eyes turned to the group of cursing individuals, with Baxiong's finger raised in a middle finger gesture towards a crack. Why are there so many people? Baxiong often slipped into his mother tongue when excited. You all come over first. Jiang Feng secretly glanced at Long Outyin, who was standing not far away. The fat man led everyone to Jiang Feng's side. Chen approached and examined Jiang Feng carefully. After confirming he was uninjured, she breathed a sigh of relief and linked her arm with his, not letting go. Don't speak. Don't ask. We'll talk later. Jiang Feng raised his hand to interrupt the questions everyone wanted to ask. Sister Xia, who is that? Dressed like my emperor, so flashy? Xiao Jiao and Wolf King turned to Xia Shui and whispered, but thankfully, they weren't foolish and asked in Mandarin. That is a senior from the Dragon Clan. Show some respect. Xia Shui rolled her eyes. Dragon Clan? The Divine Beast Dragon Clan? Xiao Jiao looked at Long Outyin in shock. Wolf King's reaction was even more pronounced, surprising everyone. Chapter 291, Means of Creating Heaven and Earth Confused. Jiang Feng gradually realized he had received a great gift. Dragon blood, damn. Jiang Feng, disregarding the rapid flight, quickly closed his eyes to inspect his body. At the location of his dantian in his chest, a droplet of golden blood the size of a pinky finger was enveloped by an aura. The seed in the cyclone continuously emitted a strong desire to absorb this drop of essence blood. Keep it for now. Don't touch it. Dragon blood is a great tonic. It can't be used recklessly. Even if you're extraordinary, you can't have it now. The spiritual entity in his sea of consciousness danced excitedly. Murmuring, brilliant light flew through the air until it left the mountain range and arrived above a city. Disperse. A low shout caused the rules that bound everyone to shatter. The light vanished, and everyone floated in the air. Leave now, and remember, do not step into the Xianbei mountain range lightly in the future. One of the middle-aged men who looked like a martial saint said. The two figures disappeared in an instant. However, Jiang Feng clearly felt that their gazes had landed on him before they left. After the two martial saints departed, the gazes of several Martial Emperor experts among the large group of cultivators also turned towards Jiang Feng. Chapter 292, A United Front. The city was not large, belonging to a medium-sized city under the jurisdiction of the Zifeng dynasty, called Qingfeng City. Sister Xia, does this city have a teleportation array? It should have one, but probably not for long distances. Jiang Feng led Chun Wan and the others into the city, where people were gathered in small groups on the streets, discussing the scene they had just witnessed. Jiang Feng, I suggest we don't rest and head straight for the center of this vortex. Xia Shui's brows furrowed slightly. The changes in the Xianbei mountain range will definitely attract many people. If the teleportation array gets busy and we are delayed, you might not make it in time for the grand competition. Okay. Jiang Feng nodded, leading everyone through the streets towards the city center. Generally, teleportation arrays are built in the central square of the city. After passing through several streets, they arrived at the central square, where the crowd was even larger, mostly composed of cultivators who had teleported from outside. Indeed, Xia Shui had still underestimated the turmoil caused by the changes in the Xianbei mountain range. A large number of cultivators rushed in from outside, trying to gather information and see if they could pick up some benefits, which was an unavoidable human psychology. I'll go ask. The fat man squeezed into the crowd and ran towards the guards. Chapter 293, Xia Shui's old grievances kill them. Come on, you little wimp. Ba Xiong charged in first, his massive body resembling that of a bear, showing no fear despite the opponent's higher realm. Charging bear, powered by the energy within, his gigantic fist smashed forward with extraordinary momentum. Falling leaves and rain. Ba Xiong's disregard for the young man's posturing turned his face pale as he drew a soft sword from his waist and stabbed out several beams of sword light. Damn! Ba Xiong halted abruptly, quickly drawing his giant axe to block in front of him. The beams of light seemed harmless, but they contained significant force, causing Ba Xiong to retreat a few steps. There was still a gap in their realms. If it weren't for Ba Xiong often practicing with the fat man, becoming accustomed to the strength of the martial general realm, someone else would have definitely been sent flying. Brothers, let us finish them off. Wolf King was completely engaged with another young man alongside Xiao Jiao, and they were dominating the fight, outnumbering their opponent. If they couldn't win, they might as well smash their heads against the tofu. They quickly suppressed the opponent, while the two troublemakers, Chaos Tide and Angel, hid to the side and occasionally launched sneak attacks. Chapter 294. The Sacred City of Lingwu in Zhongzhou after several teleportations. It took over half a month to travel from Jiang Feng City through dozens of arrays before entering the Zhongzhou region. Rest. Let us rest for 2 days. My head is about to explode. Just after exiting the teleportation array, Wolf King shouted for a break. Continuous teleportation had left them all feeling disoriented. Even Jiang Feng felt a bit dazed. Though they hadn't fully understood the specific principles of the teleportation array, it was akin to getting car sick, and the intense dizziness was many times worse than motion sickness. It was difficult for those with slightly lower realms, like the Xuanwu realm, to endure continuous teleportation. This was still short distance. If it were long-distance teleportation, one would not be able to withstand it without a certain cultivation level. Sure, here is the translation. We have arrived in Zhongzhou. Let's rest for 2 days before setting off again. Among the crowd, the only one who felt no discomfort was Xia Shui. At her level of cultivation, even cross-domain teleportation would cause her no discomfort. Upon reaching Zhongzhou, Jiang Feng clearly felt the customs and atmosphere of the city were markedly different from other domains. Most of the shops on the streets were selling items for cultivators. It was rare to see shops for ordinary people. In the hustle and bustle, there were hardly any ordinary folks. The weakest cultivators had at least the cultivation of true martial realm, and even some children had entered the true martial realm. Chapter 295. Siblings Reunited East District. Girl, this city is very large. You won't find anything by searching like this. Song Yun, with his wrinkled face, expressed a hint of helplessness as Jiang Ro pulled him along, aimlessly wandering through the streets. Master, I can sense that I am getting closer to my brother, Jiang Ro said earnestly. Although she had no specific destination, her direction was clearly toward the South District. The resonance in her bloodline, the bond within it, was something both siblings could sense clearly. In Lingwu Holy City, flying was not allowed, with only a few areas designated for it, and there were many restrictions. To fly freely in Lingwu Holy City, one needed the recognition of the 9 Great Holy Lands, and one's cultivation level had to reach at least the Martial Emperor realm. However, within this vast holy city, there were flying spirit devices similar to taxis on Earth, operated by specific forces for profit. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng was aimlessly walking with Chenwan, passing through commercial districts and residential areas, crossing rivers. Why don't we take a flying spirit device? Chenwan pointed to a flying spirit device that had just passed by. These flying spirit devices resembled ancient carriages from Earth, with passengers sitting at the back while someone controlled the front. Chapter 296. The fat guy's schemes returning to the inn where they were staying. It was now noon, and the hall was bustling with people. Hey, madman, where have you guys been? At that moment, Wolf King and the others came down from upstairs, preparing to call for the waiter to order food, looking at Jiang Feng with surprise. More specifically, their gazes were fixed on Jiang Ro, who had been holding Jiang Feng's arm. Hee, just went for a stroll. Let's talk more when we get upstairs, Jiang Feng said with a smile. The group returned to Jiang Feng's room. Wait, I'll explain when they arrive. It saves me from explaining to each one of you. Jiang Feng stopped Wolf King, who was about to ask questions. The fat guy and the bear looked at Jiang Feng with admiration, their expressions clearly misinterpreting the situation, but Jiang Feng ignored them. Brother, why are you staying here? Jiang Ro whispered, seeming a bit disdainful of the environment. The prices in Lingwu City were outrageously high. Staying in a room for a night cost dozens of spirit stones, which was considered decent. Jiang Feng rolled his eyes. After years apart, this little girl had become picky. She used to be the little girl who snuggled in his arms, munching on hard biscuits, and now she was complaining. However, This also indicated that Jiang Ro had been doing well in recent years. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such thoughts. Chapter 297. I believe in him. At the dinner table, everyone stopped discussing Jiang Feng's experiences, as the place was crowded, and if certain people overheard, it could lead to trouble. However, with Wolf King, the fat guy, and the bear around, the meal was lively and pleasant. After eating and drinking their fill, Jiang Feng asked Jiang Ro, "Xiao Ro, are you here to participate in the great competition too?" "Yes, I originally planned to achieve a good ranking in the competition, then become famous, so you could come find me," Jiang Ro said with a smile. "Haha, you seem very confident. What realm are you at now?" Jiang Feng looked at her amusedly, feeling a bit bittersweet inside. This girl had exhausted all means to find him. "I just advanced to Martial Zone, but my master said I should have no problem fighting those in the mid-Martial Zone stage," Jiang Ro said proudly. "Hiss. Wow, how old are you?" "Martial Zone?" Everyone gasped in shock. Jiang Ro was barely 20, but she had already reached the Martial Zone realm. This startled Xia Shui, who had just recently advanced to Martial Sovereign. Otherwise, this little girl would have caught up with her. "Ling Wang body, truly terrifying," Xia Shui said with envy. Chapter 298. We don't serve female customers. The night in Lingwu Holy City was exceptionally lively. In certain areas of the South District, colorful lanterns were hung high. Lights were bright, people came and went, and groups of women stood at every inn's entrance. "Xiaoro, are you really sure your brother is here?" Chun Wan and Ice Emperor each held Jiang Ro's arm, while Angel curiously surveyed the bustling place. The crowd on the street was almost entirely male. The four women attracted quite a bit of attention as they walked by. All four were outstanding in terms of figure, appearance, and temperament, and they clearly did not look like performers, which made some of the young masters cast subtle glances. "Yes, he must be here. I left a secret technique on my brother that allows me to sense his location." Although she was pure-hearted, Jiang Ro knew what kind of place this was. The excitement of reuniting with Jiang Feng had long vanished from her mind. When they parted during the day, Jiang Ro was worried about losing contact with Jiang Feng again. So she left a secret technique on him, not expecting to use it that night. "Xiao Ro, when we find him, help me beat the guy named Xiao Jiu to a pulp. Just don't kill him, but really beat him up." Chapter 299. Chun Wan's Way. Wow. Are those dogs following us? Why are they always behind? Jiang Feng cursed as he ran down the street, with Xiao Jiu and Quan Chao. "Taxi, taxi." Back on the commercial street, some flying horse carriages were flying in the air not far away. Jiang Feng quickly shouted, "Flying, flying, stop. Flying your grandpa. Who understands flying?" Xiao Jiu retorted, speechless. "You do it." Jiang Feng shot him a sideways glance. "Driver, stop." Xiao Jiu yelled while running. "Ha! Where did these bumpkins come from?" Passers-by laughed heartily, but Jiang Feng and the others had no time to argue with them. Perhaps Xiao Jiu's shout worked. Not far away, a flying horse carriage stopped, and the three quickly jumped in. Soon, Jiang Ro and the three women arrived at that street. They ran fast. They probably took a carriage. Jiang Ro closed her eyes to sense and looked in the direction Jiang Feng had left. Let's go back. Let's see where they can run to." "Yes, let's go back. I'll beat him up later." Angel waved her fist. Chapter 300. Gathering. Wonding. The melodious sound of bells echoed throughout the spirit martial holy city, and the morning sunlight just happened to shine down at that moment, draping the ancient city sprawling on the earth in a golden cloak. With 3 days left in the countdown to the grand competition, those who have not registered should do so quickly. A hollow, majestic voice floated through the holy city along with the bell sound. Jiang Feng, sitting cross-legged on his bed, opened his eyes and then flipped his hand to take out a communication token to check it, his brow slightly furrowed. Why hasn't Qing Wan come yet? Could something have happened? Jiang Feng's gaze turned to the window. Living 2 lives, he was only missing a reunion with Qing Wan. When they parted ways back then, he learned that Qing Wan had a source injury within her. After refining 2 pieces of source artifacts, he realized how difficult it was to heal such injuries, as this congenital damage couldn't be treated with ordinary pills or spiritual medicines. Just as Jiang Feng hesitated whether to take a trip to Qing Lian Mountain to find Qing Wan while there were still 3 days left, at the teleportation plaza in the western city of Spirit Martial Holy City, a wave of spatial fluctuations occurred, and figures gradually emerged from one of the teleportation arrays. Spirit Martial Holy City is still so lively. Chapter 301. Gathering. 2. Jiang Ro leaned against the window, looking out at the scenery with a displeased expression, full of grievances. Especially after learning that her brother had been wandering the world since his previous life, leaving seeds of life everywhere. The great image she had of him crumbled. Little girl. Jiang Feng walked over and ruffled Jiang Rou's hair. Humph. Jiang Rou turned her head away, not wanting to engage with this scumbag. Their essay saying on Earth, a real man can bend and stretch. What's wrong with having a few women? There are plenty of strong women on the spirit martial continent. You would expect your brother to be a fool who gives up an entire forest for a single leaf, would you? Jiang Feng sat down beside Jiang Rou. Hiss. Chunwan gave him a hard twist at his waist. Scumbag. Master said that those who are not devoted in relationships are all fallen. In the words of Angel's sister, they're all scumbags. Jiang Rou pouted. What nonsense did your master teach you? Jiang Feng rolled his eyes. What? Do you have an opinion? Song Yin walked in from outside, suppressing the impulse to beat Jiang Feng up. Ooh, senor, heh. Jiang Feng awkwardly smiled. Chapter 302 Gathering 3 The western city had 2 mountain ranges. Among them, Hongqing Mountain stretched over 100 kilometers long and 30 kilometers wide, intertwining with another mountain range. The concentration of spiritual energy here was very high, with several high-quality spiritual veins buried underground. The Qing residence is the home of the Qing family in the Qing Lian Mountain, covering 10 acres and located at the foot of Hongqing Mountain. It was far from the bustling city center, surrounded by green mountains and clear waters, making it a rare gem in the vast spirit martial holy city. From a distance, the scattered mansions at the mountain's foot could be seen. And Jiang Feng and his companions took a flying carriage from the southern city for 3 whole hours to arrive here. Qing Wan and Qing Feng had long been waiting outside the residence, looking forward. Over here, as the carriage flew in, Qing Wan's eyes curved into crescents as she waved towards the sky, just as Jiang Feng was about to rise and fly out. Someone from the carriage behind him was faster. With a flash, they flew out and headed towards Qing Wan. Qing Feng, following behind, looked at the newcomer with a blank expression, then furrowed his brow tightly. Qing Wan, long time no see. The chubby figure flew in front of Qing Wan, grinning widely, just short of giving her a hug. Chapter 303 Conversation between mother-in-law and son-in-law. The blazing sun gradually descended, and the afterglow of the sunset began to bloom with its brief time in the evening sky. In a small courtyard, Jiang Feng sat cross-legged under a large tree, reeking of alcohol, while loud shouts from Bao Xiong and Qing Feng occasionally came from the nearby hall. The two had been drinking since noon and were still clashing. Not just Jiang Feng, but also the killing god, Wolf King, and Xiao Jiu had all been turned into lightweights and had to come to the small courtyard arranged by Yang Qiong to refine the spiritual wine. Jiang Feng had always wondered how Bao Xiong, with only spirit martial realm strength, could drink so much spiritual wine without getting drunk. This puzzled not only Jiang Feng, but also Yang Qiong and Yang Tian. Meanwhile, Qing Wan took a group of ladies to tour the Qing residence. And Jiang Feng's martial arts scriptures rapidly circulated within him, refining the spiritual energy from the wine and expelling the alcohol from his body. It wasn't until the afterglow of the sunset completely faded and spirit martial city entered the night that Jiang Feng slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of alcohol. Lord Jiang, Madam asked you to come over. The sound of Jiang Feng's movements drew the attention of the servant outside, who spoke softly. Okay. Jiang Feng stood up and left the small courtyard. Chapter 3:0 For the breezy little cotton jacketing. The morning bell echoed. Jiang Feng opened his eyes, and Chun Wan, nestled in his arms, twisted her graceful figure. Don't move. Let me nap a little longer. Her murmured voice made Jiang Feng smile silently, halting his action to get up, holding Chun Wan and lying on the bed, feeling the peace and warmth in his heart. On the other side, Qing Feng rubbed his temples and walked out of his courtyard. Brother. Qing Wan, wearing a pure white dress, approached. Sister. Mother wants you to go to the front hall to collect your blood essence for making the soul lamp. Okay, I'll go now. The two walked toward the front hall, where the servants had already begun the new day's busy work, watering flowers, pruning branches, and others bringing lunch boxes back and forth. Sister, where's my brother-in-law? Qing Feng suddenly remembered Jiang Feng and turned to ask Qing Wan. He should still be resting. Qing Wan said with her head down, sounding a bit sullen. What's wrong? Qing Feng noticed his sister's low mood and asked in surprise. It's nothing, let's go. Mother will help you register later. Qing Wan changed the topic, clearly not wanting to say more. The two entered the front hall one after the other, where Yang Qiong, Xia Shui, and Song Xian were having tea together. Chapter 305, the Grand Competition, begins today, marks the opening day of the grand event for the entire spirit martial continent. Before dawn, Jiang Feng interrupted his training, sitting in the small courtyard drinking tea and quietly waiting. As the first rays of sunlight poured onto the earth from the east, the first bell of Spirit Martial City rang out, and Jiang Feng stood up and walked outside. Crazy, go for it. Crazy, take them down. The killing god, Bao Xiong. Wolf King, Xiao, Jiao, the chubby guy, Quang Chao, and Dr. 7 people along with Jiang Feng were waiting for him in the garden. And they all shouted in unison upon meeting. Hee, wait for my good news. Jiang Feng looked at these old friends, revealing a heartfelt smile. Let's go. A group of people walked toward the front hall, and on one side of the path, Qing Feng also approached wearing a gray training outfit. Hey, brother, bring back a good ranking, and then we can have a drink together. Bao Xiong shouted loudly at Qing Feng from a distance. Haha, sure, wait for my good news. The group laughed and walked towards the front hall. In the front hall, Zhang Rou, Qing Wan, Chun Wan, Xia Shui, Ice Emperor, and Angel, who had disappeared for 2 days, finally made their appearance. The originally noisy hall quieted down as Jiang Feng and the others approached. Qing Wan raised her eyes to look at Jiang Feng, and the grievances and resentment in her eyes were no longer as deep as before. Jiang Feng smiled at her. Chapter 306, Instant Kill Ding. A deep bell echoed throughout the Spirit Martial Holy City. The Spirit Martial Grand Meeting was about to begin. Participants who had already registered should arrive at the central square within a quarter of an hour. Latecomers would not be waited for. An old voice spread throughout the Spirit Martial Holy City from the square. Brother, be careful once you go in. Yeah, don't worry. Safety first. Hum. After Qing Wan finished advising her brother, she turned to Jiang Rou. Xiaorou, be safe. Waiting for your good news. Haha, don't worry, sister-in-law. I'll definitely bring back a good ranking. Don't call me that. Qing Wan's cheeks turned slightly red as she sneaked a glance at Jiang Feng from a distance. Jiang Feng, however, was smiling at her. A quarter of an hour passed quickly. Buzz. An inexplicable melody sounded. The voices in the entire square instantly stopped, and everyone looked up at the sky. The first phase of the grand meeting has begun. All registrants, enter the secret realm with your credentials. As the voice echoed, 4 old men soared into the sky, flying above the center of the square. A tremendous aura emanated from the 4, enveloping the entire Spirit Martial Holy City. And pure holy essence erupted from their bodies, causing the void above to shake violently. Chapter 307, Celestial Martial Saintess, shining body in those few seconds. A large group of people around were stunned. Those who had intended to sneak attack immediately turned and fled. Jiang Feng waved his hand, took a ring off a corpse, then looked around and randomly chose a direction to fly toward. As he flew, he encountered various battles, some of the Martial General realm, some of the Martial King realm, and even some martial sect experts facing opponents. There were even individuals who had just entered and were cut down before they could land. Falling into a box was not uncommon here. How many people have entered? Jiang Feng furrowed his brows. He had no idea how many had entered the secret realm, but he estimated it was at least over 100,000. Boom! A shadow of a fist rushed toward Jiang Feng. He quickly dodged. His spiritual sense spread out, and 5 martial kings chased after him. Damn it! I'll 1T get entangled with you. Jiang Feng's primary goal was to find Jiang Rou, and he decisively flew toward the distance. The spiritual energy in his body was boiling and consuming. He was executing the dragon dance technique to perfection, his speed far surpassing that of the martial kings. After flying several thousand miles east, he avoided countless battles along the way, but still hadn't found the marshy area Jiang Rou mentioned. Chapter 308, 1 against 3 kill. Before he even arrived, a hammer shadow over 10 meters tall came crashing down toward Jiang Feng, its overwhelming momentum instilling fear in those nearby. A cold light flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. He stepped forward with his left foot, making the Asura Blade disappear, and clenched his right fist, slightly crouching his body from thigh to waist to shoulder and arm. The spiritual energy within him surged like a raging river. Roll! With a loud shout, his fist shadow collided directly with the hammer shadow. Clang! The deafening sound echoed in all directions, and Jiang Feng stood still, unmoved. In the flowing light, a figure was sent flying back, revealing the forms of 3 men to the crowd. The leading man wielded a large hammer, while the other two younger men carried a long staff and wore fist wraps, respectively. Kill. The man with the long staff charged forward, swinging it at Jiang Feng, golden light appearing around him. War God. Jiang Feng's clothes billowed in the fierce wind as he stepped forward, raising his momentum sharply, and kicked out. Boom! Jiang Feng stood in mid-air as the staff-wielding figure was sent flying backward. Chapter 309. Leaving the battlefield break it. A gigantic hand from the sky came crashing down toward Lin Xuanmiao below. Ice shield. Lin Xuanmiao shouted, quickly forming an ice shield in the air with her Xian Yin domain, causing the surrounding temperature to drop even further. Bang! Crash! The ice shield shattered completely, and Lin Xuanmiao's figure plummeted from the sky. However, Zhang Rou's attack had also exhausted its effectiveness and could not deal a lethal blow. At this moment, several beams of light from all directions rapidly approached the battlefield. Within a few breaths, they arrived outside the battlefield. Get out of my way! A loud shout rang out as a young bald man whose radiance gradually faded wore a black long robe, carrying a 2-meter-long iron rod on his shoulder. The entire rod was black, with a hint of purple patterns carved at both ends. Son of the Western region's Buddhist sect, Wuyang. Legend has it that he is one of the Buddha's holy bodies. Late-stage martial sect. How terrifying. How did he cultivate? As the crowd whispered among themselves, a figure revealed itself, not far away. Wuyang Bodhisattva. Ha, long time no see. I didn't expect to encounter you so soon. Chapter 310. Jiang Feng's reinforcements. Jiang Feng had no intention of lingering. He quickly left with Zhang Rou, avoiding confrontation and proceeding cautiously. Not long after they left, a battle broke out in their previous location, with Lin Xuanmiao, the Xianin body, ultimately being suppressed by Wuyang Bodhisattva and sustaining heavy injuries. The man's wet vine fruit experienced fierce contention and ultimately fell into the hands of Wuyang Bodhisattva. Phew! Although he is an outright madman, he still knows how to assess the situation and play to his strengths. That's commendable. Seeing the scene, Xiaoshui secretly breathed a sigh of relief and admired Jiang Feng even more, though she had not yet realized this. The secret realm was vast, and the two flew eastward, avoiding many battles along the way. They also discovered many low-level spiritual herbs in some hidden places, which Jiang Feng dug up without hesitation. While he had no use for them, his brothers could still benefit. Soon, the two traversed over 4,000 miles, yet the communication token still could not reach Qingfeng, as the secret realm was simply too large. Finding someone was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Brother, are we going in the wrong direction? He might not be to the east. Chapter 311. Hidden Physique? Actually, after Lin Xianyao was defeated over there, she flew straight over here, only hiding in the shadows, wanting to reap the benefits of the fisherman. After all, she was severely injured in the previous battle with the infinite Buddha's son and others, unable to reach her peak. So she hid in the dark to recuperate. Jiang Feng and the others took a few turns, which delayed them a bit. But unexpectedly, Jiang Feng and Zhang Rou appeared again, disrupting her plans. Old grudges and new resentments are all accounted for. The so-called spirit emperor body, if dead, then nothing exists. Lin Xianyao sneered, seizing the moment when Zhang Rou was momentarily distracted. She used her movement technique to appear in front of her like a ghost, delivering a fatal blow. Buzz! The silver sword slashed down, carrying a terrifying chill, and the surrounding temperature plummeted as if it were winter. This sword contained the extreme Yin spiritual power of the profound Yin body, and she believed that even a typical late-stage martial sovereign would not be able to withstand it. The profound Yin body actually chose to sneak attack. It's over, no matter how strong the spirit emperor body is, can it withstand this strike? It feels like that Jiang Feng is also doomed. Isn't he the genius of the Shadow Sect? At the initial stage of martial sovereign, a sudden strike should be able to kill him. Outside, everyone was discussing fervently. Chapter 312. Barbarian Mountain. Although it was just some minor injuries, the woman was greatly impacted. Although she was not considered a genius on the spirit martial continent, she was still a somewhat famous talent. But today, she was defeated by Jiang Feng, a martial king, in a higher realm, which caused her confidence to collapse instantly, generating infinite self-doubt. Once a cultivator enters the martial king realm and comprehends the intent realm, if severely struck, it is very likely to produce heart demons or even cause their Tao heart to collapse, turning all their cultivation into nothingness. Jiang Feng's constantly expanding spiritual consciousness detected that someone was rapidly approaching from afar. Xiao, Qing Feng, let us go. A strong opponent is coming quickly. Jiang Feng did not linger, as he had already activated the extreme burst technique of life and death. If dragged into a quagmire and forced to continue fighting, eventually, the essence, blood, spiritual power, flesh, and even spiritual consciousness within him would be burned clean. There was no need for others to kill him. Being dragged down would be enough to kill him. His realm was ultimately a hard injury. It was still too low. Jiang Feng noticed that the woman had not moved, and his figure flashed. Get lost. Lin Xianyao also activated certain explosive secret techniques, and the chill in the profound Yin domain made Jiang Feng feel extremely uncomfortable. Suppress. Chapter 313. Point system outside. Who is that person? So fierce. The violent bear buzzed, feeling a tremendous pressure even through the screen. Among the Shura squad, he was the most robust with the most extraordinary physique, but facing Barbarian Mountain, he was far from enough. Barbarian Mountain. Xia Shui's face was extremely ugly. Originally, when Jiang Feng and the others left, they all breathed a sigh of relief. But with Barbarian Mountain's arrival and pursuit of Jiang Feng and the others, Yang Xiong, Sang Yun, and Xia Shui, three martial sovereigns, became anxious. Those siblings were targeted by Barbarian Mountain. This is bad. That Barbarian 1T reason with you. Don't forget, there is still a Spirit Emperor body among them. The crowd around was discussing fervently, but Sang Yun's face was very grim. He understood that Jiang Ro and Barbarian Mountain were not on the same level. The Barbarian, which overlord body, was one of the top 10 ancient etique. Jiang Ro needed to evolve her physique into the 9 transformation Spirit Emperor body to contend with him. Facing off now, Jiang Ro would surely lose, and it would be a crushing defeat. Is he that terrifying? Chun Wan listened to the discussions around her, her hands twisted together, her face a bit pale. Meanwhile, Qing Wan gazed blankly at the screen in the air, which not only showed Jiang Feng, but also her elder brother. Chapter 314. The true genius. The three of them were positioned as if on the edge of a giant pit, and ahead was a large basin. Looking around, the entire basin was filled with gravel and sand, with large buildings having been weathered and collapsed. A desolate atmosphere enveloped them, and Jiang Feng released his spiritual consciousness. His current range of spiritual consciousness had gradually expanded to 50 kilometers, but under the entire coverage, there were only various collapsed buildings, no traces of monsters or humans. Only desolation. Occasionally, a hint of green and some withered yellow plants could be seen, adding a touch of life to the ruins. This is likely an ancient cultivation city. Qing Feng murmured. It's estimated that at least millions of human cultivators lived here. Brother, look over there. Jiang Ro pointed to the left front. The three of them extended their spiritual consciousness, and they saw a huge monument, behind which were rows of large buildings, seemingly like a square. Let us go take a look. The three of them soared into the air and flew over. Buzz hiss. What the hell? As soon as Jiang Feng and the others entered the range of the ruined city, they were suppressed by a strange spatial force, causing them to drop straight down. Chapter 315. One punch for one flower. After spending 2 hours, Jiang Feng set up a 9 refinement ceiling heaven formation. This formation is a relatively complex one from the Songxian notes, but Jiang Feng has been cultivating in array formations for quite a long time, especially after accelerated cultivation in the Demon Tomb. Jiang Feng had achieved some success in the study of formations, and he had a good understanding and insight into the upper volume of the array classic. Plus, there were many techniques and knowledge for setting up formations in the Songxian notes, allowing him to set up this formation. Buzz as Jiang Feng placed 3 top-grade spirit stones in the center of the formation. Lines of patterns were activated, enveloping the entire ruined manor. Buzz, what is going on? After the formation was completed, a wave of fluctuation came from the void and then disappeared. Jiang Feng was a bit puzzled and carefully checked, but found nothing unusual. Forget it, let us go cultivate. Hearing Qing Feng's words, Jiang Feng felt an urgency in his heart, not thinking too much, and directly walked into one of the rooms. The 5 rooms were connected, and the room was empty, with sand and dust covering the floor. Brother, these are for you from Brother Qing Feng. Hearing the noise, Jiang Ro walked in from the adjacent room, extending her hand to give Jiang Feng 5 Deluo blood cloud fruits. Chapter 316. Divine Dragon Blood in the Broken Room. Jiang Feng sat cross-legged in the center, eyes tightly closed, breathing long and lightly. The spiritual energy from the spirit stones was continuously drawn in, penetrating through his pores, absorbed by the cyclone in his acupoints, and rapidly transformed into spiritual power. The thick spiritual power in his dantian continuously circulated through his 12 meridians, and with each pass through a cyclone, a large amount of newly generated spiritual power was absorbed in, and then a portion was dispersed into the surrounding flesh and bones. This was a perfect cycle. Spiritual power, physical body, and even spiritual consciousness were continuously enhanced, and Jiang Feng was momentarily immersed in it. Meanwhile, outside the ruins, Martial followed the aura left by Jiang Feng and the others all the way to this place. Ruins. Martial looked at the vast, crumbling buildings and felt a hint of surprise on his rugged face as he sensed the desolation around him. The aura had disappeared. They must have entered inside. Martial sensed for a moment, and after chasing for so long, the aura had completely vanished here, causing him to frown slightly. Let's go inside and take a look. He strode into the ruins, and as soon as he entered, he felt the prohibitive formation in the air. However, it didn't affect him much, as he usually ran on the ground and rarely flew. Chapter 317. Dragon's Blood 2. Just then, it seemed the two of them heard a loud dragon roar. Jiang Feng's eyes widened, pointing at Jiang Feng's position, mouth agape, while Jiang Ro was also stunned. Dragon. Dragon, did you hear that? Jiang Feng turned his stiff neck and stammered. I heard it. I thought it was an illusion when I was cultivating just now. At this moment, Jiang Feng had already released Jiang Ro, but she also didn't dare to approach recklessly. Protect him. The treasures he consumed are likely related to the Dragon Clan. Jiang Feng took a deep breath, deciding to protect Jiang Feng since he was, after all, his sister's husband. The two of them sat down in a corner. Meanwhile, within Jiang Feng's body, a fierce battle for dominance was unfolding. The seed in the Danzhong point emitted a terrifying suction force, continuously devouring the power of the divine dragon's blood that exploded within Jiang Feng. The Asura Blade and the Ling Shao Tower, two original sacred artifacts in his dantian, were also directly transmitting throughout Jiang Feng's body, consuming a large amount of the blood power. Buzz, buzz. As a vast amount of blood power was consumed, a hint of golden light emerged from the surfaces of the two sacred artifacts, and a faint illusory image of a divine dragon appeared on the blade and tower. Chapter 318. Finding one's own path as time passed, the participants in the secret realm spread out from the area they entered. The ruins that Jiang Feng and the others discovered were also learned about by a large number of cultivators, and more cultivators flocked into this city of ruins. After entering the ruins, Martial lost track of Jiang Feng and the others, assuming they headed towards the center of the ruins. And thus he headed straight for the center, passing by Jiang Feng and the others. Senior brother Lu, look over there. Something seems off. A woman in a white long dress with long brown hair pointed at several buildings in the distance. Something does seem off. There's a fluctuation of spiritual power. The young man called Senior brother Lu had sharp eyebrows, long black hair cascading down his back, and a tall figure that left a good impression. Lu brother, should we go take a look? Another man approached and asked. Their group consisted of 5 people, 3 men and 2 women, all participants from the southern region. The team leader, Senior brother Lu, named Lu Tianxian, had been cultivating for 170 years and had reached the early stage of the martial sovereign realm, holding considerable fame in the southern region. Among the 5, there were 2 martial sovereigns and 3 peak martial kings. Chapter 319. Finding one's own path to Buzz. A strange wave created some distortions in the void. It's broken. Qisheng's face was slightly pale, but he wore a smile. Another, slightly older formation master looked somewhat fatigued. Both had underestimated the formation set up by Jiang Feng, which consumed a great deal of their energy to crack. Fortunately, with this senior's assistance, otherwise the kid would have embarrassed himself. Qisheng stood up and slightly bowed to the other formation master. No worries, the creator of this formation is quite skilled. If I had come alone, it would have taken me 7 or 8 days to completely break it. They exchanged compliments. You 2 useless fools. My brother casually set up a simple formation, and you took 3 days to break it. You still have the nerve to be happy here. Jiang Ro stood at the door, a cold smile on her face. Jiang Feng leaned against the door frame with a teasing expression, watching them. Without the formation. Let us see what you can do. The woman who initially urged Lu Tianxian stepped forward, her eyes burning with excitement as she looked at the few dilapidated houses. She swept her spiritual sense over, only to be greatly disappointed. Jiang Feng was quietly sitting in meditation, with no other treasures in sight. Chapter 320. Finding One's Own Path. 3. Jiang Feng, covered in blood, exuded a nauseatingly thick smell of blood, his eyes filled with piercing, killing intent. The boundless malevolence impacting the hearts of the surrounding crowd. A peak martial general cultivator trembled at the sight of the approaching Jiang Feng, his long hammer slipping from his hands. The blood-colored blade light flashed, and the cultivator's body was instantly split in two. Several attacks came at him, but the blood-red figure vanished in an instant. His speed was too fast, having broken through the 8 shackles of his physical body. Jiang Feng's power and speed were now over 10 times stronger than before, an overwhelming force surging forth. It was as if there was divine dragon power within his flesh. If he were to look inside now, he would see his bones emitting a faint golden glow. Currently, he could crush peak martial kings solely with his physical body. In just a few breaths, over a dozen surrounding cultivators were slaughtered, including 2 martial kings. Run. P.S. A slaughterer. Save me. The cold, killing intent. Merciless slaughter. And Jiang Feng's ghostly movement left the crowd's psychological defenses shattered in a matter of moments, with several weaker cultivators quickly fleeing into the distance. Chapter 321. Slaughtering martial sovereigns in the ancient cultivation system. The human body has 10 shackles. Each time a shackle is broken, the power, speed, reaction, brain domain, bones, and flesh of the human body are significantly enhanced. In the current cultivation system of the spirit martial continent, cultivators generally first cultivate spiritual power and then use that power to reinforce their physical bodies, thereby extending their lifespan and enhancing their physical strength. Influenced by his past life on Earth, Jiang Feng has always insisted on honing his physical body since he stepped onto the path of cultivation, solidifying his physical foundation. Why is Martial so strong? He fought against the 10 peak martial sovereigns with his early martial sovereign cultivation and successfully exited unscathed from the martial venerable's hands. Precisely because his barbarian witch body has a natural advantage. By the time he reached the martial king realm, he had already broken through the 8th shackle of his body. Now, Jiang Feng, relying on his solid physical foundation and the divine dragon's blood, broke through the 8th shackle of his body in one fell swoop. At this stage, Jiang Feng and Martial cannot be viewed solely through the lens of their cultivation realm. Their physical explosive power is terrifying, far exceeding the threshold of the martial king realm. This system of physical body refinement is still used by many sects on the spirit martial continent, and some powerful cultivators, after reaching a certain level, even abandon their cultivation to focus on refining their physical bodies. Chapter 322. The Joys of Life. Kid, what state are you in now? Hey, how are you? Jiang Ro and Qing Feng stopped and quickly rushed towards Jiang Feng. Pretty good. Jiang Feng clenched his fists, feeling a surge of power within him that boosted his confidence. Wait, you haven't broken through yet? Qing Feng squinted his eyes. Jiang Feng's aura slowly calmed down. Still at the peak of the martial king stage. Hold it back a bit. Jiang Feng nodded, although his foundation was solid. The speed at which he had surged from the mid-martial king to the peak was a bit too fast, so he suppressed the urge to break through and maintained his cultivation at the peak of martial king to solidify his foundation. To directly crush a martial zone, brother. You're amazing. Jiang Ro's eyes lit up, completely unfazed by the blood on Jiang Feng as she hugged his arm. Haha, of course. Jiang Feng chuckled. Let's find a place to wash up. We don't smell too good. The 3 of them randomly picked a direction and flew deeper into the ruins. Meanwhile, outside, the atmosphere was gradually heating up. Battles of all sizes were erupting within the secret realm, with one genius after another showcasing their terrifying strength, and many dark horses appearing, charging forward with unstoppable momentum. Chapter 323. The rankings. A month had passed since the grand event began, but aside from a few battles when they first entered, Jiang Feng and his companions had mostly been hiding within the ruins to cultivate and break through. Jiang Feng was previously unaware of the point system for this competition. He hadn't killed many along the way and had only collected 3 or 4 storage spirit artifacts. After breaking the restrictions on these artifacts, he found plenty inside. Spirit stones, pills, spirit artifacts, and various rare materials and treasures, which dazzled Jiang Feng. He retrieved his entry token and, under Jiang Feng's guidance, combined it with his own. The two tokens fused together, and Jiang Feng's token changed slightly, with a third of its originally pure white color turning red. What does this mean? Jiang Feng asked Jiang Feng in confusion while examining the token. This is a teleportation mechanism. Once the token's color turns completely red, it activates a protective mechanism. Protective mechanism? Yes. It means that if you receive a fatal injury in the secret realm, you can activate the token to teleport yourself out and save your life. Jiang Feng demonstrated with the token. Chapter 324. The Cowardly Qian Hong, the 9 Swords of Xiantian. Boom! A wave of battle energy surged from ahead. Although the momentum was extraordinary, Jiang Feng showed no sign of slowing down, flying straight towards the source of the commotion with Jiang Feng, Jiang Ro. From a distance, they saw the silhouette of a large mountain. After flying for a while, the scene of the battle came into view. 2 groups were fighting in the ruins, with Jiang Feng glancing over and spotting 2 martial zone and 3 or 4 martial kings, while others kept their distance, flying towards the distant mountain. Brother, should we compete for points? After seeing the rankings, Jiang Ro felt a bit disappointed at not finding her name, and now seeing others spark her competitive spirit. What's the point of fighting for those few points? Let's head to the mountain and take down the fat sheep ranked within the top 1,000. If we get them, we'll be on the leaderboard directly. Jiang Feng never considered fighting for minor points. His target was the people on the leaderboard, as their tokens contained the points he aimed for. Hearing Jiang Feng's words, Jiang Ro's eyes lit up. Haha, brother, you're so smart. Let's go find those fat sheep. With 400,000 participants, even though only a month had passed, who among those who had surged into the top 1,000 in such a short time wouldn't be a fat sheep? Jiang Feng and his sister completely disregarded those geniuses as mere prey. Chapter 325. The robbery surrounded by dozens of cultivators, whether martial kings or martial zone. The moment Jiang Feng unleashed his domain, they all felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Then they heard Jiang Feng shout, "Everyone stop! This is a robbery." Everyone froze, including Jiang Ro and Jiang Feng, who looked at him in confusion. What did he say? A robbery? He wants to rob all of us. Just him, robbing all of us. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Despite the heavy pressure, some in the crowd began to laugh recklessly, especially a few martial zone experts who looked at Jiang Feng with amusement. Brother, what are you doing? Jiang Ro leaned closer and whispered. Jiang Feng stood still, deep in thought. Robbing, of course. Didn't that coward say that if the token is stolen, he would be teleported out? I was worried about killing for points. Now I have no reservations. Just rob, and if they don't give it up, kill. Jiang Feng casually stroked his slicked back hair. We can't stop them. Jiang Ro agreed with Jiang Feng's idea, but there were simply too many to confront. Chapter 326. Gaining points, the mountain stood thousands of meters high, and as they entered the foot of the mountain, the surrounding vegetation began to flourish, shifting from a withered yellow to vibrant green. Don't run. Stand still and duel. Return my token. 4 or 5 martial zone rushed at high speed, while Jiang Ro and Jiang Feng supported Jiang Feng as they darted into the woods. Don't let me find you after you get out. Someone yelled angrily, but their speed made it impossible to catch up with Jiang Feng and the others in a short time. Some gave up, gradually stopping and waiting to be eliminated. About 10 minutes later, the surrounding space distorted, instantly teleporting the few martial zone who had lost their tokens out. Meanwhile, after running for a while up the mountain, Jiang Feng and his companions noticed no one was pursuing them and slowed down. Stop. Let's take a break. I need to recover. Jiang Feng's face was still pale, as both his spiritual energy and mental energy were drained, and he felt a wave of weakness wash over him. This weakness was quite uncomfortable. He had never exhausted his spiritual and mental energy like this since he began cultivating. Fortunately, his physical body was strong, otherwise he would have likely fainted by now. Chapter 327. Being robbed? Haha, you lost. Jiang Ro, with her hair in disarray, was riding on Jiang Feng's back, her hands gripping the back of his neck, her face full of excitement. They felt like they had returned to their childhood, recalling those joyful times hidden in their memories. Get down. Not getting down. Apologize to me. If you don't get down, I'll really hit you. Don't cover your butt and cry later. Humph. Do you think I'm still a child? Jiang Ro scoffed. The next moment, Jiang Feng arched his back, sending Jiang Ro flying off, and then swung his arm. Smack! You smelly man, smelly brother, ah. You really hit me. Jiang Ro, who was caught off guard, flipped over and fell to the ground, covering her buttocks with a face full of resentment. Hee hee. Your brother is still your brother. Jiang Feng sat up with a smug look on his face. I'll bite you to death. Jiang Ro lunged at him with her claws out, but Jiang Feng extended his arm and pressed his palm against Jiang Ro's forehead, leaning back so that no matter how she grabbed, she couldn't reach him. Haha. Jiang Feng laughed heartily at the comical scene. Qing Feng, sitting at the cave entrance, also revealed a slight smile. He and Qingwan used to play like this when they were young, and seeing the two siblings reminded him of their own childhood. Chapter 328. The roadblocker that provoked public anger. It seems I need to move around a bit. Hee. The gloomy man watched the movements of Jiang Feng and the others and stood up. Your grandpa is here to loosen your bones. In the realm of physical body. Boom! Jiang Feng kicked off the ground, leaping toward his opponent, his aura surging as the spiritual power within him boiled. Oh, peak martial king, the realm. Hee, this is interesting. Weak water domain. 3,000 waves. The gloomy man's face showed a hint of surprise, with a wave of his hand. Jiang Feng immediately felt the space in front of him become viscous, layers of overlapping waves rushing toward him. Break! He punched forward, and the light in the realm of the physical body instantly fused with Jiang Feng's body. After obtaining the realm, Jiang Feng preferred to shrink the realm tightly against his physical body, enhancing his explosive power as the surging spiritual power quickly flowed into his arms. After the 8 shackles were released, Jiang Feng's explosive power from his physical body had already surpassed that of a martial king, and under multiple enhancements. It became terrifying as his fist collided with the void. Bang! Ripples spread through the void, having broken free from the opponent's realm restraint. Jiang Feng stepped on a stone and flipped in the air. Chapter 329. Climbing the mountain as expected, the 4 martial zone and 5 martial kings were all beaten down. It wasn't that they were weak, but because Jiang Feng and the others withstood their attacks, which drew in the attention of onlookers from afar. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Jiang Feng and the others to take them down. The opponents could have fled if they wanted to. But after a few martial zone joined in, they couldn't escape anymore, and each one was bloodied on the spot. At this moment, in the outside world, the madman has made it onto the leaderboard, ranked 27. Xiao Jiao, sharp-eyed, noticed a screen in mid-air displaying a leaderboard with only the top 100 names. Getting onto the leaderboard this early might not be a good thing. Xia Shui frowned slightly. The ranking isn't too high, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Some people were happy, while others were worried, but this didn't affect Jiang Feng's joyful mood at the moment. Brother, they have so many points. Jiang Ro collected all the tokens. There were a total of 9 people, 5 martial kings and 4 martial zone, with points exceeding 6,000. Mainly because they had ambushed and robbed them for a lot of points. They also put in some effort, so each person received 500 points. Chapter 330. Jiang Feng versus Man Mountain Boom. The shadows of sticks and spears clashed in midair, creating a powerful storm. The silhouettes surrounding the small lake were watching the battle on the platform closely. Spiritual power surged, and a strong pressure enveloped the entire mountain peak. Jiang Feng narrowed his eyes. He noticed that both of their realm powers were gathered to enhance their own bursts. It seems that in battles of the same realm, if there is no absolute advantage in the realm aspect, they will choose to increase their own explosive power. Jiang Feng's entire cultivation journey had been about exploration, without systematic learning or a mentor's guidance. Observing the battle between the two, he continuously learned and summarized the strengths and weaknesses of both sides. After about 3 minutes of back and forth, the man wielding the long staff suddenly exploded with power, and the black glowing stick shadow smashed toward his opponent fiercely. Bang! The figure was sent flying, the spear slipping from his hand and crashing to the ground, sliding back several meters and forming a deep trench. With this little strength, you dare to challenge the Holy Spring Baptism? Truly laughable. The man with the long staff stood in place, wearing a cold smile. The man lying on the ground had a pale face, gasping for breath, filled with unwillingness. Chapter 331. Jiang Feng versus Man Mountain. 2 Jiang Feng's originally tall figure appeared like a child in front of the beast-like Man Mountain. Go die! Man Mountain roared, his fist the size of Jiang Feng's head smashing toward him with a whoosh. Jiang Feng's long body slightly bent, his right leg crouching behind. His muscles twitched, and in that moment, power surged from his feet to his waist, then to his shoulders and arms, continuously converging toward his fist. Charging up, he swung his fist in the blink of an eye. Gulme! Jiang Feng roared, the veins on his neck bulging. Bang! The large and small fists collided, creating a powerful whirlwind that swept up dust around them. Hud, hud, hud. Jiang Feng's arm twitched slightly. The enormous force pushed him backward, leaving 2 deep holes in the ground. On the opposite side, Man Mountain looked astonished, his body swaying as he took a step back with his right foot. Ha! Is that all? Jiang Feng shook his arm, laughing wildly. Hiss! He actually dared to collide head-on with Man Mountain without getting hurt. Who is he? The crowd by the lake stood up quickly, staring in shock at Jiang Feng's figure. Chapter 332. Jiang Feng vs. Man Mountain 3. This kid seems to be the junior of that old man Baijan. An old man with graying hair and some baby fat on his face transmitted to several others. Baijan's junior? His illegitimate child? One of the old men asked curiously. Ha! Divine Lord, if Baijan hears this, he might just kill you. Ha ha! The baby-faced old man smiled broadly. You said it yourself, Junior. The Divine Lord rolled his eyes. I know about this. Before the Great War broke out, Baijan sent a few young ones to the boundary battlefield for training. At that time, it was Elder Dongyu on duty, and this kid was brought in by Dongyu. Later, the Great War broke out, and the young ones either died or fled, and then ran back to the spirit martial continent. An old man spoke lightly. So what is his relationship with Baijan? The Divine Lord was still very curious. There's no substantial relationship, but this kid goes around saying he is Baijan's direct disciple. Little brother, haha. The other 3 people's gazes turned to the screen. In their eyes, Jiang Feng and Man Mountain's strength was decent, but nothing more. Jiang Feng's speed was almost like pulling a shadow, moving slowly like an ant running. Chapter 333. Jiang Feng vs. Man Shan 4. Swish. Bang bang bang. The 2 fighters' punches produced sharp sounds of breaking through the air, one punch after another. D. Man Shan roared, his muscles bulging as if they were about to explode, the patterns on his body emitting a faint black light. A deadly threat made Jiang Feng's hair stand on end. He twisted his waist, instinctively leaning his head quickly to the side, tightening his thigh and driving his knee hard into Man Shan's chest. Man Shan pressed down with his large hand, bracing his abdomen against Jiang Feng's knee strike. Jiang Feng's body quickly dropped down, and a flat piece of bluestone beneath him shattered into pieces. Kneel! Man Shan shouted angrily, the veins on his hands bulging as he pressed down on Jiang Feng's shoulders, tried to force him to kneel. Jiang Feng's muscles swelled, supporting his body. The black light on Man Shan's body grew stronger, a massive force continuously pressing down on Jiang Feng. Get up! It felt as if he was carrying 10,000 tons on his shoulders. Jiang Feng's teeth clenched, a trace of blood emerging from his mouth. His bones radiating a golden light, his back slowly straightening, a faint shadow moving within his marrow. At that moment, Man Shan seemed to hear a high-pitched dragon's roar. Chapter 334. Tang Yin. The girl wore a light blue long dress, her black hair cascading down her back, holding a long sword in her hand. With a round face slightly flushed, she looked like a girl next door. However, her expression was curious as she watched Jiang Feng and Man Shan fighting from a distance. When she recognized one of them as Man Shan, her expression became serious, and she locked her gaze onto Jiang Feng. Despite Jiang Feng's incredible speed, she still captured his figure from the afterimages. Peak Martial King. Interesting. Her voice carried a hint of sweetness. She was Tang Yin, currently ranked 1st. As time passed, the battle in the distance remained intense. They're going to lose. Suddenly, she whispered. In the next moment, Man Shan roared, smashing the stone hammer in his hand towards the void ahead. Jiang Feng's figure seemed to collide with it. Reacting quickly, Jiang Feng instinctively raised the Asura Blade to block in front of his chest. Clang bang. Crack poof. Jiang Feng's sternum shattered, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his figure flying backward. Man Shan's left hand clenched into a fist and followed up with a strike. The Asura Blade in Jiang Feng's hand vanished in an instant. He clasped his hands together and caught Man Shan's fist. Chapter 335. Seizing Position. Peak Martial Sovereign. The faces of the Qi brothers turned extremely grim. They had already been shocked by the battle between Jiang Feng and Man Shan, but now a sweet-looking yet fierce peak martial sovereign had appeared, which dealt a huge blow to their confidence. You could have gone over there. Man Shan wouldn't have given you a hard time. Yet you insist on making things difficult for us two brothers. The second brother of the Qi family flushed. He had just recently advanced to martial sovereign and had no chance against Tang Yen. I don't want to get close to that big oaf. Tang Yen shrugged, her face displaying a hint of innocence. The second brother of the Qi family wanted to say something, but was interrupted by the elder brother. You are Tang Yen, the holy maiden of the Tang family. Upon hearing the elder brother's words, those around them revealed expressions of understanding, then cautiously watched Tang Yen. Jiang Feng and the others were unaware, but many knew of her. Tang Yen was the holy maiden of the Jade Girl Pavilion in the southern region. Although the Qi brothers had never met her, they knew her name, her sweet appearance contrasting with her strong and domineering demeanor, even a bit scheming. Those who offended her, especially men, usually ended up in dire straits. Chapter 336. Dark Horse Jiang Feng, with 3 martial sovereigns helping her fend off Jiang Feng and the others. Zhang Han fled quickly down the mountain path. After her partner saw her leave, he also didn't want to tangle with Jiang Feng. He repelled Jiang Feng and turned to dash down the mountain path. Jiang Feng didn't pursue. He wasn't in his peak state, and even at full strength, he couldn't keep up with the other party. Qing Feng and Jiang Ro initially wanted to chase after her, especially since everyone had seen Zhang Han's resentful gaze before she left. It's fine. If her master dares to intervene, I'll call someone to topple their holy ground. Jiang Feng waved his hand, stopping Qing Feng and Jiang Ro. Upon hearing his words, Qing Feng stared at him blankly, but said nothing. The 2 martial sovereigns who came to help Zhang Han looked at Jiang Feng with vigilance. Since you chose to intervene, then you should give up your positions. Jiang Feng said to the 2, his tone indifferent. Little brother, your appetite seems a bit too big. The middle-aged man, a mid-level martial sovereign, wouldn't have easily stopped Jiang Ro otherwise. Jiang Feng chuckled, not looking at him, but instead turning to the not-so-distant Man Shan. Help me get rid of him, and I'll give you 5 Deluo blood cloud fruits. Man Shan, who had been enjoying the spectacle, brightened at Jiang Feng's words, standing up without hesitation. Chapter 337. Testing between holy bodies. There are many strange places in the entire secret realm, and the peak of the ruined city is just one of them. Battles continued to erupt, and in a certain primitive forest far from Jiang Feng, an astonishing battle was taking place. A man in a Taoist robe and a slender figure faced off against a man in white, both floating in midair. Chaos domain. The man in the Taoist robe erupted with terrifying fluctuations, his domain enveloping a 10-mile radius, the chaotic aura continuously pressing toward the man in white. Yaoyu. Suddenly, a round moon lit up behind the man in white, casting a faint red glow, the soft light spreading to block the chaotic domain's aura. The 2 domains collided, producing terrifying fluctuations, and the forest below silently turned to dust. Dao 1. The man in the Taoist robe uttered 2 words. Mysterious runes appeared in the surrounding void, forming a long arrow. Break! The red glow and white light within the round moon quickly converged, intertwining to form a red and white beam of light that vanished in an instant. Boom! In midair, the long arrow formed from the gathered runes collided with the red and white light, causing a powerful shockwave. The ground below cracked instantly, creating a massive pit with countless fissures spreading out in all directions. Chapter 338. Losing calls for Big Brother. What the hell is this? Jiang Feng shivered as he entered the water, his whole body trembling slightly. Cold. This cold was not like the cold of ice. It penetrated the skin, the flesh, and directly chilled to the bone, slowing the flow of his marrow. Standing on the platform, the water soaked up to his chest, and his internal spiritual energy surged wildly as Jiang Feng tried to dissipate this chill. But the result was utterly ineffective. His face turned pale, and his lips began to turn blue. Splash, splash. Jiang Ro and Qing Feng also jumped into the water. Hiss! Ah! After entering the water, both of them exclaimed, immediately experiencing the bone-chilling cold. Kid, how does it feel? The slightly pale-faced man Shan turned his head and showed a grin to Jiang Feng. His height allowed the water to only soak up to his waist, but Man Shan was tough and directly sat cross-legged on the stone platform, exposing only his head. Who the hell can endure this? Jiang Feng's body trembled slightly. He didn't understand why the water in this small lake was so cold, and how much holy spring could be absorbed in such conditions. Chapter 339. Opening the market. Man Shan's skin twitched when he first entered the water. He had also tried fully submerging himself, but the sour feeling was unbearable even for his barbarian body. Yet this kid in front of him dove down without hesitation and didn't come up immediately. I don't believe I can't beat him. Hiss, huff. Manshan took a deep breath and slowly leaned back, lying flat. Ow, mmm. Manshan almost howled, gritting his teeth to endure, as the water flowed over his face, submerging him entirely. Points of fluorescence floated around, drilling into his pores with the operation of his internal technique. Manshan turned his head to look at Jiang Feng, about 10 meters away. Although he was in the water, he could still clearly see Jiang Feng's body trembling, his face contorted, and his lips occasionally parting slightly as if cursing something. Seeing this, Manshan's mind calmed a bit, and he gradually slowed the operation of his technique, reducing the intake of fluorescence, allowing the coldness in his bones to overpower the burning sensation in his flesh. After the balance was broken, the effect of his cultivation was not as good as before, but now Manshan only needed to force himself to endure the coldness in his bones, rather than experiencing the alternating sour feeling, allowing him to last a bit longer. Chapter 340. Tang Yan's reputation. There were some movements on the mountain path, and 7 or 8 figures rushed up to the summit. Tang Yan and others turned their heads, some frowning slightly. Oh, quite lively here. Is this the Holy Spring? A man in a black robe, holding a saber, looked around with a rebellious expression and asked everyone with a grin. Time had passed, and many had been pushed down the mountain, so the situation at the summit had spread in the ruins below, and many knew what it was like up there now. You guys, and you few, step aside. This young master is taking your spots. Arrogant and overbearing. These adjectives perfectly describe the man, as he pointed at the 3 nearby stone platforms and waved his hand for others to leave. Who do you think you are? Just a little martial king. And you dare to be so brazen? A burly man scolded coldly, his expression displeased. You're asking for death. An old man behind the man took a step forward, releasing the aura of a late martial sovereign, pressing down on the burly man. The burly man's brows furrowed as he coldly stared at the old man, his mid-martial sovereign cultivation contending against him. Chapter 341. Progress in the water. Jiang Feng formed a strange balance within his body, being able to endure until now. Jiang Feng relied on his strong willpower and resilience to withstand the initial torment. Later on, the martial scriptures in his body and the 12-Zhou Tian formation operated rapidly, absorbing a large amount of holy spring to continuously repair the damage caused by the alternating cold and heat, while also fully stimulating and absorbing the residual divine dragon blood within him. His bones constantly emitted golden light, the holy spring continuously replenishing and stimulating the vitality in his flesh, and the spiritual entity in his sea of consciousness immersed itself in cultivation, gradually turning transparent substances into nothingness, making his spiritual entity more solid and tangible. Although progress was slow, Jiang Feng's physical foundation was continuously being reinforced, bit by bit, advancing in a positive direction in every corner. Not far away, Manshan, relying on the advantage of his barbarian body, also endured the initial torment and gradually adapted, entering a good cycle, with his physique slowly strengthening. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. The figures around the summit lake had decreased by 8 or 9, all heading down the mountain to keep watch. Tang Yan opened her eyes from the water, her brows tightly knitted, gazing at the 2 seemingly calm, but actually tumultuous waters opposite her. Chapter 342. Sparring among the talents the day after Jiang Feng and Manshan's second fight, Tang Yan stood up and walked towards the platform. A voice floating in the air, "Man, come practice." Manshan was silent for a moment, looking at the graceful figure on the platform, then got up and walked over, while Jiang Feng and the others immediately focused their attention on the 2. How we fight? Manshan stood opposite Tang Yan, buzzing. The image of the beast and the beauty formed a stark contrast, giving people a strange feeling. Of course, full power. I can't compare brute strength with you. Tang Yan rolled her eyes, her slender hand gripping a silver-long sword that appeared in her hand. This sword was a third longer than a typical sword, similar to a 2-handed sword on Earth, with cold light swirling on the blade. Hearing Tang Yan's words, Jiang Feng's eyes lit up. He knew that Manshan hadn't used his full strength in their battle, so he didn't know how strong Manshan really was. Tang Yan's name still hung at the top of the leaderboard. The pure holy body, peak martial sovereign cultivation, once she unleashed her full power. It would definitely be a fierce battle between dragons and tigers, and then they would know the gap between the two. Chapter 343. Pure friendship after the holy spring stopped gushing. A new round of waiting began. However, the atmosphere at the summit was different from before. Since the sparring between Jiang Feng and the others began on the first and second days, others seemed to be stimulated, and one by one, more people started to spar. From the third day on, battles on the summit platform hardly ceased, with people continuously inviting each other to compete. Although everyone had an unspoken understanding not to kill, injuries were inevitable, and some even ignited some fierce tempers, leading to very intense battles. Your sister is not bad. If she hones her skills, she'll achieve great things in the future. Jiang Feng looked at Jiang Ro's figure flying up and down on the platform. Her opponent was another early martial sovereign woman. What? Do you want to do something? Jiang Feng glanced at him warily. Jiang Feng turned away, not wanting to engage. These siblings were all the same, always thinking others were trying to take advantage of their brother or sister. Boom! A wave of energy came, and Jiang Feng turned to see Jiang Ro suppressing her opponent on the ground. The little girl has made great progress. Jiang Feng grinned, waiting for Jiang Feng's agreement. But Jiang Feng remained silent, clearly not wanting to acknowledge him. Chapter 344. The Madman. It seems we need to find a place to stay. Waiting here isn't a good idea. Song Xian approached, stroking his white beard. Let me arrange it. Yang Xiong thought for a moment and transmitted a few words to Yang Tian in the distance. Shortly after, Yang Tian left the square and flew towards some nearby buildings. After a while, Yang Tian returned. Madam, it's arranged. The loft over there is now available. You two, let us go. All right. The four of them left the square and, under Yang Tian's lead, entered a building at the edge of the square. It was a 10-story restaurant, crowded with people. In the hall and private rooms, guests filled the seats, all of whom had considerable cultivation. With the help of the waitstaff, the four ascended to the 5th floor and entered the balcony loft, where various delicacies and dishes had already been prepared on the table. Madam, you're very considerate. Song Xian cupped his hands toward Yang Xiong. No need for formalities. Please sit. I've reserved this place, and we'll wait for those little ones here. Yang Xiong smiled and gestured for the two to take their seats. The loft was not large, but there were small private rooms on both sides. From this vantage point, with their cultivation levels, they could see the projected images in the air above the square. Such a position and environment would have been quite expensive in the past, especially at this time. Chapter 345. The Lake Bottom Splash. Everyone turned in shock to look this way. Jiang Feng had just come up and then dove back down quickly, disappearing beneath the stone platform. What a big guy, what does he want to do? A puzzled voice came from the opposite side, where Tang Yin asked curiously. He wants to go down and investigate. Manshan shrugged and looked at the surface of the water ahead. Below? Didn't you tell him it's dangerous? Tang Yin was confused. She had sparred with Jiang Feng a few times over the past few months. From being defeated instantly at first to gradually being able to hold on for a while, during their most recent spar before the Holy Spring erupted, Jiang Feng had managed to last about 10 moves against her. This was already an impressive achievement. Jiang Feng was still at the peak of the Martial King realm. And before this, Tang Yin had never encountered a peak Martial King with such combat strength. I told him, but he wouldn't listen. Crazy. Tang Yan's mouth twitched. Jiang Feng is too reckless. Doesn't he know there are restrictions below? He is only at the Martial King realm, and his spiritual perception hasn't evolved, so he might not feel it. That makes it even less of a reason to go down. The crowd murmured, and Jiang Ro sat cross-legged in Jiang Feng's original spot, looking worriedly at the water surface. Chapter 346. The 5-color altar as the dark light approached. Jiang Feng saw it was a light barrier. His spiritual perception scanned for a moment, and he noticed some array foundations near the barrier, but they had been completely destroyed over the long years. In an instant, his probing spiritual perception was frozen and shattered, causing a sharp pain in Jiang Feng's head. After recovering for a while, urged on by the 2 sacred artifacts, Jiang Feng approached the dark light. He reached out to touch it, and an extreme chill rose from his heart, causing his fingers to lose all sensation instantly. Splash! At that moment, the red and white halos around him surged, and a force pushed Jiang Feng, causing him to crash into the dark light and disappear beneath the water. Meanwhile, on the surface of the water, everyone was intently watching the churning lake. The water was different from the usual clear fountain. it carried some murkiness. He really went down. Manshan's expression changed slightly as he murmured to himself. Everyone knew the murky water continuously surging up indicated that Jiang Feng was in danger. Otherwise, this situation wouldn't occur. Brother. Jiang Ro wrung her hands together, feeling extremely tense. Time passed slowly, and after an hour, the lake water gradually calmed down, and the murky impurities sank. Soon, the water returned to its previous clarity. Chapter 347. Not dead? At the lake bottom, Jiang Feng practiced his martial arts techniques, frantically absorbing the fluorescence gushing from the holy spring. These were the essence of the holy spring. Although the effect was vastly different from directly consuming it, Jiang Feng, determined not to waste anything, absorbed it frantically, reducing the essence in the surging lake water by more than half. His physical body greedily devoured this essence, continuously enhancing his physique and foundation, forcibly pushing his cultivation to the extreme, almost breaking through the barrier of the martial zone realm. The two spiritual artifacts within Jiang Feng emitted a halo, helping him suppress it fiercely. They even released a significant portion of their suppression on the seed, allowing it to absorb a large amount of this essence to revive. After this period of recovery, 2/3 of the seed had turned a vibrant green from the tip down, full of life. Meanwhile, at the lakeside, Jiang Ro was soaked, sitting with her legs hugged, her eyes devoid of their usual sparkle, staring blankly at the lake. Xiao Ro, be strong. Countless people die every day on the spirit martial continent. Shut up. I want to allow you to say my brother is dead. Jiang Ro glared coldly at Jiang Feng. Sigh. Chapter 348. Jiang Feng's acting. Jiang Feng quickly swam upward. Soon, he saw a figure diving down toward him. His spiritual perception quickly identified it as Jiang Ro. Little girl, I told you not to come down. It's dangerous below. Brother, I knew you weren't dead. Woo-woo. Do you know I was so worried about you? The two communicated through their spiritual perception, quickly gathering together. Let's go up first. Jiang Feng pulled Jiang Ro as they swam upward, and Jiang Feng's figure also appeared. Wow, brother-in-law, you really didn't die? Awesome. Let's go up first. Soon, the three surfaced about 30 meters up, spotting Manshan diving down. Gulp kid, you really didn't die? Manshan's eyes went wide in shock, and he opened his mouth to speak, making a gurgling sound, then quickly transmitted to Jiang Feng. Huh, you think it's that easy to kill me? Jiang Feng quickly swam up. Splash. Four heads emerged from the water, and the others at the lake's edge stared in astonishment at the surface. Even though some doubted Jiang Feng was dead, his sudden reappearance after more than a month alive shocked everyone. After all, many among them were martial zone practitioners, and their spiritual perception could keenly sense the chilling danger from the depths of the lake. Chapter 349. Manshan's dilemma. The atmosphere of the mountain peak was no longer as peaceful as before. It carried a hint of strangeness. However, they were still uncertain whether Jiang Feng had obtained the holy spring. Manshan and Tang Yin had not expressed their opinions. And with Jiang Feng's strong combat power and the protection of Jiang Ro and Jiang Feng, they fell into a moment of silence. Jiang Feng naturally sensed the atmosphere, but he didn't care. As long as he stubbornly refused to admit it, they couldn't do anything to him unless Tang Yin and Manshan acted together. Otherwise, this group couldn't threaten Jiang Feng and the others. The pills given by Manshan were very effective. Although they weren't as invigorating as the life essence of the sacred spring, they were still full of vitality. The effects of the medicine spread through his body, slowly healing the cracks in his limbs and bones, and the broken flesh was gradually merging under the powerful flow of vital energy. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, a strange atmosphere enveloped the mountain peak. Even the sparring and invitations on the platform had decreased significantly, as everyone quietly waited for a result. Gurgle, gurgle. Some ripples appeared on the calm lake surface. It was happening. All eyes were fixed on the lake. A faint glow appeared, some red and some green, but they were scarce. Some people's brows furrowed tightly as they looked towards Jiang Feng. Chapter 350. Different thoughts. The whirlpool grew larger, and Jiang Feng's momentum surged. Boom! The barrier of the peak martial king was instantly broken, and his momentum soared. He had broken through. He must have obtained something good underwater. Breaking through right under everyone's noses was indeed bold. If someone attacked him now and interrupted his breakthrough, Jiang Feng's cultivation would likely plummet rapidly, possibly even losing the martial king realm. Just as some people were about to act, Jiang Ro's spiritual power surged. And in a flash, she stood at the edge of the lake, her spiritual monarch mark glowing brightly on her forehead. Without saying a word, she wore a striking red dress, her cold gaze sweeping across the crowd, full of murderous intent, signaling everyone that anyone who dared to act during this time would face her wrath. Jiang Feng clenched his palm, and a spear appeared in his hand. Flashing to the other side, like Jiang Ro, his aura surged, ready to unleash the strongest attack at any moment, as they stood guard on either side. All eyes turned to Tang Yen and Man Shan. Tang Yen stood still, her expression fluctuating, her internal spiritual energy oscillating between surging and calming, clearly in turmoil. Chapter 351. Breaking through in battle, the continuous infusion of spiritual liquid and essence blood surged into the sea of consciousness, making the spiritual body more solid and the spiritual awareness larger. At that moment, a man at the early martial zone stage, not far from Jiang Feng, unleashed a sword strike towards him from the stone platform. Spiritual Monarch Domain. Jiang Ro shouted, her domain erupting instantly, covering Jiang Feng, while she flashed to block the sword light, her surging spiritual energy condensing into a hand that struck fiercely. Bang! The sword light shattered, and the hand reached out to strike back. On the other side, a woman suddenly drew a bow, and a red arrow appeared out of thin air, shooting towards Jiang Feng at high speed. Qing Lian's spear. Jiang Feng wielded his spear and struck out. Clang! The arrow was deflected and fell into the water. Jiang Ro knocked the man back and quickly returned to Jiang Feng's side. She was extremely tense. Although she could eliminate the ambushing man, she didn't dare to pursue. Jiang Feng was the same, continuously deflecting 3 or 4 arrows but not daring to engage with the opponent. Tang Yan's gaze was cold, her lips slightly parted, a couple of useless fools. Boom! Jiang Feng's momentum continued to soar. The transformation of his spiritual awareness was complete. Chapter 352, Barehanded Mountain Opening, single leg ground cracking on the other side. Jiang Ro and Jiang Feng were also not idle. As Jiang Feng awakened and blocked Tang Yan's attack, Jiang Ro immediately pounced on the man who had ambushed Jiang Feng. The recovered spiritual monarch domain unfolded instantly, and the two sides clashed. Jiang Feng also flew towards the bow-drawing woman, chasing her down and beating her fiercely. Their combat power might not be as prominent as Jiang Feng's, but they appeared formidable compared to ordinary martial zone cultivators. Especially Jiang Ro, her spiritual monarch domain erupted, enveloping the opponent, with the surrounding spiritual energy becoming a ticking time bomb, continuously forming various attacks that forced the man to retreat steadily. Everyone turned sharply to look at Jiang Feng on the platform. They saw a golden dragon shadow moving on his back, radiating a faint golden aura, as if a high-pitched dragon roar echoed in their ears. Despite the wounds on Jiang Feng's body and the flowing blood, he still possessed high fighting spirit and terrifying momentum, swinging the Asura Blade towards the approaching Tang Yen. A red line of blood slashed towards her. Boom! The slender figure was knocked back to the ground, and Tang Yen looked at Jiang Feng in shock. This was the first time Jiang Feng had pushed her back head-on. Chapter 353. Heavenly Sacred Blade Technique. With Tang Yan's departure, the atmosphere on the mountain peak gradually calmed down. Soon, groups of people began to leave, as the amount of sacred spring gushing had decreased significantly. Smart people realized that Jiang Feng had obtained the sacred spring at the bottom of the lake, and continuing to wait would yield no rewards and waste time. Jiang Feng returned to the stone platform's edge with Jiang Ro and Jiang Feng, having just broken through. Jiang Feng had been injured again. He needed a few days of quiet meditation to recover, and the newly attained realm needed stabilization. Although his earlier battle seemed fierce and powerful, his internal spiritual liquid had nearly been completely consumed. If you still have some sacred spring liquid left, I can trade with you. Just as Jiang Feng sat down to prepare for healing, a voice reached his ears. Jiang Feng turned to look at Man Shan. I see you're skilled with a blade. Your basic techniques are incredibly smooth, but it seems you haven't practiced any blade techniques. If you're willing to give me sacred spring liquid, I can teach you an ancient blade technique passed down from antiquity. Man Shan continued to transmit his voice to Jiang Feng. In fact, he could have engaged in a fierce contest with Jiang Feng, possibly even succeeding. But after witnessing Tang Yan's earlier actions, Man Shan felt it was better to coexist peacefully with Jiang Feng. He could tell that Jiang Feng responded better to a softer approach. Chapter 354, Dominating the Mountain Peak, returning to their original position. Jiang Feng explained the situation to Zhang Rou and Qing Feng through voice transmission and told them that he would give them the sacred spring liquid when there was an opportunity, which brought joy to their faces. Then Jiang Feng quickly sat down to heal. The most serious injury was on his chest, deep enough to see the bone, with some cracks appearing on the bone. More importantly, there was a residue of Tang Yan's spiritual energy in the wound, constantly attempting to damage his flesh and organs. However, Jiang Feng's body was strong, and the quality of his spiritual energy was high, managing to fend off that energy and prevent it from succeeding. The mountain peak then settled into tranquility. Aside from 4 of them, a portion of others had left, leaving about 10 people behind, freeing up some space. Fortunately, those who were supposed to stand guard also did not go, all waiting for the next sacred spring to gush forth. Another 7 days passed. Some ripples appeared on the lake's surface, and apart from Jiang Feng, everyone else's gaze turned towards it, especially the 7 or 8 newcomers who had arrived in recent days. Since no one was guarding the mountain path, many had come one after another, leading to some conflicts. In the end, only 7 or 8 with stronger abilities remained. The rest were either dead or injured, with many having fled. However, Jiang Feng and his group had remained quiet, and no one dared to disturb them as he was still in the process of healing. Chapter 355, Body Refinement. He happily returned with 2 storage spirit artifacts to their position. Brother, where's the holy spring? Jiang Rou rushed over impatiently. Jiang Feng could only put away the storage spirit artifacts and take out a jade bottle. He hadn't given it to the 2 of them before because there were too many people around. Even if he had given it to them, they couldn't use it. After all, if news of such a miraculous treasure spread, Jiang Feng would likely not find peace in the secret realm. Those people may have their suspicions, but seeing it with their own eyes and not seeing it were 2 different things, including Tang Yin from before. If Jiang Feng had revealed the holy spring from the start, Tang Yin would have likely attacked him with secret techniques, aiming to kill him despite her own injuries. It was precisely because Tang Yin was uncertain whether Jiang Feng still had the holy spring and feared that Man Shan would join forces with him against her that she kept a hand hidden, which was also the reason for her departure. Here you go. Jiang Feng had already prepared it and tossed the jade bottle to Zhang Rou, which contained 2 drops of holy spring. It wasn't that he didn't want to give more. The holy spring was too precious. Jiang Feng had a whole group of brothers and sisters outside, and he wanted to save a drop for everyone to enhance their cultivation. Currently, he still had 10 drops in his storage ring, which, according to the distribution among outsiders, was still not enough. Chapter 356, 150,000 points. Get up! Jiang Feng roared, lifting the armor with both hands as he stood up from the ground. Qing Feng stood at the edge of the platform, watching Jiang Feng's figure, his face trembling. This was 50,000 pounds. It had been a month since they used the holy spring, and Jiang Feng had completely adapted to this weight. Utilizing the weight of the armor, Jiang Feng did various exercises every day. His bare upper body was muscular and well-proportioned. Each muscle radiated extreme power, and a faint halo emanated from his flesh, making him look incredibly eye-catching. Jiang Rou sat to the side, propping her chin with her hands, looking at her brother with admiration. This girl will probably have some difficulty finding a partner in the future, Qing Feng silently thought. Previously, when Jiang Feng had taken off the armor, Qing Feng had tried it too, but the 50,000 pounds nearly crushed him. He had to use his spiritual energy to barely stand up. Yet, Jiang Feng could support 50,000 pounds with just his physical body while doing various refinements, which greatly affected Qing Feng, almost making him doubt his life. Splash! Man Shan leaped out of the lake, dragging his massive body, which dripped with water. Chapter 357. Partners with a glitch. The second ranked was a man named Ling Xiao, who had never been heard of before. With a physique marked as ordinary and a peak martial sect cultivation, scoring over 118,000 points. The third was Dao Tsong, with a chaotic sun sacred body, scoring over 95,000 points. By the time they reached the 10th place, it was Tang Yin with over 36,000 points. Jiang Feng carefully checked. He didn't know how far down his ranking had fallen. Even Man Shan, who now had 8,000 points, barely ranked 973rd, almost falling off the leaderboard. Has the number of participants decreased so much? Jiang Feng glanced at the final number of competitors displayed. there were only a bit more than 30,000 people left in the entire secret realm, which was a reduction by more than 10 times compared to the previous hundreds of thousands. Of course. Haven't you seen that no one has come to our peak for a long time? Jiang Feng said. Last month, I scanned below with my spiritual sense and found 2 Martial Marquis moving around. I was surprised that Martial Marquis could last until now. Jiang Feng stood up. He also wanted to leave. If they didn't seize points now, the participants in the later stages of the secret realm would grow stronger and the difficulty would rise sharply. All right, let's go. With a thought, Jiang Feng opened the armor and crawled out from inside. Chapter 358. Mountain range, a streak of light flew rapidly through the sky. The few people on the flying vessel fell in a deep thought, and Manshan occasionally glanced at Jiang Feng. The news Jiang Feng shared about the Dragon Clan's friendship and Long Outyin left the young talents from the Prominent Man clan stunned into silence for a long time. Long Outyin was a leading figure among the Demon Clan, with cultivation nearly reaching the level of an emperor. Even their clan's great sage would only bow in respect in front of Long Outyin. But now, Jiang Feng said that Long Outyin had planted a divine dragon mark on him, which could protect him at a critical moment, making Manshan somewhat envious. No, it should be jealousy. Seeing Manshan and Jiang Feng's reactions, Jiang Feng realized what kind of existence Long Outyin was, and also recognized that their group had gained an invisible opportunity back then. Jiang Feng, due to the drop of divine dragon blood gifted by Long Outyin, surged to the peak of Martial King, breaking through to Martial Sect in just a few months and achieving his current status. If outsiders knew Jiang Feng had wasted a drop of divine dragon blood on cultivating Martial King, they would probably drown him in saliva, as this was something even Sacred Realm experts dreamed of obtaining. Chapter 359. Crushing the same realm, green mountains and clear waters stretched endlessly. Some wild beasts that had never been seen in the secret realm could also be spotted here, but there were no sightings of demon beasts, leaving the reason unclear whether they had been exterminated or were hiding. The deeper they flew, the more streaks of light they encountered in mid-air, accompanied by continuous sounds of battle. Ah, now, this is lively, Jiang Feng said with a smile, looking at the distant battlefield. Shall we go for the points? Jiang Ro asked excitedly. Let's first go to the rare medicinal valley. These are just small fries, and there aren't many points to be gained. The big fat sheep is over there. Okay. Jiang Feng piloted the flying vessel straight through the air, with Manshan and Jiang Feng around. He didn't care whether there were people blocking the way ahead and charged straight through. Soon, the 4 of them delved deep into the mountain range. Over there, by now, they didn't need Manshan to guide them. Following the large group of participants, they could find the rare medicinal valley easily. More and more figures gathered, and Jiang Feng's gaze suddenly shifted to the right. There, a graceful figure stood on a flying sword, also gazing in their direction. Huh, you foul woman. Jiang Feng stood up. Seeing an enemy made his blood boil, especially with his vengeful character. Chapter 360. The holy son of the Buddha people continued to gather from afar. But upon seeing how easily Jiang Feng and Manshan dealt with a dozen or so martial kings and martial sects, they were frightened and stopped mid-air, not daring to approach. Some martial kings even turned to flee, fearing they would be killed by Manshan with a single punch. Jiang Feng and Jiang Ro got off the flying vessel to help clear the battlefield. Hey, this points are pretty good, over 3,000 points. This one's also good, nearly 2,000 points. Manshan and Jiang Feng stripped the storage spirit tools from the 3 martial sect practitioners and examined them. The 9 Shulin is indeed here, haha. Manshan took out a jade box from his storage ring, which contained a freshly unearthed 9 Shulin. This must be at least 1,000 years old. Jiang Feng and Jiang Ro finished clearing the Martial King realm practitioners that Manshan had killed and walked over. At least 1,000 years looking at the roots. It has a hint of red. Manshan was very excited. The 9 Shulin is a spiritual medicine for the martial sect, containing vast amounts of pure spiritual power. The longer the age, the stronger the efficacy. This one is over 1,000 years old. Even a martial venerable would see great effects from consuming it. I'll give you the spiritual medicine. How about you give us more points? Chapter 361. Demon Subjugation. The 3 martial sect practitioners who had just passed by the foot of the mountain were startled by the clash between Tang Yin and Fu Mo, and immediately flew towards the mountainside. Although the higher they flew, the greater the pressure and resistance. The temptation of heavenly materials and earthly treasures was irresistible. Soon, the figures of Tang Yin and Fu Mo appeared before them. One of the women, a mid-stage martial sect practitioner and a well-known presence on the leaderboard, immediately turned to run upon catching a glimpse of Fu Mo. She showed no hesitation and quickly vanished into the forest, leaving the other two men bewildered. What happened to her? I don't know. Those two have quite a reputation, so be careful. Got it. The two joined forces, one in the mid-stage and the other in the early stage of the martial sect, and soon they approached the pool. Fu Mo looked at the two with a hint of mockery, his golden staff slamming down on the ground, producing a dull sound. Tang Yin showed a hint of contemplation, then smiled and called out to them. You two, my name is Tang Yin. May I know you? Tang Yin? The two exchanged glances, and the older man revealed a smile. Chapter 362, Chaotic Battle 1 Boom. The intense explosions and fluctuations of spiritual power caused some martial sect practitioners to flee in all directions. By the time Jiang Feng and the others arrived, the battlefield between Fu Mo and Tang Yin had expanded, pulling in 7 or 8 mid to late-stage martial sect practitioners. These practitioners worked well together, forming 2 groups of 4 or 5 to besiege Fu Mo and Tang Yin, holding them in place, and for a moment, both Fu Mo and Tang Yin were quite irritated. Damn it! Fu Mo's anger towards Tang Yin reached its peak, swinging his staff to create shadows all around. But the attackers didn't engage him directly. They merely held him there, waiting for more people to join and share the resources on him. Tang Yin also sensed their intentions and frantically tried to break free, but with so many ants, they could still bring down an elephant. Especially since these people were not weak, all having mid or even late-stage martial sect cultivation. With their mutual assistance, they held her back. Brother, that's that filthy bitch. Jiang Ro pointed angrily at the battle involving Tang Yin. Hey, I didn't expect to run into her so soon, Jiang Feng said with a cold smile. Who is that over there? So strong. Chapter 363, Chaotic Battle 2 Boom. A dazzling light erupted between heaven and earth. Tang Yin was sent flying through the air, and a line of blood struck her back. Clang! A light flashed on Tang Yin, and her protective spirit tool blocked Jiang Feng's lethal strike, immediately followed by Jiang Feng's figure flickering and disappearing from the spot. The phantom in the air slowly dissipated. Jiang Ro's figure swayed, her spiritual power nearly exhausted, and her spirit fatigued, clearly out of combat capability. However, the power of this strike was terrifying, causing Tang Yin in the distance to turn pale, a hint of crimson at the corner of her mouth. The surrounding spiritual energy surged towards her, replenishing her inner spiritual power. She flipped her hand, and 2 top-grade spirit stones appeared, quickly absorbing spiritual energy to restore her combat ability. The others in the distance exchanged glances, and 2 approached Jiang Ro. Oof! Jiang Ro snorted coldly, turning to face them. Her pale face was visibly regaining color, causing the 2 to gasp in shock. Damn! How can that spirit emperor body recover spiritual power so quickly? They immediately distanced themselves, while Jiang Ro silently remembered their auras, continuing to recover her spiritual power in midair. Chapter 364, Chaotic Battle 3 More and more cultivators were drawn in by the intense explosion sounds. The 2 battlefields became increasingly fierce and tense. Manshan and Fu Mo fully unleashed their power, and every clash between them generated a heart-pounding, terrifying might. Their battlefield was one that even peak martial sect experts would not dare approach easily. On Jiang Feng and Tang Yin's side, while it seemed they lacked the overwhelming power of Manshan and Fu Mo, the level of danger was no less. Jiang Feng took the lead. The War Sky secret method made him grow stronger as he fought, his momentum soaring like a rainbow. The dragon movement technique pushed his speed to the limit, making him elusive, creating numerous afterimages around Tang Yin. His entire body was boiling with spiritual power, every piece of flesh and blood surging with strength as Jiang Feng launched hundreds or even thousands of attacks at Tang Yin. However, Tang Yin was also a true prodigy. With her profound cultivation and powerful strength, she managed to block all of Jiang Feng's attacks, preventing him from advancing an inch. Roar! Manshan continually roared with fury. Jiang Feng, provoked, let out a long howl, the dragon within his back radiating a golden glow. The blood-drinking time originally taught to him by Manshan was only partially understood in the first move, and he had no thoughts about the second. But amidst the fierce battle, the scenes he had seen before suddenly resurfaced in his mind. Chapter 365. Chaotic Battle. For those who reach the Martial King and Martial Sect realms are not fools, and everyone clearly saw through Tang Yan's intent to use the onlookers. Some in the crowd at the foot of the mountain quickly distanced themselves, not wanting to get involved. However, some, relying on their decent cultivation, stayed back, thinking Tang Yan and Jiang Feng were not at their peak fighting capacity, and even some exchanged subtle glances. Soon, Tang Yan was the first to charge into the crowd. Starfall. Tang Yan was also a ruthless character. Burning her essence blood granted her a brief peak battle power, and with one sword, she enveloped over a dozen martial sect practitioners around her. The spear struck like a dragon. Clang, clang, clang. The wide range of sword light naturally diminished in power, and the martial sect practitioners began to strike back. One mid-stage martial sect man blocked the sword light and charged straight at Tang Yan, his intentions clear. Clang! Tang Yan attempted to quickly break through the crowd using the rebound force, but two arrows of light suddenly appeared behind her. Buzz! The protective spirit tool's light rippled violently, nearly shattering. Someone rushed in, wanting to deal with Tang Yan, but at that moment, a sword light from the side shot straight for that person. Tang Yan's strategy succeeded. She was certain that among this group, some would secretly attack her, and they would not work together to eliminate her. What she wanted was this kind of chaos. Only in chaos did she have a chance to escape. Chapter 366. Chaos 5. A stream of light rapidly flew towards this side from the horizon. Hearing this sound, Tang Yan's eyes flashed with excitement. Her tightly furrowed brows instantly relaxed, and a hint of a smug smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Where did this local dog come from, so bold? A sword light slashed towards Jiang Feng from a distance of over 1,000 meters. Boom! Jiang Feng dodged just in time, and the sword light struck the ground below, carving out a deep trench. Taking advantage of this gap, Tang Yan quickly distanced herself from Jiang Feng and flew towards the reinforcements. Jiang Feng remained floating in midair, not pursuing. As the light dissipated, the silhouette of the person who flew over revealed a tall figure, about 1.8 meters tall, with black hair tied behind his head, his brows and eyes carrying a hint of elegance, and his young face was extremely handsome. Regardless of his cultivation talent, just based on this face, he could easily charm countless female cultivators. Yen, are you okay? The man asked with a gentle and somewhat pained expression towards the pale-faced Tang Yan. I'm fine. Fortunately, you arrived in time, otherwise I would have been in grave danger today, Tang Yan replied, and her words weren't untrue. Without reinforcements, she would likely have been directly eliminated by Jiang Feng today. Chapter 367. Chaos 6. Shangguan Sun's pupils constricted. He didn't expect his subordinate to be killed instantly. You seek death, Subo, kill him. Shangguan Sun shouted angrily at the last bodyguard behind him. Young master, hurry. However, Su Sheng looked serious, said something to Shangguan Sun, and rushed forward, exactly blocking Jiang Feng, who was chasing after them. Tang Yan also didn't notice the reinforcements from the Barbarian Mountain in the distance. Seeing Jiang Feng pursuing her, she felt something was wrong and pulled Shangguan Sun to escape. Barbarian Mountain, kill him. Jiang Feng ignored Su Sheng and swiftly dodged the palms coming at him, chasing after Tang Yan. After killing the man, the Barbarian Mountain caught up and blocked Su Sheng, who wanted to pursue Jiang Feng, and a fierce battle erupted between the two. The Shangguan family had a very deep foundation, with a legacy of over 10,000 years. As an outstanding disciple of this generation, Shangguan Sun naturally had ambitions for the future head of the family position. Therefore, he refused the powerful protective entourage arranged by his parents and came to participate in the competition alone, just to prove his talent and strength. After entering the secret realm of the competition, he encountered Su Sheng, who had been sent by his parents to find him. Relying on his profound cultivation, he rampaged through, robbing points, and charged into the top 20 of the rankings. Chapter 368. Rule violation. The rapidly flying Black Dragon fighter jet soon caught up with the panicking Shangguan Sun. Beep, 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 target locked. A sinister smile appeared on Jiang Feng's face as he unhesitatingly pressed the launch button. Boom! A small nuclear missile dropped from the Black Dragon's missile bay and flew towards the fleeing Shangguan Sun. Jiang Feng in the fighter jet suddenly pulled the control stick, and the jet climbed upwards. What is that? Shangguan Sun, fleeing ahead, felt all his hairs stand on end, a huge panic rising from the depths of his heart. This near-death crisis made him activate several defensive spirit artifacts on him and frantically poured spiritual power into them. Boom! Shang Sun's speed left him no time to evade, and he watched helplessly as the missile struck him. Puffed. The immense shockwave made him spit out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Ah! Ancestor, save me! The terrified Shang Sun shouted while trying to communicate with the token to teleport away. But at the center of the nuclear missile's impact, the terrifying high temperature and shockwave distorted the surrounding void, and two weapons of the martial sovereign level were shattered. A beam of light appeared in the distorted void, but the next moment was directly extinguished by the energy from the explosion. In the next instant, Shang Sun's figure was vaporized, without any ability to resist. Chapter 369. Jiang Feng's background, the spirit martial holy city, was vast, and almost every sect with some strength on the continent would try to establish a stronghold here. The Starfall Sacred Land, as one of the 9 sacred lands of the continent, had a small mountain range as a stronghold in the southern district, where at least one elder would be stationed year-round. By a small lake in the mountain range, a slender woman sat cross-legged, cultivating. "You are an elder of the Starfall Sacred Land?" An aged voice appeared out of nowhere, distorting the void and revealing a shadow. The woman opened her eyes, immediately stood up, and bowed to the figure. "Greetings, Senior Qianjian. I am Lung Yu, the 7th elder of the Starfall Sacred Land. May I ask what you need?" "Senior Qianjian, do you know about a person named Jiang Feng?" The Qianjian saint directly asked without any preamble. "Jiang Feng?" Lung Yu's brows slightly furrowed. "It's said to be a disciple of your sacred lands, Lord of 100 Battles." Qianjian almost blurted out, "Little brother. Lord of 100 Battles, Jiang Feng." Lung Yu was taken aback for a moment, then recalled the rumors she had heard years ago when she was stationed in the spirit martial holy city. She had only heard some rumors within the sect. "I've heard of this person. There were some messages from the sect saying a young man was quite close to the Supreme Elder, Lord Baijan." Chapter 370. The benefits of having a background. Having met a few seniors, what matters do you have for calling me? The Starfall Sacred Lord Gongshun was as calm as ever, with a faint smile on his face, his eyes as deep as a sea of stars. And his aura was as tranquil as water, showing no signs of leaking. This was his true body crossing domains. His clones could not be so far from his main body unless his cultivation reached the level of half-step emperor. In the path of cultivation, the capable are the teachers. Although Gongshun was much younger than the several saints present, his cultivation was not inferior to theirs, with mid-stage holy realm cultivation that exceeded that of 2 of them. The reason Gongshun came this time was that he would soon return to the battlefield of realms, and, moreover, Jiang Feng indeed had an unusual relationship with Baijan. After all, he had followed Baijan for many years and had never seen Baijan care so much about any junior. "Starfall Sacred Lord, there has been a situation inside. It concerns your sacred land, and I wanted to ask you about it." The Divine Lord pointed at the screen in front. Gongshun looked over, slightly stunned, then revealed a light smile. This kid is growing quite fast. Has he opened 8 shackles in his physical body?" Chapter 371. Punishment inside the secret realm. Jiang Feng didn't wait long before Gongshun sent in the spatial shuttle and a black robe, along with a bottle of pills. "I'll help you keep this little thing. These 2 imperial artifacts are enough for you to use." With a wave of his arm, Gongshun sent 3 items flying towards Jiang Feng. Hearing this, Jiang Feng quickly crawled out of the fighter jet and hurriedly took them to check. "All right, you can take it." With a beaming smile, Jiang Feng waved his hand, concealing the aura of the void shuttle and the black long robe, which were both imperial spiritual artifacts. For Gongshun, they were nothing special, but for others, they were rare treasures that were hard to come by. "How many functions can I activate?" "It depends on your ability." Gongshun glanced at Tang Yen in the distance before retracting his gaze. "Oh, by the way, how's the old man? Last time, Long Out Yin said he was beaten half to death. Is that true?" Jiang Feng happily stored the items away and looked up at Gongshun. His current status was thanks to the old man from the 100 Battles, so he had to show some concern to firmly hold onto this big leg. "Long Out Yin? You know Senior Long?" Gongshun looked at him in surprise. Chapter 372. 2 imperial spiritual artifacts, bro. How have you been? Why haven't I seen you for so long? From a distance, Jiang Ro shouted towards Jiang Feng, her tone filled with deep concern. They had no idea that Jiang Feng had been stopped by a divine being and had been trapped in place for a day. After waiting on the battlefield for a long time without seeing Jiang Feng return, she came over to look for him. "It's nothing, just a little accident." Jiang Feng first reunited with Jiang Ro and the others before happily taking out the palm-sized void shuttle and long robe. What is this? The group looked at the imperial spiritual artifacts in Jiang Feng's hands. Sent to me by the master of the Starfall Sacred Land. Jiang Feng boasted to Qing Feng and Manshan before starting to refine them. What? Sent by the master of the Starfall Sacred Land? The three stared blankly at Jiang Feng. It was common knowledge that the master of a sacred land was certainly a powerful being. For them to personally deliver spiritual artifacts to Jiang Feng during the middle of a major competition was like a fairy tale to them. Yes. Just wait a moment. I'll refine them first. Jiang Feng placed the void shuttle in front of him. The spiritual energy in his dantian surged. Wrapping around a drop of essence blood that emerged from his mouth, his spiritual body split a spiritual stone that fused with the essence blood's spiritual energy. Chapter 373. Pursued in midair, a streak of light rushed towards the horizon at an incredible speed, so fast that some practitioners below couldn't react in time. By the time they heard the sound of breaking air and looked up, they only saw a glimmer of light in the distant sky. So fast. This speed can only belong to a Martial Venerable, right? Someone must have broken through to Martial Venerable. Otherwise, how could there be such speed? Shocked passers-by discussed among themselves. Meanwhile, in the sky, Jiang Feng's internal spiritual energy rapidly depleted. From a moment he began controlling this spiritual artifact to fly, in less than half an hour. Over 90% of his internal spiritual energy had been consumed. Damn, this is too draining on spiritual energy. Jiang Feng involuntarily slowed down, taking out spiritual stones and pills to recover his energy. This is an imperial spiritual artifact. Being able to activate it is already incredible. Qing Feng felt a bit envious. He only had 2 life-saving supreme-grade spiritual artifacts. Not because the Qing family wouldn't give him more, but because even if they did, he couldn't use them. If others found out, they would definitely be snatched away. Where are we going? Manshan thought Jiang Feng wanted to experience speed. But now Jiang Feng was flying north at full speed after leaving the Rare Medicine Valley. Chasing that bitch. Does she think she can run? Chapter 374. Change One Bang. Puffed. Tang Yin spat out a mouthful of blood, her body flying backward in the air. Manshan followed closely, and Jiang Feng struck from his side with a slash. With 2 combatants who were not at their peak, but at least 70 to 80% of top-tier geniuses surrounding the heavily injured Tang Yin, the outcome was predictable. Tang Yan's pale face flashed with a hint of despair. You two wait for me. Once we get out, I'll make you wish you were dead. A radiance erupted from Tang Yan's body. Slash! Jiang Feng swung his sword. Manshan punched down. Whoosh! The space twisted, a flash of light, and Tang Yan's figure vanished from a spot, leaving behind a token. Damn bitch, if you have the guts, don't run. If I don't kill you, I'll be your young, nurtured. Jiang Feng cursed as he retracted the Asura Blade in his hand. Manshan, I have no points left. Can you give me your points? Jiang Feng took out his token, which only had 100 basic points left, and the protection mechanism was gone. Bro, where did your points go? Jiang Ro and Qing Feng flew over. They said I violated the rules and deducted all my points. Jiang Feng pouted. Fine, you hold on to it for now. Manshan nodded. Chapter 375. Change 2 in the Spirit Martial Sacred City. The grand competition was in full swing. The entire Central Continent was unaware that a massive crisis was approaching. In the western part of the Central Continent, there was an ancient forbidden area, vast and immeasurable. Even martial saints did not know its true size. It was rumored that this forbidden area was created during ancient times when emperors roamed the spirit martial continent, resulting from a fierce battle between a human emperor and a demon emperor, with terrifying laws colliding to form this realm. Inside the forbidden area, there was a mysterious force of laws. Practitioners below Martial Venerable would rapidly lose their vitality upon entry. And even peak Martial Zone experts could not last long before being stripped of their life source. Only those Martial Venerables who comprehended the laws could walk on the outskirts. And even Martial Emperors dared not venture deep inside, as the terrifying force of laws posed a threat even to Martial Saint-level experts. Boom! Crash! Deep in the forbidden area, the withered ground was desolate, with no signs of life. But at this moment, a loud roar suddenly echoed in midair, followed by the space shattering like a mirror. Hiss! Who? Spirit Martial Continent. Ha ha! My demon race has returned. A dark figure emerged from the crack, emanating an aura. A burly man, nearly 3 meters tall, with an exposed upper body, revealed himself. He had two small black horns on his head, and his face and bare upper body were covered with black patterns. Chapter 376. Spirit Martial Emperor Formation Inside the Secret Realm. Jiang Feng and the four returned to the Rare Medicine Valley and flew deep inside. Fumo and Yaoyue and White heard that a great medicine was about to appear in the depths and rushed over. Let us hurry and see if we can catch up. The group took turns controlling Jiang Feng's void shuttle, speeding towards the depths. But just then, a command echoed. All participants without activated protective mechanisms proceed to the red light point for assembly. The demon race is attacking, and this grand competition is suspended. An old voice resonated from above, reverberating throughout the secret realm, leaving Jiang Feng and Man Shan momentarily stunned. All proceed to the nearest assembly point. Then, a massive illusory map hung in the sky, detailing the positions within the secret realm, with 7 or 8 flickering red light points marked on it. The demon race is attacking? The demon race is attacking the central continent. Man Shan and Qing Feng exclaimed in shock. In fact, among ordinary cultivators, the demon clan is a distant synonym. For most people, the demon clan has been so long ago, spanning tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. But they have only heard legends about it and have no clear understanding. Chapter 377. Plunder Mother, I'm out. Master, I'm out, woo-woo. My brother hasn't he come out? Qing Feng and Jiang Ro replied. But Jiang Ro's words made Xia Shui tremble all over, standing pale in place. Her eyes filled with panic. Xiao, where's your brother? Where'd he go? Why hasn't he come out? Xia Shui quickly sent a message to Jiang Ro. Sister Xia, hurry and say my brother Wa. My brother, he was taken away. During the teleportation, a big hand reached for us. My brother and brother Manshan tried to save us and were pulled into a spatial rift. The message from the communication token made Xia Shui's figure sway, and the token slipped from her hand, standing there in a daze. Meanwhile, Sang Yun and Yang Qiong's faces also turned ashen, seemingly unable to believe this outcome. Time moved forward. When Jiang Feng and the others were enveloped in light and began teleporting, Jiang Feng's heart sank, a strong sense of unease surged. But the token's protective mechanism had already activated, and he couldn't interrupt it. Black Shirt Lingxiao Tower. In a short moment, the spiritual power within Jiang Feng and the mental energy in his sea of consciousness surged out, activating all his defenses. Chapter 378. Super Grenade in the distance. Amidst the surging black gas, several figures with thick auras rushed towards them rapidly. Demon Lord. The expression of Fumo darkened, and the brutality between his brows began to spread. Go! Manshan roared at Jiang Feng, kicking off the ground and flying high into the sky in the opposite direction of the surging black gas. At that moment, a large amount of light burst forth on the plain, and streams of light shot up quickly. Damn it! Jiang Feng cursed under his breath, soared into the air, and chased after Manshan while taking out the void shuttle. Fumo's spiritual sense swept across the plain, discovering some renowned talents. After hesitating for a moment, he flew after Jiang Feng and Manshan. In his view, both Jiang Feng and Manshan had decent combat power and were at least somewhat known. Kill! A thunderous shout came from behind. Everyone, fight them! Among the human race, there were also those with youthful vigor, as a gorgeously dressed man shouted while wielding a long sword. Fight! We can't escape, fight! With someone leading, naturally some followed. Boom! A violent wave came from behind, but Jiang Feng and Manshan did not look back, quickly flying deeper into the plain. Chapter 379. Jiang Feng's generosity at the center of the explosion. A peak demon lord swayed, the intense heat melting the flesh on his torso, leaving only a skeleton. His bones glowed with a dark light, and his fist-sized heart beat weakly. I want you to suffer worse than death, to imprison your souls in my purgatory demon realm for thousands, tens of thousands of years. Despite his aura being at its weakest, his demonic sense still roared in anger. On the other side of the explosion center, a mid-stage demon lord woman was left with only an illusory spiritual body, a bit of demonic flame burning in her spiritual brain, maintaining her vitality. Originally, 3 demon lords were caught off guard by Jiang Feng's super grenade. The power of a nuclear bomb had reached the energy fluctuations of an initial Martial Emperor. This explosion directly killed a peak early demon lord and severely injured a mid-stage and a peak demon lord. Such a record would be dazzling anywhere. But Jiang Feng and the others had no time to appreciate it, frantically urging the void shuttle to escape. Poor Jianwan. Only a trace of demonic sense fire remained. I'll help you stabilize your injuries first. Chapter 380. Desperate escape. The recovery effect of the Hunyuan restoration pill was very good. After Jiang Feng swallowed it, a burst of pure spiritual energy erupted from his abdomen, quickly transforming into spiritual power without much refinement needed. The void shuttle flew rapidly across the desolate plain. While Manshan focused on recovering spiritual power, Jiang Feng and Fumo poured in spiritual power while recovering. Although the effect was slow, at least they maintained a certain level of spiritual power within. Thus, they flew forward for about half an hour. Given their current flying speed, Jiang Feng estimated they had covered nearly several thousand kilometers, yet they were still in the desolate plain. Is this plain so vast? Jiang Feng frowned. Although the pursuers hadn't caught up yet, their figures were too conspicuous in the empty plain, easily detectable from distance. After flying for a while, Manshan's spiritual power had mostly recovered. Crazy. I'm taking over. You recover your spiritual power. Manshan opened his eyes and took over the control position. Fumo smiled, but said nothing. He understood that Jiang Feng and Manshan were wary of him, but he didn't care. Now, the three were like grasshoppers on the same rope. Even if he fully recovered his spiritual power and was discovered later, he would still have to pour everything into the void shuttle. Chapter 381. Betting on luck. The demon realm and the spirit martial continent have essential differences. The spirit martial continent is filled with endless spiritual energy, imbued with vitality, making all things carry a hint of spirituality. In contrast, the demon realm contains demonic energy, which, while both demonic and spiritual energy are forms of energy, the demonic energy that is refined into the body results in demonic power that gradually makes living beings more brutal. The demonic path is filled with cruelty, slaughter, bloodshed, and violence, completely opposite to the beings of the spirit martial continent. Thus, both sides have been in opposition since ancient times. Jiang Feng and the others were plundered into the demon realm, and their spiritual power was like a light in the darkness within the demon realm. Even if they didn't use their spiritual power, the aura they naturally emitted was completely different from that of demon clan cultivators. So Manshan couldn't think of any way to shake off the pursuers behind them. Hey, let us see how long you can run. The old man and Jia split into two paths, surrounding and intercepting Jiang Feng and the others. At this point, Jiang Feng and the others had already delved deep into the mountains and had been chased down 4 or 5 times. Each time, Jiang Feng used the nuclear bomb to block them, temporarily shaking off the enemy. Damn it, I'll blow you up, old man. Seeing the old man chasing after them, Jiang Feng threw out a nuclear bomb without hesitation. Chapter 382. The Role of the Asura Blade. A massive spiritual sense swept towards Jiang Feng and the others. Jiang Feng's brow instantly erupted with glaring light. Then his face turned pale, and everything went black. Meanwhile, Manshan and Fumo directly spat out a mouthful of blood, their heads tilting as they fell off the void shuttle. It's over. Before losing consciousness, a thought flashed through Jiang Feng's mind as the three fell toward the forest below. In the distance, demonic energy surged, and a demon wolf, towering 7 to 8 meters high and over 10 meters long, turned its head, its crimson eyes glancing this way. Then, with a flash, it vanished from sight, chasing after Dia and the old man. Bang, bang, crash. 3 bodies fell from the sky, breaking some treetops and hitting the ground with a dull thud. A soft light flickered at the center of Jiang Feng's brow, as the Lingxiao Tower in his sea of consciousness emitted light, enveloping his spiritual body. Not far away, the chest of the barbarian mountain glowed with dark light, while the demon-slaying figure beside it shimmered with golden light and black mist, a swastika on its chest flickering incessantly. In the outside world, the 3 were top-tier prodigies, possessing incredibly strong combat power, able to contend with martial sovereigns. But when faced with a demon wolf of the Demon Emperor realm, a simple spiritual shock left them teetering on the edge of life and death. Chapter 383. Escaping the encirclement boom. Beast, if we're to die, let's die together. An old, hoarse roar echoed out. Jiang Feng lifted his eyelids to glance in that direction. a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. I let you chase. I won't let you die easily. Jiang Feng's voice had become somewhat hoarse, lacking the previous grandeur. He glanced at the barbarian mountain and demon-slaying figure on the ground, their spiritual power in chaos. Even their life force weakening. Their injuries were grave. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Feng walked over and lifted them up. You owe me 2 lives now. Just follow me as my little brothers in this lifetime. The 2 unconscious individuals were unaware of the huge debt they had incurred. If they knew that the Wolf King owed Jiang Feng 2 lives and had yet to repay them, they would probably reconsider whether to let Jiang Feng save them. However, the 2 had no strength to resist, and Jiang Feng's aura spread along his arms, the crimson energy gradually enveloping their bodies as he dragged them through the air, flying towards the outskirts of another mountain range. After flying a certain distance, Jiang Feng's feet flashed, and the void shuttle appeared. Bloodblade, activated for me. Chapter 384. Half-Emperor Realm on the Lingwu continent. In the secret realm of the grand competition, 2 figures were fighting fiercely in the space interlayer, destroying the entire secret realm below, turning the space into fragments, vanishing without a trace. Baijan, do you really want to die? The blood demon Ancestor roared. An endless blood-red, demonic energy illuminated the void, making him look like a demon god. Ha, blood demon, you've been alive for nearly 10,000 years. Asking such nonsense at this time. Is this your first day knowing me, Baijan? In the distance, Baijan's hair was turning increasingly white. His once middle-aged appearance now aged significantly, almost resembling how Jiang Feng saw him in the Starfall Sacred Ground. Good. Baijan, in the sanctum of the Lingwu continent. You are the only one brave enough to say such words to me. Then I'll play with you for a bit. The blood demon looked at the overwhelming Baijan, his expression serious. Come on. Let us see whether I die in your blood demon great technique, or if I can stomp you to death with a final kick. Boom! Baijan let out a long howl, striking the blood demon fiercely with his spear, the spear's shadow sweeping over with terrifying power, shaking the space interlayer. Blood demon Ancestor. Descend. The blood demon formed hand seals with both hands, looking pious, ignoring the spear's shadow sweeping towards him, and looked up at the pitch-black void above. Chapter 385. Fierce Baijan upon returning to the Lingwu continent. The desolation on Baijan's face disappeared, reverting to a semi-aged state, his imposing aura still terrifying. Instilling awe. Senior Baijan. The northern region is in crisis. The Ming clan and Demon clan armies are attacking the boundaries fiercely, and Dao Yin, the Holy Master, requests support. Just as Baijan emerged from the space interlayer, a voice came from the distant horizon. It was from the battlefield of the Yinyang Holy Master and others, where a fierce battle was still ongoing. Fairy Zizhu, I hope you understand your position. Baijan did not respond to the Yinyang Holy Master, but turned to the north, his voice extremely cold. The battle in the north had subsided, and a striking figure stood atop a mountain peak, gazing over. Sigh. It was my oversight. I didn't expect the evil abyss to split his primordial spirit in 2, cultivating an equal doppelganger. I also injured him just now. Without a millennium, he won't recover to his peak strength. Zizhu's face still bore a hint of obscurity, making it difficult to see her true appearance. I hope what you said is true. Otherwise, if Zhongzhou is breached, the entire Lingwu continent will fall, and everything under heaven will face disaster, including Tianzi Mountain. Chapter 386. Illegitimate Child? In Lingwu Sacred City, as the evil abyss and the blood demon fled, the situation of the demon clan attacking Zhongzhou eased, the Lingwu Emperor Array was closed, and countless cultivators in the sacred city breathed a sigh of relief. For a moment, all the cultivators in Lingwu Sacred City were discussing the demon clan's attack on the Lingwu continent, overshadowing the previous grand competition. At the station mountain range of the Starfall Sacred Ground, Xia Shui, Yang Qiong, Song Yun, and Jiang Rou, along with Jiang Feng, finally arrived here after the formation was closed. After some announcements, and with Yang Qiong using some connection from the Qing family, they were able to meet Elder Lung Yu, the 7th elder of the Starfall Sacred Ground. Greetings, Senior. Elder Lung Yu received them in a pavilion. Yang Qiong led the way, bowing to the other party. Please sit. No need for excessive formalities. Elder Lung Yu's expression was indifferent. If it weren't for the old man of the Qing family being a Martial Emperor level expert, and having some connections with a certain elder of the Starfall Sacred Ground, along with Song Yun being the younger brother of a half-sane array master. Elder Lung, you would have definitely refused to meet them. Thank you, Elder. Yang Xiong, Xia Shui, and Song Yun took their seats in turn, while Jiang Ro and Qing Feng waited outside. The two young ones were not yet qualified to meet a powerful elder of the sacred ground. Drink some tea. What brings you here? Chapter 387. Cultivating sword techniques in the demon realm. The three hidden at the bottom of the lake seemed isolated from the world. After swallowing the Lingyun pill, the demon-slaying figure successfully awakened. Then, the three began to recover from their injuries in the cave at the bottom of the lake. Among the three, the demon-slaying figure was the most severely injured, almost falling apart, but fortunately, with the Lingyun pill and a large amount of low-level spiritual herbs, he stabilized his injuries and began to recover gradually. Jiang Feng waited at the bottom of the lake for a month, and after not finding anyone pursuing him, he had the Asura Blade draw back the blood evil energy within him. Mainly, the Lingxiao Tower kept warning him not to remain long in the blood evil energy. Otherwise, even with its protection, Jiang Feng would eventually become a true member of the demon clan. Days passed by. The three did not disturb each other, sitting cross-legged at the bottom of the cave to heal their injuries. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. This day, Jiang Feng opened his eyes, with a trace of invisible crimson in his pupils. This was a side effect that required a long time to purify with spiritual power, which was why the Lingxiao Tower had been vibrating and warning him. Finally recovered. Damn, Martial Emperor level experts are truly terrifying. A simple spiritual shock caused such severe injuries. Chapter 388. Future development direction after cultivating to the martial sovereign realm. One's lifespan has increased to 1,500 years, and some with better foundations can even last around 2,000 years. For mortals, over 1,000 years is an extremely long time, but for cultivators at the martial sovereign level, it is far from enough, as they spend a very long time in seclusion and cultivation unless they no longer wish to ascend and instead choose to enjoy the mundane world. Obviously, Jiang Feng and the three of them, including Manshan and Fu Mo, are not in that position. Their current situation is too dangerous. Strength is their capital for survival. And Jiang Feng knows very well that to survive and return to the spirit martial continent, they can only rely on themselves, not even on Baijian. Jiang Feng is at the bottom of the water, swinging the Asura Blade stroke by stroke. He cannot use spiritual power, and the immense water pressure and resistance make it very inconvenient for him to move, yet he still chooses to persist. There is no other way to gain. One must give. He is very clear about his position. Without the dazzling physique of Manshan and the monstrous talent of Dao Yan, he can only rely on his unyielding willpower, continuously sweating and pushing his limits, climbing step by step. Chapter 389. Qing Lei's invitation the next day. Qing Lei emerged from seclusion. Qing Lei is tall, wearing a long blue robe, and his fair face has some stubble, giving him a strong masculine charm. Several fellow Taoists. I apologize for not being able to welcome you before as I was in seclusion, he said. At the lunch table, Qing Lei and Yang Xiong hosted a banquet for Xia Shui and Song Yun in a courtyard. Senior, you're too polite, Xia Shui said, slightly bowing. With her initial cultivation at the Martial Emperor realm, this was corrected from the previous chapter. She is a significant figure wherever she goes, capable of occupying vast territories and even establishing a dynasty or a large sect. Moreover, the Qing family also has a powerful martial emperor in the later stage, with a dual martial emperor lineage, which is rare among super families in the spirit martial continent and even more powerful than ordinary dynasties. However, Qing Lei's ambition is not great. The Qing family has suffered significant losses in the past, and their numbers are scarce. Now only his lineage remains, and it is sufficient for them to guard the Qing Lian mountain range for their cultivation. Eat, and chat without restraint, Qing Lei called out with a smile, directing his attention to Jiang Ro. I heard about your matters last night. However, according to this young friend's words, if that kid is not dead, it may not be a bad thing for him. Surviving in such a perilous situation, his future achievements are bound to soar. Chapter 390. Leaving Qing Lian Mountain Range, Xia Shui and Jiang Ro have been in the Qing Lian Mountain Range for 10 days. In the previous days, Jiang Ro had been called away several times by Song Yun for discussions. From Jiang Ro's recount, after being pestered a few times by the little girl, Song Yun, considering the future situation, agreed to Jiang Feng's request to go out for training, and then the old man disappeared. Originally, Xia Shui planned to wait until she obtained the spiritual pills she purchased before setting out to find Chen Wan and the others, but Song Yun did not allow it, saying Jiang Feng should wait for him for a while, and then he vanished. After waiting half a month for the auction house to deliver the elixirs Xia Shui purchased, Song Yun finally returned to the Qing Lian mountain range, looking travel-worn. "Master, where have you been?" Jiang Feng curiously examined the rosy-faced old man. "I took a trip to the northern region. Here, take these items. If you encounter insurmountable dangers, use them," Song Yun said, taking out several items and handing them to Jiang Feng. In the past, he focused on helping Jiang Feng cultivate herself and improve her strength, even not giving her powerful spiritual artifacts for the grand competition. But now, one artifact after another floated before Jiang Feng, leaving her greatly astonished. A glimmer flashed in Xia Shui's eyes as she used her spiritual sense to scan the items, slightly altering her perception of Song Yun. Chapter 391. Divine Wind Secret Realm. Shenfeng City is a medium-sized city with a permanent population of over 1 million cultivators. This area has already left the Qing Lian mountain range and belongs to another sect, the Tianshan sect's sphere of influence. Xia Shui and Jiang Feng walked out of the teleportation array. The bustling crowd came into view, and the lively streets were filled with the atmosphere of life. "Sister Xia, do you know where the Divine Wind Secret Realm is?" Jiang Feng followed Xia Shui as they walked toward the city gate. "Of course I know," Xia Shui smiled. When she was young, she traveled extensively across the spirit martial continent, traversing several major regions, including the Central State, Northern Region, and Western Region, and she has rich experiences. "I secretly refined the Flying Ling Master given to me by my master. Let me try its speed later," Jiang Feng said excitedly. The colorful Flying Ling was shrunk to the size of a ribbon tied around her waist, adding a touch of brightness to her fiery red skirt. All right. The two did not wander much in the city, but directly exited. Jiang Feng's spiritual power surged, and the Flying Ling detached from her waist. The two floated up, and the Flying Ling instantly soared into the sky. "Wow, it's 50% faster than when I fly myself." Chapter 392. Everyone's concerns having anticipated this situation. Xia Shui was once again touched by the bond of life and death between them when she witnessed it firsthand. Taking a deep breath to adjust her emotions, she continued to speak to everyone. "I don't know where the demon realm is either. I want to save him, but your cultivation levels are not enough. And neither am I. Previously, I went to the Starfall Sacred Land and found the elders there, passing messages to the Sacred Lord and Senior Baijan. They have agreed to help us find a way to save the madman. Don't worry too much. Since Xiao said Jiang Feng is still alive, I believe he won't die so easily. As long as this kid doesn't die, he will definitely come back." While Xia Shui comforted everyone, she also encouraged them. The bond of this small team is deep, and she does not want them to be mired in Jiang Feng's situation. With Jiang Feng absent, as the one with the highest cultivation level in the team, she must take on the responsibility of maintaining the team's integrity while waiting for Jiang Feng's return. Of course, how could a madman die so easily? He might be flirting with some little demoness in the demon realm, Bao Xiong chimed in, buzzing with words that seemed to carry some envy and longing. This remark caused several women present to look at Bao Xiong, but he was not afraid of them, grinning widely to show his white teeth and chuckling. Chapter 393. 8 years of seclusion. Time flowed like water, quietly passing by, and the three people at the bottom of the lake were oblivious to the passage of time. Jiang Feng sat cross-legged on the cliff. Manshan was on a stone platform deeper within, and Fu Mo remained hidden in the cave, not coming out. The three of them did not disturb each other, not even exchanging basic communication. Until one day, boom! A faint rumbling sound came from above, and Jiang Feng suddenly opened his eyes from his meditation. A flash of brilliance darting through the dark water. He looked up at the lake's surface, which was shaking. There was a battle occurring above. Not only Jiang Feng, but Manshan and Fu Mo also sensed this. The three quickly suppressed their spiritual power fluctuations, not daring to emit even a trace of aura. The rumbling continued, growing increasingly intense. Boom! With a splash, an attack fell into the lake, causing the water to churn. "Crazy, if you're discovered, just rush out." A deep voice echoed in Jiang Feng's ear. Manshan was communicating with him telepathically. Jiang Feng nodded. Although the commotion above was loud and attacks occasionally landed in the lake, no one had come down yet. After about half an hour, the noise above faded, and the lake gradually returned to calm. Chapter 394. Breakthrough. Jiang Feng's transition from the Martial King realm to the Martial Sect realm was very short. After entering the secret realm of the Great Competition, in just about 10 months, he jumped from the mid-Martial King stage to the early Martial Sect stage. Although his foundation had always been solid, the time was still somewhat short, and the years spent at the bottom of the lake provided him with an opportunity to solidify his foundation. The pressure of 1,000 meters of water was constantly compressing his body. The immense water pressure forced out impurities from his body, refining his physical strength and allowing him to fully adapt to and control his physical form. In deep water, every meter he descended increased the pressure. If Jiang Feng could withstand the water pressure at 1,000 meters deep, it became very strenuous at 1,500 meters. Man Shan, your physical body is truly abnormal. Jiang Feng couldn't help but sigh at the gap between him and Man Shan. Both of them had opened the 8 shackles of their bodies. Yet there was still a huge disparity, with Man Shan able to sit cross-legged at 2,000 meters. I've been cultivating for 100 years. How long have you been at it? To reach this level with a mortal body, you have already far surpassed me in some respects. Man Shan did not feel joy from Jiang Feng's praise. Instead, there was a sense of urgency, a pressure from Jiang Feng's pursuit. Chapter 395. Unlucky Demon King Splash. In a remote lake, 3 figures burst out of the water. Jiang Feng and his companions, who had been in seclusion for many years, finally emerged. How we go? The towering Man Shan had no fluctuations of spiritual power, but his physical body emitted a faint dark glow, somewhat resembling that of the demon race. This was a method Jiang Feng devised for him to hide his spiritual power fluctuations and control the release of his physical body's oppressive aura, making it appear to the demon race that Man Shan was one of them. However, such a simple disguise could not withstand scrutiny. As soon as a demon used their spiritual sense to sweep over, they would discover some clues. This was a desperate measure. The differences between the demon and human races were too great. At this moment, Jiang Feng looked no different from the demon race, his eyes blood red. A surge of bloodthirsty energy emanating from his entire being, and the Asura Blade, an ancient demon race sacred artifact, made him more demon-like than the demons themselves. The same was true for the demon-slaying figure beside him. With a spiritual power hidden and pure demonic energy surging, his ferocity could scare a demon child to tears. If he said he wasn't T of the demon race, even the demons would probably not believe it. Let's catch a demon and ask where this place is. We need to figure out the direction first. Chapter 396. Soul-searching secret method, dragging Mo Xie to the forest where Man Shan was searching. Bang! Jiang Feng kicked Mo Xie out. Ouch! The dignified demon king was kicked like a sandbag to the foot of Man Shan, leaving Jiang Feng's side. As the bloodthirsty power dissipated, Mo Xie could move again and looked overjoyed. However, before he could act, a large hand grabbed his neck. How strong was Man Shan's grip? Even Jiang Feng didn't know now. Mo Xie's demonic energy surged, but he still couldn't resist Man Shan's terrifying strength, crying out in pain. Please spare me, my lords. My neck is breaking. Mo Xie shouted in horror. First, let's kill him once. Otherwise, he won't tell the truth. Jiang Feng gestured to Man Shan with his chin. Man Shan was not polite, lifting Mo Xie with one hand and slapping his palm, the size of a fan, against Mo Xie's head. Slap! Blood and brains splattered in all directions. Mo Xie's head was smashed, and a large amount of blood sprayed from his neck, filling the air with a thick smell of blood. A black light appeared next to the corpse. Mo Xie's spiritual body looked at Man Shan with confusion, the pain from his physical death almost causing his fragile spiritual body to collapse. Chapter 397. Silent communication. The Lord of Blackwater City was a demon lord. Mo Xie, being a small fry, was unclear about his specific cultivation level and usually didn't come into contact with the city lord. Jiang Feng was now considering whether to take a trip to Blackwater City. After all, he had no idea how to return to the spirit martial continent from Mo Xie's memories. After waiting for a long time, Man Shan finished searching through Mo Xie's memories and withdrew. Without saying a word, he sat down on the ground to organize and clean up the memory fragments. Can I search now? The demon-slaying figure looked over at Jiang Feng. Feel free. Jiang Feng shrugged. Mo Xie had lost his value to him. Thank you. The demon-slaying figure came over, grabbing Mo Xie with one hand, the surging demonic energy enveloping the dazed Mo Xie. After experiencing the brute force soul searches from Jiang Feng and Man Shan, Mo Xie's spiritual body was already on the brink of collapse, extremely faint, as if it would dissipate at any moment. The demon-slaying figure took him aside and began the third soul search. The black energy surged. The black energy on the demon-slaying figure felt somewhat different from what Jiang Feng had seen in the secret realm during the great competition, giving off a very pure feeling. It seems there are indeed some issues, Jiang Feng muttered to himself. Chapter 398. Gathering information at the tea house Blackwater City. A large city with a population of millions of demons. From Mo Xie's memories, Jiang Feng learned that the demon realm was not one where everyone cultivated. Like the spirit martial continent, there was a vast number of mortals. To embark on the path of cultivation required a certain level of talent. And this threshold blocked countless people. The bustling crowd flowed through the city, and Jiang Feng walked down the street as if he had returned to the spirit martial continent. However, upon closer inspection, the demons were generally tall, with many exceeding 2 meters in height, and their strong bodies had faint demonic patterns appearing. These individuals had some cultivation talent, but were not particularly high level. Demons who could embark on the path of cultivation would have complete demonic patterns on their bodies. The better the talent, the more complete and numerous the patterns. Jiang Feng curiously wandered around the street, his spiritual energy covered by bloodthirsty energy, pressing down on his dantian. The demons were rough. Regardless of gender, they wore very little clothing, with many males not wearing anything at all, and females only covering their private parts, revealing much skin, which caused Jiang Feng to constantly scan the crowd. "Want to take a look, haha?" He chuckled inwardly, but at this moment his aura was demonic and bloody, causing the surrounding crowd to keep their distance from him, their eyes filled with a hint of awe. Chapter 399. Casual actions as night approached. After Jiang Feng had eaten and drunk his fill, he left the tea house. He didn't approach anyone to strike up a conversation, partly because it was unnecessary, and partly for safety considerations. If he were discovered by the demon race, this was in the heart of a large city of the demons. And no matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to escape. Wandering around the street, this fleshly body seemed to have activated a navigation system, leading him to a brightly lit street. "Sir, the women in our pleasure house are among the best in the city. Come in and have some fun, my lord. Come to our witch tower, we are the top tier." The soft calls of women echoed, causing Jiang Feng to pause for a moment. "Damn it, how many years has it been? Even I have a day when I feel like a monk." Jiang Feng muttered a few words to himself. "Forget it. This place is still too dangerous. If I want to have fun, I should go back to the Lingwu continent." Suppressing the urge to call a few witches, he lifted his feet and left the street, glancing back 3 times, his gaze lingering on those enchanting figures. For the sake of his life, Jiang Feng feared that if he sprinted, he might not be able to hold back the surge of spiritual power within him, which would lead to great trouble. So he ultimately chose to leave. After wandering in the city for an hour, Jiang Feng prepared to leave, planning to return and discuss the next steps with Man Shan. Chapter 400. Exposure. The early stage Demon Tiger of the Demon Sect was somewhat outrageous. Even an average mid-stage Demon Sect member might not be able to defeat it. Boom. However, today it encountered the equally perverse Fu Mo, who had already reached the peak of the martial sovereign realm. Fu Mo showed no mercy against the struggling Demon Tiger, slapping it directly and sending it flying. Crack, crack, crack. The dozen-meter-long Demon Tiger erupted with sounds like popping beans in the air, its bones cracking extensively, revealing a hint of fear in its eyes. Roar! It wanted to run, but Fu Mo gave it no chance. Before it could land, a long stick appeared in Fu Mo's hand and smashed down towards it. The shadow of the stick covered the sky, crashing down with terrifying force onto the Demon Tiger's body. Bang! A large amount of blood sprayed out, and with one hit, the early-stage Demon Tiger was smashed into pieces. A black shadow frantically fled into the mountains and forests, and a strange smile appeared at the corner of Fu Mo's mouth as he swept the stick, causing the shadow to vanish instantly. Jiang Feng quietly watched this scene, not revealing that Fu Mo's earlier strike had actually taken the Demon Tiger's soul. Back. How'd the inquiries go? Fu Mo put away the long stick and flew towards Jiang Feng, while below, Man Shan's figure flashed and appeared beside Jiang Feng. Chapter 401. The Poison Widow Demon Realm, Blackwater City. Just as Jiang Feng and the others were escaping, within a mansion in the city, a woman opened her eyes, coldness filling them as she turned over and took out a black communication pearl. Unlike other women, her head was completely bald, with narrow, elongated eyes, a high-nose bridge, and very thin lips, giving her a cunning and vicious appearance. 3 demon sects? This woman was the demon lord of Blackwater City, nicknamed the Poison Widow. The demon sect dares to kill my people from Blackwater City and rob our resources, truly treating me, the Poison Widow, as invisible, haha. It's just right. I haven't sucked blood and flesh essence in a long time, and 3 demon sects are just what I need to quench my thirst. The Poison Widow's figure moved and vanished from the spot, chasing after the information relayed by her subordinates. At this moment, Jiang Feng and the 3 were still unaware that they had been targeted by the demon lord, although they had some suspicions and were fleeing with all their might. The terrain of the demon realm was very diverse, with mountains, hills, and plains as they flew southward, crossing mountains and leaving rivers behind. After flying for a day and night, they finally exited the control range of Blackwater City. Can't stop, keep running. Man Shan had a bad premonition in his heart, urging Jiang Feng to continue running. Chapter 402. Hard resistance against the peak of martial sovereign under the vast and boundless sky, for figures were rapidly attacking, the sound of explosions echoing continuously. The Poison Widow practiced the path of 10,000 poisons, which was extremely powerful, but also weak in direct combat compared to other paths. Of course, this depended on whether one could withstand her poisons. Her poisons were ever-changing, including bewitching poison, alluring poison, corrosive poison, spiritual knowledge poison, and so on, extremely formidable, especially in certain situations where they could instantly paralyze one, leading to immediate death. Boom! Man Shan's body was engulfed in a black light. He was a barbarian witch with a powerful physique. The barbarian witch tribe was an ancient race that had a profound understanding and application of the poison path. However, Man Shan's dominant physique supported him, and he had practiced the physical path since childhood, so his understanding of the poison path was not deep, though his understanding was shallow. His physique was inherently tyrannical, and having undergone various poison trials in his childhood, his body had an extremely high resistance to poisons. Play with poison? You can't even step into the threshold compared to my barbarian ancestor, Man Shan roared, throwing punch after punch at the Poison Widow, completely ignoring the various colored toxic mists around him. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Chapter 403. Slaughtering the same realm at the center of the explosion. Just wait. I will make you taste the agony of 10,000 poisons and be suppressed in the poison domain for eternity. The Poison Widow was caught off guard by Jiang Feng's nuclear bomb. After the firelight disappeared, her figure appeared in midair, but at that moment, she looked extremely disheveled. Her clothes nearly burned off, and large amounts of blood flowing from her body and mouth. She had been heavily injured. The explosion center had the power fluctuation of a Martial Emperor's attack. Just now, she was too focused on the combat power of the 3 and overlooked such an external threat. However, this could not be blamed on her. Even martial sovereigns have been killed by nuclear bombs, let alone her, a practitioner of the poison path. With cold eyes fixed on the southern sky, she hesitated for a moment, but then flew back towards Blackwater City. She needed to return to heal. A heavily injured person wandering in the demon realm was a pure target, regardless of the demon sect or demon lord. Even a demon emperor would not dare to venture out lightly while heavily injured. You all wait for me. The cold and venomous voice echoed beneath the sky, leaving behind countless deep ravines in the plains and the massive crater formed by the nuclear explosion. On the other side, Jiang Feng and the 3 were flying quickly across the plains toward the south. Despite all 3 being heavily injured, they did not dare to stop, alternately controlling the Void Shuttle as they flew over mountains and bypassed various demon clan tribes. Chapter 404. The cave behind the waterfall. 4 or 5 days had passed since the battle with the Poison Widow. At this moment, in a desolate and uninhabited desert, Jiang Feng and the 3 were flying rapidly close to the ground. They needed to find a hidden place to heal and eliminate the residual power of the demon sovereign's path within them. This path's power is so tyrannical. This was Jiang Feng's first experience with the path's power of a sovereign-level expert. It took a lot of effort to wear down the residual sovereign essence within him, but the contained path's power was extremely overbearing, continuously damaging their bodies and even trying to invade their dantian to destroy their cultivation foundation. Buzz buzz. In his mind and Dantian, two origin holy artifacts continuously emitted light, and two auras swept towards Jiang Feng's chest, forcefully suppressing this toxic mist. Over there. Now. Manshan was controlling the void shuttle, quickly flying toward a large river in the distance. This should do. In this barren desert, there should be no demon clan tribes. The spiritual consciousness of Man Mountain spread in all directions, extending to the limit without discovering any signs of the demon race, though many low-level demon beasts were indeed found. All right, that's it. Jiang Feng opened his eyes and looked around. Chapter 405. The Forbidden Land. The cave here is 7 meters high and 4 meters wide, and this size remains unchanged for a distance of 100 meters inside. A small formation. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Feng's mouth as he further scrutinized with his spiritual consciousness. Every inch of soil, the entire cave's rock and concrete were thoroughly examined, but Jiang Feng did not find any differences. After checking back and forth 3 times without finding any abnormalities, Jiang Feng opened his eyes. Fu Mo, did you find anything? He asked, turning to Fu Mo, his brows slightly furrowed. The demonic energy here suppresses the spiritual energy. Fu Mo replied lightly. Jiang Feng was taken aback, then continued to close his eyes. Since entering the demon realm, Jiang Feng's spiritual consciousness had spread out to explore the environment, and all the soil in every place was emanating demonic energy, which had become his habitual thinking. Unlike in the spirit martial continent, where in places lacking spiritual energy, the soil would still contain a hint of spiritual energy. But here, they were initially drawn by the spiritual energy in the air, perhaps distracted by the pack of demon wolves. Jiang Feng overlooked the fact that the demonic energy here suppressed the spiritual energy continuously emanating from the surrounding rock walls. Chapter 406. The power of the Taoist principles. The power of the Taoist principles is what all cultivators dream of attaining, a blessing from the heavenly Tao, and the goal of all cultivators. Only by comprehending the power of the principles can one be considered to have entered the hall of cultivation, looking down upon the myriad beings on the path of cultivation. The hallmark of the respect realm is touching the heavenly Tao's principles, using their power to amplify one's abilities several times over. This is also why even the extraordinary talents like Man Mountain and Fu Mo can only say they can withstand a martial venerable, but cannot hope to counterattack and kill a venerable. At this moment, Jiang Feng and the others were extremely frustrated with the power of the heavenly Tao's principles within them because it was left by others, continuously damaging their flesh, meridians, bones, and even their cultivation foundation. The 3 sat cross-legged in 3 corners, surrounded by piles of empty spirit stone shells, converting vast amounts of spiritual energy into spiritual power to repair their constantly damaged bodies, while also supplying their original holy artifacts to suppress the power of the heavenly Tao's principles left by the poisonous widow. Buzz buzz. A gentle light radiated from the center of Jiang Feng's brow, and the Asura Blade in his dantian also exerted force. 2 beams of light shot into Jiang Feng's chest, intertwining to form a circle that confined that principal power within a small circle. Chapter 407. The strange demonic pattern passage. The 3 of them walked deeper into the cave, and the more they went in, the more pronounced the strange sensation in their hearts became. After delving 1,000 meters in, the cave's height fixed at 5 meters, and the width remained around 3 meters. This space was quite large for ordinary people, but for those at their level, it was exceedingly narrow. Suddenly, Jiang Feng stopped, and Man Mountain and Fu Mo looked forward in surprise. Pairs of emerald green eyes lit up. Roar! The demon wolves are out again. Jiang Feng looked up, and, sure enough, the soil layer above was emanating wisps of demonic energy. I'll handle this. Fu Mo stepped forward, grasping his palm, and a 2-meter-long stick appeared in his hand. He stepped forward, and the long stick was instantly swung out, producing a sharp howling sound in the narrow cave. Boom! The stick struck the center of the cave, causing the entire cave to shake violently, and a large amount of soil fell down. The demon wolves that pounced were directly killed by the shock, and a black light shield lit up at the distant center. Ah! Fu Mo shouted, the swastika on his chest appearing as he charged towards the blacklight shield. Chapter 408. Their closing and sections of the demonic pattern passage were broken open, when Jiang Feng and the others were in the 15th section of the demonic pattern passage and broke through the demonic pattern light shield ahead. The three from Qianxi also stepped into the 15th section, with a distance of 1,000 meters between them. However, both side spiritual consciousness and demonic consciousness could only probe about 300 to 400 meters, so neither side was aware of the enemy lurking nearby. 16th section. Jiang Feng led the way into the next cave, which was still the same as before, with the height and width unchanged. I suspect this is a massive formation. Have you noticed that every time we pass through those demonic patterns, it feels as if we are being transmitted? Fu Mo looked back at the shattered demonic pattern. Are you saying that every time we step over a demonic pattern, we are being transmitted? Man Mountain's expression changed. If that were the case, they really wouldn't know if they could return the same way. Jiang Feng nodded. He had actually suspected this when passing the 10th demonic pattern, but hadn't spoken up. Now, they could only continue downwards, with no chance to turn back. As they continued down, it wasn't long before the 17th section of the demonic pattern passage came into view, and with their arrival, pairs of emerald green eyes lit up. Chapter 409. Wearing down the power of the principle's boom. The sound of a waterfall splashing high echoed all around. The poisonous widow stood at the cave entrance behind the waterfall, her eyes tightly closed, and her overwhelming mental power continuously radiated. Where on earth is this? Each section of the demonic pattern passage seems to fold space, crossing a distance of hundreds of miles. Could it be that the several demon saints did not die back in the day? The poisonous widow was filled with fear. She was just a martial venerable, having only just touched the principles. However, as the three-colored little flying insects delved deeper, controlling the little insects became increasingly difficult for her. Even the connection started to become intermittent. If it weren't for the secret method of control, she would have lost control of the little insects while passing through the 10 sections of the passage. Master, help me. Help. They're too strong. The images and sounds intermittently transmitted back from the little insects made the poisonous widow's face even more grim. A bunch of useless trash. In the last scene, the three from Qianxi desperately tried to retreat in the passage, but when they reached the demonic pattern node, they could not take a single step back. Ultimately, they were brutally chopped into pieces by Jiang Feng and the others, their demon souls exploding and completely perishing. The poisonous widow stood at the cave entrance, gazing at the pitch-black, deep cave, her eyes flickering with rage. Chapter 410. Continue advancing in the pitch-black cave. Jiang Feng's eyelids twitched. During this cultivation, he kept a portion of his mind to calculate the passage of time, and according to his calculations, a month and a half had already passed. While Man Mountain and Fu Mo still remained immersed in their cultivation with no signs of waking. Jiang Feng did not wake the two of them, as the upcoming path was still uncertain, and recovering to peak condition was the best choice. Close your eyes and reinterpret the Heavenly Saint sword technique that Man Shan had given him. On the Lingwu continent, almost all martial arts focus on amplifying explosive power and increasing damage, and the Heavenly Saint sword technique is no exception. When executed, the spiritual energy within the body follows a specific route. His meridians were almost fully open when the 8 locks were released, so this posed no limitation for him. Each move of the Heavenly Saint sword technique maximized the explosive power of his spiritual energy, particularly the single target attacks. The first move, Startling Swan, and the third move, Blade Industry Hell, had terrifying single-target lethality. The second move, Blood, Drinking Time, and Space, and the fourth move, Saint Blade Infinite, were group attacks, consuming an immense amount of spiritual energy. Each blade light of the second move possessed 2/3 of the power of the first move, Startling Swan, while each attack of the fourth move, Saint Blade Infinite, was equivalent to the third move, Blade Industry Hell. Chapter 411. Obsession and Inner Demons. It was unclear how long they had been walking. They stopped intermittently, especially as they ventured deeper. The black light shield in the magic pattern passage became increasingly difficult to break through. They needed to work together to eliminate most of the magic wolf dogs before using their strongest burst to smash the shield. 25. 26. Each time they broke through a light shield, they had to rest for several days to recover the completely drained spiritual energy. 27. 28, 29. The deeper they went, the more a sense of panic gripped the three of them. Madman. The three stood at the entrance of the 29th magic pattern passage, with the 30th just ahead. Man Shan called out, Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng turned around. Man Shan's face was filled with intense unease, and there was a hint of dark energy between his brows. causing Jiang Feng's heart to leap violently, an ominous sign. Should we find a way back? Manshan looked at the pitch-black cave and said with difficulty, I have a feeling that if we go in, we will die. Who? Jiang Feng exhaled deeply and turned to look into the depths of the cave. From the initial restlessness and calls, it had now transformed into a sense of panic, as if there were an extremely terrifying presence lurking within. But we have no way back. Chapter 412. Qiang the Great Sainthof. Sitting not far away, Manshan grunted, and his expression suddenly turned ferocious. Get lost. With a roar, Manshan opened his eyes, breathing heavily like an ox. Jiang Feng and Fu Mo both turned to look at him. To destroy my path of cultivation. You're still not enough. Manshan glared into the dark depths of the cave, his eyes flashing with ferocity. Both Jiang Feng and Manshan had reached the peak of the martial zone realm, with minds considered top tier. Jiang Feng had been lured in due to his inexperience, while Manshan had been cultivating for much longer than Jiang Feng and realized something was off, waking up just in time. Has your spiritual energy recovered? Jiang Feng asked Manshan directly. Not yet, wait. Manshan took a deep look into the depths of the cave, then continued to close his eyes. As the days passed, this time no further accidents occurred. 3 days later, Manshan's spiritual energy had fully recovered to its peak. Let's go. I want to see what exactly is leading us to our doom. The three continued forward, stepping into the 30th passage. They walked for about 1,000 meters, and the expressions of the three shifted. This time, there were no more magic pattern passages, and a faint glow appeared ahead. Chapter 413. Desperate situation. The three walked to within dozens of meters of Qiang the Great Saint, and Jiang Feng stopped. From here, they could clearly see Qiang the Great Saint's figure, clad in a tattered green robe, with hair dry as grass, his entire form emaciated and hunched, standing only about 1 meter 6. Surrounding Qiang the Great Saint was a dense array of symbols and formations within a 10-meter radius, and there were dried blood stains in the grooves of these formations, emitting a chilling aura. Jiang Feng crouched down, carefully examining the unfamiliar characters. Manshan and Fu Mo stood nearby, watching the hunched-over Qiang the Great Saint with vigilance. After a long time, Jiang Feng's brows knitted tightly. He had obtained the introductory volume of the formation scripture, the upper volume, with vast knowledge of formations imprinted in his mind. Yet he could neither recognize nor had ever seen the characters and formations on the ground. Were these runes? Jiang Feng wondered, flipping through the formation scripture in his mind, searching for records of such characters. Little child. Suddenly, an ancient voice rang out. Jiang Feng's hair stood on end as he looked up at Qiang the Great Saint, who was 10 meters away. Manshan and Fu Mo instinctively took a step back, faces filled with wariness. Chapter 414. Hope for escape. The entire cave fell into silence. Jiang Feng stared blankly at the nearby stalagmite, with points of fluorescent light emanating, making the stalagmite appear exceptionally beautiful. However, Jiang Feng had no mind to appreciate it. His gaze was somewhat vacant as a wave of despair spread within him. Not far away, Manshan and Fu Mo remained silent, their brows tightly furrowed. Gradually, Jiang Feng's complexion turned somewhat pale. Hissing. His breathing began to become erratic, as the inner demon from before surged back. Madman, Manshan said in a low voice. Jiang Feng glanced at him, but did not respond. His obsession was strong, making it easy for him to explode in such a desperate situation. In the distance, Qiang the Great Emperor spoke slowly. Obsession is my driving force. I want to get out. Jiang Feng's breath was heavy, his face slightly contorted, since entering the cave and realizing something was wrong. This unease had been spreading in his heart, and now, in this desperate situation, it felt as if an ordinary person were adrift at sea, uncertain until their strength was exhausted, completely submerged and devoured. Madman, you will definitely come back. I will wait for you. Madman, we are waiting for you to return. Do come back. Chapter 415. A deadly move, senior. What if I cultivate to the martial venerable realm here? Jiang Feng did not want to take such a low-risk gamble. Once the Dragon Emperor's mark was activated and they failed to escape, they would be completely trapped here, with no way out. No way. Qiang the Great Saint decisively refused. This is the demon realm, and it is within the locking demon great array and the transforming demon great array. Even if you cultivate to the martial venerable realm here, you cannot transcend the tribulation. Once you trigger the heavenly tribulation here, not to mention how terrifying the tribulation is, all the strongest beings in the demon realm will rush over, and you will undoubtedly die. After hearing Jiang the Great Saint's explanation, Jiang Feng's expression turned somewhat grim. 30% certainty is not low. Do you have any top-grade spirit stones on you? Jiang the Great Saint pondered for a moment and asked Jiang Feng and the others. I have some too. I brought some. The three nodded in succession. Although top-grade spirit stones were rare, all three were top-tier prodigies and would carry some with them. How many do you have? I have 75,000. Jiang Feng waved his hand, and a pile of crystal-clear top-grade spirit stones emerged from the ground. I have 100,000. I also have 100,000. Chapter 416, Recovery. 27,500 top-grade spirit stones are equivalent to 27,500,000 upper-grade spirit stones, and the spiritual energy contained within is terrifying. Before this, the Barbarian Mountain did not know, and the Demon Suppression did not understand either. But now they saw it. Within a 10-meter radius of the center of the cave, the pure, white spiritual energy surged, thick as if it were about to solidify. The great sage Jiang sat cross-legged in the center, his body resembling a bottomless abyss, continuously devouring this massive amount of spiritual energy. As time passed, the spiritual energy aura on the great sage Jiang gradually revived. Buzz. Suddenly, the 8 chains on the ceiling seemed to sense something, and the dark light gradually blossomed, quickly transmitting toward the great sage Jiang along the black chains. Oomph. The great sage Jiang snorted coldly, and his aura suddenly surged. His hands moved in the air. Yin-yang shield. 1 yin and 1 yang, 1 black and 1 white. 2 completely different energies rotated around him, forming a strange balance. Bang! The light from the chains continuously crashed against the light shield, creating ripples. Cackling, I, the great sage Jiang, will soon step into the half-step emperor realm. And you little brats dare to come and ruin my path. Suddenly, a strange smile appeared on the great sage Jiang's face, his eyes dark and deep, as if they were 2 abysses. Chapter 417, The Sound of Dragon Roar. Time flies. In the cave, time was imperceptible, and Jiang Feng was even more immersed in the cultivation of martial arts. The dots of green light within his body finally slowly disappeared at a certain moment. The seed in the Danzhong acupoint had originally regained 1/3 of its green color, but after Jiang Feng's consumption, it was left with only a sharp tip, and the skin was all wrinkled. The Lingxiao Tower retracted its energy pull. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Jiang Feng, holding the Asura Blade, swung it again and again. But there was no fluctuation of spiritual energy from his body. Even his breath was as calm as water, without a ripple. Clang! With a casual slash, a blood-red blade light appeared, striking the rock wall, and a series of black runes erupted, knocking him back. After being knocked back this time, Jiang Feng did not sink into unconsciousness again, but opened his eyes. With his eyes open, there was a hint of confusion, a hint of sharpness, and a hint of killing intent. He stood silently for a moment. Countless knife techniques and insights surged into his mind, and in an instant, Jiang Feng felt as if he had experienced 100 or 1,000 years of time, with a hint of vicissitude in his eyes. The way of a knife. Mastering the art of killing, with 1 slash, slaying gods and Buddhas. Jiang Feng murmured softly. If the previous 13 years were the foundation of his knife path, practicing the heavenly sacred knife technique, this time of enlightenment allowed Jiang Feng to comprehend the way of the knife in the great sage Jiang's artistic conception, sublimating his own realm to touch the knife path within the laws of the heavenly Tao. Chapter 418, Escape from the Cage. Ha ha ha. The entire cave echoed with the joyful laughter of the great sage Jiang. A gentle force caught the exhausted Jiang Feng, slowly pulling him over and placing him on the flat ground in the center of the cave. Wanting to refine me, wanting to transform me, you're daydreaming. All 8 chains on the great sage Jiang's body snapped, his hunched body straightened, and he suddenly shook. Crack, crack. The end connected to him shattered inch by inch, and the chains completely broke. Boom! The soaring aura surged again. Without suppression, without chains, the great sage Jiang completely broke free from his restraints. Break for me. Clenching his fist, he charged upward, his fist shadow crashing toward the cave ceiling. In an instant, countless runes in the cave lit up, emitting dazzling black light. Boom! But without the restraints, How could the great sage Jiang be hindered by the broken demon suppression array? With one punch, he directly shattered the cave's ceiling, and starlight fell down. 6,000 years, 6,000 years. Jiang can see the galaxy again. Ha ha. The great sage Jiang looked at the starry night sky outside, his body trembling with excitement, his aura fluctuating wildly. Chapter 419, Recovery. Let's go. Find a place to recover first. The great sage Jiang led the three of them, flying toward the 1,000 demon forest below. Senior, where are we? Are we not going back? Jiang Feng hurriedly asked. This is the 1,000 demon forest of the demon realm. Of course, we will go back, but we also need to recuperate. Once I recover, we'll see if there's a chance to crush some demon brats in the abyssal demon cave. The fierce light flickered in the great sage Jiang's eyes. He had been suppressed for 6,000 years. How could he not harbor resentment and anger? If it weren't for considering Jiang Feng and the others, he would have wanted to kill Yoyu's avatar just now. Senior, let me tell you something. The four landed on a mountain peak, and Jiang Feng hurriedly spoke. What is it? The great sage Jiang turned to look at him. He still held a deep gratitude toward Jiang Feng. If it weren't for him, he would not know how long he would have been suppressed, likely never seeing the light of day again. Right now, our spirit martial continent and the demon realm are engaged in a war between the two realms. The demon realm has already been shattered, and now the entire demon race has relocated back to the spirit martial continent. Jiang Feng wanted the great sage Jiang to take them back sooner. With the peak of Martial Saint Jiang around, their chances of returning were much higher than if they ventured into the border themselves. Even though this old man said nothing about his current combat power, but he had once been a peak martial saint. Chapter 420, 100 Battles Crossing the Tribulation 1. Roar. In the mountains, due to the presence of spiritual veins, there were few magical beasts, but there were still many magical beasts appearing in the distance. And the commotion here attracted the attention of many magical beasts. A massive demon, lord-level magical beast with wings flew toward them, roaring loudly. Jiang Feng and the others opened their eyes and looked over there. In the next moment, Jiang Feng felt a powerful holy sense flash from the great sage Jiang. In the distant sky, roar. A miserable roar came from the magical beast's mouth, and then its massive body fell toward the mountain forest below. Boom! A dull sound came, and the magical beast could no longer fly. Jiang Feng and Mansun exchanged glances, revealing a hint of shock. That was a demon, lord-level magical beast. And in front of the great sage Jiang, it didn't even have the qualification to open its eyes. This cultivation level was truly frightening. The holy realm, so strong. Jiang Feng thought to himself, suddenly feeling that in the past, when he and the fatty often provoked Baijan, they were really audacious and ignorant. Baijan could easily kill them with just a glance. Damn it, from now on, I should scold Baijan less and draw him a few more little books. Chapter 421, 100 Battles Crossing the Tribulation 2. Jiang Feng suddenly felt a sense of disorientation in his heart, as if something terrifying was happening. Hearing the words of the Jiang great sage, everyone was instantly shocked. The tribulation could stir their hearts. What level of powerhouse was this? Senior, what's wrong? Man Mountain and Fu Imo also opened their eyes. A half-step emperor. Someone is breaking through to half-step emperor. Jiang great sage's expression became somewhat grave. He had reached the peak of martial saint over 6,000 years ago, dedicating himself to studying the Yin-Yang holy scriptures in the demon transformation array, spending 6,000 years refining the scriptures to perfection. Yet even now he did not dare to say he was confident in breaking through to half-step emperor. Half-step emperor. Jiang Feng and the others gasped. Yes, hurry, we must return quickly. Jiang great sage had an ominous premonition in his heart. He took a deep breath and frantically absorbed the spiritual energy from the spiritual veins. He needed to speed up to return to the battlefield. This was his most instinctive thought. As one of the top powerhouses in the spirit martial continent and the master of the Holy Land, he could not sit idly by while the spirit martial continent fell. Time passed little by little. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept through, and the spiritual energy in the entire spiritual vein was quickly absorbed. Just half a day had passed since Jiang great sage discovered the heavenly tribulation, and he opened his eyes again. At this moment, 2/3 of the spiritual energy in the spiritual vein had been plundered by him. Chapter 422, 100 Battles, Tribulation, 3 Crack. While everyone was still shocked by the previous arrow, transparent lightning struck down again from the thunderclouds in the sky. The time law thunder tribulation. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Even some half-step emperors hiding in the shadows did not dare to intervene. Space-time and reincarnation. These three laws were among the strongest in the 3,000 Great Ways. As long as someone could master one of these laws, breaking through to a quasi-emperor would not be difficult, and ascending to emperor was also very likely. This shows how terrifying the power of these three laws is. Baijan's body swayed, and the seventh-time thunder tribulation seemed to traverse time and space, striking him before he could react. Puff! Baijan spat out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning pale, devoid of color. The expected massive commotion did not occur. There was no rumble, no collision waves, and Baijan stood swaying in midair. However, his hair quickly changed from gray-white to snow-white, and the wrinkles on his aging face deepened. He seemed to age 100 years, 1,000 years in an instant. Buzz! A palm-sized mirror on Baijan's chest erupted with a transparent ripple. Chapter 423. Jiang Feng returns, ha ha ha. A loud laughter echoed throughout the space. Black lightning turned to nothingness, and the surrounding reincarnation power dissipated, revealing Baijan's figure, whose cultivation had returned to its peak. Humph, don't get cocky, there's one last strike. An aged voice came. Old dog, Kuming. The first one I will slay after my breakthrough is you. Baijan wielded his spear, pointing towards the dark space behind, shouting arrogantly. Ha, just you wait. Kuming's aged voice was filled with disdain. Little thing, can't you keep your mouth shut? Long Outyin was furious, just moments ago. Kuming's arrow nearly took Baijan away, and now he was taunting again, leaving Long Outyin with nowhere to put his face. Roar! A loud dragon roar sounded, followed by a violent wave of fighting energy, shaking the entire void space as if it were about to shatter at any moment. Enough! An elder shouted, rushing towards the two. Master! Daoyan bowed respectfully to the elder. Whoever dares to intervene, don't blame me for wiping out all the martial saints in your clan. The elder's face was stern, standing there. Neither Kuming nor anyone else dared to speak. Chapter 424. It's all my brother in a void space. Purple-black clouds surged continuously, a strange aura enveloping the figures below. Baijan sat cross-legged in the void, his figure sometimes solid and sometimes illusory, even his appearance and aura constantly changing. Suddenly, an unusual wave rippled, and two heads stretched in from the torn space. Finally here, Jiang Great Sage let out a sigh of relief as his figure emerged from the crack. Where's this, senior? Jiang Feng followed out, his eyes scanning the surroundings. This place was different from the spatial cracks Jiang Great Sage had previously taken him through. It was a stable space without as many spatial storms and turbulence. This is the void space, hidden behind the space we are in. Jiang Great Sage explained, glancing into the distance to sense the aura, his expression becoming somewhat grave as he and Jiang Feng's figures flashed to the edge of Baijan's tribulation range. Old man? Baijan, old man. Jiang Feng murmured as he looked at Baijan in the distance. Cough, cough. Jiang Great Sage shot him a glare, somewhat regretting bringing him here. But it was too late now. Everyone present was a powerhouse of the Holy Realm, and as soon as they appeared, countless divine senses swept over, and even a few oppressive auras faintly approached. Chapter 425. Quasi-Emperor, why aren't you calling me brother anymore? Long Outyin, looking younger than Dao Xian and the others, appeared to be in his 40s with a hint of a smile on his face. To Jiang Feng and the Wolf King, Long Outyin had a naturally close demeanor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left the Dragon Emperor mark for everyone. Among these Dragon Emperor marks, only Jiang Feng's was the most complete, and he even gave Jiang Feng a drop of divine dragon blood, while the others were slightly weaker. Jiang Feng scratched his neck, a hint of embarrassment showing on his face. The foundation is okay. With some time refining, I aim to break the 9th physical bondage before the tribulation. Although he was covered by the 12 heavenly array, Long Outyin saw through Jiang Feng's current state at a glance. Good. After we go out, I will take you to a place where you can refine for a while. As soon as Long Outyin's voice fell, his figure disappeared, as if he had come specifically for Jiang Feng. Thank you, brother. Jiang Feng grinned, a proud smile returning to his face as he looked at Jiang Great Sage. Smack! Ouch! Damn it! Jiang Feng clutched his head and squatted down, feeling dizzy, as if the world was spinning, the stars twinkling. Chapter 426. Returning again, damn it. Let me see, In the north region, above the supreme holy city, space suddenly shattered and a figure fell out, rapidly descending towards the ground. The supreme holy city had powerful space restrictions, so Jiang Feng wanted to fly, but couldn't, plummeting straight down to the plaza. Boom! Jiang Feng's body smashed onto the plaza, and then a series of runes lit up, causing his body to bounce high into the air before crashing down again. A heart-wrenching scream echoing throughout the plaza. Meanwhile, the people in the plaza who were worshipping the sky looked at him in a daze. Who is this? He just came out of the battlefield above? Yes. How did he, being at the Martial Master Realm, enter the battlefield? The commotion immediately attracted the attention of several martial venerables and martial emperors nearby, and as they swept their powerful spiritual senses over, they couldn't help but show doubts upon discovering Jiang Feng. Cough, spit. Damn it, a bunch of old men. Can you please have some martial ethics? Use it and throw it away. Where's your martial saint demeanor? Jiang Feng spat out the blood foam in his mouth and cursed at the sky. Fucking hell. Chapter 427. Eating a free meal supreme holy city. Jiang Feng wandered on the street, still feeling sharp pains from time to time. That was from being whipped by Zizhu, which pierced through the black robe spiritual tool that Gongshan had given him, leaving stripes of blood on his back that constantly sent waves of soreness. It had been a long time since he last ate, so he decided to go have a meal. Smelling the aroma wafting from the taverns on both sides of the street, Jiang Feng walked into one of the taverns. Sir, are you here for a meal or accommodation? For a meal. All right, please follow me. Although a great battle was happening above, and decades had passed with the spatial rift continuously expanding, the businesses below were still operating, as the Supreme Holy City was also protected by a formation no less than that of the Central State's Spirit Martial Emperor formation. The number of lower-level martial artists in the city had decreased significantly, but there were still many cultivators lingering in the Supreme Holy City. Without a private room, Jiang Feng sat in the hall on the first floor and ordered a large table of dishes. After not having had a proper meal for over 10 years, Jiang Feng, who was used to 3 meals a day back on Earth, felt his stomach protesting upon returning to the spirit martial continent. Wow, it smells so good. Waiter, bring me 10 portions of this to go. No matter how good the cooking in Manshan was, it couldn't compare to the professional tavern chefs. Jiang Feng indulged himself, eating and drinking without restraint. Chapter 428. Fan Guchuan Sr., who are you? Jiang Feng thought for a long time, but couldn't remember who this red-haired old man was. Yet he was sure he had seen him before. Jiang Xiaoyu, it's been many years. I didn't expect your cultivation to grow so fast. I am Fan Guchuan. We met outside the dragon nest years ago. Fan Guchuan approached with 2 young men, smiling as he spoke to Jiang Feng. Oh, I met you before. Forgive my lack of recognition. Haha. Thank you for your generosity. Thank you. After being reminded, Jiang Feng suddenly realized that he had met Fan Guchuan back when he and the fat guy passed by Secret Realm, encountering Song Xian and Dong Yu. And that was when he had met Fan Guchuan, who seemed to have given him a communication token. However, after many years, he had long replaced it, and he didn't expect to run into him here again. It's a small matter, a small matter. We are fated. Who would have thought we could meet again in the northern region after so many decades? Haha. Come, let's go have a few drinks. Fan Guchuan laughed heartily, pulling Jiang Feng toward a nearby tavern. The 2 young men behind Fan Guchuan exchanged strange glances and followed. Senior, it's been so many years. You just helped me pay for the spirit stones, and now you're treating me to a meal. Isn't that a bit embarrassing? Jiang Feng felt a rare sense of shyness, feeling a bit awkward. Chapter 429. Fan Yuhua, young Master Jiang. I have to trouble you with this matter. At the entrance of the tavern, Fan Guchuan held Jiang Feng's hand, repeatedly urging him. Don't worry, it's on me. After I go back, I'll have my sister send a message to his master. My sister's master is the younger brother of old Song. This matter will definitely succeed. Jiang Feng patted his chest in assurance, happy to make friends with such an amiable old man. Good. The 2 bid each other farewell, and Jiang Feng walked out onto the street. Grandpa, as people came and went on the street, Jiang Feng had just taken a few steps when a pleasant voice called out from behind. Jiang Feng instinctively turned around and was stunned in place. Hey, you little brat, why did you come over here? I told you to stay at home and cultivate. Why are you running around? He saw a voluptuous girl with exquisite features, like a beautiful elf, bouncing over to Fan Guchuan, followed by a middle-aged man at the peak of the Martial Master Realm. Looking helpless. Stinky old man, you took Big Brother and show you out to play without calling me. I'll pull your beard." The beautiful girl rushed up to Fan Guqiuan, reaching out to tug at his beard. "I just wanted you to focus on your cultivation during this crucial time. Don't mess around." Chapter 430. The backing of Jiang Fan Guqiuan and the other 3 members of the Fan family stared up at the sky in astonishment. If Jiang stayed a bit longer, they might have to kneel. That was a quasi-emperor, a newly advanced generation of invincible powerhouse. "Greetings, Lord Quasi-Emperor." Loud voices rose from all corners of the supreme holy city. "Hey, the old man is quite impressive." Jiang Feng muttered a few words as he stood still. "Young Master Jiang." Fan Guqiuan looked at Jiang Feng with sparkling eyes. Now it was his turn to be excited, his voice trembling a bit. "At first sight, I could tell young Master Jiang is a dragon among men. I was rude." This couldn't be blamed on Fan Guqiuan suddenly lowering his posture so much. Even a Martial Emperor wouldn't dare to speak loudly to Jiang Feng at this moment. After all, he was a quasi-emperor, and even martial saint-level powerhouses were rarely seen. And who had ever seen a quasi-emperor speak to a martial master realm little brat like this? "Haha, you're too kind." Jiang Feng's gaze drifted to the little flower behind Fan Guqiuan. At this moment, little flower had her head down, her face pale, and her brows tightly knit, having not looked up since Jiang revealed his figure. "Come, little flower, meet young Master Jiang." Fan Guqiuan stepped aside and softly said to little flower. Before Jiang Feng could speak, a sudden gust of wind swept from behind, and a figure flew over, ignoring the rules of the supreme holy city. Chapter 431. A promising future, although Jiang Feng was only at the late martial master realm. He was not the slightest bit timid when chatting and boasting with this group of martial venerables and martial emperors. After a pleasant chat and a feast, everyone became familiar, leaving their communication marks before departing one by one. However, before leaving, some old men secretly slipped a storage ring to Jiang Feng, making him beam with joy and secretly exclaim, "It was worth the effort." Fan Guqiuan was waiting for Jiang Feng with Fan Yuhua on the side, while the other members of the Fan family had already left the hall on the top floor. "Young Master Jiang, let's talk in detail." Fan Guqiuan's old face was beaming with joy. Every one of those 20 or so people just now held a status higher than his. And those martial emperor elders from the Holy Lands were beyond the reach of his little Fan family. "Little flower, how about it? Do you remember anything?" Jiang Feng ignored Fan Guqiuan and walked straight to little flower after sending off that group, looking at her expectantly. Fan Yuhua raised her exquisite face, staring blankly at Jiang Feng. After this little while, she had seen many images, and those fragmented scenes had a huge impact on her. It was a different world. "Your name is Jiang Feng?" Little flower looked at Jiang Feng with a complex expression and said softly. Chapter 432. First and Second Grandpa. "I'm going out with Brother Feng for a bit. You can take my brother and the others on a journey first," Xiaohua said cheerfully to Fan Guqiuan. Fan Guqiuan had a puzzled look on his face, wondering what was going on. They had only chatted for a day, and now they were going to leave together? "Well, it's like this, Elder Fan. I'm taking Xiaohua to the Starfall Sacred Ground to meet an elder. And then we'll wait for a powerful figure from the Holy Realm there, who will arrange for Xiaohua to meet a super formation master," Jiang Feng explained with a grin. The Starfall Sacred Ground?" As a fellow resident of the Eastern region, Fan Guqiuan was well aware of the Starfall Sacred Ground. Yesterday's appearance of the 100 Battles was the former holy master of that place. Jiang Feng's words eased Fan Guqiuan's expression considerably. It seemed Jiang Feng was being earnest. "Since that's the case, I'll accompany you. The journey is long, and although I'm only at the martial sovereign level, I'm not someone that just anyone can mess with," Fan Guqiuan said, stroking his beard and contemplating for a moment. "Ah," Jiang Feng hesitated, his eyes darting around. "Haha, no need, elder. I'll take her to the sacred ground in the supreme sacred city first to meet an important person. We'll go on our own afterward." Chapter 433. Eager to go home, this place isn't like the supreme sacred city. The teleportation array here doesn't open every day. After learning from the guards that the teleportation array to Qingshui City won't open until 3 days later, Jiang Feng decided to fly back instead. Fly back? How long will that take? Xiaohua blinked her beautiful eyes. With my speed, about a day and a half. Jiang Feng calculated the distance while looking at the map. Brother Feng, flying back is tiring, and there could be unpredictable dangers on the way. Why not stay here for a few days? Xiaohua tentatively suggested. Let's go back first. I've been in the demon realm for 15 years and haven't seen everyone for that long. Jiang Feng took a deep breath and looked in the direction of Qingshui City. Okay, Fina. I'll accompany you, Xiao Hua said, seeing Jiang Feng's determination to return, and she walked straight toward the city exit. This city had over 5 million cultivators. Bustling and noisy, with many spirit martial and martial general cultivators on the streets. Jiang Feng intentionally released a hint of his martial sovereign aura. And the crowded street quickly parted to make way for him, with envious and awed gazes directed at him. Hee, brother has some status. Jiang Feng winked at Xiaohua, looking quite pleased. Chapter 434. Two-way journey with green mountains and clear waters. A hint of golden light broke through the dim sky from the east, awakening everything as the spiritual energy in the world seemed to become more vibrant. In a cave on a cliff, two long, naked bodies were entwined on a messy, simple bed. Xiaohua's head rested on Jiang Feng's chest, her mouth slightly curled up as if she were having a very happy dream. Jiang Feng held Xiaohua, sound asleep, with a cheerful expression on his face, occasionally rubbing and kneading her. Roar! As the morning sunlight bathed the earth, wild beasts in the forest emerged from their nests to hunt, and a loud roar from afar startled the two from their dreams. Shut up already, Jiang Feng mumbled, glancing at the source of the noise before continuing to hold Xiaohua and sleep. Xiaohua opened her eyes and looked at Jiang Feng's handsome face, showing a hint of infatuation. As she spent more time with him, memories from her past life began to resurface more frequently. Peep! A large bird swooped down from the sky into the forest, capturing a bushy porcupine and soaring back up. Damn it, can you be a bit quieter? I haven't slept well in over a decade. Can I get good sleep? Jiang Feng yelled angrily at the outside. Chapter 435. Reunion in the valley in the sky. Two streaks of light cut through the air. 100,000 miles. 80,000 miles. 50,000 miles. They were getting closer, and excitement appeared on Jiang Feng's face. Xiaohua was also filled with anticipation for Chun Wan and her companions from her past life. Xiao, how far is it now? Chun Wan had asked for the 15th time. Sister-in-law, soon, just 30,000 miles left, Jiang Ro answered patiently, flying at full speed. The sun hanging high in the sky gradually set to the west, and Jiang Feng's smile grew wider. When two figures appeared within the range of Jiang Feng's spiritual sense, he burst into laughter. Haha, I'm back, crazy me. Haha, Brother Feng. Is Sister Wan coming? Xiaohua asked excitedly. Chun Wan had cared for Xiaohua more than a biological sister in her past life, and with her family so close. Xiaohua couldn't contain her excitement. Yes, they're here. Jiang Feng happily kissed Xiaohua. On the other side, Jiang Ro's spiritual sense was slightly weaker than Jiang Feng's, so it took her a bit longer to notice Jiang Feng and Xiaohua. Sister-in-law, that scumbag brother of mine brought back a vixen. Jiang Ro shouted angrily upon seeing Jiang Feng and Xiaohua. Chun Wan was taken aback, then revealed a helpless smile. That's just his nature, so don't always scold your brother. Chapter 436. Cheers, ha! The girl has become much prettier than in the last life. Wow, this skin is really supple. Xiaohua, how did you meet Jiang Feng? The Wolf King, Little Nine, and the bear were surrounding Xiaohua, examining her closely and asking questions. Get away, get away. The Ice Empress pushed everyone aside, grabbing Xiaohua's hand with a smile, tears in her eyes. In their past life, the bond among the Ice Empress, Chun Wan, and Xiaohua was the strongest. Although Xiaohua didn't have such strong abilities back then, but the Ice Empress and Little Nine never looked down on her. To be precise, Xiaohua was one of the earliest members of the Shura team, and also the first member to die. On the other side, Qingwan stared blankly at Jiang Feng. Memories of their encounter in the secret realm flooded back, when Jiang Feng and the fatty were still at the spirit martial level. Yet, 10 years later, when they met again, Jiang Feng had already reached the peak of the martial general level. After just a few days of reunion, Jiang Feng had entered the secret realm for a grand competition and then fell into the demon realm. Another 15 years passed, a full 25 years. For those at the high levels of Martial Sovereign and Martial Emperor, 25 years might just be a period of seclusion. Chapter 437. Showing off the noisy laughter and chatter continued throughout the night. The girls returned to their rooms to rest at dawn, while the group of rough men drank from dusk till dawn, and then from dawn till dusk again. The small attic was a mess, with Little Nine passed out in his own vomit, snoring loudly. The Wolf King and the bear were rolling around on the ground, almost causing an angel to burst out laughing. The god of killing and the fatty were hiding under the table, sleeping like dead pigs, while the frenzy and the doctor lay nearby, completely unaware of their surroundings. Jiang Feng sat dazedly in a chair, holding a wine jug and mumbling to himself, "Drink, drink, drink." As night fell, the women walked out of their rooms. "Sister Xia, they won't die from drinking, will they?" The angel kicked the frenzy, but the frenzy showed no reaction. "No, they'll be fine after sleeping for a few days." Xia Shui smiled and shook her head. Originally, on the first night, everyone used their spiritual power to refine the spiritual energy and alcohol tolerance together, barely managing to withstand the drinking session. Unfortunately, when Xia Shui left at dawn, she secretly sealed off everyone's spiritual power with her overwhelming cultivation. Jiang Feng discovered this, but didn't refuse. After all, his physique was the strongest and his cultivation the highest, and he didn't believe he couldn't drink more than the Wolf King and the others. It was this mysterious confidence of Jiang Feng that got him into trouble. As everyone started surrounding him and drinking, each one desperately pouring liquor into him. Chapter 438, Shura Hall. Ow. The violent bear was kicked far away by Jiang Feng, letting out a ghostly howl. The god of death immediately rushed in, grabbing Jiang Feng by the neck and pulling him back with all his might. In the center of the valley, a group of big men were rolling in the dirt, covered in mud. The flowers and plants that Shanwan cared for every day were almost all ruined by them. They had been fighting since morning, almost until noon, and except for Jiang Feng, everyone else lay in the dirt moaning, their bodies covered in bruises, with black eyes and swollen faces as the standard look. "Ha ha!" Jiang Feng stood in the center, laughing proudly. "You're laughing for what? Don't you look at your own ghostly appearance?" The angel, Ice Queen, and Xia Shui sat in the pavilion, eating melon seeds and watching the show. Jiang Feng looked down at himself, his spiritual sense enveloping him, and his wild laughter got stuck in his throat. His clothes and pants were tattered, his face and head covered in black mud, and flowers and grass stuck in his hair, making him look like a beggar. What made Jiang Feng even angrier was that someone shamelessly grabbed a handful of stinky mud and wiped it on his face. "Ugh, spit. Damn. Wolf King. Just wait for me." Chapter 439. All in favor. There were no objections from the others regarding the 3 deputy hall masters. "Boss, what's below?" The fat guy came over, looking a bit puzzled. Below." Jiang Feng scratched his head, stumped. "Hee. Let us set up 6 halls below," Xia Shui suggested with a light laugh. After all, she had cultivated for 1,000 years and had much more experience than Jiang Feng and the others. Each hall would have a hall master and 2 deputy hall masters. You can plan and think of names yourselves. Now everything is waiting to be developed. Let's start from the basics and not think too far ahead. First, we need to determine our base. Then publicly announce it to compete for the resources and territory that belong to us. Xia Shui said slowly after some consideration. "Yes, we don't have many people now, and there are no superior or subordinate relationships. The main thing is to determine our base, then fight for our territory and cultivation resources." Jiang Feng agreed with this idea. After all these years, everyone's cultivation was mainly supported by Xia Shui alone. Qing Wan and the fat guy occasionally brought some spiritual stones and heavenly materials from home for everyone to use. Chapter 440. Crescent Valley. After a lively and joyful time, the group seemed to be filled with energy like they had been injected with chicken blood. Those who practiced did so diligently, while others planned. Jiang Feng's late-stage martial sovereign cultivation deeply stimulated them. Now, in the entire team, Xia Shui still had the highest cultivation, having broken through to the mid-stage martial sovereign after more than 10 years. Following her was Jiang Feng with his late-stage martial sovereign cultivation, quickly approaching the peak. In the Demon Realm's transformation array, Jiang Feng had comprehended the path for 2 years thanks to the green glow of the seed inside him. His domain had already reached great perfection, and now he just needed time to accumulate the spiritual power in his body to reach the peak of martial sovereign. After that, the violent bear successfully comprehended the violent intent and reached the mid-stage martial king cultivation. The god of death comprehended the intent of slaughter and reached the early stage of martial king. The fat guy comprehended the 9 nether intent, which is a great path. Successfully stepping onto the 9 nether path would greatly enhance his combat power, and he was close to breaking through to the mid-stage of Martial King. The Wolf King, Xiaojiu, and Ice Queen were at the peak of Martial General, just 1 step away from entering the Martial King realm. Following them were Qing Wan, Xiaohua, and Frenzy, who were also at the Martial General realm, while Chunwan, the angel, and the doctor had reached the spirit martial realm. Compared to others, the doctor spent relatively little time meditating and cultivating. He was immersed in the combination of technology and fantasy. After arriving at the spirit martial continent, he did not give up his research, having learned that there had once been a prosperous technology on the spirit martial continent, which excited him even more. Chapter 441. Crescent Valley 2. It took 2 days to transform a small hillside into a 10-acre lake. Jiang Feng took the girls to fly up into the sky. Haha, not bad. Damn, the machinery from my previous life couldn't achieve this efficiency. Despite still having plenty of dirt on him, the sense of achievement was overwhelming, and Jiang Feng laughed proudly at the girls. That's right, my hands were even digging in the mud. The angel rubbed her fingers in pain. She had been taking care of her hands since Earth when she was a top hacker. Even the fingers of the world's most famous pianists couldn't compare to hers. Let's go continue to clear the land. We'll create a crescent valley. Jiang Feng pointed to the other side of the lake, where weeds grew thickly and trees stood tall. Having achieved the artificial lake, he planned to build the valley into a true crescent valley. Crescent Valley? The expressions of Chunwan and the others froze for a moment, and they continued to fly higher. Wow, it really does look like a crescent. Not bad. If we make a crescent valley, it will definitely be beautiful here. When the slopes on both sides are planted with various flowers, this valley will surely be stunning. After discovering this new land, the girls showed excitement on their faces, even more enthusiastic than Jiang Feng, as they all descended and flew towards the opposite side. Chapter 442. Selecting the array when it came to formations, Jiang Feng actually didn't have much talent. He only entered this field because of the detailed explanations in the introductory volume of the formation scripture. If it weren't for obtaining the 12 celestial array, he wouldn't have had such a strong interest in it. Up to now, Jiang Feng had only set up simple formations and had not actively arranged high-level large formations. After finishing the construction of Crescent Valley, Jiang Feng sat cross-legged in the sky with his eyes closed, repeatedly flipping through the formation scripture in his sea of consciousness to find a suitable formation for their base. He had possessed this formation scripture for many years, which contained many formation diagrams, along with some arrangement techniques and experiences. After searching for a long time, Jiang Feng compared a number of options and ultimately chose a formation that combined both defense and offense. The 4 Absolute Formation, a martial sovereign level formation. If a martial venerable were to oversee the center, its power would be even greater. The 4 Absolute Formation was difficult to set up, containing 4 layers of formations: the trapping formation, illusion formation, killing formation, and defense formation, complementing each other to form a great protective formation. This is quite challenging, but let's give it a try. Jiang Feng opened his eyes and looked down at Crescent Valley. Although it was just a formation of the martial sovereign level, he felt a lot of pressure. Relatively speaking, combat was his strong suit, and formations were merely auxiliary, so he had not spent much time on them throughout his cultivation career. Chapter 443. The Humility of Mortals. Maor Mountain, an unremarkable little hill, is situated on a minor vein of the Xianbei mountain range. Even the demon race looks down on this place, where a few mortal villages reside at the foot of the mountain. However, it has recently been bustling with activity as many cultivators have come here to investigate. The reason is a rumor circulating in Qingshui City and several surrounding towns, claiming that traces of a great medicine have been found, and it is suspected that a secret realm is hidden in this area. After inquiring in Qingshui City and failing to obtain any valuable information, Xia Shui decided to come and see for herself. In the past, she would have ignored such baseless rumors. But with the establishment of the Shura Palace and the lack of cultivation resources in her team, Xia Shui still came. Old man, is it convenient to inquire about some matters? Xia Shui, dressed in a pure white dress, slowly walked to the village entrance. It was the season for harvesting spirit grains, and a man in his 60s or 70s was carrying a load of spirit grains back home. Are you looking to find out about the rumors of the great medicine? The old man turned to glance at Xia Shui, his sun-tanned face breaking into a smile. Yes. Xia Shui nodded with a smile, waving her hand, causing 5 top-grade spirit stones to fly out and land on the old man's spirit grains. Chapter 444. Blackstones. Xia Shui quietly observed the group of villagers and sighed silently. How could she not know that she could only help them temporarily and not for a lifetime? If she were to kill those 2 men today, it would mean the end for this village after she left. Having traveled the world for 1,000 years, she had witnessed such tragedies many times. She once thought she had become heartless, but after encountering Jiang Feng and the others, the seed in her heart began to sprout and grow again. Ah, you dare to hurt us. When my master arrives, you will surely die a terrible death. One of the young men on the ground, with a vicious expression, crawled up and shouted at Xia Shui. Junior brother, let's go, we need to leave. The older man pulled his companion, preparing to leave. Oof. My master is the protector elder of the Luoyang sect, and he will arrive soon. If you dare to touch me, you are simply seeking death. As they retreated, one of the men continued to curse incessantly. The cold light in Xia Shui's eyes fixed on the two men, her spiritual energy fluctuating briefly before forming a sword finger, gently waving it towards them. Whoosh! Ah, master, save me. The sword light flew swiftly towards the two men, so fast that they could not evade it. Chapter 445, Ethereal Stones, Crescent Valley. Jiang Feng sat cross-legged in the void. After selecting the formation, he had been continuously setting up the Four Extremes formation for 2 months. After failing dozens of times, Jiang Feng still did not give up, persevering and trying again and again. One day, a streak of light rapidly flew from a distance. Before long, it stopped outside the valley. Hey, not bad. As the light dissipated, a smile appeared on Xia Shui's face as she looked down at Crescent Valley. Master, is this your sect? Behind her, Old Li and an old woman were leading a little girl with a ponytail. The girl's curious, expectant, and excited black eyes were fixed on the scene. Yes, the little girl was Li Yu, 8 years old, and Old Li's granddaughter. After Xia Shui agreed to take her as a disciple, they had been waiting at Mauer Mountain for over a month. Finally, she dared not act recklessly and decided to take Li Yu back to the valley to discuss with Jiang Feng. Seeing the sect's residence that Xia Shui mentioned, along with her profound and unfathomable cultivation, Old Li and his wife exchanged excited glances. What a beautiful valley. Li Yu's eyes sparkled with longing. Although she had passed the best age for cultivating her meridians, her parents had once had martial cultivation at the martial marquis level and had helped her refine her meridians since she was little. Chapter 446, Ethereal Stones 2. Yes. It is the ethereal stone. I told you about it. Xia Shui said solemnly to everyone. What? Are you saying there's a hidden mine of ethereal stones under Mauer Mountain? Wolf King looked at Xia Shui in shock. I'm not sure if there's a large mine, but there must be more ethereal stones under Mauer Mountain. Ethereal stones do not appear alone. I stayed there for a month, originally intending to find an opportunity to investigate, but there are too many people there now, and I dare not act rashly. If the news leaks out, Mauer Mountain will be leveled in an instant, and we won't be able to obtain this immense fortune. As soon as Xia Shui finished speaking, Jiang Feng's eyes flickered with contemplation, occasionally glancing at Old Li and the others. It wasn't just him. Even the god of death, Xiao Jiao, and Wolf King turned their attention to Old Li. Old Li instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Having lived a lifetime, he naturally understood that life and death were in the hands of others at this moment, and he couldn't help but look at Xia Shui. I have a secret method to search their surface memories. They haven't leaked anything. Xia Shui shook her head with a bitter smile. I have a secret method that can check their deep memories. Chapter 447, split up the next morning as sunlight bathed the earth. The people in Crescent Valley began to awaken. Jiang Feng, wearing a white training outfit, stepped out of the wooden house, stretching his joints on the second-floor balcony. I'll go first. Not far away, Xia Shui's figure flew out of the wooden house, floating in mid-air as she spoke to Jiang Feng. All right, be careful. If you can't win, run. I know. Xia Shui chuckled lightly and transformed into a streak of light, flying away. Crazy, we're setting off too. Not long after Xia Shui left, Wolf King, god of death, Violent Bear, and the chubby Xiao Jiao gathered by the lake, calling out to Jiang Feng. Be careful. Don't get close to Mauer Mountain. Your main task is to keep an eye on the area and don't act without permission. Jiang Feng solemnly advised. Understood. Wolf King waved his hand, ready to set off. Wait. Ice Empress walked out of the wooden house, her long hair tied up behind her, and her cream-colored training outfit gave her a capable and decisive aura. Wife, what are you doing? Xiao Jiao stepped out. I'm going with you. Ice Empress shot him a sideways glance and walked straight towards the group of big men. Xiao Jiao's mouth twitched, wearing a smile that was more awkward than crying. Wife, it's fine for us big men to go. Crazy will set off soon too. You and sister one should stay back and watch the house. Chapter 448. Entering the mountain and being abused. The aura of the Dragon Clan is like a bright light in the darkness for any demon race, especially for those who have cultivated to the level of demon sovereign and above. Although the Dragon Emperor seal had already been activated and used by Jiang Feng, there still remained a trace of noble aura within him. The Dragon Emperor, supreme and unparalleled. Yun Bao's gaze instantly changed. The disdain and ferocity in his eyes softened. Little cub, no, little brother, since you were a distinguished guest of my demon clan, I was impulsive just now. Yun Bao's voice carried a hint of kindness, lacking the ferocity from before. As he spoke, he transformed, revealing his human form, a middle-aged man dressed in a white long robe. Demonic beasts that reach the sovereign realm can change their form, but to fully transform into human form, one must reach the demon emperor realm. Yun Bao still had a tail behind him. Thank you, senior. Jiang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the Dragon Emperor seal was indeed effective. Secretly wishing that the next time he saw Long Out Yin, he would ask him to create more. No need to be polite, little brother. If you're not in a hurry, come to my cave to sit for a while. It's not far over there. Yun Bao waved his arm, smiling as he pointed to a distant mountain. Senior, next time, I will definitely prepare a generous gift to visit you. Chapter 449. The Tianhu clan and the Lihu beautiful. So beautiful, too beautiful. This was the only thought in Jiang Feng's mind. So breathtaking, so pure that it did not evoke even a hint of evil thoughts. This was the most beautiful woman Jiang Feng had ever seen, surpassing anyone else, including Chun Wan, Qing Wan, Xiao Hua, and Xia Shui. Jiang Feng stared at her blankly. A powerful demonic consciousness enveloped Jiang Feng. He quickly came to his senses and respectfully bowed to her. Greetings, senior. I am Jiang Feng, here under the guidance of Senior Yun Bao to use the teleportation array. After a moment of thought, the Tianhu woman gently nodded, having noticed the trace of hidden, mysterious noble aura within Jiang Feng. As a Tianhu of the Demon Emperor realm, she understood better than Yun Bao and the colorful bird the nobility of the Dragon Emperor mark, which was the aura of a leader of the demon clan that no one could impersonate or forge. Follow me. The teleportation array in our clan can only send you to the border of the inner area, where the Qilin clan's territory lies. Once there, you can seek their assistance. The Tianhu woman had a hint of cold pride on her face, but her voice and gaze were very gentle. Thank you, senior. Jiang Feng did not expect things to go so smoothly. His face lit up with joy as he immediately bowed to her. Chapter 450. The Qilin clan's territory. Hey. A human kid actually came. Ha, human kid, look over there. In a square, all kinds of demonic beasts turned their gazes toward the center, and a wave of demonic consciousness swept across. Jiang Feng took a deep breath to calm the discomfort from the teleportation. Before him were massive stone blocks piled into gigantic palaces, and the square beneath his feet was also made of stone blocks, showcasing a rugged style typical of the demon realm. Many demonic beasts gathered in the square, with flying and ground-running creatures numbering over a dozen, totaling at least 100. All exuding strong demonic energy, the lowest among them being at the Demon King realm, and even two were at the Demon Sovereign level, all staring at Jiang Feng. Roar. Kid, who are you, and how did you get into our clan's territory? While Jiang Feng was still observing, a loud roar suddenly rang in his ears. He turned to see a fire Qilin flying from afar, stopping midair. With a fierce face, a 5-meter-long body, and powerful limbs, its bright red fur was striking, and the aura it emanated was extremely thick. Jiang Feng instantly assessed that this creature was a major demon at the Demon Emperor realm. Senior, I am here to seek the Dragon Clan. I carry the mark of Senior Long Out Yin within me. You can check if you don't believe me. Chapter 451. Mutual exchange, kid. Being able to come here shows you must be extraordinary. We won't provoke you, so you can go about your business. The big black bear, with eyes the size of light bulbs, stared at Jiang Feng, humming as it spoke, its large paws still waving, releasing a strong, beastly aura. Jiang Feng took 2 steps back, originally wanting to ask them for some information, but seeing that the antelope and black bear were somewhat unfriendly, and given the unpleasant smell, he simply turned to leave. The stones in the square were not as flat as those in human cities. They were rugged and uneven, with cracks everywhere, giving a tattered feeling. Jiang Feng walked out of the square and came to the front of a palace at the edge. Although it was called a palace, From afar, it looked like a building made of various giant stones and huge trees. Inside, the sounds of beasts roaring constantly echoed. That was the language of the demon clan. Numerous demonic beasts gathered inside, resembling a human tavern, but these beasts were all lying on the ground eating. A creature resembling a Tyrannosaurus from Earth's ancient times lay on the ground, tearing apart an unidentified demonic beast and swallowing it whole. Seeing the scene, Jiang Feng abandoned the idea of going in to take a look. Chapter 452. The Dragon Clan in the deepest part of the Xianbei mountain range, in a certain valley. A figure resembling a middle-aged man emerged from a cave, dressed in a blue long robe, with light blue long hair, a tall stature, and a hint of authority on his face. Dragon Emperor Aura? The Dragon Emperor has not mentioned anything. The man muttered to himself, his face filled with confusion. He was the legendary Dragon Clan, the current pure-blood Azure Dragon, named Longqing Lei. The Dragon Clan is very powerful. This is a consensus among all realms and races. But the Dragon Clan has a flaw. Its pure-blood lineage is extremely rare. Throughout the long river of time, even at the peak of the Dragon Clan's prosperity, there are only about 100 pure-blood dragon veins. The pure-blood dragons are divided into the 5-clawed Golden Dragon, the most noble dragon bloodline. There are also the 4-clawed Azure Dragon, 4-clawed White Dragon, 4-clawed Red Dragon, 4-clawed Purple Dragon, 4-clawed Black Dragon, and 4-clawed Yellow Dragon, 6 types of pure-blood dragons. As long as these 6 types of pure-blood dragons grow to the pinnacle of the sacred realm and enter the secret realm, bathing in ancestral blood, they have the opportunity to evolve into 5-clawed golden dragons, breaking through to the quasi-emperor realm. The current Dragon Emperor, Long Outyan, has bathed in ancestral blood and evolved into a 5-clawed golden dragon. However, as time has progressed, the number of pure blood dragons in the entire Dragon Clan has sharply declined. There are only 6 pure blood dragons left, while the 3-clawed and 2-clawed dragons total only a few dozen. Chapter 453. The Dragon Clan. Jiang Feng slowly opened his eyes. The blazing sun overhead somewhat dazzling. He rubbed his cheeks, having forgotten how long it had been since he slept so soundly and sweetly. Phew, this alcohol is something else. Jiang Feng propped himself up with his hands and sat up. Huh. Jiang Feng looked around. This was a valley, completely different from the environment before he got drunk. He began to search his body, and after checking, found that nothing was missing, and no part of him had been harmed. He let out a slow sigh of relief. His storage spirit tool was also intact, and the items within were all accounted for. Jiang Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Damn it, I won't drink outside again. This stuff is lethal. 2 cups in, and someone slits my throat without me noticing. Damn. Cursing and grumbling, he got up from the ground. This was Jiang Feng's first time getting drunk on the Lingwu continent. Ever since his cultivation continued to grow, the ordinary drinks and some spiritual wines no longer posed a threat to him, which had significantly lowered his vigilance. Additionally, he encountered an old acquaintance in the Xianbei mountain range, a human elder from the Holy Land, which further reduced his guard. After having a drink, he unexpectedly got drunk like a dead pig. Chapter 454. The old man is very cunning ancestral land. Longqing Lei's breathing was somewhat rapid, even more excited than when he saw the Void Spirit Stone. Kid, you really come from Earth. As one of the few remaining pure blood dragons, he naturally knew the origins of the Dragon Clan, which were engraved in their bloodline as ancient memories. That was their root. The Dragon Clan had not returned to their ancestral land for countless epochs. Once they return, it will be possible for the Dragon Clan to achieve sublimation, which is extremely significant. Yes, I promise, we come from that blue planet, Jiang Feng said with a serious expression. It seemed he had previously underestimated the importance of Earth to the Dragon Clan. Good. Ha ha. The Azure Dragon finally understands why the Dragon Emperor planted the Dragon Emperor mark in your group of humans. Ha ha, great, the ancestral land, there's hope. The Azure Dragon seemed to forget about the Void Spirit Stone, continuously muttering about Earth. Jiang Feng quietly stood aside, waiting. After a long while, the Azure Dragon came back to his senses, and the smile on his face was countless times kinder than before. Jiang Feng, right? I'll call you Xiao Jiang. Jiang Feng rolled his eyes on the spot. Even the old man from the 100 battles didn't call him Xiao Jiang. The Dragon Emperor had planted the Dragon Emperor mark in him, and yet a mere early-stage, Holy Realm Azure Dragon called him that.